Chapter 161 The Princess Mansion is in an earthquake. Do-won thinks of the usual interactions between Cheap Dad and Princess Mother. The feelings are obviously very deep. I suddenly thought of a problem. Ning didn't know who destroyed her innocence at first, and identified our father based on the jade pendant alone. After a pause, Do-won tried to clear the suspicion of Cheap Father. Big brother, I believe the jade pendant is our father lost, and then was picked up. Want to frame him? That year did not make a scene is likely because Ning's goat Du Qian stared at his sister, waiting for her next words. Du-won was stared at by him. In turn, some cannot make up. The jade pendant could be said to have been lost and framed, but Huang Ren was actually similar to their siblings, by a hair's breadth. Huh? Du Qian suddenly asked. Sister, Huang Ren really doesn't look like our father. Not like not at all, Du-won said with certainty. Hee. Like our mother? Your eyebrows are just like Mother Heh. Du-won smiled reluctantly. Crap. It seems like something strange is messed up. Du Qian points to his eyes again. My eyes. Others have also been saying that they look like Mother's mother. Du-won. The gentle and soft eldest princess must have been extremely beautiful when she was young. Not to mention, Huang Ren really does look 3 times like the princess mother. Du-won said with apprehension in her heart. Brother, I have a bold guess in my heart. Guess what guess? You now go to the main courtyard to watch Yang-sum. Don't let her get angry. The matter of Huang Ren still needs to be properly investigated. What about you? Not going? There's still a little bit of time left in my penalty kneeling. Du Qian gazes at the small incense burner next to him. There is an incense burning on it. There is still a small piece left. When the time is up, I will rush over. Du Qian was a person who kept his manners and rules, and did not want to give up halfway. This deadpan style of his was very much in the style of Du Xian's rigor. Brother. Wait. Du-won ran to that incense, puffed up her cheeks, and then lowered her head to blow. In no time, the incense burned out. Du-won winded over again and pulled Du Qian up. Time's up. Let's go. Du Qian was very convinced by his sister's operation. Together, the two hurriedly came to the main courtyard. Stepping into the main courtyard, he noticed that the atmosphere was strange, with a group of underlings all being driven out. Du Qian saw the eldest princess's personal sister, went up to ask a few questions, and learnt that Du extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's side had just hurriedly come back. And after not knowing what he said, the eldest princess became very angry. Now the subordinates were all forbidden to approach. Du-won was cat-like, and tried to go in quietly. Just a few steps away, she was intercepted. It was an unfamiliar guard. Sheriff, the master has ordered that no one is allowed to enter. Am I anyone? I'm the county princess, the precious lump of your master. Du-won jumped up at once and said with a straight face. The guard stereotyped anyone including the county princess and the eldest young master. Du-won blinked again and said, I have something to find my parents. Not for now. This guard was unsympathetic, and also greasy. Du-won jumped up and down without being able to get in. Du Qian stepped forward and pulled the back of his sister's collar. Little sister, don't make things difficult for Uncle Du-6. He has always only taken orders from father. Without father's orders, no matter how much you jump around at this moment, you won't be able to get in. Well, it's still the eldest young master who is sensible. Du-lu looks at the siblings with a loving face. Du-won. Du? And 6th uncle? So it's someone from the Du clan. Heh. Du-won pointed to the gazebo in the small garden in the courtyard. Then it's always okay for me and big brother to go and wait in the gazebo. Du-lu hesitated for a moment and agreed. Thus, the siblings were allowed to go and wait in the gazebo. Du Qian was puzzled. Sister, what is the use of us going to the pavilion? Didn't I say? Wait, Du-won said while winking at Du Qian. Du Qian glanced back at Du-lu. Du-lu had already walked to the appropriate place, preventing Du-won from acting as a demon. If it was just the eldest young master, Du-lu wouldn't have defended himself. But the young princess was different. This was one who didn't act according to common sense. As a result, Du-won sat in the gazebo, well-behaved and peaceful. Du Qian stood close and noticed that his sister was listening to something, associating it with the fact that her sister had said that she had great hearing. Bang! Bang bang! It was the sound of porcelain breaking. Du-won raised a heart. Wow! Is this a quarrel and smashing things? Du Qian was silent. Du-won suddenly seemed to hear something, and stared with big round eyes again. Mata. It's quite a fierce quarrel. Du-won intermittently heard the princess mother's furious questioning. Can you stand up to me? The daughter is your harm. This day is not over. The previously gentle and soft princess mother launched her temper. Actually so scary? But the distance was a bit far, so I couldn't hear it too well. Then Du Xian horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side to coax people. The voice was even smaller and harder to hear. Du Qian came close to his sister and asked in a low voice. Sister, what do you hear? Father and mother are quarreling and smashing things. However, I only heard mother scolding father. And father also spoke. But dad's voice is too small. I didn't hear it clearly. I'll listen a little longer. Maybe. Embarrassed. If father and mother knew that they were listened to by their daughter, what would they think? Du Qian cleared a cough. Sister, we are children. This kind of behavior is not proper. Nonchalant, do not see. Nonchalant, do not listen. You do not want to know what they are talking about? Want to know. But eavesdropping is not appropriate. Du Qian's more than 10 years of upbringing did not allow him to do such out of the ordinary things. The main thing is that in the future, if he has something, will his sister eavesdrop on him? When Du-won saw her big brother's twisted look, her little eyes started to become strange. Big brother, we're just sitting in the gazebo. Uncle Du-lu is all watching. Do we have any inappropriate behavior? Nothing. Du Qian's heart stalked. Du-won hemmed and hawed and pretended to be serious again, at least in the eyes of outsiders. The siblings were not inappropriate. Du Qian lifted a devilish claw and rubbed her hair hard. A chicken nest head was rubbed out. Du-won didn't notice it at first, but then she understood once she touched it, and glared at Du Qian with a huff. Du Qian smiled helplessly. Having a small smart is not a bad thing, but a small smart shouldn't be used against a loved one. Next time remember. Remember. Du-won wilted upon hearing this. Only with her fingers. She raked her hair. Du-won understood Du Qian's meaning. And next time, she didn't listen attentively again. Later, Du Xianma learned that the siblings had come over and told him to go in. The siblings stepped into the house with anxiety and saw a mess. Knowing that the siblings had come over, both husband and wife restrained their temper, not wanting to lose their temper in front of their children. The eldest princess sat sullenly in a chair, her eyes red, her face missing its usual smile. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side had a helpless face, trying to cajole people but not cajoling them. Hurriedly rushed back to explain. But the more he explained, the less clear it became. Now good. More bad child. Chapter 162. The body is not afraid of the shadow's slant. Only to children for help. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team said in a low voice. You two come in just right. Huang Ren things know it. Quickly come to persuade your mother. For father really did not do anything wrong her. Also never touched Ning. Nigh how I explain. Your mother won't listen. Du Qian, as an elder brother, is still very responsible. Walking to his mother's side, gently holding her shoulder. Mother, I have heard my sister talk about this matter. And my sister said that there are a lot of doubts. Even the younger sister's head can think of it. Mother is so smart. Must be able to see the problem. Isn't it? The eldest princess was about to ask what suspicions. The moment she thought of asking, wouldn't she be saying that she was dumber than her daughter? Spinning around, she shut up again. The eldest princess could only make a slight show of feigning a glare at her son. How did you speak? My son is speaking on the matter. Du Qian spoke sincerely. Du-won carefully moved over. Yes, speaking on the matter. In order to coax Princess Mother. She wouldn't mind if her cheap elder brother connoted her. Du-won was still pondering on how to mention it to the princess. But she didn't expect them to know so quickly. Mother, Huang Ren doesn't look like father at all. Besides, the jade pendant that Dad lost more than 10 years ago was passed down from the Du clan's first line of ancestors, and could only be passed down to the first eldest son for generations. In the future, the jade pendant is going to be passed on to my brother. So how could it be easily given away? The eldest princess looked inquiringly at Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team was looking at Du-won in dismay. Water. How did you learn about this matter? I did. Du-won all of a sudden her small face snapped, sheepishly touching the tip of her nose. Did she dare to say that she overheard it? Du extra horse harnessed by the emperor's side waited for a while, but did not wait for his daughter's answer. As soon as Du Qian saw his sister's heart was weak, he knew that she must not have known it through the normal way. Didn't my sister go back to the clan before? She should have heard about it in the clan. He. Yesta. Duan had a flash of light and followed Du Qian's ladder down. Du Qian, horse harnessed by the side of a team, didn't pursue this matter. His main concern was still the attitude of the eldest princess. The eldest princess was somewhat convinced after hearing Duan's words, especially having had the incident of her daughter's jade tablet in front of her. The Du clan focuses on inheritance. It is unlikely that they would give away the ancestral jade pendant that represents the first line. The biggest possibility is that it is lost. Even if the jade pendant was lost, it doesn't prove that the Ning clan's affair wasn't your doing. The eldest princess glared angrily at the prince consort. The look of a beauty glaring was extremely nice to do. Duan just found it pleasing to the eyes. If only today's topic was not so heavy. Du, extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side, had a hard time defending himself, and softened his attitude to come over to the side of the eldest princess. There is a pair of siblings present. In the past, as a strict father, he was not good to do this kind of soft gesture, so that the child to see the face are lost. But now the situation is complicated. Also cannot care so much. Du, extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, tugged on the sleeve of the eldest princess. Shu, sister, you don't believe in my husband. Can hurt my husband's heart. Humph. The eldest princess turned sideways, her back to him. Du Qianma whispered coaxing good words again. This segment. So high. Duan knew that the eldest princess had softened somewhat. Perhaps it was some belief in Du's son-in-law's innocence. Du Qian, of course, also saw it and brought it up at the right time. Father, the incident happened in the palace. So go into the palace and mention it to the emperor's uncle and ask him to help look into what happened 19 years ago. Right. Du, extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, agreed. Being upright is not afraid of the shadows slanting. I'll go into the palace in a while to talk to the emperor. Duan helped. Father, you should hurry up and go to the palace. At that time, Pei Shizhi clearly ordered those people not to talk about it. How long has it been since it reached both of your ears? This matter cannot be delayed. It needs to be investigated as soon as possible. Sister has a point. Du Qian also feels that the sooner the investigation is clear, the better. If it drags on for a long time, there is no telling what will happen. Du Qian, horse harnessed by the emperor's side, also felt that this matter should not be delayed. Then you two stay at home. Take good care of your mother. My father will go to the palace to see the emperor now. Okay. Duan nodded. Du Qian follows. Father, please don't worry. My son will take good care of my mother. The three say goodbye. But the eldest princess has another idea. I'll go to the palace with you. Huh? Du, extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, froze. The Rapunzel said, I want to go into the palace and meet my royal brother. Okay. Du, extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, did not dare to refuse, and hurriedly glared at the siblings. When Duan was still confused, Du Qian knew his father better. Why don't Wan and I follow along to the palace? Wan didn't attend the palace banquet yesterday, so it's just that we can meet uncle and make amends to uncle. Right. Duan understood and immediately agreed. This was great. A family went to the palace. The entire princess house started to get busy. The carriage was prepared. The siblings each went back to the courtyard to change into neat clothes. The whole family rode into the palace in the carriage. This time, Du Qian didn't even choose to ride a horse, but instead shared a carriage with his sister. In the carriage, the siblings are speechless for a moment. Duan sighs. Big brother, do you think that if this matter spreads, what will happen to the princess house? The reputation will definitely be bad. The other things, unknown. Du Qian said the word unknown. Quite a bit of inscrutable flavor. Because of familiarity, Duan often overlooks Du Qian's greatness and foresight. Wang Ren's like that. A little bit of small stimulation and fainted. Can you still interrogate her again? Want to know what? What happened on the day I disappeared? Oh. This depends on whether she's willing to talk. Difficult. Today we'll say this or try to give us a hard time. Then don't say it or don't say it. Alas. Duan sighed. Du Qian pinched her cheeks and scolded with a smile. What are you sighing for at such a young age? It's not your turn to take the blame if something really goes wrong. I can't carry it. And I don't want my brother to carry it. That's so tiring. Ha. Du Qian was so interrupted by her. The mood inexplicably smooth a lot. Yes. So what if it's really a big deal? As long as the family is fine, and the sister is fine too. Huang Ren was terminally ill. Punishment and other means were useless to her, unless they could pinpoint her weaknesses and force her to personally confess to the crime. It would be almost impossible to dig something out of her mouth. Duan was well aware of this, and Du Qian naturally understood as well. The family entered the palace smoothly, and when they reached the front of the palace, a small eunuch went in to report while they waited outside. As a result, there was an accident. The little eunuch came out and said that the emperor is not available today, and will not see the guests for the time being. Let them go back first. Did not say when you can see. This kind of situation is extremely rare. Generally the eldest princess personally into the palace. The emperor, even busy, will also take the time to see a see. Duan looked at Du Qian for the first time. Du Qian happened to look at her. The gazes of the two people suddenly became meaningful. Du Qian straightened his sleeves and said softly, "Sister, let's go to the Imperial City Department office." Duan smiled falsely. "Yes, I happen to be free." Chapter 163, A Big Secret to Tell. The siblings did not accompany their parents home, and went to the Imperial City Department instead. Originally thought they would see Pei Hao, but in the end they did not see anyone. Instead, they saw Mu Xian dealing with official business. Mu Xian was surprised and politely greeted the siblings. "Where is Pei Shizi?" Duan looked inside and did not see anyone. Mu Xian smiled and said, "Shizi went into the palace and hasn't come out yet. What is it that County Princess is looking for Shizi? Do you want me to relay it? That matter spread after I left." Duan's invisible knife came down. Mu Xian was silent, really poking in the heart. The world's son must have a blocked heart when he heard it. Prestige lost awe. Mu Xian solemnly said, "Sheriff, please don't worry. This matter will definitely give you an explanation. When the world's son comes back, I will convey it to him." Duan's reply was somewhat perfunctory. At this time, the close friend that Du Qian had secretly sent out had inquired about the news and came back to report. The crony said in a low voice, "Young master, Huang Ren was picked up by the emperor and placed in the Jinxiu palace. He also ordered all the eunuchs to come into the palace to do their best to save her." Du Qian looked puzzled. Duan heard it and was powerless to spit. What kind of divine twist is this? On the contrary, it is Mu Xian who has a calm face. Duan looks at Mu Xian. "You knew about it earlier?" "Well, not long after the county princess left. The emperor hurried to the Imperial City Department Yamen and took the person away. Shizi also followed him into the palace at that time. And he hasn't come out yet." Mu Xian spoke in a small voice. This matter was secret and obviously could not be known by outsiders. Mu Xian was also a little confused at the time, not knowing what the emperor meant by this move. If it was said that it was fancying Huang Ren's beauty, it didn't quite look like it, because the emperor had come directly over. Not a chance encounter. Another dying beauty. So what if she was good looking? The siblings left the Imperial City Department's office and went back to the princess mansion. On the carriage, Duan is a bit angry. No wonder the emperor's uncle doesn't see our family. He's losing his heart. Right. Sister is right. Du Qian gently pats her forehead. But you can't say it so loudly. Be careful of being heard and spreading it to the emperor uncle's ears. At that time, when he is unreasonable, he will become reasonable. Duan is a small person, and understood it at once. So she spoke again next. Her voice lowered quite a bit. "Huang Ren is a murderer. Or a murderer who wants to kill his niece. The emperor uncle received into the palace, but also tried to save. Big brother, what do you think is the basis for this?" Du Qian gently raised the peak of his handsome eyebrows, and asked rhetorically as if he was inscrutable. "Didn't my sister say earlier that there was a bold guess?" "Guess. Boldly go ahead and guess." Duan was stunned, and then turned back to her. He and laughed. As soon as Du Qian saw this bad smile of his sister, he couldn't help but be in a happy mood. This world is unpredictable, nah? Right. He. Very impermanent. Duan is happy. We have to hurry back to the house and talk to our mother. Not bad. We also need to go back to the house to report the good news to father. Du Qian's heart burst with relief. Such a bad thing. There is the emperor's uncle to take over. It has nothing to do with the princess house. Duan wanted to laugh when she thought of her cheap father. Big brother, our father is really miserable today. Well, so miserable a male. He. The siblings looked at each other, their smiles all gloating. The two returned to the mansion. When they went to the main courtyard, they only saw the eldest princess, and did not see Do Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. The house had been packed up, and was clean again. And a few new pieces of porcelain had been moved out from the storehouse to be used as ornaments. The mood of the eldest princess was still affected, and when she saw a pair of sons and daughters coming in, she forced a smile. The eldest princess said, "Didn't you guys say you had something to do? Why did you come back so quickly? There's a big secret to share with mother." Du Wan mysteriously came up to the elder princess. Du Qian was about to say something, but seeing her sister like this, she let her play. When the underlings brought tea and snacks, he sat aside to drink tea and get high. Rapunzel joked, "What's the secret?" "The secret? It's that someone has taken over the matter of Huangren." He. Taking over? What does that mean? Oh. It means that someone has claimed it. It has nothing to do with our family's son-in-law. The eldest princess froze. She understood some of her daughter's meaning. Du Qian looked at her sisters juggling. "Mother, what my sister means is that Huangren's mother's misfortune has nothing to do with father, and that both father and sister are victims in this matter." Right. Father was somehow held in the shit. Du Wan had some sympathy in her heart for Do Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, but more sympathy for the original owner. Poor sister, losing her little life like this. The eldest princess now understood. Her face suddenly solemn. "Who is it?" Du Qian and Du Wan looked at each other. "Who is it? To say? Besides, they are just guessing." Du Wan snapped and touched the tip of her little nose, moved her little steps, and went to the chair next to Du Qian and sat down. "Brother, this is something you say. My sister listens." "Goon!" Du Qian laughed and scolded. Du Wan was indifferent. Goon is goon. Who wouldn't be goon in the face of that person? All right. Du Qian does not make things difficult for his sister. Turned to the princess and said, "Mother, Huangren was picked up by her uncle and placed in Jinxiu Palace, and ordered the doctor to do his best to save her." Jinxiu Palace? The eldest princess's focus is just different. Du Qian nodded and affirmed, "Yes, placed in the Jinxiu Palace." The eldest princess was thoughtful. Jinxiu Palace is not ordinary. It was the palace where the young princess lived in the beginning. Huh? There is still this matter? Du Wan was surprised to hear it. She could not help but recall the contents of the book. Qin Yu later returned to the palace, and the name of the palace she lived in seemed to be called the Embroidery Palace. This matter was already obvious. There was no need to investigate the old matter from 19 years ago. The emperor took the initiative to come forward. In fact, from the fact that Huangren's appearance was 2 or 3 points similar to that of the eldest princess, it was not difficult to guess her real father. 19 years ago, the only person who dared to wreak havoc in the palace was the current emperor. But then the emperor should be, and the empress is in the middle of the honey. Did not expect the emperor also cheated. Ruined the innocence of the girl more than. But also when the scum is not responsible. Du Wan is a little contempt. But in this dynasty, it seems to be the norm. At least Du Qian and the princess knew the truth and accepted it well. Du Wan sits for so long without seeing Do Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, and can't help but inquire, "Mother, where's father? Didn't he return to the house with you?" The Rapunzel's voice is soft and says, "Send me back and turn to the yamen." He should have inquired about it by now. The emperor's actions were not small. It could not be hidden from the truly powerful. Even if the emperor didn't say anything, who could stand in a high position who wasn't a man of understanding? Do Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team did know the truth at this time. And in his heart, he was cursing the emperor to death. And occasionally accidentally cursed out of his mouth. The shit he pulled himself doesn't wipe it clean even if it's not clean. But also involves my family's baby bumps. Doing his best not to do anything about it. Chapter 164 Huangren's Origin of Life. Du Lu and the others listened from the sidelines with black lines. This shows that the master has been angered so hard that the gentleman style has forgotten to be maintained. Not only did the princess house family know, any well-informed family in the capital had received the news. After Xie Zhang received the news, his mood was extremely grave. In favor. At this time, even more dare not act rashly, but also always pay attention to the movements in the palace. Besides, Pei Hao came out from the palace. His mind was clearer than anyone else. According to the emperor's attitude, this Huangren's life history, no need to repeat. Pei Hao suspected that the emperor wanted a child so much that it caused him to lose his temper, and he forgot to cover it up. However, In the bottom of his heart, he was thankful that the emperor was operating in this wave. Otherwise the dirty water was poured onto his father-in-law's body. And the little girl would be very upset, thinking of the little girl huffing and puffing back to the house. Pei Hao's heart itched. Release the government office to go back. Pei Hao was a bit lost in thought on the way. Mu Xian couldn't help but ask, say son, you want to go find the little county princess? I don't know how she is now. Pei Hao gently wrinkled his eyebrows. It didn't say to go look for her. Nor did it say not to go. Mu Xian said without any good humor. If you go to the princess's residence in a dignified manner. This is a very impolite move. I'm afraid that none of the masters in the princess's mansion want to be a guest today. Going there is also inviting dislike. After something like this happened, it was not enough to be upset. Who would still be in the mood to entertain guests? Pei Hao thought about it. You're right. He didn't go. Not for fear of being disliked. Rather, Mu Xian thought that Shitzi Master had listened to his own advice. So he didn't pay any more attention to him. When he went back to the Jingui Gongfu, Pei Hao worked and rested as usual. When the moon was over the willow, there was another familiar silhouette over the wall in the princess's residence. When Pei Hao stepped into the Jade Spirit Garden, Du Wan was in the middle of her cultivation, and when she heard a gentle knock on the window, she directly ignored it. I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. Didn't hear it at all? Du Wan completed the last step and went to the desktop to drink half a pot of tea. Suddenly thought of something. The thief eyes a turn. She turned on her toes. A smoke-like run to the utility room drumming to go. Pei Hao waited for a long time. Did not wait for the little girl's response. From a small organ in his left wrist guard, he pulled out a wire and poked it through the window slit. Not knowing how he did it, he opened the window very skillfully. Gently pushed open the window. For unknown reasons, the light in the house was dim. The bright moonlight shines in. Pei Hao looked inside. Ah! A shriek. Only half shouted. Pei Hao was mute. Opened the window and door. Not to see furniture and so on. It is a light and airy-like figure, wearing a snow-white robe, with long hair that covers half of his face. A pair of big eyes staring at him. Dead eyes in general. And 2 lines of blood and tears. And his mouth is full of blood. Evil ghosts? No. At first glance, Pei Hao was indeed startled. At another look, it was familiar. It's the heartless little girl pretending to be Yo. The little girl did not know that she had been recognized, and was quietly learning to scream like a ghost. I died a terrible death. Ah. Well, well. How miserable. Pei Hao resisted the action of wiping cold sweat and asked cooperatively. Du Wan felt uninterested when she saw Pei Hao reacting so calmly. Humph. Scram. This ghost doesn't want to see you. Pfft. Pei Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud. This laugh, however, made the little girl jump in anger. Laugh. 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 What are you laughing at? Laugh again, and I'll go call my big brother. Du Wan's words were very threatening. Pei Hao ended up in a serious and collected his laughter. Pei Hao looked at the house. Not inviting me in. Think you don't even think. We have a grudge. Stay in a room at night. What is the matter? Ah. Du Wan stopped in front of the window. Opened her arms and blocked the window. Just not letting it open. Not allowing Pei Hao to enter the house. Pei Hao's eyes contained a smile. Not afraid of being seen. Spread what bad news? Ch. Think I don't know. The personal guards already knew you came. Du Wan didn't know before. But there were still 100 personal guards on duty that belonged to her. As long as she went to inquire, she would know everything. It turned out that Pei Hao used to climb over the wall so easily. Half of it was because his lightness was really good, and the other half was the acquiescence of the big elders. Du Wan didn't understand why Cheap Dad indulged Pei Hao so much. But it was Pei Hao's fiancé's identity. Pei Hao said regretfully. Wan, there were some serious things I wanted to say to you. Let you so stopped. This son actually forgot. Du Wan was stunned at the words. Immediately thought that he was setting her up. Du Wan did not fall for it, and skimmed her small mouth. Forget it or forget it. I don't want to talk to you at all. Okay. Don't talk about it. You're still a little bit scary with this evil ghost's makeup. Do you want to go and wash it off first? Pei Hao purposely suppressed laughter in his voice. Quite a bit of teasing. I want you to be in charge. Humph. Du Wan had long wanted to go and wash her face, but she was afraid that he would barge in. So, she closed the window with force. and double-checked that it was closed tightly. Du-Wan ignored Pei Hao outside and ran to the bathroom to wash her face. Drawing this ghost makeup? She wasted a box of rouge. Pei Hao outside the window laughed softly in a low voice. But tonight missed the mark. In the past, when the little girl heard about business, even if she was angry, she would listen to him finish. Today, when it comes to business, it actually doesn't work. Pei Hao said that he had something important to say. In fact, he understood in his heart. The business of the fart. The group of people that he warned during the day. Turned around and the news exploded, which made him lose face in front of the little girl, and just about lost his prestige. Mu Xian had begun to investigate, and only found out an official soldier and the medical girl who leaked the news. The medical girl told her father about the matter. None other than Imperial Dr. Zhou. Imperial Dr. Zhou immediately reported the matter to the Emperor. The Emperor remembered the absurdity of 19 years ago, then thought of Huang Ren may be his own daughter, which led to the daytime will be picked up into the palace of a play. The other officer only admitted to say out, refused to give up who told. Pei Hao did not necessarily have to know who it was, so he dismissed the person standing in front of the window. After waiting for a while, he did not wait for Du-Wan. Pei Hao gently knocked on the window with his fingers. Wan, don't you listen to the business? Not listening. Du-Wan's clear little voice came out. Just by listening to the voice, one could tell that the little girl was standing on the other side of the window. Pei Hao slightly hooked his lips. This is what you said. Next time don't blame me. Didn't tell you things. What is it? The small flame of gossip at the bottom of Du-Wan's heart was easily hooked up by Pei Hao. Pei Hao's tone is casual. It's not a big deal. You don't want to hear it even if. This son wanted to see if you were so angry that you couldn't sleep because of what happened during the day. Seeing you alive and well, and still interested in pretending to be a ghost to scare people. I feel relieved. This son of the world will leave first. You rest early. Oh, almost forgot. The people who leaked the news during the day. Those who can be dealt with have already been dealt with. And those who can't be dealt with can't be helped. Those are the Emperor's people. Chapter 165 Strict Father's persona collapses. Du-Wan is tickled. What gossip? But Pei Hao said a bunch of words and never got to the point. After waiting for a while. The outside is quiet? Du-Wan opened the window. There is no one outside. She poked her little head out again, looking up and down, left and right. She really didn't see Pei Hao? It is not possible that he is still hiding in the dark, preparing to scare her. Du-Wan waited for a while. There was really no movement. Now it can be confirmed that Pei Hao really left. Then, she closed the window with a snap. Closed the window with a bang. The light in the room was on again. The gauze window reflected the figure of the little girl, walking back and forth. Pei Hao was sitting on a large tree not far away at this time. His posture lazy and wanton. On the same tree, on a different branch, Du Lu hugged his sword to his chest and stood on top of a branch like a rock. Pei Shi, my master told you to come over less often to disturb the young master's rest at night. Got it. I've always been very measured and come rarely. Wasted words. Pei Hao said with a wanton smile. Sixth uncle. Tell father-in-law that Huang Ren is the Emperor's daughter. Sure? Well? Okay. Got it. Du Lu's mouth said he knows. But the person did not leave. Pei Hao was helpless. I really don't do anything. I'm just a bit tired. Resting on the tree. Why don't you go to my master's study to rest? And have a cup of tea? No need. It's not good to drink too much tea in the middle of the night. Pei Hao knew that he was defending himself. Perhaps it was the father-in-law who was starting to defend himself, which was not a good sign. This year's Mid-Autumn Festival was a thrilling experience for many people. First, there was the Minister of Right's residence. And then, the Moonwatch Tower was sealed. The things that followed were something many people feared would spread to them. As a result, the next day, something else seemed to have happened in the palace. Only that the news was blocked and didn't get out. Only a very small number of people knew about it. Yet these people didn't dare to talk nonsense. The Emperor's secrets are at stake. And those who dare to talk nonsense are those who resent their own lives being too long. Du-Wan got up early in the morning, after finishing her cultivation and getting dressed. With her small hands on her back, Du-Wan went out of the Jade Spirit Garden and walked towards the main courtyard. Yesterday's matter. Still don't know how the follow-up will be. But it can't be denied that both the Chief parents have suffered an unearned disaster. A qualified daughter must go and care for them when it comes to clocking in at work. When Du-won went over, Do extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, and the eldest princess were both there. After greeting the two, Du-won's eyes brightened slightly as she looked at Do extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. Father, you didn't go to court today? Do extra horse harnessed by the side of a team said. Someone from the palace informed me this morning that the court is closed for 3 days. Oh. Then father properly accompany mother. Yesterday mother was scared. Du-won looked at Princess Mother with a heartbroken face, and even slipped behind her, pounding her shoulders for her. Do extra horse harnessed by the emperor's side said with a stern face. Your old man was also frightened yesterday. Du-won was silent, unable to refute. So, after helping the eldest princess pound her shoulders, she moved behind Do extra horse harnessed by the side of a team and silently pounded for him. The eldest princess covered her lips with a handkerchief, her phoenix eyes overflowing with laughter. Her daughter obviously didn't say anything, but that small appearance is very amusing. Full of joy, Du-won pretended to be blind, did not see the princess's smile. Seriously give Do extra horse harnessed by the side of a team's shoulders for a while to rub, a moment to pound. There are no rules and regulations, but this is the daughter's filial piety. In fact, yesterday, Do extra horse harnessed by the side of a team's strict father persona has collapsed 99%. But Du-won will not be stupid enough to poke him. With Du-won attentive to her well-behaved daughter, the family of 3 was happy. Until after breakfast, Du-won reluctantly left. The first time I went back to the Jade Spirit Garden. Du-won did not go back to the bedroom, but instead went to the quiet room to read. It was the books given by Du Qian before, about martial arts and other basic knowledge. And then while copying the books as a practice, she used the process of copying to strengthen her memory. Until 1 hour later, after copying a book, Du-won magically, the contents are remembered. Du-won suspected that she had a genetic mutation. She didn't have such a good memory before. When she came out of the quiet room, just out of the Jade Spirit Garden for a while, keenly aware of the abnormalities of the princess house. The guards are very strict, and in the past days rose a notch. Du-won recruited a personal guard and asked, what's going on in the residence? The guards have nearly doubled? Sheriff, the emperor is here. The guard replies in a low voice. Du-won was surprised. When did he come? About a quarter of an hour ago. This personal guard is Du-won's personal guard. For Du-won was to answer all questions. Du-won soon learnt that the emperor was at the Qinshan Pavilion in the back garden at this time. Both the eldest princess and the prince consort went over to accompany him. Did not let anyone come to call Du-won. Must be something private. Not good to let the younger generation know. The matter of their own. Du-won wants to know. Du-won's big eyes turned. I will go to the back garden to stroll around. Will not go to Qinshan Pavilion. County Lord. The guards have a bit of a headache. The one who came was the emperor. However, as a personal guard, he couldn't stop the county princess. As Du-won approaches the backyard, she encounters Du-lu blocking her way again. Uncle Du-lu. It's you again. Du-won snapped and greeted. Du-lu smiled. Where does the county princess want to go? This county princess will just go to the back garden to take a look around. Not close to Qinshan Pavilion. Don't worry. Du-won repeatedly assured that she would not go near. Du-lu did not stop again. Only, it also recruited a guard from the mansion to follow her. Du-won indeed did not go to the Qinshan Pavilion. Only in the vicinity of a porch pavilion lying on the ground. Out of concentration looking at the railing outside the plain flowers and plants. Look, quite good behavior. In fact, it is not. Du-won is listening to the gossip. Listening to a good taste. About the emperor's gossip. Not anytime. Anywhere can hear. Because of the matter of Huangren, the emperor is self-conscious of his shortcomings. Today will secretly come to the door to make amends. What the 3 people are saying at this time is exactly the emperor's old story. It turns out that the scum is the emperor. The real hammer. When the emperor was young, in the palace banquet drank some wine. Inadvertently saw was drugged and beautiful Ning. A moment to hold. But then the emperor and the empress's feelings are strong when, after the incident, he was not on this matter, but also afraid of being found by the sweethearts. They will be covered up. When the matter broke yesterday, the emperor only learnt that he had a daughter. Harm Do extra horse harnessed by the side of a team to carry the trouble for him for more than 10 years. Duan also 3 times almost accident. According to the emperor's meaning, it was that Huang Ren's time was running out. In his capacity as a father, he requested that imperial sister not pursue Huang Ren's charges any further, and also said that he would compensate the princess house. The eldest princess let out a long sigh, did not refuse, but also said that the family said what compensation. She is also Huang Ren's own aunt, and so on. Anyway, the Rapunzel voice soft, speak to make people ironic. Normal people listen to it, will only be more and more guilty. Duan silently nodded in favor of the princess. This is the art of speaking. But unfortunately she can't learn it. Not in this lifetime. Sheriff. What are you looking at? A male voice behind her rang out abruptly. Chapter 166, A Misunderstanding by Misadventure. Duan was already a thief. As soon as she heard someone shouting at her, she was startled. Rising violently and turning back, she fixed her eyes and found that it was Pei Hao, and could not help but let out a secret sigh of relief. This kind of reaction of being inexplicably relieved to see Pei Hao when he was doing something bad. Even Duan herself did not realize that something was wrong. Duan raised her small face and reprimanded. What are you doing? Suddenly talking behind someone's back will scare them to death. Understand? What are you doing that's so bad? A little look of weakness on your face. What bad thing? Which one of your eyes saw me doing something bad? Duan instantly exploded, glaring angrily at Pei Hao, her cheeks puffing out. It's so funny. Pei Hao's hands itched and wanted to pinch her face, but he held back. Pei Hao couldn't help but tease her. You said you didn't do anything bad. So tell me what you're doing to yourself. Can't I admire my own flowers and plants? It's none of your business. Didn't want to care. It's just that you're suspicious. Duan finally realized that she had overreacted just now. Soon, she calmed down and said calmly, Heh. It's not that I'm suspicious. It's that you're always trying to pick a fight. Pei Hao walked to the parapet and looked at the flowers and plants used for decoration outside the porch. No abnormalities were found, but he was sure the little girl was hiding something. Too bad he didn't catch her little tail. Duan straightened her back and deliberately stretched out a big lazy waist, then raised her chin at Pei Hao and gave a cold hum. Then, majestically walked away. Pei Hao followed her step by step, directly sending her out of the back garden. He had to stop in his tracks. This visit to the princess' residence was not a private matter. He came along with the emperor. Duty calls. He could only send her here. The guards beside him, who were watching the whole scene, were confused. So, the county princess went to the back garden in order to see Pei Shitsi's. Pei Hao had long since spotted the guard. What are you doing following the county princess? It's the head guard, who asked my subordinate to follow. The guard spoke directly. What is the sheriff lord doing in the porch pavilion? Doing what? Isn't she waiting for you? Huh? When really? Pei Hao was first stunned at his words. Immediately he believed. The corner of his mouth involuntarily curled up. The little girl really loves to talk out of turn. Want to see him, just say it. The guard's misunderstanding. The world son's brainstorming. Duan's strange behaviors were successfully interpreted as a small mindset to see her fiancé. And that's why she reacted so strongly when she saw Pei Hao. And she was especially weak. So everything seemed to make sense. Duan, who is completely unaware of the distorted truth. At this moment, she couldn't wait to run to find Du Qian. Du Qian was reading in his small study, and was surprised to see Duan coming in a hurry. Sister, running so fast. Is there something urgent? Let me have a drink of water first. Duan ran to the small tea table, poured water and drank it. Huh? Is it ginseng tea? Right. Sister, drink more. Okay. Duan drank another mouthful of water before putting down the tea bowl. Big brother, the emperor's uncle is here. Do you know? When did it happen? Du Qian had been reading. Duan smiled and said, the emperor's uncle probably doesn't want to see the juniors right now. That's why he didn't inform you and me. How? You ran off to listen to the corner again. I'm not just curious. He promised well yesterday, but today he forgot again. Du Qian favorably tapped her on the head. Remember it well. It won't happen again. Abilities are for protecting your family, not prying into their secrets. Giving your family proper privacy is a sign of respect for your family. Yes, I will never do it again. Duan understood. Duan had really listened into her heart this time, and decided that she would not take the initiative to listen to her family's corners in the future. Du Qian whirled around and asked with a light smile. What secret did you hear that you are so eager to come and share with Big Brother? As soon as this matter was mentioned, Duwan's pair of big eyes suddenly lit up. He rubbed his small hands together, and blah blah blah. The Emperor's uncle's secret was sold cleanly. Duwan deliberately appetizing. Know what's going on with the jade pendant? What happened? Is the Emperor's uncle does not do people things. Sober up over the fear of the Empress misunderstanding. Intentionally to pick up the jade pendant left. Is thinking about things at the uproar. There will be a person to take the blame. This practice is very underhanded. Du Qian was also speechless towards the Emperor's uncle. However, Du Qian would not talk much about the faults of his elders, while admonishing his sister. It is good that you know about this matter. Do not mention it to the others again. Duwan nodded her head obediently. Mum, I'm not stupid. I'll only talk to Big Brother about it. Big Brother is not a bystander. Right. Big Brother is not a psychic. Du Qian's eyes show pleasure. Certain people in the capital heard the wind. They were waiting for the scandal of the princess house to be exposed. After waiting for a day, nothing moved. As a result, they waited for the princess house's double happiness and glory. The Murong family got rid of the suspicion of murdering the princess. But the extra bones in the house also made them in trouble. The officials of the Beijing Zhaofu came to the door from time to time to investigate, taking away this and that. The officials in the state of Qing can't afford to investigate. Once the investigation is a bunch of minor problems. So, Murong Shangshu's official position was jerked by the emperor. Fined 90% of the family's wealth, leaving 10%. Is the emperor see in his many years as an official? Kind heart left him pension. Vacancy down the secretary of the Ministry of Rights. Full of civil and military mind floating. Have not had time to fight. Directly let the emperor put do extra horse harness by the side of a team up. Serving as secretary of the Ministry of Rights. So more than that. An imperial decree and arrived at the princess house. Princess would like to wait for her son and the crown and then go to the palace to ask for the seal. And now the son square 18 years old. The emperor gave the county king of the imperial decree. Seal name Rue. Fiefdom du Jiajia. This thing out. The princess house and the city. Wave after wave of people came to send congratulatory gifts. The big housekeeper brought many people and recorded them one by one. However, many people in the capital heard about it and wondered where the Dujia realm was. More than 90% of the people in the capital had never heard of the Dujia realm. It was said that the emperor had wanted to give the prosperous Ning city to Du Qian. But unexpectedly, Du Qian had refused and asked for the Du family realm instead. Only the oldest families in the city knew that Du Jiajia was the ancestral land of the Du clan, with the Du clan's village as the center. The land within a 10-mile radius belonged to the Du clan boundary, and 90% of it was big mountains and barren land. There were only a dozen villages there now, with limited tax revenue. Some people would say Du Qian was stupid, while others knew that Du Qian's move was shrewd. Du Qian wanted the Dujia boundary as a fiefdom. He was happy, and so was the emperor. This kind of thing that earns fame and wins the emperor's favor. Why not? Today, the sun shines brightly, and the sky is clear. The princess's residence is bustling with activity. The guards and subordinates in the mansion had their dishes increased. And in addition, they were rewarded with 3 months of monthly silver. Jade Spirit Garden. Duwan was burying her head in her own private little storeroom, looking for something. Trying to find 2 gifts to give to Cheap Father and Big Brother as congratulatory gifts. Chapter 167. She's definitely not a wimp this time around. County Lord. The Duke of Zhen's house has come to send congratulatory gifts. As soon as Ning Qin received the news, she excitedly came in to report. Duwan is pondering about the gift. If it comes, it comes. What's so strange about it? Ning Qin reminds again. It's Pei Shitzi himself. Him? Duwan wordlessly skimmed her small mouth. Ning Qin nodded joyfully. Yes. 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 The Shitzi master has come. Oh. Regardless of Duwan, Pei Hao's frequent visits to the county princess fell into the eyes of the onlookers that the two were in good terms. Anyway, Duwan can't be whitewashed now. And the more she tries to be whitewashed, the blacker she will only get. Especially yesterday. The county princess specially went to the back garden to see Pei Shizi's matter. Also somehow spread in the mansion. It is even more people are convinced. When Ning Qin saw that the county lord didn't react, she was puzzled. In a whirlwind, she said in a small voice. Sheriff Master, Shitzi is here. Got it. Duwan reacted flatly and continued to look for gifts. Do you know what my big brother likes? Does my father like anything? Prince son-in-law likes orphan books, famous calligraphy stickers and paintings. The eldest young master likes. No. Now I should call the county king. The county king likes all kinds of weapons? I heard that the weapons room in the martial arts training hall is all the county king's collection over the years. When Do-won heard this, her movement stopped. No need to look for it. The little girl's storehouse. There is no such thing. Forget it then. I can only send the ones that I see for myself. Do-won didn't think any more about what the father and son liked, and picked out a piece of two-fish jade pendant carved with auspicious clouds and koi carp from a pile of valuable jade. The jade was purple, representing auspiciousness. The carving was a masterpiece. Do-won scrutinized it for a long time without finding a single flaw. It's it. Do-won decided to give the jade pendant to Do-chien. When it was Do-sien's turn for a gift, Do-won was a little more casual, picking an ink stone and heading out. Do-won used to be interested in trying to organize the original owner's treasury, but now her thoughts have changed. There were too many things to see. It was too difficult for her. Do-won asked Ning-chien to put the inkstone in a box and send it to Do extra horse harness by the side of a team. Then, she took the jade pendant and rushed off to find Do-chien. This action fell into the eyes of Ning-chien and other mates. Is the county princess excused to go to see Pei Shi? Really is a hard mouth. Soft heart? Mouth is not the heart. Fortunately, the maid's thoughts Do-won did not know. Otherwise, Do-won would have spat blood, and would have punished them all to plant vegetables. Do-won came to Do-chien's courtyard. Unexpectedly, she saw some young gentlemen. Pei Hao and Ning Xianhe were there. There were a few gentlemen that Do-won didn't recognize and hadn't seen before. However, when they saw Do-won come in, they all got up and saluted Do-won. Greetings to the county princess. Young Shen greets the county princess. Ha! No need to be polite. All sit down. Do-won politely responded with 2 sentences. Do-chien came over. What's the matter with sister? Nothing much. Came over to give you a gift. Do-won smiles and puts the found 2-fish jade pendant. Dang dang dang. The gift has come. And so has your lovely sister's heart. Sending you. She presses the jade pendant into Do-chien's hand with one hand. Do-chien was amused by her little action. Then thank you, sister. What's the point of being polite? Big brother, you continue to entertain the guests. I'll leave first. Do-won said while picking up the hem of her skirt and ran out in a puff of smoke. She was lively and playful, without the appearance of a lady of the house. From the time the little girl stepped in to the time she left, she came and went in a hurry, not communicating with Pei Hao throughout. Pei Hao's eyes lowered with her departure. Immediately, Pei Hao got up calmly. Big brother Do, there are still some things in the government office, so I will take my leave first. I'll invite big brother Do to have a few drinks again sometime. Alright, you go ahead and get busy. Do-chien called his beloved attendant to see Pei Hao off. After leaving the courtyard, Pei Hao dismissed his attendant and turned to Do-won. Do-won didn't walk fast and was caught up by Pei Hao in no time. After catching up, Pei Hao actually did not call out to Do-won and followed her for a while. In fact, Do-won had noticed that someone was approaching her and knew who it was. On the contrary, she pretended not to know. Pei Hao was also happy to cooperate with her. It was only when Pei Hao's footsteps did not stop even when she was approaching the Yuling Yuan that Do-won stopped her footsteps in anger and looked at Pei Hao with a small face. What do you want to do? Are you following me all the way? Do you want to fight? Today is a good day for my family's double happiness. You can't come and spoil the fun. Is this how you think of the Shitsi? Pei Hao asked with a raised eyebrow. Do-won froze. If I don't think this way, what else can I think? Pei Hao was choked. His character? Is he so bad in the little girl's heart? No. The little girl loves to speak her mind, and also has a not so good habit of lifting the bar with him all the time. Pei Hao was inexplicably amused. But this bad temper doesn't work. It has to be changed. So, the son of the world intentionally end up a cold air. The breath emanating from his body is cold. His eyes are also cool when looking at people. The sense of oppression is very strong. Unfortunately, the little girl might have wimped out before, but now her guts have risen a bit with the increase in force value. Moreover, now that people are in their own territory, are they still afraid of him? No. Definitely can't wimp out. Do-won stood up straight with her small chest. Losing is not losing. We must not lose in terms of momentum. Humph! Pei Hao was originally teasing the little girl, when the little girl was trying to put up a small appearance of fighting for momentum in front of him. Her little heart was written on her little face. Pei Hao was suddenly amused. The whole body's aura was immediately converged, and the cold chilling breath was gone. Just like one moment or cloudy, the next moment is sunny. He lowered his eyes and smothered a smile. Really cannot help it. It is really damn cute. Duan squinted at him and also skimmed her small mouth. What are you laughing at? No wonder the big villain in the book is a snake charmer in the later stages. And now there are signs of this? Duan thought to herself that the truth was out. Pei Hao backed up his arms and bent over to her and asked, Sheriff Master, this Shitsi will only smile if he is happy. Happy? Duan felt even more puzzled. Was there anything to be happy about just now? Could it be that confronting me is happy? Confrontation? Ha. 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 Pei Hao didn't want to laugh. Really didn't want to laugh. But he couldn't hold it back. This is like a child who wants to compare his height with an adult. Duan originally didn't realize what was going on, but gradually came back to her senses. People were laughing at her, so she stood aside, arms hugging her chest, half squinting her phoenix eyes, and staring coolly at Pei Hao. Have you laughed enough? Duan asked with a dark little face. Pei Hao made an effort to put up a serious worldly gentleman look. Well, laughed enough? That's fine. If you've laughed enough, then get lost. Duan now extremely disliked him. But she didn't know that the more she was like this, the more Pei Hao wanted to tease her. He knew yesterday that the little girl finally had him in her heart. But she didn't want to admit it. He couldn't poke through her little mind, or the little girl would get annoyed again. Chapter 168. Shitsi has a strong sense of existence. With this in mind, Pei Hao's mood is particularly good. Coughing, and said as if in the right color, this son of the world is at least a guest at the door. You do not entertain me with a cup of tea? Did you not drink enough just now at my big brother's place? Not even a single sip. No way. Duan felt that this was pure slander on his part. Cheap big brother was a heavy disciplinarian, and when there were outsiders present, the etiquette would certainly be thoughtful. Pei Hao said truthfully. The subordinates did serve tea, but there were too many people and big brother didn't have time to greet me. Duan thought of the people she saw in the courtyard, and was somewhat convinced. Only, she still doesn't want to greet him. You go find the housekeeper. The tea is guaranteed to be enough. The housekeeper is very busy today. There are quite a lot of gift givers. And the street in front of the main gate of the princess's residence is still blocked right now. Pei Hao's words are not an exaggeration. Now that the princess residence has been honored, it has become more and more prominent. People who receive the news, even if the owner is not available, will send their subordinates over to send a congratulatory gift. Duan is the owner of the princess house. It is difficult to ride the tiger. She could only bring Pei Hao into Yulingyuan. Duan rushed to the 4 big maids and ordered, go to make tea. Go to serve fruits and snacks. Treat Pei Shi well. There must not be the slightest bit of negligence. Do you understand? Yes, Sheriff Master. The 4 maids answered one after another. Then they went to get busy. Duan walked a few steps and found Pei Hao still following behind. Why are you still following me? You are the master. Shouldn't you greet me? Is it necessary? You come here a few times a day, and you know the princess mansion better than I do. Feel free to go on your own. Don't bother me. Duan doesn't want to see Pei Hao at all now. Every time she sees him, she will remember the incident of being beaten. Pei Hao asked carelessly, do you really let this son do as he pleases? Feel free. Just don't come in front of me. Duan is afraid that she can't help but use her sword to cut people. But today, people are coming and going in the mansion, so she can't show people the joke. Duan went into the bedroom and didn't want to pay attention to him. In front of Pei Hao, she proudly closed the door. Pei Hao did not dare to follow him in. It's not that he is embarrassed. It's that he doesn't want to provoke the little girl to be angry again. Ning Qin was making tea, but Pei Hao asked her to send the tea to the quiet room later. Pei Hao went to the little girl's quiet room. The quiet room was filled with a light fragrance, just like the little girl's breath, which made people's mood unconsciously calm. After looking around the room, he walked to the chair in front of the desk and sat down. Usually the little girl is sitting here to write? Pei Hao surveyed the things on the case table. Leisurely, he flipped through the books, wanting to see what the little girl usually reads. Instead, he flipped to the characters Duan practiced last time. The words above. This content. Pei Hao looked again at the books laid out on the case table. Actually copying books related to learning martial arts? This hobby is quite special. It's just that this character, as usual, is ugly. There was some common sense on it that even he actually didn't know. Ning Qin and the others brought tea and snacks to him. Then let him send them out. Pei Hao was so engrossed in his reading that he didn't even know that time was passing. Du Wan didn't see Pei Hao for a long time and thought he had left. Towards evening, the princess's residence was finally calm. Tonight, there is a family banquet. The main courtyard side came to notify Du Wan early. Just as Du Wan was packing up and ready to go to the main courtyard, Ning Qin was beside her and kept on talking. Du Wan asked, "What do you have to say? Just say it. Won't County Princess call on Pei Shi?" Ning Qin finally said the word she held in her heart. Du Wan said strangely, "Why call on him? We're having a family banquet. What does he have to do with it?" Ning Qin continues, "But Pei Shi hasn't had his evening meal yet. Should we prepare it for him separately? Strange. What does it matter to us what he eats? Sheriff, the visitor is a guest." Ah? Du Wan was a little confused, then realized, and asked in dismay, "Don't tell me. He hasn't left yet? Not gone. The person is still in the quiet room." Ning Qin hurriedly took over the conversation. Du Wan, people are still really in Yuling Yuan? Ma duh. What kind of trick is he playing? The guests have all left, and he's the only one making it special? Du Wan turned around and walked towards the quiet room. The door of the quiet room was not closed. Du Wan walked to the door and saw Pei Hao sitting in front of the desk, leaning his back against the chair. Leisurely flipping through the paper, she wrote all over the big words. Crap. Du Wan stepped into the house with a black face. It's very rude to touch other people's things without the owner's consent. Do you know that? This sheetsy went through your consent. Pei Hao put down the paper filled with large letters. You said it. Let me be casual. This is not it. I'll be casual. Du Wan. Pei Hao elegantly stood up and straightened his sleeves. He walked around the desk towards her. Du Wan asked, "You're leaving? Staying for dinner or not?" The most kind-hearted little county princess in the capital. Pei Hao looked outside and asked carelessly, "Stay." Du Wan gritted her teeth. It was worth it for a word. Du Wan took Pei Hao to a family banquet. This one is called a family banquet. Not only the family of 4, but also some people from the Du clan. The second and third grandfathers were there, as well as the 2 old men's family members. Leaving aside the 3 girls, who were punished for going up to the mountains for purification, the younger ones all came. On top of that, it was the people from the state uncle's house. Almost all of them came, with the exception of Du Yinrong. After all, they are all surnamed Du. And people in the capital sent someone to say a word. Came to greet not come as nothing. As a result, a large family came. When the group saw Pei Hao come over, they were quite surprised, even if the 2 are engaged since childhood. However, as long as they are not married, Pei Hao can only be considered an outsider. Pei Hao smiled and went up gently, greeted the elders one by one. Immediately, he greeted and chatted with several Du clan sons of the same age and had a good conversation. Du Wan had a new perception of Pei Hao's social skills. Cow. Convinced, Du Wan similarly sits a piece with the juniors. Not everyone is jealous to the face. Du Wan chats with some of the girls in the clan and still has a good time, including the girls from the state uncle's house. Even with Du Yirong's mother, Du Wan was able to smile and say hello. It was as if the unpleasantness in the clan not long ago had never happened. The Du clan obviously did not have the rule that men and women did not have different seats at the age of 7. Not just the Du clan anymore. In fact, the entire Great Qin Kingdom did not have this rule. This kind of occasion usually separated the seats for elders and juniors in order to facilitate communication. Men and women are mixed. Where individuals want to sit is up to preference. All family members do not need to avoid suspicion. Therefore, Pei Hao sat next to Du Wan. Du Wan glared at him, wanting him to sit elsewhere, and said silently, "I don't want to see you. You said I can do as I please." Pei Hao returned calmly. "But I also said for you not to get beaten up by the old man." Du Wan decided not to struggle. It's useless. Just treat him as heir. However, fooling around, in plain sight, Du Wan is still very measured. Pei Hao is considered to have learnt another weakness of the little girl. Chapter 169. Why don't you go to heaven? According to the local custom of the Great Qin state, all celebrations will have a big feast. Some people in order to show the rich and powerful. But also 3 days of running water feast. Like the princess house of this double happiness. Set up 3 or 5 days of running water banquet is natural. The problem is that the princess house is unexpected. The capital of the powerful and noble families are not invited. Only a family feast. Pei Hao also happened to stumble upon it himself. The whole process of the banquet. No one made a mess. Very smooth on the end. The Du family living in the capital got up to leave after the banquet. Those who came from the clan, seeing that it was getting late, stayed at the princess's residence, and then set off back in the morning. The head butler had already made the arrangements and had a few subordinates to wait on them. Du Wan has been trying to ignore Pei Hao. However, the presence of the villain is too strong. She couldn't ignore it no matter how much she wanted to. Du Wan asked in a bad mood, "How much longer are you going to follow this county princess? Don't you have a big banquet at your house?" Pei Hao looked around and spoke. "Isn't there a banquet tonight? Only a family banquet? Enough. My parents said that people should be low-key. Low-key, understand? If you don't understand, you make up your own mind." Pei Hao smiled without saying anything. Low profile what? Is it possible? Not to make a big feast for guests is not wanting to touch the emperor's mold. The emperor was originally on Huang Ren's condition. Is worried. The princess house got the benefit. But also feast 4 sides everywhere to proclaim. Is wanting to show off their power? Pei Hao asked in a low voice. The person who harmed you has been lingering on the couch and is about to die. Are you happy? Happy. But I can't be happy when I see you. Du Wan spoke as if with a small knife. Nai-Shi has a thick skin and the knives are impervious. Oh. Then I'll come often so that you can see me often. Because if you're not happy, I'm happy. Get lost. Du Wan glared angrily. Pei Hao even raised his white hand and touched the little girl's hair. This small action was like smoothing the little girl's hair? Pei Hao curled the corners of his mouth as he stroked it. Pei Hao said softly, "I was wrong about last time. I'll apologize to you." Apologize? Du Wan was stunned for a moment. She even forgot to be angry. Huh? You actually apologized to me? Really? Didn't hear? Say it again. Gaining an inch. The little tail is almost up to the sky. Pei Hao gazed into her clear eyes and said sincerely, "I'm sorry. I was wrong last time. I shouldn't have hit you. I was so angry that I didn't think for a moment that you would be annoyed." The first sentence was still human. The second sentence was a dog. Who was annoyed? Hoo-ah. Hoo-ah. Du Wan snorted coldly and turned her head away. If she ignores him again, she is a real dog. When Pei Hao saw the little girl huffing and puffing away, his entire body froze. A wisp of confusion flashing under his eyes. He clearly took a step back and apologized today. But the little girl got even angrier? This question plagued Pei Hao. And he could not figure it out even after returning to Jingguo Gongfu. A person sat in the pavilion again and fumed. Mu Xian and Husan are not surprised anymore. Mu Xian said as if she understood. Master Shizi's appearance must be because of little princess again. Husan nodded nervously. Mu Xian added, "Should we go and ask?" "I'm not going. I'm a big old man. I don't understand." Roll. Mu Xian laughed and scolded. This matter still needs this Gongzi to step in. Mu Xian took the tea made by the subordinate and personally sent it to the pavilion, setting the teapot on the stone table. He then filled the tea bowl in front of Pei Hao with hot tea. "Ah Hao, come on. Have a cup of tea. My current status is your cousin. I can talk about things." Pei Hao glanced at him faintly and picked up the tea and took a shallow sip. Mu Xian sat down opposite Pei Hao. "Did you hit another wall with the county princess? I heard that the county princess has been treating you poorly lately. It's hard to guess the mind of a young girl." Pei Hao's eyebrows knitted gently. "Did you guess?" "Guessed. Always can't guess." Pei Hao hesitated for a long time, but still told Mu Xian the problem that he hadn't been able to figure out. "I unintentionally offended the little girl on that day of the Mid-Autumn Festival. What's the matter? I won't mention it to you." Then today apologized to her. She should have accepted it first. Her face was much better. But when I finished, she suddenly became even more angry. And huffed and puffed. "What did you say at the end?" "Repeat it to me?" "First of all, let me make it clear, I'm not looking into your privacy. I want to help you find out what the problem is." Mu Xian said it very sincerely. Pei Hao repeated the words. Afterwards, Mu Xian looked at this cousin and was really speechless. What he said in the front was no problem. In the last sentence, the good situation that was so hard to create in the front was all ruined cleanly. Mu Xian didn't want to care about him. Repacked the teapot and took it away. Walked a few steps and turned back, splashing the tea in front of Pei Hao before reprimanding him. I think it's better for you not to drink the tea and stay in the pavilion to do some introspection. In front of a little girl. Saying that people are annoyed? You're so capable. Why don't you go to heaven? Pei Hao's face darkened. Mu Xian had hung out with little girls too much, and would occasionally speak like a little girl, making people listen to him in a cloudy manner. However, there was one sentence he understood. It turned out to be that he shouldn't have told the truth, and the little girl was annoyed again this time. At once, Pei Hao was chagrined. Pei Hao saw that Mu Xian really put away the tea. Mu Xian! What? Mu Xian paused and turned back to ask. Come back. Pei Hao waved at him. Mu Xian raised his eyebrows. Not coming back. A day off? Last time you said 2 days off. Then add up to 3 days? That's too little. How many days do you want? Half a month? Mu Xian opened her mouth wide. Pei Hao looked at Mu Xian fixedly for 2 breaths. And a decision was made in his heart. Cousin, take the tea away. I won't bother cousin with this Sheetsy's business. Mu Xian. What's with the haggling? A normal operation would have been to haggle. Mu Xian selectively forgot about the embarrassment just now and turned back to the pavilion again, attentively pouring a cup of tea for Pei Hao. Pei Hao didn't pick it up and drink it, but looked at him with a smile on his face. Mu Xian was helpless. I was just teasing you. But you took it seriously? Well, then not playing now. Pei Hao followed his words and asked back. Not playing anymore. Speak up. What's the problem? How can I make the sheriff's mistress feel less angry? This? Throw yourself at it. Mu Xian thought for a while, but didn't think that the little county princess had any hobbies. You're miserable. The county princess comes from a princess house, what would she not have? Pei Hao pondered what the little girl likes. Mu Xian doesn't know, but Pei Hao knows. The little girl loves snacks. Last time, there was a small shop with good snacks. Pei Hao thought of buying some for the little girl. Chapter 170, the little sheriff is forced to open for business. The next day, early in the morning, Yu Ling Yuan's subordinates just set up breakfast. Du Wan hadn't even sat down at the dining table when she saw Ning Qin carrying a small food box in with a happy face, and said happily, Sheriff, Pei Shizi has sent you something. Du Wan originally wanted to say throw it out, but then she was curious about what Pei Shizi sent over early in the morning. Du Wan asked, What is it? I don't know. It should be food. Do you want to open it? Open it. Du Wan was about to eat her breakfast. Ning Qin gently eat. It's some candied fruits and dried fruits, as well as this ice candy gourd made of hawthorn slices that the county princess ate last time. Let me take a look. Du Wan probed her head and looked towards Ning Qin's side. In the box there were really 6 or 7 small snacks that Du Wan loved to eat. There were also 2 that she had not eaten before. And there was another kind of snack that she had eaten on the Mid-Yuan festival. It is made of hawthorn slices wrapped in syrup. And when the syrup condenses into a block, the bite is crunchy, sweet and sour. Very delicious. The corner of Du Wan's mouth curled up. But she said as if she was disgusted. Heh. Gift-giving snacks. Too stingy. And only send such a little bit. Not enough for my day's portion. As she said that, she went and grabbed a piece of iced sugar hawthorn slice and ate it. After eating a piece, another piece. Ning Qin didn't notice at first, but later realized that the snacks had gone for a small portion, and hurriedly took the food box away. Sheriff Master, save the snacks for later. You need to eat breakfast first. With snacks to eat, who would still love to eat the main meal? Du Wan slightly pouted and reluctantly sat down at the table. No matter how rich the princess house was, the food was just like that. For an ordinary family in Great Qin, it might be top-notch, but for Du Wan, the food was only average. The kitchen of the princess's residence is no more capable than the country before Du Wan crossed over. The south of the sky and the north of the country. Flavorful snacks. Want to eat? Eat. It's rare to have some snacks, so naturally I love them. Du Wan was planning to go to the martial arts training hall. The main court sent someone over to notify the palace that someone had come to pick up the eldest princess and her to go to the palace. Du Wan was surprised by this. However, Ning Qin and the others had already prepared and rebathed and burnt incense to dress Du Wan. When she went to the main courtyard, the eldest princess was already waiting for her. The carriage was still waiting at the gate. After getting into the carriage, there were only mother and daughter. Du Wan asked in a low voice, "Mother? Who in the palace wants to take us to the palace?" It was sent by the emperor. It should be related to Huang Ren. As soon as the eldest princess said this, she moved slightly closer to her daughter and urged in a low voice, "Water. When you see Huang Ren in a while, don't show your anger even if you are angry in your heart. She is your uncle's own daughter. Your uncle will only want to see the younger generation put aside their differences." Daughter understands. Du Wan took the eldest princess's words into her heart. The lofty palace gates were heavily guarded. The eunuch leading the way in the palace brought the mother and daughter directly to the Jinshou Palace. In Jinshou Palace, not surprisingly, they met the emperor. Du Wan noticed that the emperor seemed to have emaciated a bit, as if he had aged a few years, probably because of Huang Ren's matter. He had worked hard and had not rested well. Du Wan respectfully stepped forward and bowed in a regular manner. Greetings to the emperor. Not shouting uncle to the emperor anymore? The emperor smiles and jokes. In fact, for this awkward name, the emperor still finds it quite refreshing. Du Wan immediately changed her attitude and said with a smile on her face, "Wasn't that the rule just now? My father and my mother, including my big brother, are always reminding me into the palace to pay attention to the rules to know the rules and so on." The emperor lost his smile for a moment. Good. The little girl knows the rules. Very good. That's. Who doesn't know that I'm a good and cute one? Listening to my elders is a must. Du Wan and the emperor were talking on the sidelines, amusing the emperor several times. On the contrary, it was the eldest princess who stood watching with a smile. Seeing that the two of them couldn't finish talking for a while, the eldest princess headed inside and entered Huang Ren's bedchamber. Huang Ren lay on the bed and looked at the beams on the roof. Thought he would be like this for the rest of his life. Thinking that she could not take a breath of evil. Thinking that she would die with hatred. However, it wasn't until she was on the verge of death that she realized she had hated the wrong person for years. People have nothing to do with her own misfortune at all. The eldest princess walked to Huang Ren's bed. The palace maid, who was waiting, moved a chair for the eldest princess to sit down. Huang Ren twisted her head to look at the eldest princess. "Auntie? Ai. It's the first time I've heard someone call this palace aunt." The eldest princess' voice was soft. Huang Ren looked into the eldest princess' eyes. The eldest princess did not avoid her gaze and straightened up to meet her. Huang Ren imperceptibly raised the corners of her mouth. "Does auntie hate me?" "Hated before I met you." The eldest princess' voice was still soft, like a breeze brushing across the water. "This palace's daughter has suffered so much because of you. If I say I don't hate it, you wouldn't believe it. And now, seeing you lying on the bed, and then thinking of the way the emperor labored for you, I can't hate even if I want to." The eldest princess sighed softly. "Don't think too much, and take good care of your body. Let bygones be bygones." Huang Ren lowered her eyes. At precisely this moment, the emperor and Du Wan together stepped back and forth into the bedchamber. The eldest princess hurriedly stood up to salute. The emperor interrupted her movements and said, "Imperial sister, sit. There are no outsiders here. There is no need to be polite. Etiquette cannot be abolished." Rapunzel still did the rest of the salute. The emperor was helpless. "Imperial sister has time to come into the palace more often to accompany Renner." "Will do." The eldest princess sighed lightly. Du Wan looked at Huang Ren. "It's even weaker than last time. Last time she was still able to half lie down." Du Wan did not know about Huang Ren's illness. She only heard the eunuch say something about heart failure. The condition depicted in the book is heart failure. Huang Ren looks at Du Wan again and weakly inquires, "Does cousin hate me?" "Of course I hate you. I still want to get back at you." "So what? You hurry up and get better so that I can get back at you. This will allow me to take out a mouthful of bad anger." Du Wan spoke recklessly in front of the emperor. It didn't turn people off and made them feel forthright. Huang Ren was like seeing Du Wan for the first time. Carefully sizing her up. "Cousin is very good." "That's of course good. I'm the best girl in the entire capital. Before you showed up, I was still the #1 prettiest." Du Wan started bragging again, exuding the characteristic petulant cuteness of a little girl. With her boasting like this, the depressing aura in the dormitory seemed to have washed away quite a bit. Even Huang Ren seemed to have relaxed quite a bit. The emperor laughed. Letting Wan Wan enter the palace was indeed the right thing to do. My Wan heir is well behaved and knowledgeable. The eldest princess was proud. Hearing this, Huang Ren looked towards Du Wan, who was smiling with a simple face. If one forgets Du Wan's words of shooting her a few days ago, and that one person she killed with her own hands, does seem like an innocent and simple little girl. Chapter 171. The world's son is not doing business again. Being forced to business Du Wan. The heart is bitter. Meet Huang Ren measuring gaze also greatly. To say that forgave Huang Ren? Impossible. What the two of them had formed was a deadly feud. Even if Huang Ren misunderstood. So what? What happened can still be treated as if it never happened. Just in front of the emperor's uncle. Du Wan knows that her understanding and well-behaved persona can't collapse. No matter whether the emperor is good or bad. He is the big backer of the princess house. If something happens to the emperor, it's hard to say whether the princess mansion will still be safe or not. Empress Dowager is here. A eunuch came in and reported to the emperor. The emperor was silent for a moment and said, "Let her come in." The eldest princess stood up as a sign of respect. Du Wan obediently stood next to the eldest princess. The empress, still as graceful and luxurious as ever, came in with her hand held by a palace maid. A set of greetings and courtesies came down, and the pleasantries began. The empress walked to the front of the bed and asked Huang Ren for a while, looking genuinely sincere. Du Wan, however, could see that the empress was not genuine, and was purely doing it for the emperor to see. The emperor said, "All right. Don't disturb Renner's rest. Emperor, concubine knows." The empress instructed Huang Ren 2 more times before she got up and walked outside with the emperor. The eldest princess and Du Wan followed out. Only the eldest princess said goodbye to Huang Ren before she left. Rest well. Get well, and come back to the princess mansion to play again. You are always welcome at the princess mansion as a guest. Du Wan just waved her small hand in farewell. Huang Ren was after all the emperor's bloodline, and face-saving sentiment still had to be maintained. The exposure of the murder case had caused her to have too many emotional ups and downs, and even though she had been exonerated, she was still suffering from a lingering illness to this day. Du Wan will not, and Huang Ren again. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't. People are dying. The emperor also made compensation to the princess house. Du Wan is still unyielding. Reasonable will become unreasonable. The empress and the eldest princess exchanged a few pleasantries, and then turned to look at Du Wan. I haven't seen Wan Wan for some days. She's grown a bit, and her appearance is better. Thank you, Empress, for the compliment. Du Wan thanked obediently. The queen covered her mouth to hide her smile, and then said with a worried face, Wan Wan went back to the clan some time ago. Did she go to see your Yirong's sister? This palace heard that Ronger was punished to go to the mountain for purification, and was so worried for a while that she even felt that she couldn't sleep well. Du Wan praised against her will. It's not a problem. Your Highness is glowing. The Empress choked. Does the little girl know how to speak? But there is nothing wrong with the praise. It's just that the occasion is not right. The Empress couldn't be bothered to snap, so she had to pretend she didn't hear it, and kept talking about how hard Yirong had worked, how much suffering she had endured, and so on, and then added that she missed her niece and other clouds. And then stupid can hear. The queen is trying to do Wan to the patriarch to say. Do Wan is what the Empress said. She is nodding. Anyway, she just kept her mouth shut and didn't mention helping. Seeing that the Empress still wants to say something, Du Wan directly assures as if she is considerate. When I am free to go back to the clan, I will definitely go up the mountain for the Empress to visit clan sister Yunrong. The Empress' heart was clogged. Is it for you to visit? It was to let you go and plead for mercy. On the contrary, this little girl had a simple face, not knowing whether she really didn't understand or pretended not to understand. Rapunzel did not interject, listening on the sidelines. See, her daughter did not suffer, also ignored. Then talked with the emperor next to him. The things that were chatted about were all related to Huang Ren's body. Your Majesty, is there no way? The eunuchs have all seen it. Why don't we send out an imperial list to offer a reward? This is fine. The emperor decided after only thinking for a moment, with the empress coming over to interrupt. The emperor was in no mood to keep the eldest princess and Du Wan for lunch. He had people send the mother and daughter out of the palace. Until Du Wan was about to leave, the empress was unable to get the request out. It wasn't that she didn't want to say it directly. It was that she was later interrupted by Du-Wan for various reasons. The Empress is not the wife of the state uncle. If she raised and then rejected, it would be ugly. Du-Wan can't scold the Empress like scolding the wife of the state uncle. She always have to give the Emperor a little face. Therefore, Du-Wan simply did not let the Empress pick it out. Arriving in front of the palace gates, Pei Hao led a group of officials and soldiers from the Imperial City Department. Guarding the carriage, Pei Hao greeted the eldest princess. The Emperor has ordered my humble servant to send the eldest princess back to the palace. Cheng Ming has the heart. The eldest princess complimented with a smile. In her heart, Du-Wan only wants to LOL. People are duty-bound, not attentive. Pei Hao wanted to make conversation with Du-Wan. But Du-Wan gave a cold snort, raised her chin arrogantly, and turned around to get into the carriage. The princess pretended not to see it and followed into the carriage. Pei Hao looked helpless. Is the little girl still angry? It seems that one box of snacks won't do. You need to send 2 boxes? The carriage started. People from the Imperial City Department are protecting the left and right. Inside the carriage, the eldest princess lamented. The royal list is posted. I still don't know if there is a miracle doctor to unveil the list. There will be. Experts are in the people. Just you can talk. The eldest princess laughs and scolds. Du-Wan smiles and curries favor, making the eldest princess laugh and flutter. Pei Hao, outside the carriage, could hear the laughter inside from time to time. Since Huang Ren was found out, Du-Wan's body was like a layer of heavy shackles were removed. She thought that the disappearance had not been clarified. But at least the real culprit had been found. And it was considered to be an explanation for the original owner. Perhaps this is the last thing she did for the original owner. And the rest of her life will be her reward. Arriving in front of the princess's mansion, mother and daughter are getting off the carriage. Pei Hao carefully guards the carriage. And when Du-Wan stands on the carriage, he instinctively extends his big hand towards her. Du-Wan looked at the big hand in front of her, raised her small hand, and slapped it. Slap. It was clear and loud. Du-Wan swept him with a slanting glance. Hand over your hand. Want to get beaten up? Okay. Pei Hao was beaten up. But he actually wasn't angry at all. Are the snacks still to your liking? It's average. It's okay. Du-Wan raised her chin and replied. Then when you finish eating, I'll send it again? No need. If I want to eat, I'll have someone go buy it myself. With these words, he reminds Du-Wan. Since he could buy it, she could buy it just as well. And right now, she wasn't short on money. Then, the little girl raised her head and chest. And with a 6-parent pace, she went into the princess's mansion. Pei Hao stood in front of the door until the little girl's back was no longer visible. Then he turned around, looked at Hu-san next to him, and instructed Hu-san, arrange for someone to go and dish out that little shop that makes snacks. Have them closed down tomorrow and stop doing business for now. Also, the county princess likes to eat that hawthorn slices. You arrange for someone to buy them all tomorrow. Hu-san, the world prince is not doing anything again. I'm afraid that if the little county princess knew about this, she would be so angry that she would jump out of her skin. Hu-san tentatively asked, should we secretly go and buy them all? It's not easy for people to find out this way. Go and buy it openly and honestly. Pei Hao doesn't feel the need to be sneaky to buy a small shop. It's not like he's doing anything bad. Hu-san is only a subordinate. He can't say anything. He can only go and do as he is told. Chapter 172. The little girl is even more angry. As Pei Hao thought, buying a small shop is not a big deal. Pei's subordinates went to do it, and gave enough silver. The process of transferring the small shop went smoothly. So the next day successfully let the small shop closed. Du-Wan finished eating the snacks Pei Hao gave her, so she ordered Luokai to go and buy them. As a result, Loki went for more than an hour and came back with only a small packet of iced hawthorn slices, which was not enough for her to stuff her teeth with. Du-Wan asked, what happened? Sheriff. The slave girl spent some time and inquired about the location of a small shop. The location is a bit remote. It was hard to find it, but I found out that the shop is closed today. Such a coincidence? Du-Wan looked at the iced sugar hawthorn slices that Loki bought back. It was the small snack she had eaten on the Mid-Yuan festival. The sweet and sour one. There was only a small packet now, and there might not even be half a caddy. Du-Wan pointed to the hawthorn slices on the table. What about this one? How did you get it? Oh, this is iced sugar hawthorn slices. It's sold by another small shop. The slave girl wasn't very lucky. They were all sold out when she went over. She said that they were all bought away by a big customer. The small packet that Luoke brought back was still privately kept by the shopkeeper for himself. County Master. This can be bought again tomorrow. No need. When Duan hears the address of that shop that sells ice sugar hawthorn slices, all of a sudden, she didn't want to go buy them again. The reason? It was that she remembered. Wasn't that shop owned by Qin Yuyu? At this time, Ning Qin came in carrying a food box. Sheriff. Pei Shizi sent someone to send small snacks again. What? Pei Shizi had someone send them over. Similar to yesterday's. Let me see. Duan went over and opened the box. It was really the same as yesterday's. The portion was also about the same. It was just enough for her to eat for a day. Duan covered the box, letting people go to buy it. But they didn't get it? But Pei Hao got it. Who would believe it if there was nothing fishy about it? Duan thoughtfully walked out of Yuling Yuan and recruited one of her personal guards to find out the reason why the small shop was closed. This matter was really small. It didn't take much time for that personal guard to investigate it. Hearing the results of the investigation, Duan just wanted to LOL. Dog man. This has been ongoing against her. Isn't it? Hearing that she was going to let the subordinate go to buy. Turn around and he bought the small shop. And then let people close the door. Is not trying to let her buy not? Turning around and ordering people to send snacks to Yuling Yuan. Is it to demonstrate to her? Duan looked at the snacks sent by Pei Hao and instantly lost her appetite. Everyday living in the princess residence. There is no pastime. Just eating snacks and melon seeds in her spare time. She is not someone who can't go on without snacks. So, Duan pointed at the snacks on the table and said, Ning Qin. Take these down and let everyone share. Yes. Thank you. Sheriff Master. Ning Qin joyfully took the snacks away. For the next few days in a row, Pei Shizi had people bring boxes of snacks and change the pattern. Occasionally, he would also bring 1 or 2 new snacks that were delicious. Duan didn't even touch them and directly rewarded them to the subordinates of Jade's Spirit Garden. And then also announced that she was going into seclusion. Pei Hao quickly discovered the problem. The little girl not only didn't lose her temper, she didn't even touch the things he gave her. And even, he couldn't enter the Jade Spirit Garden. The guards outside the Jade Spirit Garden were all replaced with the little girl's own guards, who only followed the little girl's orders, as if they were deliberately intercepting him. No matter if it was day or night, he was being watched by the personal guards. Anyway, the most Pei Hao could do was to walk outside the courtyard wall of Yuling Yuan, Duke of Jin's mansion. The world sun's listening to rain residence. Pei Hao is sitting in this small pavilion again to daze. Hu San stood guard not far away and dozed off. Mu Xian gently came to sit next to Hu San and touched Hu San with his elbow. Hu San woke up with a start. Eunuch Mu. What is it? What's wrong with Shitzi these days again? Mu Xian was on holiday the day before yesterday. Went out with friends to eat and drink. And only just returned to the residence. I came back today and found that the atmosphere wasn't right. Did the world sun lose his temper again? The whole body is breathing cold air. And he looks like a stranger. Everyone was trembling and careful. It would be strange if there were no problems. Hu San wanted to roll his eyes, like a little girl. Unfortunately, it was ugly for a big man to learn it. Hu San naturally knew the reason why the world prince was like this. It's nothing really. It's just that the county lord is even angrier. And the world prince hasn't seen anyone for days. Mu Xian. Whirlwind thought for a moment. Not right, oh. Mu Xian asked in a low voice. Climb the wall in the middle of the night? Couldn't get into the sheriff's courtyard. They were all blocked outside. Hu San does not sympathize with the Shitzi master. It is all his own doing. If he really wants to sympathize, he still has a little sympathy for the little princess. Having a fiancé who is so capable of being a demon. But when the world prince is in a bad mood, the people underneath are not doing well. In order for Hu San to feel better, he told Mu Xian about Pei Hao's wave of operations. Listening to Mu Xian, he was dumbfounded. Master Shitzi was truly a talent. Always able to accurately step on the little girl's anger point. Hu San laughed nervously. Prince Mu, think of a way to help Master Shitzi. No go. He can't help himself up. Mu Xian made up his mind not to help this time. And he planned to watch the fun from the sidelines. Aren't you afraid that Shitzi will be angry with you? Such as an increase in workload? Won't be. Why wouldn't it? It's not like there haven't been examples. Fuck. What is this all about? Mu Xian wanted to curse his mother. He was going to be on duty tomorrow. Wouldn't he be banging his head against the wall? However, he still didn't want to get into this mess. If he didn't let the Shitsi master receive enough lessons, he wouldn't learn his lesson. Princess Mansion. Jade Spirit Garden. The master's bedroom. The door to the room was closed tightly again. The underlings had seen something in the past few days. It's the fact that the county princess has been locking herself in her room. And I'm afraid it has something to do with Pei Shizhi. Apart from the first day. Later on, when Pei Shizhi sent something, the county princess didn't eat a bit of it, and let the underling share it all. Ning Qin looked at the door of the room and sighed. It's been 3 days. How did the county lord and Pei Shizhi fall out? Painting Yi was puzzled. Xu Xiang said. Did Pei Shizhi make the county princess angry? What did Pei Shizhi do? Ning Qin came over and asked in a low voice. Painting Yi blankly glanced at her. You and Luoke follow the county princess all day long. Even you guys don't know. How are we supposed to know? The silent Luoke opened his mouth. Wanting to say something, finally said nothing. Xu Xiang heard this and fell a little lost. The 4 eldest maids came to serve by the county lord's side at the same time, now invariably divided into ranks. Ningqin is the most favored beside the sheriff. The sheriff often takes her out with her. Falling chess was a bore, and was still occasionally remembered by the county lord. Only she and Painting Yi seemed as if they had been forgotten by the county lord. Duan, who was being speculated by the maids on how to be sulky and sad. It was in the middle of concentrating on cultivation. A new movement had suddenly appeared the day before yesterday. As a result, she had been mulling over the new move in seclusion. Chapter 173, said by that dog man. With a previous cultivation as a foundation, the new movement quickly caught on. Duan carefully felt the pain that was familiar to her bones when she was cultivating. It wasn't unbearable anymore. Perhaps it had been a habit formed by the pain all along. Duh. There was a knock on the door. Ning Qin stood outside and respectfully said, Sheriff Master. Yin Mama from the main courtyard came to pass on the message. The eldest princess said that she will go to the Protectorate Temple early in the morning on Sunday to offer incense, and will also fast for 3 days, and asked if you want to go. Protectorate Temple? Go. This name reminds Duan of something. The temple, the high point of the plot. The place where the original owner disappeared in the first place was near the Protectorate Temple. This Protectorate Temple was also the most famous in the Great Qin Kingdom, and was said to be a very old temple. However, it was depicted in the book. And although the name was said to be called the Protectorate Temple, it was not true to its name. According to historical records, the Protectorate Temple has been through several dynasties. Never seen it protect which country, but it has been standing. Incense flourishing. Duan didn't ask Du Qian if he was going. The reason was that she knew that Du Qian was caught by the people sent by the old patriarch 3 days ago, and went back to the clan to go to school. Duan thought of a problem. She took out a box from the hidden compartment of the Bo Gu shelf. The box contained a land deed for the manor. This problem of Huangren had been solved, so it should not be a demon again. The next focus was to prepare for the chaotic world. This manor has not been checked since I got my hands on it. This trip out, but can find an excuse to take a look. At this very moment, Drop Chess's voice resounded again outside the door. Sheriff Master, Miss Qingjiu has come to pay you a visit. Duan puts the land deed back, and puts the box back into the dark compartment. Bring her to Yuling Yuan, and prepare some delicious candied fruits and gourd snacks or something. Yes. Drop Chess answered and left. When Qingjiu stepped into Jade's spirit garden, Duan had already come out from the bedroom. And once she saw Qingjiu's slightly festive outfit, she couldn't help but smile brightly. Yo! Good all. How have you been lately? Still good? I'm fine. It's you. How are you? Qingjiu was quite sympathetic to his nemesis who grew up together. I've heard some things about you. It's quite pathetic. Always having things happen. So unlucky. Did you forget to worship in the temple? Duan said unconvincingly. Did I cause it? It's all things that come to me. I know. That's why I said you are unlucky. You're the one who's unlucky. Your whole family is unlucky. But my whole family together is not as unlucky as you alone. Duan must have been blind in the past to think that this girl was an iron being. This is not. Look. Poking people's heart is quite capable. Duan looked askance at her and asked. Say. What are you doing here looking for me? Nothing. Just came to see you. Chinjo answered truthfully. After being quiet for a while, Chinjo added, I didn't see you at the Mid-Autumn Festival's palace banquet, and I wanted to come to see you the next day. But I heard the next day that you were almost in trouble again. If I rushed over to visit, I was afraid that you would think I was gloating. So, you waited for a few days before coming over today? Yeah. Does that make it not gloating? What logic, ah? But a little girl's logic itself wasn't too strong. The two girls came together to chat again. The things they chatted about were rather fragmented. One moment talking about this thing, the other moment talking about that thing. Until Du-Wan talked about going to the Protectorate Temple for incense tomorrow. Chinjo immediately said, Can I follow along to go to the incense? Yes. One more person will be more lively. Du-Wan slapped her hand and agreed. Chinjo did whatever he thought of and ran home to get ready. Du-Wan crossed her legs and saw the fresh preserves made from peach meat on the coffee table. So she picked it up and ate a piece. Today's preserves are quite tasty. I wonder who made them. Du-Wan recruited Ning Qin and instructed, I'm going to the mountains tomorrow, so bring more of this preserves. It's quite tasty. This? Ning Qin hesitated for a moment before saying, Sheriff, this is what Pei Shitzi had someone sent today. The slave girl saw that you were going to entertain Miss Chinjo, so she took it out? Du-Wan's chewing action stalled. What? That dogman sent it? The candied fruit in Du-Wan's mouth suddenly felt less flavorful. Eating a man's mouth is soft. Taking a man's hand is short. So, she puts down the preserves in her hand. Oh, then there's no need to prepare it. The taste is just like that. Average. Sheriff, are you still angry with Pei Shitzi? How could I be? Du-Wan denied it quickly. In fact, after so many days, there's really nothing to be angry about. But that man is too much of a dog. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Du-Wan asked Ning Qin to remove the things on the table, inexplicably holding a breath in her chest. She lifted up the ring-head sword and decided to go to the sword practice to vent her anger. Du-Wan's feet just stepped into the martial arts training hall, then suddenly gave a start. She and Du Qian were the only ones who would come to the martial arts hall on weekdays, and ordinary people were forbidden to enter. At this moment, there was a scent inside, a very slight scent of human breathing. To ask her how she detected it, she herself was not sure. Anyway, she just heard it. Du-Wan knew that this was most likely related to the inheritance of the jade. Holding the hilt of her sword in her hand, she stopped without taking another step. Who is it? Trespassing into the martial training hall. It's me. Pei Hao turned out from the shadows. Du-Wan. Dog man. Come to do what? Pei Hao stood under the eaves of the house, looking at her fixedly, his eyes deep and dark. He had always wanted to see her, and had never been able to. When he inquired about her, he heard that she was shut up for him and didn't think about anything. But now that he's seen her, he realizes that the rumors must be false. A few days have not seen the little girl. Rosy cheeks, radiant, not the slightest bit of his imagination haggard look, compared to him, but always thinking of her. What happened last time might have been a misunderstanding on his part. The little girl may not have liked him. This kind of cognition is really upsetting. Xie Zhang, couldn't he do it? He spent such a long time and energy. The same, couldn't he do it? Pei Hao took a step towards her. Du-Wan was inexplicably a little nervous, noticing that today's Pei Hao seemed a little different from usual. Especially the way he looked at people seemed to hide some kind of lurid storm. Du-Wan gripped the hilt of her sword with both hands again, maintaining a posture that she could draw her sword at any time. She looked at him warily. It was like this again. This was her distrust of him. A kind of divide that even she herself did not realize long ago. Pei Hao only felt a blockage in his chest. A breath he was holding. It was unbearable. It was you who instructed your personal guards to intercept me, and not allow me to approach you, Ling Yuan? Oh, yeah. Crossing the river and tearing down the bridge? Now that the murderer has been found, does this Shitzi have no use for it? Do you think that I, Pei Hao, am at your beck and call? Pei Hao's cold, questioning voice inexplicably had a hint of aggression. Du-Wan was staggered. Wasn't he too much of a dog to treat her in the first place? Chapter 174. The little girl beating a rake backwards. Faced with Pei Hao's questioning, Du-Wan, no matter how slow she was, sensed that his mood was off. This kind of thing absolutely cannot be admitted. So, Du-Wan in turn hit a rake. What? You don't want to accuse me. I didn't do anything wrong to you. Aren't you the one who's been having a hard time with me? When did I have a hard time with you? Pei Hao's heart was so clogged that he almost spat out blood. His voice couldn't help but raise a few points. Du Wan was strange. You hit me first, and scolded me later, and purposely forbid other snack shops to open for business. Just don't want me to buy the snacks I like to eat. Isn't this still not a fault? Pei Hao. No, it's not. Du Wan pointed at him and added, Look, you've acquiesced yourself and can't say anything. Nonsense. Don't try to frame me. Pei Hao's defense was quite feeble. Du Wan hummed lightly and questioned. You haven't hit me? Pei Hao couldn't refute that he had hit. Beaten. Right. You haven't scolded me for being annoyed? This I did say. It's not enough to have said it. I didn't accuse you wrongly. As for the matter of the little shop, I have not wronged you even more. The day before I said I would let my subordinates go buy food, and the next day they closed. Huh? Du Wan squinted at him. The more she looked at him, the more her little face became unkind. If she didn't want to maintain the image of a county princess, Du Wan would have wanted to point at him with her arms crossed and curse him. Today is a rare opportunity. How could Du Wan miss it? So the little girl carried her sword in one hand, crossed her small waist with one hand, and justifiably and forcefully pointed at him and scolded. What? You have the guts to do it but not the guts to admit it? You're the son of the Jingui Gongfu. But you're not doing anything to help me. And you're looking for trouble from me. A little girl. You still have a point. Don't you? You still want to hit me with a rake? Pei Hao was scolded to the point of confusion. No, he wasn't. He was wrongly accused. However, after hearing the little girl's scolding, he finally knew why. It turned out that the little girl misunderstood him, just as he wanted to explain clearly. As a result, the little girl crossed her eyes at him, snorted coldly, flung her little head, turned around and ran out of sight. Pei Hao had a stomach full of words that he was hard-pressed to say. The son of the world has grown up so much. Finally tasted the taste of having a hard time speaking. Du Wan slipped far away before patting her small chest as if she had palpitations. Emma, what a scary villain. I just actually pointed at his face and cursed him. This is really too cool. Du Wan wasn't afraid of Pei Hao's revenge. Tomorrow, she and the eldest princess will go to the temple for incense, so they won't be able to see O. Just that afternoon, Pei Hao sent someone to send a small box of sandalwood carved with a mythical beast. After opening the box, there was a letter inside, and a deed to a small shop. The name on it became Du Wan's. And in addition, the letter also explained the reason for buying the shop. What? Buying a small shop is purely to make delicious food for her. The corner of Du Wan's mouth twitched. A good thing. Change to the big villain to do. How can it change the flavor? Du Wan still believes in what the letter said. Pei Hao. As the villain. No. He is the son of Jingui Gongfu. There is really no need to lie to her. Since she came to the capital, Pei Hao had helped her a lot. Du Wan didn't want to turn her back on him. It was purely because she didn't get along with his aura, and wanted to see as little of him as possible. In the future, if Pei Hao had anything to do, Du Wan would still try her best to help. As for the marriage contract, forget it. It can be delayed for as long as possible. In the future, when the princess house is in chaos, maybe the Duke of Jin's house will have to withdraw from the marriage. Du Wan put the letter back into the box and asked Ning Qin to put it away. Okay. This princess is not the kind of person who is petty. Since he has specially written a letter to apologize, then just forgive him. Then, will the county lord reply to the letter? The person who sent the letter is still waiting outside. Ning Qin carefully inquired. All right. I'll write a reply letter. Du Wan lifted her pen and thought about it, feeling that just talking about it wasn't quite a guarantee. At times like this, a letter of guarantee was needed. The content was simple. As follows. Guarantee letter, I am Pei Hao, the son of Jingui Gongfu. Word Chengming. Guarantee that I will not seek Du Wan's trouble in the future. Otherwise I am a dogman. Wang. Want. Wang. The three slightly magical characters of Wang were especially eye-catching on the paper. The font is also twice as big as the previous line. At the end, for fear of making a mistake, the year, month and day were specially marked. Then, Du Wan put pen to paper to write another letter. That letter purposely reminded, let Pei Hao sign his name and stamp his private seal before sending it back to the princess house. Only then would she believe in his sincerity, and believe that he would never come back to trouble her again, and so on and so forth. She even made a special statement that if he dared to find her trouble again in the future, she would post the letter to the most conspicuous place in the capital for all the people to admire. Du-Wan stuffed the letter and the guarantee together into an envelope, then asked Ning Qin to take it to the Pei family guards outside. The Pei family guards got the reply letter and left neatly. Before Du-Wan wrote back just now, he had been dawdling outside. Du-Wan ignored the letter after she wrote it and pondered about something else in her mind. Pei Hao was on duty at the government office in the afternoon. The letter sent by Pei's guards was sent directly to the government office. Getting the reply letter, Pei Hao's gloomy face obviously improved. Did County Princess say anything? The guard replied respectfully. My subordinate did not see the County Princess. The letter was sent out by the County Princess's side's eldest maid, Ning Qin. After getting the reply letter, I immediately rushed back to hand it over to you. Well, you did a good job. Go down. When you return to the mansion, go to the Grand Steward to collect the 10 taels of reward silver. Yes. Thank you, World Son. The guard's face was joyful. Hu-san was right. There really was a reward for getting a reply. Pei Hao pinched the thickness of the letter with his fingers. It was thicker than any letter written by the little girl in the past. This made Pei Hao's expectation of the content 2 points higher. At least it wouldn't be like before. Only 1 or 2 sentences or a few words. When Mu Xian heard that the little girl had written back, he couldn't help but come up and stare at the letter in Pei Hao's hand. This time, he made up his mind not to intervene. So, he really didn't intervene. He didn't think that this cousin actually took care of it by himself? Mu Xian was quite curious. But today, Pei Hao was secretive and didn't take him with him. Ah, how? Did the County Princess write to you again? You cleared the air so quickly. It's just a little misunderstanding. Explain it clearly. Naturally, it's fine. Pei Hao's expression was flat, speaking in a light-hearted manner. Mu Xian raised her eyebrows. Could it be that it was a lie that I saw you dawdling in the gazebo before? Pei Hao jerked his head up and gave him a cool look. Duty time. Idle? Not idle. Mu Xian simply sat aside, picked up the tea bowl and crossed his legs. You don't want to assign work to me indiscriminately. The big deal is that my son resigned from the government and went to plant a field. Chapter 175. The world's son is so angry that his teeth are itchy. Mu Xian is here. How can he still read the letter quietly? But Mu Xian made it clear that he would not leave. Pei Hao had to open the envelope in front of him. Strange. There are 2 letters? Pei Hao opened to read one. This one guarantee letter. 3 words written can be striking. When seeing the content, people whose heart is not strong read it. I'm afraid they will be so angry that 1 Buddha will come out of the world and 2 Buddhas will ascend to heaven. Heh! Guarantee? Pei Hao was so angry that his teeth itched, and he dumped the guarantee on top of the table case. Mu Xian sits on the chair and strangely looks at the Shitsi master's reaction. Ah, how? What did the County Princess write? Look at how angry you are. You're overly concerned. This Shitsi is not angry. Heh. Yes. Not angry. Mu Xian smiled meaningfully. Whether one is angry or not is not something that can be said with one's mouth. His eyes are not blind yet. Only to see Pei Hao open another letter. There was nothing in the front. There was mental preparation. When he saw the back of the letter that said he would post it for people to admire, Pei Hao's breath came up again. No way. If this continues, he will die young from the little girl's anger. Pei Hao again put the letter upside down on the desktop. Deeply helpless. This reaction of his made Mu Xian's curiosity about the content of the letter reach its peak. Thinking back to the first time the little girl wrote a letter to the Shitsi master, Mu Xian quietly got up and went around behind Pei Hao. A thieving hand was about to sneak in and take it. Pa! The hand was slapped away by Pei Hao. Pei Hao warned. Don't try to mess around. Can I take a look? No. Such a disgraceful matter must not be known to outsiders. Pei Hao pressed the 2 letters down, leaving Mu Xian with no way to get at them. Mu Xian could only sit back in her seat, not knowing from which pocket she took out a handful of sunflower seeds and got high without any seriousness. Seeing Pei Hao pick up one of the letters, as if he had no choice, he signed his name and stamped his personal seal. Don't ask Mu Xian to sit so far away. Why do you know Pei Hao is signing his name? Grew up together. The familiar action of signing the letter can still be seen. The private seal is even simpler. This thing has always let Pei Hao carry it close to his body. He took it out, and Mu Xian naturally recognized it. When the handwriting dried, Pei Hao folded the letter and stuffed it into an envelope. Sealing it, Pei Hao called a beloved guard and told him to make sure to take the letter and hand it over to the sheriff master personally. It can't go through anyone's hands. Not even the sheriff master's maid. That look. As if the letter was so important. If Mu Xian hadn't seen that the letter was originally sent by the county lord, he almost didn't believe it. It must be that the world prince had been defeated in front of the little girl and compromised. Signed some kind of contract of sale? Mu Xian's heart was like a clear mirror all of a sudden. Remembering Pei Hao's expression earlier, Mu Xian was more and more sure of her guess. What's wrong? Cousin Ah Hao, are you signing a contract of sale for your little fiancé? Upon hearing this, Pei Hao's expression stagnated for a moment, then returned to normal. You've already said that she's my little fiancé. So what's the point of signing a contract of sale? People won't take it seriously if it's spread out. They'll just say that it's a love affair between our young couple. TSK. This isn't even a marriage yet. It's still not a young couple. Sooner or later. Pei Hao's tone was certain. Mu Xian secretly wondered. You're getting more and more unobtrusive now. What did you say before? To get back at people or something. Huh? Does your face hurt? Pei Hao. Blame it on his youthful ignorance at the time. After such a long time, and so many things happened. Pei Hao can understand his own feelings even if he doesn't grow a brain. Not to mention that he himself is a smart person. The little girl is not the same for him. That guarantee. Signing it is the same as not signing it. Because he wouldn't go looking for the little girl's trouble. So, in order to calm her anger, he still signed his name on it. When it was to give the little girl a joy to make her happy, Pei Hao suddenly surveyed Mu Xian with eyes full of deep meaning. Xian, you, a person without a fiancé, can't understand the feelings of me and others. At these words, Mu Xian almost choked on the melon rind. Is this showing off? It must be showing off. The other side, getting the signed and stamped guarantee. Duan read it over and over again a dozen times. Pei Hao actually signed it. Duan thought he wouldn't sign it. Now, she is completely convinced that he was unintentional earlier and she misunderstood him. It's rare. This is a rare thing. Duan, with the thought of a rare commodity, put this guarantee together with the land deed of the manor. The next morning, the weather is sunny, windy and beautiful. The Protectorate Temple outside the city. In front of the mountain gate. In the open and flat grassland. There were quite a few carriages of nobles parked. There were also some ox carts of ordinary people at the edge. People were coming and going. And there were also some small traders among them. So it was quite lively. At the entrance of the mountain, a big stone monument was erected. On the monument were the 3 words Protectorate Temple, which were powerful and intimidating. The people of the Great Qin Kingdom were generally in awe of gods, ghosts, and Buddhas. In order to show their sincerity, all of the incense burners would walk up the mountain. Finally, we're here. Duan jumped off the carriage. Qinjiu followed and jumped down. My bones are sore from the top of the carriage. Hee hee. Just you are refined. The eldest princess pursed her lips and laughed. A group of people trooped up the mountain. Before they stepped on the last layer of steps, they saw the bell tower and drum tower above them, fronting a solemn and magnificent treasure hall, stepped on a heavy stone steps, and is a main temple for the Bodhisattva's treasure. Then, there are the Sutra building, the monk's room, the fasting hall, and then the back of the building that is the guest room where the incense burner lives. As long as people are in the temple, you can feel the heavy atmosphere of the temple everywhere. Elegant and solemn. Far-reaching mood. The eldest princess did not rush to take Duan to the incense. It is said that before formally going to the incense, one should wait until tomorrow morning. Bathe and burn incense. And burn the first incense. The first line of the Du family had a separate house here. Not built in the residential area of the incense burners. It was built next to a cliff higher up. The terrain is high and the view is good. The princess's residence had already set people to clean it in advance. Today there was a master staying there, and the underlings came in and out, carrying in quite a few boxes and cages. On the contrary, Duan was carrying her small hands and had a little urge to wander around again. But unfortunately, she was held back by the eldest princess and told her to rest first. Because the eldest princess knew from her son's mouth that her daughter had a little problem. Whenever she went to a new place, she always loved to go skulking around. It was like a small animal changing its territory to familiarize itself with the environment. Chapter 176, Saving a Deadly Opponent. Du-Wan could only stay by the side of the eldest princess. The eldest princess was packing up her personal things. Qingjie was helping out and chatting happily. While the two were chatting, Du-Wan grabbed a handful of dried fruits towards the tabletop, then cat her body and lightly slipped away towards the door. However, it was only out of the house, slipping around the courtyard, never stepping out of the courtyard door. The location of this courtyard of the Du family. There were no buildings nearby, and it was farther away from the treasure hall of the Protectorate Temple, where the main Bodhisattva was worshipped. The eldest princess did not allow her to just go out and sneak around, supposedly because she was worried about her safety. When a good daughter, she naturally has to be obedient. At this time, Du-Wan climbed up a large tree next to the courtyard wall, standing high, looking far away, eating dried fruit while looking at the scenery. Life is beautiful. Princess House guards patrolling outside the wall. Wiped a cold sweat. Fall down, how to do A guard stood outside the courtyard wall. County princess? Be careful. Du-Wan sat on the tree. Looked down. Ouch. It's you. Guzi. You are on duty today. Are you on patrol? Your Highness still remembers my subordinate. The guard was very excited. Du-Wan smiled brightly and said, I remember. The name was so distinctive that it was hard for her to forget it. Then Du-Wan threw a piece of dried fruit towards him. It's hard work on duty. Come on. Reward you with a piece of dried fruit to eat. Guzi caught it and was very happy. Thank you, County Princess. Then, he took out the small paper packet from his arms. Courtesy, County Lord. I fried my own sunflower melon seeds. Do you want to try them? My subordinate happens to have a small packet here. Opening it, it was precisely sunflower melon seeds. Du-Wan's eyes lit up. Toss it up. Guzi wrapped the melon seeds again and threw them towards the tree. Du-Wan grabbed it easily. Thank you. Then my subordinate will be on duty. County Lord, be careful. Don't fall down. Guzi giggled and ran off to his duty. It's all right. Bye. Du-Wan waved goodbye at Guzi. Then no one was left. She wiggled her feet again, leisurely getting high on melon seeds and looking at the scenery. This courtyard of the Du family. To the east is a cliff. To the west there is a small bamboo forest. The wind rustled. Quite interesting. At this time, Du-Wan did not know that she was looking at the scenery, and she herself became the scenery in the eyes of others. Not far away, the pavilion within the bamboo forest. A young male smiled and asked, Cheng Ming, that one on the tree is the county princess. Pei Hao looked at the person on the tree and nodded with an inexplicable expression. That male laughed lightly. Quite lively. Well, very lively. Pei Hao lifted the wine cup on the stone table. That male teased. People just arrived at the temple, and you chased after them. Quite attentive. I came to accompany my mother and sister. Uh-huh. You're just being tough-talking. There was another burst of clear laughter in the pavilion. Pei Hao didn't care about his best friend's teasing, and all he could think about in his mind was the little girl talking to the guards. From a slight distance, he didn't know what they were saying, but he could still tell that the little girl was very happy and threw something to the guard, who then threw something back to her. When that guard left, she even waved at the person. Du-Wan heard laughter in the distance. Looking that way, there seemed to be a pavilion in the bamboo forest. There is someone inside. The distance was a bit far, and there was bamboo in the way, so she failed to see who it was. Du-Wan was trying to listen. Below, a gnashing voice scolded angrily. Good. You even hid in the tree. Let me have a good search. Du-Wan looked down. Seeing Qingjie standing under the tree, he tilted his head back and looked at her. Furious, Du-Wan spat out her melon skin. What for? I've been looking for you for a while. Asked the maids and said they haven't seen you. Asked everyone and said they don't know. When I asked the guards at the courtyard gate, they said they didn't see you go out. Qingjie had almost rummaged through the entire courtyard and had not been able to find anyone. So anxious that she was sweating profusely and almost had to alert the eldest princess. Actually, it's no wonder Qingjie is so angry. The matter of Du-Wan's assassination happened once every 3 days. It would be strange if Qingjie wasn't scared when she found out she was missing. As a result, she was on edge. But people were at ease? Du-Wan was high on melon seeds while enjoying the girl under the tree cursing. Even though the girl was scolding herself, it was still quite funny. Not everyone who was scolded would be unhappy. For example, right now, Du-Wan was quite happy to be scolded. Jinjiu was scolding, but that was caring about her aftermath. Let her vent and then again. Otherwise smothered in her heart. I'm afraid she will suffocate herself. After cursing for a long while, Jinjiu stopped. Then, Jinjiu 3 or 2 also climbed up the tree. But also while Du-Wan hand did not finish eating melon seeds or robbed. Du-Wan asked, "Aren't you accompanying my mother?" The old lady of the Qi family came to pay her respects to the princess. "It's not good for me to stay as a junior. So I came out to look for you." Qi family? Imperial Master Qi. Tai Fu Qi's family. After Jinjiu mentioned the Qi family, he began to be absent-minded. Seeing this, Du-Wan's eyes turned. "Let's go out for a stroll. Isn't the eldest princess forbidding you to go out? Mother is afraid that I'll go out alone and get into trouble. I'm not afraid with you following me. If you're worried, you can ask my mother first and see if she agrees. Then I'll go and ask." Jinjiu would not go along with what Du-Wan said about sneaking out. She stuffs the melon seeds back into Du-Wan's hand, then descends the tree and leaves. It is the male in the bamboo forest who notices the situation on Du-Wan's side. Have the hobbies of the noble women in the capital become tree climbing nowadays? A rare sight. Pei Hao replied blandly. Hee hee. Your fiancé has also come down. But, surprise was evident in that male's words. Pei Hao also noticed it. The little girl was so bold that she actually stepped from the tree to the courtyard wall, and then jumped straight down from the wall. And the direction of the jump was still outside the courtyard. Then the little girl ran towards the direction. The situation was quite urgent. Some of the princess house guards noticed Du-Wan's abnormality and chased after her at the first opportunity. Pei Hao stood up violently. "I'll go and come back." When he ran over, he was just in time to see the little girl rushing to the cliffside viewing platform and tugging on a girl who had jumped off the cliff. At that moment, the danger was extreme. At that moment, the personal guards arrived and pulled the girl who was about to fall up in 3 or 2 tugs. Only then did Du-Wan see who the girl who was about to jump off the cliff was. Is Murong Jiju? Her body is thin. Her face is emaciated and she is stagnant. Du-Wan knew that Murong Shangshu's official position was jacked up. But he had not fallen so low that he could not afford to eat. Right? Unless the wall falls down and everyone pushes. Du-Wan turned her head to look at the next few household servants with the same clothing. At a glance, they are from rich families in the capital, and all of them have a terrified look on their faces. Du-Wan was just in the tree and saw a girl being chased by several men. Due to the distance being a bit far away, she only felt that the girl was a bit familiar, and that was why she ran over to save her in the first place. Now those few family members were stopped by the personal guards, not allowing them to escape. Du-Wan asked, "Murong Jiaju, do you need the sheriff to report to the police for you?" "No need." Murong Jiajiao lowered her head, her voice hoarse. Chapter 177. It's the calmness after the death of the heart. When she said this, Murong Jiaju slowly stood up. Although she was in a mess, she still unconsciously maintained the noblewoman's temperament in front of Du-Wan. Her waist was still straight. Du-Wan saw her calmness. It was a calmness after despair. A calmness after the heart died. Du-Wan asked, "Today I saved you. Oh, thank you, Sheriff." The gratitude is not there at all. Du-Wan doesn't care. The grace of saving your life. This sheriff doesn't need you to return it. Just ask you a question. "Sheriff Master, please speak. Why are you always cross with me?" Sheriff Lord's life is too good. So good that it is enviable. Murong Jiaju finally raised her eyes to look at Du-Wan. Her voice was calm and waveless as she said, "Before, I still had the qualification to be jealous. But now I've even lost the qualification to be jealous. This reason is too general. But forget it." Du-Wan didn't know what had happened to her during this time. But from the bruises on her neck and wrists, it could never be good. At this point in time, Du-Wan had no interest in falling on her sword. Du-Wan looked at Murong Jiajiao. "Now do you have a place to go? This sheriff arranged for someone to send you back." "No need." Murong Jiajiao turned around and looked woodenly at the cliff behind her again. "There is only one life for a person. You should know how to cherish it." Du-Wan Dang was flooded with sympathy and couldn't help but say one more sentence. "It is said that a person's death is like a lamp going out. But this county princess doesn't think so. A lamp that goes out can be lit up again. But a person who dies has nothing left. When encountering difficulties and setbacks, think of ways to solve them properly. Choosing to commit suicide is the most stupid. The pro's pain and the enemy's speed. That's all there is to say. If a person does not dispel the idea of seeking death, others can save him once, but not twice. Du-Wan found Pei Hao standing not far away. Pei Hao again found a different side of the little girl. The little girl was originally very serious, and after seeing him, she actually rolled her eyes at him. Pei Hao. No. It was still just as cute. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, he might have laughed out loud. Murong Jiajiu suddenly looked back at Du-Wan, her gaze skimming over everyone present, pausing slightly on Pei Hao's body before her eyes finally returned to Du-Wan's. Sheriff Master. Thank you. Also, be careful of Su Yu. Your last disappearance should be related to her. Turning around, with a determined stance, she jumped off the cliff. Du-Wan's heart was shaken. A few big steps rushed to the edge of the cliff, and she also saw the figure that flew down, passing away in an instant. At this moment, Du-Wan only felt that her head was blank. There was no thought whatsoever. A person with this decisive way ended his life. Du-Wan couldn't tell what she felt at the bottom of her heart. Pei Hao walked to her side at this time and held her wrist. Maybe he was scared the moment she ran to the cliff. Du-Wan came back to her senses and looked towards him holding her hand. Pei Hao's heart snapped and silently let go, only to see Du-Wan glaring angrily at the house guards. Arrest them. Yes. The personal guards quickly moved their hands. A few of the house guards were so scared that their feet were soft and they didn't dare to resist. Du-Wan looked at the house guards with a bit of relentless anger. Which family are you from? The house guards knelt to the ground and knocked their heads to the ground. None of them dared to make a sound. One of the personal guards came forward and reported. Sheriff. They should be from the third house of the Xie family. My subordinate recognizes one of them. Du-Wan asked. Xie family? Marquis of Dingbei? The guard added. Not really. The Xie family split up 10 years ago. However, the third house of the Xie family is also the concubine brother of the current Marquis of Dingbei. In the Great Qin state, as long as a family was separated, it was considered two families. Marquis Dingbei's firstborn children were only Xie Zhang and Xie Ying, and the concubine had a few more, still young, none of them as old as Xie Zhang. Previously, Du-Wan also wondered how Xie Zhang is clearly the oldest of the Marquis of Dingbei. How is it known as Xie Qi? It turns out that there are also uncles of the common people who live in separate houses. Du-Wan's attention went back to those few family members. Pei Hao came over and stood beside her and said, Sheriff, leave this matter to the people below to investigate. You won't have to get your hands dirty yourself. Then you'll investigate? Du-Wan said gamely. Pei Hao indulged. Yes. Du-Wan muffled again. Tell me the truth when you find out. Can you arrange for people to go down and look for her remains? Don't let the wild animals eat them. Consider it a reward for her last reminder to me. Can Pei Hao's fingertips, hidden in his sleeves, gently rubbed, thinking of Du Qian. He often just loved to rub the little girl's head. He almost raised his hand just now, then held back, since someone else took over. Du-Wan left, and left some manpower before leaving to help Pei Hao keep an eye on those few house guards. The rest of the guards followed Du-Wan to the courtyard. In the middle of the way, Du-Wan saw Qin Jiao and other people who came here hurriedly. Qin Jiao asked anxiously, What's wrong with you again? I've come across something. I'll tell you when I get back. Du-Wan pulled her on towards the other courtyard. Qin Jiao looked over towards the cliff and actually saw Pei Shixi and a few people kneeling on the ground. Something happened over there? Du-Wan said sullenly. Back in the other courtyard, Du-Wan's compartment, Ning Qin and the others had already tidied up and arranged it similar to the bedroom of the princess's residence. Hearing that it was this matter, Qin Jiao was shocked to death. It's her. I heard that she got married a few days ago to the fifth young master of the Xie family, giving quite a lot of bride price. Du-Wan was surprised. Married? Qin Jiao calmed down and said disdainfully. The Murong family was greedy for that little bride price and even agreed to the marriage. That Xie Wu has a bad reputation. Du-Wan asked. What's the argument? He has no great ability, but he is also pretentious and low-eyed. On the contrary, he is very lustful. And before he was married, he changed his maids one after another. Has there been any fatal lawsuits? I've never heard of that. Just a few of the maids have died of illness. Were covered up by illness? Qingjie wondered how Duwan would have this idea. Is really sick to death. Not dead before they have invited a doctor to see the doctor. Started with a fever. Did not survive. And then died of illness. All died of illness? Duwan didn't quite believe it. Qingjie knew she didn't believe it. Indeed. They died of illness. It's not like the doctor only invites one. If he doesn't get cured for a while, he'll invite another one. That would be a bit weird. Qingjie to this Wu. Really very contemptuous, although the common room mate is a thing. But the death of a few still affects his marriage. After being laughed at, he once threatened to not marry a famous noblewoman. This is not. Noble girl cannot marry. Finally hired a downtrodden. But this married not even a few days it. The person jumped off a cliff and died. Duwan did not know what to say. Qingjie added, wait and see. There will be more hilarity to see in the next few days. Duwan did not say anything about letting Pei Hao investigate. After this happened, no one offered to go shopping again. Chapter 178 Pei's big villain is teasing her. Until the afternoon. Pei Hao came to visit. He first goes to greet the eldest princess. Then he goes to find Duwan. And specially brings her a snack from the Protectorate Temple's Lenten Hall. There is only one dish. Glutinous rice pastries. 6 pieces in total. Each piece is so small that you can eat one in one bite. Duwan stared at the dim sum, wanting to eat it, but also a little twisted. What did you send me that little shop for? It's a compensatory gift. Pei Hao gathered all his sharpness at this time, pinched up a piece of dim sum, and sent it to her mouth. Eat it. This is the craftsmanship of the master chef of the Lenten Hall. And only 3 discs are made in a day. Duwan subconsciously opened her mouth. The dim sum entered her mouth. Sweet and soft. So delicious. When she finishes a piece, Pei Hao stuffs another piece into her mouth, eating with bulging cheeks, like a little squirrel munching away. It was adorable. In a short while, 6 pieces of pastries all went into Duwan's stomach. While she was still savoring the taste of the pastries, Pei Hao's fingertips crossed her warm and soft lips. There are snack crumbs. This time there are none. Duwan stood up hastily. It was so hasty that even the chair was pushed over. Duwan looked at him in disbelief. It was Pei Hao who was as steady as a rock and calm. It's just a matter of wiping the dim sum crumbs. Reacting so much as if I took advantage of you? Duwan had wanted to question what he wanted, when the person frankly and openly said it first. It seemed like it wasn't the same thing. So, a little panicked, she picked up her chair and tried to calm her accelerated heartbeat. For a moment she thought that the arch-villain was teasing her. Duwan half-heartedly looked at Pei Hao. His expression was calm and wave-free. His eyes clean. Sure enough, it was her who thought too much. All right. Sit down. Dim sum is eaten. It's time to get down to business. After Pei Hao handed her the results of the investigation sent by his subordinates. A booklet. Murong Jijiao's matter. All that can be found out is here. Look at it yourself. Have the remains been found? Duwan asked while receiving it. Found. CF family sent someone over to collect the coffin. Oh. Duwan couldn't wait to flip through the booklet. When finished reading, she couldn't help but sigh. The matter is not complicated. It is the tragic drama of a noblewoman from a high family being betrayed by her family, her husband's violence, and then committing suicide. Since Murong Shangshu was dismissed from his post, he fell ill. CF5 orders to go to propose marriage. Within 3 days to marry someone home. The wedding is so simple as to sell their daughters. In fact, it is indeed a clear price. Murong Jiaoju wedding night refused to share a room. Xiaowu forced the same room. Fancy and intensified. Before arriving at the Protectorate Temple, Murong Jiaoju slit her wrists and committed suicide once. Afterwards, Xiaowu took her to the temple of the Protectorate for incense, claiming that he brought her out for a break. As a result, when she got to the guest room, she didn't know what happened and Murong Jiaoju stabbed Xiaowu and escaped. What happened later? Duwan saw. Pei Hao asked. What do you think about what Murong Jiaoju said before she died? Do you believe it? Duwan asked back. Pei Hao could not say whether he believed or not. Did your brother find out any clues related to Suyu last time? Didn't find out. Duwan was also helpless. Is this going to be windy again? Duwan said with a smirk. The words of the dying. A normal person would think that it is true. As the saying goes, When a person is about to die, their words are good. You suspect her of lying? Pei Hao couldn't help but begin to ponder over this possibility, and was about to say something else. Unexpectedly, the little girl suddenly smiled brightly and said, "No. I believed, Pei Hao." Teasing him? Again. His hands itched to punch someone. But the last time he punched someone, the consequences were serious. So, Pei Hao got up to say goodbye. Dryly, being so perverse. It in turn made Du-Wan look at his back a few more times. At this moment, there was a person who was probing towards this side. Du-Wan looked there, and happened to see Qinjiu. So she waved at her, signaling her to come over. Qinjiu lifted up her skirt and ran over. "How is it?" "Found out what?" "Found out what I could." Du-Wan told the story of Murong Jiaojiao. Qinjiu was very saddened after hearing this. And then her mood dropped again. A woman's greatest fear is marrying the wrong man. Sheriff is not worried. The family has already booked you a fiancé. Pei Shitzi is a good person and treats you well. Du-Wan wanted to retort. But in the eyes of outsiders, Pei Hao is indeed quite good. Du-Wan heard that Qinjiu was worried about her future. Nowadays, the marriage contracted by a woman is set by the elders. And the woman can't make the decision. That night, the two girls rested early. At 5 o'clock in the morning in a daze, they were called up by Ning Qin and the others. Bathing and burning incense. A set of tedious operations down. Du-Wan finally fully awake. Then along with the eldest princess, stepping on the moonlight, directly to the main offering of the treasure hall to incense. Walking to the front of the hall, there were 2 rows of monks, standing in silence, wearing monks' hats. They were clad in uniform robes. The eldest princess and the others walked towards the front. A high monk came forward to greet them. And the servants were all blocked at the bottom of the steps outside the hall. Qinjiu almost couldn't even get in. Or Du-Wan pulled, and the high monk hesitated before letting them in. There are still some monks in the hall, sitting on both sides of the hall with their knees bent, eyes closed and motionless. Inside the dignified and serious hall, a faint sandalwood scent permeates. The golden statues enshrined were completely different from what Du-Wan had imagined. A high platform was set above the incense case in the center. An imposing golden statue was placed on the high platform. It was a tall man, wearing a golden robe, with a distant gaze, defying the living world. A lifelike figure. Truly, it was like being alive. And the aura was compelling. Du-Wan's first glance was lost in thought. This statue is really good looking. The back of her head was suddenly pressed, not allowing her to continue to look directly at the statue. The eldest princess sternly warned in a low voice. "Water. No rudeness." "Yes." Du-Wan obediently bowed her head. At this time, Du-Wan noticed that the eldest princess' demeanor was pious. There was also Qinjiu. From the moment she stepped in, she was reverently holding an incense burner in both hands, always bowing her head. There was no looking around one way or the other, as if she was a bumpkin entering the city. After letting the eldest princess warn her, Du-Wan did not dare to look closely at the statue above. Along with the eldest princess's movements, pious-like to incense, kneeling, kowtowing, is 3 worship 9 kowtow. When Du-Wan finished the last kowtow, buzz, there was a distant bell sound and Sanskrit sound. Illusory, as if it came from an ethereal void. Then the temple's bell tower. With no one ringing the bell rang on its own. There were 9 sounds in a row, resounding throughout the protectorate temple. Du-Wan stood up violently, looking left and right. The 2 rows of senior monks, who had been sitting in meditation with their eyes closed, suddenly opened their eyes in unison and looked towards Du-Wan. A young girl, including the old monk at the top. The old monk was none other than Yuan Tong, the presiding officer of the protectorate temple. County Lord. Qinjiu was startled and rushed to pull her. The eldest princess was startled. "Water. Don't fool around in the grand hall." "Mother, I just heard voices." Du-Wan came to the side of the eldest princess and whispered. "Yes, yes. Mother also heard the bells. 9 in a row." "No." Du-Wan felt that she heard it differently. Chapter 179 The Old Monk's Great Folly. Rapunzel pulled Du-Wan to Yuan Tong to make amends. "Master, my daughter came over for the first time. She doesn't know the rules yet." "Sure, master, don't panic." The old monk was amiable, and asked Du-Wan cheerfully, "Little Shisho, did you really hear the sound just now?" "I heard it. 9 bells ringing." "No. Is the bell ringing before?" "What else did you hear?" "Oh, no," Du-Wan denied. The old monk's smile remained unchanged. The young monk will be a great blessing in the future. Then the old monk looked at the eldest princess. The alms master is also a person with great fortune. Then he looked at Qingjiu again. Still a blessed one. Many thanks to Master Yuan Tong for approving the words. The eldest princess was thrilled. Thank you, master. Qingjiu was equally excited. His little face was red with joy. Only Duwan was calm and quiet. Having received a good education in the past, the priority was to believe in science. Therefore, in her heart, the old monk was a big flimflam. The flimflam was also very perfunctory, and not professional at all. All three people said it was a blessed one. In her place, it must sound better than his. Yuan Tong took off a string of Bodhi Buddha beads in his hand, and stuffed it into Duwan's hand. This is a gift from the poor monk to the young monk. It can prevent a robbery once. Really? Duwan pretended to be surprised. Yuan Tong, really? Duwan lowered her eyes, and played with the Bodhi string in her hand. 3 tiny red ropes, braided into a bracelet with a special technique, linked 9 jade-carved Bodhi seeds together. Strange patterns were carved on each Bodhi, as well as 9 ancient characters that Duwan could not understand. Duwan vaguely felt that the 9 jade Bodhi seeds were not simply strung together, but followed some special pattern. It was ice cold in the hand without making one feel the coldness. It was very spiritual. This was a great gift, regardless of whether or not it could block disasters. This string was worth a lot. It didn't say to accept it, or not to accept it. Duwan suddenly asked. Then can I give it away? Yes. The essence under Yuan Tong's eyes flashed. All right. Thank you for the gift. Duwan searched on her body. She didn't find anything to return the gift anymore. She didn't have any silver or silver checks on her body after bathing and burning incense. Don't worry. Later my mother will definitely donate more jaw stick money. Then thank you, little monk. Little monks can come often in the future. Poor monks will surely sweep the couch to welcome you. Yuan Tong smiled benevolently and wordlessly. His eyes were so smiling that they were about to narrow into a line. Duwan's small face was calm. But in her heart, she felt that he had something up his sleeve. They didn't stay in the temple for long. Outside, the day is about to dawn. The incense gradually gathered outside the temple. Today, the first incense burner is the eldest princess. After the eldest princess stepped out of the temple, she put away her excitement and still had a smile on her face. On the contrary, Qingjiu is still excited. Duwan was still playing with the Bodhi string given by Yuan Tong and casually said, Mother, I heard that the person who burns the incense at the head incense burner will be able to have their heart's desire come true. Right. Mother has already had her heart's desire come true. The eldest princess smiled warmly. Duwan is puzzled and asks, Didn't we just leave the temple? Mother is hoping that you will be safe and sound in the future. Master Yuan Tong said that you are a great blessing. Then, you will definitely be peaceful in the future. The eldest princess, this logic can be Rarely was the princess mother happy. So Duwan did not say anything to spoil the fun. On the contrary, Qingjiu suddenly held Duwan's hand and said, as if he was happy and silly, Wan Wan. Wan Wan. Master Yuan Tong said that I am a blessed one. Is this true? Is it really? I'm not dreaming. Am I? He said all 3 of us are blessed. Duwan said without any goodwill. Neither knew what the excitement was about. Such an obvious flimflam. 1 or 2 are convinced. The eldest princess laughed. It's still my Wan Wan who is the most blessed, having obtained a Bodhi string from Master Yuan Tong. Yes. Qingjiu agreed. Duwan collected the string and put it on her hand. When I see my brother next time, give it to him. Aren't you going to wear it yourself? Qingjiu was surprised. Duwan said unconcernedly, My big brother needs it more. When the old monk said that this string could prevent a robbery for someone, the first person that came to Duwan's mind was Du Qian. Du Qian was dead in the book. So I wondered if the plot would force the pull. This string for him to wear. A little more reassuring. Yes. Just to seek a peace of mind. Not that she really believed that the Bodhi string can prevent disasters. The eldest princess immediately instructed Sister Wen to donate more jaw stick money. Sister Wen went and came back with 3 more lucky bags in her hands. Each bag contained a peace talisman. The eldest princess handed one to Qingjiu and tied another around her daughter's waist. The remaining one had Sister Wen put it away, saying that it served another purpose. The group was ready to go back to the other courtyard for breakfast first, and had just ascended a step. Oh, Your Highness. A woman's surprised voice rang out not far away. Duan looked towards the voice. The woman who spoke out was plainly dressed, but her clothes were of superior material. She was about the same age as the eldest princess, so she should be of the same age. On her left and right sides, there were two other wonderful young girls. Behind them were also some maids and maids. The eldest princess smiled and said, "It's the future in-law's mother. Ah, what a coincidence. My wife pays her respects to your highness." The woman walked forward demurely to salute. The eldest princess hurriedly went to help her hand. "No need to be polite. We are all family. Wan, quickly come over to meet Aunt Pei. This is Pei Hao's mother?" Duan immediately went up to greet her nicely. "Aunt Pei is good? Good. Good. All good. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Water is getting more and more watery," Mrs. Pei said with a warm smile. Then she took off the jade bracelet in her hand and put it on Duwan's hand, just in time to see the Bodhi jade string in her hand, and was stunned for a moment. Then, Madame Pei asked the two girls around her to come forward to greet the eldest princess. The two girls respectfully went up to the elder princess to greet her, but without knowing whether it was intentional or not. They both ignored Duwan, the county princess. Duwan raised an eyebrow when she saw this. This little matter. She would not be careful enough to embarrass Pei family. Instead, it let her know what attitude to use towards the two girls. If they don't like each other, it's better to maintain a face-to-face relationship. Mrs. Pei pulled the pink-clothed girl next to her. 14-year-old girl, wearing a light pink dress, small gooseneck face, like a crescent moon eyebrows, a pair of big innocent eyes, pink cherry mouth, simple and bright smile. Mrs. Pei introduced, "Your Highness, this is your daughter Huyin, born a month earlier than the county princess. Your family's Qianjin is a person who understands etiquette and was born in a very pleasing manner," the eldest princess praised with a smile. Madame Pei did not hear the mystery, and cordially introduced another young girl. "This is my mother's second brother's first eldest daughter, named Mu Fangling. Just turned 16, not yet betrothed. Just arrived in the capital the day before yesterday, and today I especially brought her out for incense, to grow in knowledge." The elder princess's polite words came back. "It's a well-brought-up one. Many thanks to your highness for the compliment. Mu Fangling has a pretty face, gentle and calm. Her manner is generous. At a glance, she knows that she has received excellent upbringing." Chapter 180. Pit Father, Pit Mother, Pit Brother. Mrs. Pei laughed. "Yes, Fang Ling's mother comes from a family of books. A southern song family. Then it's no wonder. How come I don't see Chengming?" The eldest princess scanned around. Mrs. Pei said, "Chengming had something to do yesterday evening and went back first. Said he would come back to pick us up in the afternoon." The eldest princess took two purses from her sister, each containing a jade pendant. Every time she went out, she would bring some with her. Convenient to give away in this situation now. The courtesy was thoughtful, and could not be picked wrong. The eldest princess was considered to have given enough face to Madame Pei, and even invited the other party to join her in the other courtyard for breakfast. Mrs. Pei gave a hesitant cry. "Will it disturb you?" "What's there to disturb? Isn't it just a matter of a few more pairs of chopsticks?" The eldest princess suppressed the strange colors in her heart. Voicing an invitation was merely a polite remark. Seeing Lady Pei's meaning, she really wanted to go. However, Lady Pei ultimately politely declined. "We haven't yet entered the temple to offer incense. We will bring the gifts later, and then go to visit His Highness. Have a good talk with His Highness then." "Good. Then this palace will wait for you to come in the other courtyard." The two elders talked and laughed and made peace. Duwan had been standing by the side, smilingly silent. The cultivated Duwan was sensitive to other people's emotions, and although Lady Pei had a kind face and gentle eyes, she still detected a hint of unhappiness hidden by Lady Pei. This one was normal. She had disappeared for so long. Her reputation had been ruined long ago. Duwan was later made a county princess, sealing the mouths of many, but not erasing the fact that she had disappeared. In the eyes of some prestigious families that valued rules and reputation, she was no longer suitable to be the head mother of a family, if it wasn't for Duwan's high enough status and the emperor behind her. I'm afraid Mrs. Pei would have withdrawn her son from the marriage long ago. After separating from Mrs. Pei, the group went straight back to the courtyard. At this time, the underlings had already prepared the morning fasting meal. Duwan saw the classic configuration: steamed buns, vegetable buns and pickles. There was not even a bowl of white porridge. Duan mulled over the two girls as she ate. According to the book's depiction, the sister of the big villain, Pei Huiyu, is a goods that pits her father and mother against her brother, Pit father. The book said that she gave away a rare herb that his father had struggled to find. Pit mother is her mother ordered a good marriage retired, turned around and insisted on marrying love. Married a poor family cannot open the pot of the poor students. Pit brother well, married after what happened. Always looking for brother. Today, the first time I saw. The appearance is a very naive and simple a little girl. It is really hard to imagine that it will be a bottomless pit. Mu Fangling is the archvillain's own cousin, and her father is a feudal official. In the book, the second master of the Mu family sent his daughter to the capital with the small intention of marrying her off to the Jingui Gongfu, according to the normal development in the book. Now that there is no original owner, second master Mu's move is not excusable. But after Duan came over and changed the plot, Mu Fangling was still sent to the capital, which was a bit intriguing. Duan soon had an answer. Qin Jia whispered to her ear and muttered, "Just now, Mrs. Pei kept praising the Mu family's eldest young lady in front of the eldest princess. The Mu family wouldn't be wanting to tie the knot with your family." What? Duan came to a sudden realization. Just want to curse. Crack it! Mrs. Pei is coming for her cheap mother today? No. It's to push for her great niece. Qinzhou added. Rui County King has now become the most favored son-in-law of the capital's lady in charge. Heh. Always favored. Always not their family. Duan raised her eyebrows and said. Qinzhou glanced at her and gently reminded. Your brother isn't young anymore. It's time to discuss marriage. I don't see any hint that my mother has opened up a marriage for my elder brother. Duan didn't know what was involved. The elders were not at all anxious about Du Qian's marriage, but instead gave her daughter an early betrothal. Qinzhou's eyes twinkled and said, Which noblewoman do you think is worthy of the county king? I don't know. Duan couldn't imagine who Du Qian would marry. As long as it's not someone I don't get along with. Qinzhou. She's always been at odds with Wan. What to do? The princess mansion was now prominent, and the emperor's health was good. In the eyes of outsiders, the princess house's glory would last for at least a few more decades. And Du Qian, apart from having a pet peeve of spoiling his younger sister, was extremely good in all aspects. Now that he was also named County King Rui, as long as he married him, he would be able to become a county princess. This was equivalent to a step to heaven for a woman. Therefore, Du Qian's popularity now overshadowed Xie Zhang. Not long after breakfast, Mrs. Pei led two girls, with gifts, to pay a visit. The eldest princess invited them in, and asked Duan to entertain the two girls. Duan politely brought the two girls. There was nothing to talk about as they circled around the courtyard. And then, stopped at a viewing tower. On the highest level, there is an octagonal pavilion. Duan asked her subordinate to make a pot of good tea, and then prepared fruits and melons. Pei Huin and Mu Fangling came over. Duan politely said, The two of you are tired of walking. You can sit down and have a cup of tea and rest your feet, now that there are no outsiders around. Pei Huiyu doesn't even hide her dislike for Duan. You don't need to please me. And even if you do, I don't think you're good enough for my brother. So what if you are a county princess? I'm not afraid of you. Heh. Are you sick in the head? Where do you see that this county princess is trying to please you? It's my mother who asked me to greet you. Otherwise, this county princess knows who you are and thinks she's something good. Duan is not in the habit of putting a hot face on someone's cold face. The scenery here is nice. Even though there was a murder just yesterday. You guys will just watch. If there's anything you want to order your subordinates to do, I'm leaving. Pei Huin was scolded and dumbfounded. Mu Fangling similarly froze. Probably neither expected that Duan would suddenly flip out. Duan descended from the viewing platform without looking back. While others might be able to please their future sister-in-law, Duan had no such awareness at all. In her thoughts, the idea of marrying Pei Hao had never crossed her mind. Therefore, Mrs. Pei's and Pei Huiyu's dislike couldn't affect her at all. Pei Huiyu came back to her senses. Her face reddened with anger. Cousin! You said she, how dare she be like that? She's a county princess. Why wouldn't she dare? You all said that about the county princess. You still want the county princess to bow down to you? By what right? Mu Fangling rarely did not comfort her cousin, picking up the tea and drinking it herself. Previously, I had heard that my cousin was a bit capricious. But now I was completely seeing how brainless she was. Luckily, this wasn't her own sister. Or else she would have been beaten to death directly. Pei Huiyu looked at Mu Fangling accusingly, her eyes tearful. Cousin, how can you say this about me? What I said is the truth. I can't help it if you can't accept it. Mu Fangling was angry with this cousin. Auntie had hinted at her, wanting to draw a line between her and King Rui County. Now it seems that there is no chance. Chapter 181. Going to the palace to go through the motions. Pei Huiyin stomped her foot, turned around, covered her face, and ran away crying. The maids waiting outside hurriedly followed. Left behind were Mu Fangling herself and her personal maid, Xiao Bird. Little Bird worriedly said, Miss, is it good to talk about cousin girl like this? What's not good about it? Auntie is making plans for your marriage. This won't work out. Mu Fangling knew it in her heart. The eldest princess doesn't have a good impression of me. How could it be? The eldest princess clearly praised you. Praised me for being educated? But before she praised me, I happened to do something uneducated. Forget it. You won't understand even if I say it. At that time, when Pei Huiyu only greeted the eldest princess and intentionally ignored the county princess, Mu Fangling felt that it was not right. If she went to salute the sheriff master alone, there was a suspicion that she was hitting Pei Huiyu in the face. And after only hesitating for a moment, she missed the opportunity to. Later, the elder princess's two seemingly complimentary words were heard, and her face warmed up. And the matter of Pei Huiyu running away in tears quickly reached the ears of the eldest princess. When the eldest princess sent someone to find Du Wan, she was chatting gossip with Qin Jiu. At this moment, Sister Wen hurriedly came. Du Wan and the others looked at Sister Wen in unison. Du Wan inquired. Sister came over in such a hurry. But what happened? It was Miss Pei who ran away in tears. The eldest princess asked the slave girl to come over and ask what happened. Sister Wen swept around. But there was no one the county wants to entertain. Du Wan frowned and said, I'll go and ask. Walking out, she beckoned a personal guard, inquiring about it. He soon found out. The two girls were still in the Aliyah. And even though the people were on the octagonal pavilion where they were viewing the scenery, they were still seen by the guards. According to what the guard said, it was the two cousins who said a few words and Miss Pei ran away crying. Du Wan instructed, Sister Wen, just go and say it truthfully. Okay. Sister Wen went back and really told the eldest princess just like that. Next to Lady Pei, who was still there. Lady Pei was slightly embarrassed, but quickly covered it up. AI. Children are not easy to manage when they get older. What a headache. Let your highness laugh. The eldest princess laughed lightly. It's not a problem. Which mother does not have a headache for her own child? Still, your highness is sensible. Lady Pei sat for a while longer, then got up to take her leave, letting her subordinates go and summon Pei Huiyu and Mu Fangling. Pei Huiyu's tears were wiped dry. Her eyes were still red, and a glance could tell that she had cried not long ago. Only everyone ignored this and said their goodbyes without incident, Mrs. Pei leading them away. Next, Du Wan settled down. Every day, apart from accompanying the eldest princess, she was working hard on her cultivation. One night, after Du Wan's cultivation, she gazed and closed her eyes again, and the white shadow in the darkness. Its movements changed again. Not one new movement, but 3 in a row. Was it cultivating in a row? The first thought in Du Wan's mind was that she was going to close her eyes. Her heart was itching to finish cultivating the 3 movements immediately. From the time she started to cultivate until now, 9 movements had already appeared. Du Wan wasn't sure why 3 movements appeared at once this time, and whether it would have any effect on her body. But it was certain that when it was practiced first, the answer would naturally be known. 3 days of fasting. The eldest princess said she was going back. Du Wan originally wanted to go to the manor to stroll around. After the Murong Jiaoju incident, Du Wan temporarily changed her itinerary and chose to return to the city first. The words of Murong Jiaojiao before her death. Du Wan did not give a gag order. Those few servants also let Pei Hao intentionally released. Du Wan knew that if she wanted to investigate Su Yu and get evidence, it was almost impossible to get it. It would be better to let the other side know about this. If the other side first messed up, may be able to catch some handle. On the day of returning to the capital, the eldest princess had to enter the palace again. Du Wan heard rushed over. Mother! Not just back? To be in such a hurry to go to the palace? A trip to the palace to deliver something. The eldest princess winked at her daughter, then pointed to the blessing bag and the peace talisman. These are all begged from the temple, as a little token of our appreciation. Oh, then I'll accompany you. No need. The eldest princess shook her head. You stay in the mansion and rest well. The emperor had asked the eldest princess to go into the palace more often to see Huangren. The eldest princess went to the protectorate temple to fast for 3 days to pray for blessings, and then sent the things that were begged for into the palace in person. This attitude can be. Duan understood that the princess mother was there to go through the motions. After sending the princess on the carriage, Duan returned to Yuan. When Ning Qin saw her, she was so excited that she started gesticulating and talking about all the gossip in the capital in the past few days. The scandal of Murong Jiajiu jumping off the cliff had made the Xie family's third house a popular topic of conversation in the capital's teahouses and restaurants. The Murong family went to the Xie family's third house that day to make trouble. Several times to go to grab Murong Jiajiu's remains, threatening to let people open the coffin to examine the corpse. Did the Murong family snatch the remains? Duan was very curious. Ning Qin said, No, it hasn't. The Xie family buried it overnight. Where it was buried is unknown to outsiders. Duan pondered. There can't really be something wrong with the body. Can there? Xie Wu refused to be touched, saying that the person is still his wife even after death. He wouldn't let her die and be desecrated. In order to avoid the Murong family disturbing his wife's peace, she was put in the ground earlier. This reason of Xie Wu's is very tenable. On the contrary, lining the Murong family is being unreasonable. More than that, there are also people who say that the Murong family is doing nothing more than trying to blackmail a sum of money. Not to say that onlookers would think this way. Duan had this thought. Duan disliked Murong Jiajiu. And even more so, she disliked the Murong family's behavior of selling their daughter. Sheriff, the world son is here. Lucci came in to report. Duan is quite surprised. I've only just returned and he's looking for me. Ning Qin beside her snickers. The son of the world is thinking of the county princess. You're the one with the poor mouth. Duan did not believe it at all. This time she came. Most likely she had something to talk about. Immediately, Duan spoke. Where is the person? Drop Chest replied respectfully. Pei Shi is outside of Yuan. Then invite him in. This? Drop Chest didn't move. Puzzled, Duan asked. What else is going on? Sheriff Master. In fact, you and Shitzi haven't even been married yet. And Shitzi frequently enters the Jade Spirit Garden. It's not good for your reputation. And it's also not etiquette. It's not the first time he's come in. Would it be too late to say it's not appropriate now? Duan hadn't really thought of this before. After all, where she grew up, there was no such rule. Lucci's rare opinion was blocked by Duan's sentence again. Her small face was suffocated in red. Duan waved her hand, signaling her to go and invite someone. All right. What's done is done. Pei Hao's familiarity with Jade's Spirit Garden, I'm afraid, is even more familiar than her as the master. If she told Pei Hao that it was not polite for him to enter the Jade Spirit Garden, I'm afraid that he would feel that she wanted to turn her back on him. And the situation of the questioning at the martial arts training hall would probably be repeated again. Chapter 182 Master Shitzi almost fell for it. Pei Hao was led in by Luoke, and led directly to the quiet room. Qi Ning and Painting Yi were preparing tea and snacks. Pei Hao looked at the little girl casually letting Ning Qin and the others take things to entertain themselves, without the previous tit-for-tat. Like this, calm and quiet. Get along with each other in peace. Quite good. Waiting for tea and so on. The things to entertain the guests are all ready. Duan waved her hand, signaling them all to retreat outside. Duan looks at Pei Hao in surprise and asks, Pei Shi, today you are quite quiet. It's quite nice to see you busy for me, Pei Hao said lightly. On first hearing this, it was nothing. Thinking about it more carefully and deeply, it had a bit of a different meaning. Duan pretended not to hear it. Say, what's the matter with this coming back to me? Can I just come to see you? We meet every 3 days. Is it necessary? Heh. Pei Hao lowered his eyes and laughed lightly. Just as she said, it's obvious that he sees her every 3 days. But he still wants to see her. Duan asked again. Still not talking? My sister complained to me that you scolded her. Pei Hao picked up the tea without drinking it and looked at Duan with a smile hidden in his brows, as if he was full of anticipation for her next answer. Duan said unconcernedly, I did scold her. That is, she owes scolding. Right. She has always owed scolding. Huh? What are you? Think I'm here to question you? Don't you? Am I that idle? Pei Hao gently raised his eyebrows. Duan was amazed. You are sitting here. Aren't you still idle? Pei Hao. The little girl is mouthy again and owes a beating. Before coming here, Pei Hao had already inquired. It was purely that sister of his who was looking for trouble, and as a result was blocked by the little girl in a few words. Even when Pei Huyen was a guest, she cried and ran away. It was rude and humiliating, Pei Hao said. After returning to the mansion, Hui was punished by her mother to kneel at the ancestral hall. I came to the door at this time specifically to apologize. Oh, that's nothing. A small matter. I didn't worry about it. Duan was telling the truth. After scolding someone that day, she turned her head and put it behind her. If Pei Hao didn't come over to apologize today, Duan couldn't even think about it. After all, she still had more important things on her mind. Pei Shizi, do you think the Su family will cultivate secret guards? There should be. Pei Hao didn't tell her that the truly powerful people in the capital would almost always cultivate forces. The Jinhua Gongfu was no exception. However, it would be covered up on the surface, and there would be big trouble if it was exposed. To put it nicely, they are secret guards. But in fact, they are raising dead soldiers. Duan asked thoughtfully. Su family's secret guards. Are they powerful? Not sure. Pei Hao has not investigated. You want to investigate the Su family? Shouldn't we investigate? If the case of the disappearance of this county princess is really related to the Su family, then the Su family's secret guards are quite powerful. I heard from my brother that the personal guards, who were explicitly sent to protect me, were killed. And the guards that the Du family secretly arranged were also assassinated. How powerful does this have to be? The Rapunzel's personal guards were all from the Forbidden Guards. The Du family's guards are even more unfathomable. How could all of them actually fold in the hands of the Su family? Pei Hao couldn't help but solemnize a few points. I will keep an eye on it. That will trouble you again, Duan said with a smile. Her big eyes full of smiles. This look was happy. Of course she was happy. Free labor came again. Pei Hao put the tea bowl down and suddenly said, Then what's in it for me? Eh? Duan's smile slightly condensed. Pei Hao calmly said, Isn't it surprising? This son can't help it. After helping you so many times in the past, not only have you never appreciated me, but you also deliberately misrepresented my good intentions. Didn't eat the things I gave you, and didn't allow me to enter the Jade Spirit Garden. If it's just this, it's not a big deal. It's not like this world's son is the narrow-minded type. But you pointed your finger at my nose and cursed. Crap. She thought that this matter had passed. It turned out that it was waiting for her here. Duan was instantly weak, and the whole person seemed to be shorter. In the past, Duan would have justifiably distorted the truth again. This is not. Just let people help. Turn the other cheek. That is a human thing to do? Duan pretended to be calm and asked. Then what do you want? Pei Hao's gaze fell to her wrist. That white and slender wrist. As if it would break if it was folded. Wearing a linden string. It looked a bit abrupt and not quite matching. Mainly because the linden jade bead was bigger and more suitable for a man. Pei Hao said. This string doesn't fit well on you. It's more like a man's. Yes. That old monk wore it. Duan said truthfully. Then give it to me. How about it? No way. Duan decisively refused. This is meant for my brother. You change your request. The smile on Pei Hao's face condensed slightly. Then he lowered his eyelids, and then raised his eyes to gaze at her a moment later. Do you really want this Shitsi to change his request? He purposely asked this question, making Duan inexplicably have a bad premonition. She hurriedly declared. The requirements can't be too high. I can't do anything too high. I'm just a little girl. There's nothing I can do. Not too high. It's very simple. Just move your hands. Pei Hao was as steady as a mountain throughout, until she hesitantly nodded her head. Then he walked to the desk. He personally ground the ink and laid out the paper. Then, he pulled her over and pressed her to sit on the chair in front of the desk. Then took the brush and dipped it in ink and handed it to her. This series of services was particularly considerate and thoughtful than the usual Ning Qin and other people serving. Are more dedicated, Pei Hao said. Write it. A guarantee. What guarantee? Duan played dumb. A guarantee that you will write. I won't. I know you won't write it. It's okay. Just copy it according to what you wrote to me earlier. And just change the name. Pei Hao today spoke in a voice that has always been light, with little ups and downs. The more so, the worse it is to be messed with. Du-Wan was dying. Ouch. Quite a lot of things happened in the past 2 days. I don't have a good memory. I forgot the content. You can go get it and copy it again. Oops. Let me think about it. I forgot where to put it. What should I do? Hee hee. It's okay. I'll read and you write. Pei Hao didn't give Du-Wan the chance to speak again. Directly read. Guarantee. I am prideful Sun County Lord. Surname Du-Wan. Guarantee that in the future, I will not seek trouble from the Jingua Gongfu's world Sun Pei Hao. Or else I'm a dog. No. Just right. Or else I'm a puppy. I am not a dog. You are a real dog. With a sad face. Du-Wan wrote down the guarantee with Pei Hao staring at her the whole time. A total of 4 sheets of white paper were scrapped. She deliberately wrote the wrong words, and was caught by others. Du-Wan finished writing what Pei Hao read and pressed the pen to the desktop. That's good enough. 3 more to go. Double the size of the word. Du-Wan's eyes rolled. What word I don't remember. Is it Wang? Pei Hao was about to open his mouth, but suddenly closed it. Almost fell for it. Chapter 183. Thank your ancestors 18 generations. The little girl was too naughty. And if she was not careful, she would fall into the hole she dug. Pei Hao suppressed the urge to punch someone and gritted his teeth. Hurry up and write. Don't remember. No. You remember. Pei Hao finally couldn't help but raise his hand and pinched her cheek. Or, you can just scream 3 times. Then you don't have to write. Du-Wan. It's better to write than to scream. Thus, 3 magical Wang characters appeared on the guarantee. Under Pei Hao's pressing gaze, Du-Wan signed her name and stamped the county princess seal. After the ink dried, Pei Hao picked it up with satisfaction, folded it, and put it in his pocket. 1 person. 1 guarantee. Pulled even. Pei Hao saw the little girl drooping down to the case table and not moving. Knowing that she was struck today, he couldn't help but raise his hand and touch her head. Comforting. Wan. A little setback is nothing. Make an effort to stand up. In the future, there may be a big setback yet. The corner of Du-Wan's mouth twitched. Ma duh. This county princess thanks your ancestors for 18 generations. However, according to the meaning of the big villain's words, is it that he will still play a big game? Thinking of this possibility, Du-Wan instead ignored Pei Hao's small movements. Pei Hao originally wanted to follow Du Qian's example and touch the little girl's head. As a result, he couldn't help but touch it again. And again. And again. Especially today. He was so spirited that he managed to turn the little girl back. Pei Hao moodily curled up the corner of his mouth. Then, under the little girl's increasingly dangerous eyes, he lovingly put away his hand and walked away as if nothing had happened. Dog man. Du-Wan stared at Pei Hao's back and cursed 1,000 times in her heart. The whole person slumped to the desktop, not wanting to move. At this time, Du-Wan kind of regretted to death. Why didn't she go to the palace with the eldest princess? If she went, she could avoid Pei Hao, and wouldn't have signed that black history-like guarantee. This is kind of leaving a handle to Pei Hao. Only, he holds her handle, she also has his handle in her hand. If you really use it, both lose? Du-Wan lying on her back actually fell asleep. When she woke up again, the eldest princess and Du harnessed by the side of a horse has come back together. A small farewell is better than a new marriage. The two of them get tired together. Like glue. Dog food don't need money to spread everywhere. Du-Wan went to the main courtyard. Only stayed for a while. Turned around and went back to Yuan. Du extra horse harnessed by the emperor's side looked at his daughters departing back, and let out a slight sigh. Sister Shu, I heard that the bells of the Protectorate Temple rang 9 times in a row? Yes. Do you know that the bells of the Protectorate Temple have never rung? The Rapunzel froze. She hadn't paid attention to it before, but now that she thought about it, every time she went to offer incense, she had really never heard the bells. The eldest princess said, Master Yuan Tong said that our daughter is blessed with great fortune. That old bald donkey. Du Xianzhong frowned in pain. The waist was pinched by the eldest princess. The eldest princess snapped. Master Yuan Tong is an accomplished monk. Don't talk nonsense. Yes, Sister Shu is right in her lesson. Du extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's team apologized repeatedly. The princess went on to say. The master also said that I am also blessed with great fortune. It's true. Whoever she meets says that she is a person with great fortune. Two extra horse harnessed by the emperor's side didn't want to strike the eldest princess. Well, 20 years ago. He also said that I was a person with great fortune. That master was so accurate. You've been living this rich life for 20 years. In peace and quiet. Several days passed. Duan has not set foot outside since returning to the mansion. Either she stayed in the Jade Spirit Garden or turned to the martial arts training hall throughout the day. Pei House seems to be very busy, and has not been seen for several days in a row. Only the princess residence was quite lively. And the concierge received a bunch of postings every day. A portion of the postings were sent to her. All of them were from noblewomen in the capital who were organizing banquets. Usually when these people prepared the postings, they would almost always send one to the princess mansion in the way of Duan's identity. As to whether Duan would go or not, it was not too hopeful. As for whether or not Duan would go, she did not hold much hope. With this free time, she might as well practice her swordplay for a while longer. Today, Duan returned to Jade Spirit Garden from the martial arts training hall, walked to the tea table, grabbed a handful of candied fruits and ate them one by one. Casually asked again, Ning Qin, what's the gossip today? Haven't heard anything for now. Ning Qin came back at about the same time as Duan. Being able to find someone to inquire about the Murong family's gossip in the first place was still because she knew that Duan would be interested. Ning Qin said. However, there is a small piece of news. What news? I heard that the royal list was revealed to be a folkloric divine doctor surnamed Lu. Duan's eating action was lurched. The imperial list was uncovered earlier than expected. This divine Dr. Lu might have originally been in the capital. Duan had not heard of this divine Dr. Lu. The plot of the book has developed to the point where it has long since deviated, especially from the established life trajectories of the male and female protagonists. And Qin Yu's has changed the most. And the female protagonist, without the golden finger, looks so ordinary. Although the business as in the book, but not as rapid development as in the book. Still in the range of normal people. The male lead situation. Duan is not too clear. But one thing is for sure. It will not be as smooth as in the book. In fact, it was more than not smooth. It was simply bad luck. It seriously affected Xie Zhang's original plan, and had to change his strategy. Duan made an impromptu decision. Ning Qin, I'm going to go back to the clan. How did County Princess think of going back to the clan? Ning Qin was surprised. I'm tired of staying in the mansion and miss my brother. Then how many days do you plan to go back and stay? How should? Duan's words were not finished. Outside, that is. Du Qian's voice came. Where is sister going? Huh? Big brother. Duan jumped up at once. Ran to Du Qian's front. Smiling brightly. How did you go to the clan for so long this time? Didn't you say that you would go for a few days a month? I've been chanting about you every day. Du Qian, who was warmly welcomed by her sister, drifted a little. Du Qian rubbed her head habitually. The old patriarch refused to let me go. What can I do? Do what? I don't know. He just stares at me every day. Mentioning this, Du Qian was also depressed. Duan wondered. Then you didn't come back today? I snuck back when the matriarch wasn't paying attention. Hee. Du Qian's last smile is a bit of a thief. Actually overlapping with the smile Duan used to have after doing something bad. Recently, there seems to be something going on in the clan. The old patriarch couldn't care less about me. Duan hemmed and hawed. It's good to be able to run back. Du Qian was pressured to expect. The reason why the old matriarch would keep an eye on him had to start from that half-roasted rabbit meat. Because the old patriarch thought that there would be someone else to send this kid roasted rabbit meat? Has not been able to eat it. This is not. Has been staring. The two siblings came together to mutter in chat. Chapter 184. Sister is a small person. Coming out of Jade's spirit garden, Du Qian turned to the main courtyard study to find his father. Du Xian, horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team, suddenly soured when he saw the Bodhi string Du Qian was wearing in his hand. Daughter still likes big brother a little more. Such a good thing. How come she only misses this brat? Du Qian used his long sleeves to block the string without any trace. But the more he did so, the more conspicuous it became. What's the point of blocking it? Old man has seen it all. Du Xian, horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team, had a sly look in his eyes. Du Qian smiled smugly. Isn't this because I'm afraid father will be struck down? When I'm rare. Yes. What good things has father not seen? Would he look at a mere string? Bastard. Get over it. Du Qian didn't want to offend his father too hard. He quickly changed the topic. Father, I heard about Murong Jijiao's words before she died. Did you have someone investigate? Investigating. Du extra horse harness by the side of a team said truthfully. Where to start? Start with Murong Jijiao's subordinates before she was married. Ginger is still old and spicy. Du Qian hadn't thought of this. When Murong Jiaojia married into the Xia family, she only brought 2 of her accompanying maids with her in her haste. Some of the rest were sold off by the Murong family, and some stayed in the Murong family. As long as one looked, they could all be found. Even if they were in a high position, they still needed evidence to act. It was impossible to convict Su Yu with just one dying word from Murong Jiaojia. Du Qian asked. The Su family should have received wind of this. Received it. Prime Minister Su also first approached my father to explain, saying that Murong Jiaojia had earlier harbored a grudge against his eldest granddaughter, and wanted to borrow the hand of the princess house to avenge her. In addition to these words, there were also a bunch of praises for that great-granddaughter of his. How talented she was. How kind she was. How she didn't ask for anything in return. And how many people she had helped by giving out porridge year after year. And so on. In order to make Du Xian horse harness by the side of the emperor's side believe. Prime Minister Su also named some of the people Su Yu had helped. Du Qian laughed coldly. Who has she helped? All of them are famously written down? Not bad. It's so odd. Probably because he saw that I was indifferent, and rushed out with words. He'll regret it when he gets back to his senses. Everyone is a man who lives in his old age, who really goes to do a good deed, and has to make a special effort to write down the other party's name and address. Isn't this a common tactic used by some nobles to pull people together? It's a low-cost investment in talent, just waiting for the other side to be used later. Prime Minister Su's explanation not only failed to clear the suspicion. In the eyes of Du Xian horse harnessed by the emperor's side, Su Yu became a hypocrite. Du Qian asked. Father, have you mentioned this to your sister? No. She's been hugging that sword all day. And she comes to the main courtyard just to order, slipping in a circle and showing her little face. Before your mother, and I can say a word to her. She runs off again without a trace. When Du Xian Ma said this, there was no mention of how dark his face was. Du Qian lowered his head and smothered a smile, just like something a sister would do. Du Qian stood up and excused himself. I will talk to my sister about this matter. Go on. It's good to give her a heads up. HM. Du Qian turned around and was just about to step out of the study. Suddenly, he was called back by Du Xian horse harnessed by the emperor's side. Qianer. Wait. Du Qian turned back in confusion. What else? You were in the clan. No one rushed you. But after returning to the princess residence, it would be a bit unreasonable not to visit the palace. Tomorrow, you will go to the palace with Wanwan. Father, I don't really want to go. Du Qian hated to kill Huang Ren when he thought of her. His good-for-nothing sister had suffered 3 times because of her. Du Emperor's son-in-law taught his son, the more you dislike a person, the less you can tarnish your reputation because of that person. Qianer, go back and think about it. Don't even be worse than your sister. Du Qian's sword brows raised. That little person of a sister. She would do whatever was favorable. On top of being smart. Du Qian was really ashamed of himself. Du Qian stepped out of the main courtyard and then went back to Jade's spirit garden. When he went there, he happened to see his sister polishing her sword. When Du Wan saw him come over, her whole little face instantly came alive. Big brother. Du Qian smiled and teased. Still polishing the sword after dinner? You're really holding it for the rest of your life. Nothing to do. Rubbing it. Du Wan gave a dry laugh. Du Qian sat next to her and talked about what he had just chatted with his father. Sister, tomorrow we are going to the palace. Will you go together? Going. Didn't father ask you to take me along? It's fine if you don't go. It's nothing. It's just the right time to go and see what kind of god that divine Dr. Lu is. Actually able to stabilize Huang Ren's condition. Du Wan was again talking while polishing her sword. In fact, the sword in her hand had already been wiped to a spotless finish. However, she still held her handkerchief and wiped it around. Du Qian couldn't help but think of his father's complaining words and suddenly felt amused. This sword? You didn't put it back in the weapon room? Not putting it back. It will belong to me personally from now on. Before Du Wan went to bed at night, she would place the sword where she could get to it at any time. She always lacked a bit of security in this world. Having a sharp weapon by her side made sleeping a little more assured. Du-won added, "Big brother. Father's decision was right. Huang Ren is ultimately the emperor's own flesh and blood. Even if she deserves to die." Du Qian looked at his sister, who looked calm, and fell into deep thought. Du-won twisted her head to see him like this and laughed. "You don't do anything superfluous. I'm just thinking about whether or not to let that divine Dr. Lu have an accident." "No need." Du-won finally sheathed her sword. "Since she has this luck to live longer, let her live. Don't you feel diaphoretic? What's wrong with that? We can't even see anyone without entering the palace. Besides, if she is sick all day long, she is a living pain. So she might as well die early." So reasonable. Du Qian felt that he was convinced that he was condemning his sister. Early the next morning, the princess house prepared the carriage to enter the palace. This time, Du-won rode in the carriage, and Du Qian rode on horseback. When they arrived at the palace gates, they entered the palace smoothly, first going to greet the emperor, and then going to greet the empress. A flurry of formal etiquette down the line. Before moving on to the Jinqiu Palace, Du-won walked all the way, and saw that there were quite a lot of palace people serving in the Jinqiu Palace. Du Qian whispered, "Still quite favored. The last scenery before dying." Du-won similarly whispered. Du Qian couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising as he listened. Waiting outside, the palace maid went in first to report. After waiting for a while, the palace maid turned out and led the two inside. Since Huang Ren was brought into the palace by the emperor, it was the second time Du-won had seen someone. This time, Huang Ren was half sitting on the bed. The whole person looked much more refreshed. However, Du-won saw at a glance that Huang Ren had put on makeup and rouge. Du-won was speechless for a moment. After making them wait for so long, she was applying her makeup inside? Thought she was trying to give her a hard time. Chapter 185. Someone is counting on the siblings. Huang Ren raised her eyes to her. "You're here. This is my big brother," Du-won introduced with a smile. Du Qian carried a gentle and elegant posture, stood 2 steps forward and said with a smile, "Greetings, cousin Huang Ren. I am your cousin Du Qian. Did the emperor's uncle say when he would let you on the royal jade disc?" Huang Ren. Du-won smiled and half smiled. Worthy of being a cheap elder brother. Coming up with a solid heart. Take a look at this gentle worldly son's mannerisms. Even the words he said, which were clearly nothing wrong, were barbed. Huang Ren is now even staying in the Jinqiu Palace. Everyone knows her identity by heart. However, until now has not been on the royal jade disc. Even the name has not been changed. Not to mention sending the imperial list to announce the world. Now everyone can't guess the emperor's mind. Du Qian so asked. Really hit the nail on the head. As a younger sister, she could only silently give her big brother a nod. The palace maid served tea to the siblings, breaking Huang Ren's embarrassment. Huang Ren didn't answer, and Du Qian didn't ask any more questions. It was a bit of a cold scene. Next, the siblings sat aside and didn't say anything. And the tea that was on the tea table didn't even touch it when it got cold. Huang Ren pretended not to see. When it was almost time, Du Qian took Du-won to get up and say goodbye. Du-won politely waved goodbye to Huang Ren. "I'm leaving. You take care of your body. Aren't you going to ask anything?" Huang Ren suddenly voiced out. Du-won sunk her small face and asked, "If you ask you will say?" "Not necessarily. But then again, I can't say I'll answer." Huang Ren's intention of this statement was not clear. Du-won gathered up the lightness on her face. After a long time, when everyone thought that Du-won was going to question, Du-won suddenly said in a soft voice, "Cousin, get well and don't think too much. We're all relatives now. Blood relatives. We can't be enemies anymore. You're defending me. I'm defending you. How tiring is that? Isn't it?" The smile at the corner of Huang Ren's mouth froze. "Is this a lot of thunder but little rain?" Then, Du-won said in a nice voice, "My family's old patriarch didn't allow my brother to return to the capital. My brother even sneaked back to see you. Alas, there's also the emperor's uncle. For your matter, he's all worried about his gray hair. Aren't you heartbroken? Anyway, my mother is heartbroken. And I am heartbroken. My brother is also heartbroken." Du Qian was silent, his eyes obscure and inexplicable. Huang Ren did not say anything. Instead, it was Du-won who had a bunch of words of concern. Blah blah blah. In the end, summed up a sentence. "Well, my big brother and I won't bother you to rest. Remember to take your medicine on time, oh. Don't be afraid of suffering, oh. Thank you for your cousin's trouble. Huang Ren finally stifled a sentence. Should be. We are relatives. Breaking bones is still connected to tendons. Duwan's smile was bright. A simple and heartless little look. The siblings had just stepped out of Huang Ren's dorm room. Outside, they met the bright yellow figure. It was none other than the Emperor. Du Qian's heart was clear. His sister had excellent hearing and knew in advance that the Emperor's uncle had come over. So, that nonsense just now was said to the Emperor. Not Huang Ren. Huang Ren is nothing. Where is it worth sister's trouble? Duwan walks briskly to the Emperor. Uncle, aren't you busy? Why did you suddenly come over? Aren't you busy? If you're not busy, hurry up and rest. The Emperor's serious face reveals a smile. Came to see you. Are you going out of the palace? Right, duh. There's no rush. Go to my Jinghe palace and accompany me to eat something. Wow. There's good food? Mentioning food, the little girl's eyes lit up. The Emperor looked at Du Qian again. You kid also a piece. Thank you, Emperor. Call out uncle like one. The Emperor occasionally still wanted to live a normal life. He hoped to have a pair of loving parents, a loving wife, and filial sons and daughters. It's easy to overthink when one reaches middle age. Duwan chimed in. Yes. Big brother shouts uncle. How kind to call uncle. Uh-huh. The Emperor laughed. Wan is right. Shouting uncle is kind. Du Qian immediately shouted uncle along with him. The Emperor is obviously happy for another 2 points. Duwan took advantage of his happiness and made a small request. Uncle, I want to go to find divine Dr. Lu, to inquire about my cousin's condition. Do you want to go together? Don't you want to go eat first? Cousin's condition is a bit more important. Fine. The Emperor was still pleased with the little girl's proposal. In the end, however, he did not take the siblings to find divine Dr. Lu, but went to the Hall of Massive Harmony and summoned divine Dr. Lu again. Duwan was now able to both eat and meet people. Divine Dr. Lu came over. It was a very ordinary old man in good spirits. The Emperor asked about Huang Ren's condition, and Dr. Lu spoke up. Some of the specialized stuff. Duwan listened to it in a cloudy manner. However, Duwan understood the general meaning. According to divine Dr. Lu, he could only stabilize Huang Ren's condition temporarily, and it would be extremely difficult to cure her, unless he found some kind of miracle cure. Now, Duwan was relieved. Huang Ren will have to die in the end. Thinking about the Fairview Palace, the Emperor suddenly came. Before that, Duwan's siblings did go to see the Emperor, when the Emperor was clearly very busy, and would not have the time to go to the Brocade Palace. Thinking about it carefully, it would be strange if there wasn't something fishy in it. Some people want to count on the siblings, deliberately trying to lure the Emperor over. If the Emperor saw the two of them questioning Huang Ren's face, then the good impression that the siblings had left on the Emperor in the past would be gone. It was a pity that this person, who was making small moves behind the scenes, didn't know that even if there were no outsiders in front of Huang Ren, the siblings were still very cautious. At most, there was a little bit of slowness in their attitude, which couldn't be used to make an issue. Next, the siblings accompanied the Emperor for lunch. Du Qian left the palace first, but Duwan was left behind by the Emperor. Then, Duwan carried a small hand, leisurely followed the Emperor to the council hall, the imperial study. For an afternoon, she followed the Emperor around. When the Emperor was reviewing the Zhangfu, fear that the little girl is too boring. Occasionally we'll ask her. Let her say how to. The little girl was asked. We'll only play dumb. Otherwise, move out of the modern set of theories of governance. Very able to bluff people. The Emperor closed a Zhangbu and suddenly asked. Wan, how do you think a country can be ruled for a long time? Oh, in a dream, I guess. Everything is in a dream. Duwan casually spat. After spitting it out, she regretted it. Instead, the Emperor seemed to be shocked by her words. What does Wan mean by this? Heh. Duwan laughed dryly. Her brain turned fast. Uncle Na. Learning from history. The rise and fall of a dynasty is a process that is bound to be experienced. So long-lasting peace and order and whatnot. Dreaming about it. Emperor. Really, words are rough. But this girl really dared to say anything. Not afraid of being punished by him? Chapter 186. The truth is all hurtful. The Emperor deliberately sank his face and said in a dignified manner. Little girl's guts are really big. She dares to say anything. Uncle is not an outsider. Of course I dare to speak. Du-Wan was not afraid in the slightest. The emperor's old face, which was pretending to be serious, almost couldn't be maintained. The chief eunuch next to him was still familiar with the emperor. He could tell that the emperor was in a good mood. The emperor added, "Your words can hurt Uncle's heart." "Oh, the truth hurts." The emperor hadn't reacted yet, but it was the chief eunuch next to him who first lost his laughter. The emperor glared at this old thing. "Get out. Obey the decree." The chief eunuch hurriedly went out, and even the other small eunuchs in front of the temple all brought out. Du-Wan had read the original. The great Qin state had long been riddled with holes, and would fall apart at any time. Du-Wan did not have the ability to save the country. Du-Qian likewise did not. And the entire princess house did not have the means. A chaotic world. How can it be pacified? Even if it is pacified, how can it be governed? Is it that easy to unify the regime? The country is pacified, and it's time for internal power struggles. Alas, Wan. The emperor suddenly called out to Du-Wan, who was lost in thought. Du-Wan blinks her big eyes. "Uncle has something to say. Do you think it's good for me to pass the throne to your brother in the future?" "No good." Du-Wan shook her head frantically. Why? It's too hard to be an emperor. It's a lot of labor. Just look at Uncle's hard work. He doesn't even have freedom. My elder brother isn't stupid. He doesn't want to be an emperor." Du-Wan raised her chin, looking like her big brother was shrewd. The emperor's heart was happy. And then he pretended to ask with a disapproving face, "It's just hard work. How come there's no freedom? Always live in the palace? In and out have lived outside the palace convenient?" The emperor pointed at her and wanted to curse, but he couldn't. The little girl was justified. In the end, the emperor tapped her forehead and scolded with a laugh. "Nonsense." After a long time, it was quiet. The emperor touched the dragon chair under his seat and suddenly threw down another question. "Wan, do you think Uncle is a dim king?" "Who said that?" "I'll go and settle the score with him." Uncle is asking you." "Of course not," Du-Wan replied with certainty. She knew that this question was big. A big pit. The slightest wrong answer might attract the emperor's dislike. However, when it really came time to answer, she still decided to speak the words from the bottom of her heart. "Uncle, you are just one person. A person's energy is always limited. You go to the court every day, come down from the court, deal with the country's political affairs, and work diligently. Anyone with eyes to see can know how good you are. But the people outside still think that I am a dim king. Then those who say that are either short-sighted or have ulterior motives." "Huh? How to tell? How can it be said? Uncle is so good, and those people are still slandering you. They must all be bad." Ha. The emperor laughed out loud, clearly amused. Du-Wan now has a good impression of the emperor. Thinking side by side, he is also quite wronged. Sitting on the dragon chair every day, presiding over the government affairs diligently, but the officials underneath are deceiving the top and the bottom. He does not know what else can be done. No evidence. Still cannot do anything. Outside, the people encountered what happened. He also had to be scolded a dim king. The officials in the court are complicated, and they are all in favor of each other. The next batch of officials would in all probability still be corrupt officials. This kind of culture has been formed in Great Qin for a long time, and it's hard to curb it unless everything is overthrown and re-established. Just like in the book, change the heaven and earth, break and then establish. Before Xie became emperor, he killed many peoples, almost killing all the imperial court's appointed officials. Then he reintroduced a group of insightful people, and only after a year of reform and governance did he create the later peaceful era. Regardless of Xie Zhang's tactics in the early period, when he became emperor in the later period, he did have the talent to govern the world and called himself a wise ruler. Du-Wan only wanted to protect the princess's family, but she was worried that she had changed too much and made the world more chaotic. The impact of her arrival is already not small now. It was hard to say what the future would hold, and she felt a brain ache just thinking about it. Forget it. Don't think about it. This matter is too big. Leave it to worry later. Du-Wan accompanied the emperor for the evening meal, before being sent back to the princess mansion. When she returned, all three members of the family were waiting for her. Du-Qian looked around her once and found that she was nothing. Then she was relieved. Sister, what is the Emperor keeping you for? Just letting me chat with him. Duan saw that everyone was quite concerned. So she picked a few things to say. It's really nothing. The Emperor's uncle is probably bored and wants to find someone to talk to. On the topic of the throne and the dim king. Duan did not bring it up for fear of scaring the three of them. Duan pondered. Who do you guys think let the Emperor's uncle go to the Jinxiu Palace? The ones who are in power in the palace are those two. The eldest princess said after pondering. Du Xiongma and Du Qian both agreed. Duan asked again. Which one do you think it is? The eldest princess and Du Extra horse harness by the side of a team looked at each other. Du Xian horse harness by the side of a team snapped. On the surface, the Empress is the most likely. And that niece of hers is still staying in the mountains because of Wan. However, she is ultimately surnamed Du and doesn't dare to offend Qianer. I've asked around. Before the Emperor went to the Jinxiu Palace, Noble Consort Xia went to send tonic soup to the Emperor. That would be Noble Consort Xia. Duan immediately jumped to a conclusion. They didn't need evidence. Just a determination. Duan was upset and annoyed again when she thought of the Xia family's scheming. Noble Consort Xia does have this motive. Just as the Emperor suddenly asked Duan about the imperial throne today, it is obvious that the Emperor has moved on. Otherwise, he would not have asked about it. Then, who is the most anxious person? Dinbei Marquis Xia family. The family chatted for a while. It came back to the matter of Murong Jiaoju. Duan asked. Father, that Murong Jijiao's former subordinate. Have you checked? Du Extra horse harness by the side of the Emperor's team replied. Asked. There are still two that can't be contacted. Which two? The ones who gave Murong Jiaoju a dowry. Du Extra horse harness by the side of a team told the situation. The maids around Murong Jiaoju were all well taught and first-rate in appearance. Du Extra horse harness by the side of a team said. Xia Wu, that colorful rascal, refused to let them see anyone. What do you mean? You won't let them see anyone. They were not secretly taken into Xia Wu's room. Xia Wu refused to allow them to see people for fear of spreading the word. Duan strangely asked. Because he won't allow it. Dad, you don't have a way? Of course there is a way. Du Extra horse harness by the side of the Emperor's team's old face is going red. Is this being questioned by his daughter's ability? Du Qian stifled his laughter. Sister, father went to investigate with great fanfare. Huh? Yes. There was no cover-up. It's not like he couldn't wait for others to know. It's necessary to let people know, so that people will dogpile in order to find evidence. Du Potential understood the intention of Du Emperor's son-in-law's move. When Prime Minister Su approached him, some words to clear the suspicion. In turn, made Du Extra horse harness by the side of a team stare at the Su family. Therefore, the more he investigated like this, the more the real culprit panicked in his heart. The more panicked he is, the more likely he is to do something superfluous. Chapter 187, County Lord, this is missing you. Sometimes evidence is forced out like this. Duan now understood. Chief Dad didn't expect to really find any clues on a group of underlings. He is intentionally so uncovered to investigate. Can investigate what is the unexpected joy. If he didn't find out anything, he didn't lose anything. Duan mulled over this matter in her heart and went back to Jade's spirit garden. Sheriff, there is a letter for you. Ning Qin mysteriously came over. Duan stretches out her hand. Ning Qin puts the letter into her palm. Who is it from? I heard it's Pei Sheepsi's. His is his. You make it so strange. Why? It's not the first time I received a letter from Pei Hao. Duan didn't have the good sense to open the letter. The content of the letter said that he had eyes on a mansion that Xia Wu often went to. And he was going to go tonight to find out what was going on. He asked her if she wanted to go. Duan did not know what Pei Hao's mindset was. Without the previous conversation with her family, maybe Duan would have immediately refused. Now it was different. She wanted to go. Duan came to the desk nimbly, wrote a big word "want," folded it up and stuffed it into the envelope, and let one of her guards go to send a letter to Pei Hao. Duan didn't specifically ask to hand it over to Pei Hao. When the bodyguard arrived at the Duke of Jin's residence, he happened to meet Mu Xian. Mu Xian saw that he was from the princess's mansion, inquired a couple of times and learnt that he was delivering a letter, and immediately said, "Give me the letter. I happen to be going to see Pei Shi." "Good. I'll trouble you." Prince Mu. The personal guard handed the envelope to Mu Xian. Mu Xian took the letter. and his heart itched as if he had grown hairs. On the envelope, there was no signature on it, and it wasn't even sealed. Musion was using all his life's strength to not go and open the envelope secretly. After all, peeking at other people's letters without their permission is not what a gentleman would do. Haphazardly stuffed the letter into his arms. He came to the courtyard where the world prince lived, listening to the rain residents. In front of the small study, Husan was guarding the eaves. Musion put a light footstep and walked over, stood next to Husan and whispered, "What is the world master doing?" "I don't know," Husan replied briefly. Musion probed his head and tried to look inside, and asked in a bitchy whisper, "Husan, if you have a chance to see the county princess's letter to Master Shitsi, do you want to read it? Then," he quickly added, "if you don't say anything and I don't say anything, no one will know." Husan swept his gaze from his arms at that. "You've hidden the county princess's letter to the world prince. What are you babbling about? Am I someone who does such things?" Musion was almost so angry that he jumped to his feet, pointing at Husan in a way that he wanted to curse, but couldn't. Soon, he deflated again. Musion touched the letter in his arms. "Musion, come in." Pei Hao's voice came from inside. Musion's heart thumped, and he hurriedly straightened his spine. Striding into the small study, Pei Hao reached out towards him. "Bring it." "What Musion stalled stupid. "My letter? Your letter?" Musion slowly took out the letter from his arms. "There is a letter, but it's not even written on it. It's for you." "All right. What's the point of dawdling?" Pei Hao looked at him with penetrating eyes. Musion finally resigned himself to putting the letter on the desktop. "It's not good to say that it's not for you. You have to open the letter now. I need to see who it's for. It's not for me. And it won't be for you." Pei Hao's ability to mock people was becoming more and more exquisite. Of course, he knew Musion's caution, but Pei Hao was happy to indulge. So in front of Musion, he took out the letter given by the little girl and opened it. When he saw the content of the letter, there was only one word. The corner of Pei Hao's mouth could not suppress the upward curve. Musion soured. "Yo, the little county princess is thinking of you. What's wrong with that?" "A word of wanting. Saying that it is thinking of him. There is nothing wrong with it." Pei Hao acquiesced, and his heart was still happy. Anyway, he has learned to read the little girl's letters without a brain now. Naiji Musion didn't know, and really misunderstood. There's nothing wrong with it. Just didn't expect. You actually have the day of enlightenment. Congratulations. If you are jealous, then say it clearly. Why are you acting in a conspiratorial manner? Pei Hao read the letter several more times in front of Musion. He made it seem like there was only one word in the letter that others didn't know. The more Musion looked at his appearance, the more heartbroken she became. The child has grown up and wants a daughter-in-law. Alas, he has to worry about what old man's heart. Pei Hao naturally took the good with the bad. If the little girl knew that she had written a word that was misinterpreted to mean this, she would definitely blow up. That night, outside the gate of the princess's residence, Pei Hao waited on horseback. Yu Ling Yuan quietly slipped out a petite figure and ran to Pei Hao's heels. Pei Hao stretched out his hand towards her, and she immediately put her hand on his palm. He just pulled gently, and her whole body flew up in the air and sat in front of him, leaning her back into his arms. Pei Hao only felt a stirring in his heart and soul, a strange sentiment growing in his heart. "Go! Hurry up!" Duwan hurriedly urged. Only then did Pei Hao notice that the little girl was actually dressed as a maid. Thinking about how closely guarded Jade's spirit garden is, the little girl wouldn't have snuck out. Right? Pei Hao laughed. If she sneaked out again, I'm afraid that my father-in-law would have received the news by now. However, people should be taken away first. It is now late autumn, and the night is already cool. Pei Hao intentionally lifted his cloak, almost wrapping the little girl in front of him. Duwan didn't notice his small actions. On the contrary, she felt that this was quite good. The wind couldn't blow, and even she shrank inside. Pei Hao's body slightly stiffened, then relaxed and wrapped her more tightly. The corner of Pei Hao's mouth raised again. Occasionally, he even deliberately let the horse run faster. This way the little girl would only lean on him more tightly. It was just bitter for Husan and the others. It was quite difficult to follow, until the street pedestrians and carriages. Gradually more and more. Pei Hao rode his horse gradually slower and slower, then let the horse pace. Duwan notices the surroundings. This is the direction to the night market? Not bad. Xiaowu bought a mansion over there. The location is quite remote. Suitable for doing bad things. However, he bought it under someone else's name. If you don't check carefully, you can't really find out. Wasn't it found out by you? This shows that this Shitsi is powerful. A little bit. Duan grudgingly praised. The two people riding on horseback on the streets were still quite noticeable. Especially Pei Hao. A great celebrity. With a petite girl in his arms. Smiles from time to time and lowers his head to talk tenderly to the girl in his arms. Ear to ear. I think tomorrow's tea house restaurant. Not afraid of no topic to talk about. Only, who is the girl in the World Prince's arms? She was well protected by him. Only half of her head emerged. Almost no one could see her little face. It was only that some people vaguely saw that it was a little maid. This is the World Prince carrying a little maid on the same trip? Does the County Lord know? Chapter 188. The World Master is seriously injured. Pei Hao only had to lower his head to smell the unique scent of the little girl's body. County Lord. I heard that you went into the palace today and stayed for a long time. Yes. Duan didn't deny it. Pei Hao comforted. Huang Ren's matter has wronged you. Not aggrieved. I'm quite good. Duan didn't feel aggrieved. She just pitted for the original owner. When Huang Ren counted on her, she didn't get a good deal from her, and was almost killed by her in return. Therefore, Huang Ren owed the original owner, not her. Pei Hao came to her ear and said in a voice only she could hear, the Emperor's attitude is clear. He will keep her well, but will not give her the honor she deserves. Duan's eyes suddenly lit up like stars. Is this true? Huang Ren's life is not honorable, and the death of Ning's first husband was Ning's hand. Pei Hao's words nodded. Another illegitimate daughter. Another murder of her own husband. Does the Emperor not want to be ashamed? To be? If Huang Ren's body was healthy, the Emperor might have sought a normal brightening and restored her to the status of princess. Like now so lingering sick. The Emperor will be sad, will regret. Will pity her daughter. But will not for her to go to fight their own face. After all, 18 years of life are not around to grow up. To say how deep the feelings. Really no. That bit of affection is not as good as the princess who disappeared when she was a child. Pei Hao was in the palace these days, and saw it clearly understood. You don't have to worry about her getting into trouble. The people around her now are all the Emperor's. I have also been keeping an eye on them. Then thank you, Shitsi Master. Now, Duan was considered completely at ease. Pei Hao laughed softly in a deep voice, his arms stopping at his sides, ringing her up vainly, not afraid that she would fall off the horse. Of course, all the small actions he did would not make her feel oppressed, and were still in a range she could accept. Every time before engaging in small actions, he had to deliberate again and again, afraid that if he accidentally made it too obvious, the little girl would again be like a frightened little fish, slipping away fast. Pei Hao brought the little girl to Rian. Hu San and the others were already ready. Pei Hao led the little girl to the guest room first to avoid other people's ears and eyes, and then by using the cover of the night, he led her away from the window, over a few high courtyard walls, and into the target's mansion. Duan didn't care at first. When gazing and listening, she soon discovered something that the onlookers hadn't noticed. In one of the compartments of the mansion, there were cries and pleas from a woman, with fear and despair in her voice, interspersed with some strange sounds from time to time. Duan had never seen a pig go up a tree, and she had also seen a pig walk. It was just that the movement was too big again. Something was not quite right. Pei Hao was not sure which direction to take. It was Duan who pointed out the direction. That way. Go. How do you know? Pei Hao was surprised. He received a message that merely said that we would secretly come to this mansion tonight. This mansion wasn't a small one, and Wu's specific location in that one chamber still needed to be found. It did not occur to him that the little girl just came as if she knew the direction. Duan walked straight in one direction, close to a compartment. It is assumed that Wu did not want to be known for the scandalous things he did. There were very few subordinates in the mansion, and no one was guarding the outside of the room. Pei Hao also heard the strange sounds coming from the room. The clear and elegant Shitsi Master's face darkened all of a sudden. Pei Hao suddenly didn't want to get closer. No more investigation. Let's go. You're silly. It's not easy to come over. We always need to see what's going on. Duan ignored him, slipped to the wall of the compartment nimbly, and also stretched out her little finger, gently poked a small hole through the screen window. and then made a gesture to look inside. Pei Hao regretted to death. Why didn't he watch her? At first glance, Du-won only saw someone in the room. When she wanted to take a second look, she was pulled away from the room. The whole person was pulled away, and Du-won slammed into a familiar embrace, and she was furiously trying to glare at someone. What are you doing? She is investigating the case. What is he doing? As a result, she bumped into Pei Hao's gloomy face. His gaze was haunted. Still quite scary. In a flash, Du-won was quiet. She is very sensible. Pei Big Villain's look seems to be getting angry. Pei Hao saw her finally settle down. He raised his hand to cover her ear, then let her other ear stick to his chest. With such a simple little action, Pei Hao successfully covered both her ears, not allowing her to continue listening. Seeing that she was still not convinced, still a little reluctant, wanting to struggle, Pei Hao hurriedly approached her ear and whispered, "It's too dirty. Don't listen." "No, not dirty." Du-won wanted to shake her head. This big drama, she not only wanted to listen, but also wanted to see. However, Pei Hao warned with his eyes, and told her to settle down. He himself instead lifted his other hand, and made the screen window, which she had previously poked through, open a little bit more. Therefore, Du-won soon realized, this person did not allow her to look. But he himself looked up. The little girl had found an excellent position, and the situation of the house was really understood at a glance. When Pei Hao saw this, he was glad that he didn't let the little girl see it. The situation inside was unbearable. Like Xia Wu, this kind of play of rich children in the capital is not uncommon. Pei Hao had seen even more ruthless than when the court tortured criminals. Usually a night down. Those who bear the men and women who are lucky not to die are dying. The body is tattered, and then be rolled with a straw mat, thrown to the outskirts of the mass graves. Pei Hao hugged the little girl and hid in a corner. He should have left, but he didn't want to. So he maintained the action of holding the little girl. If he left here, she would not let him hold. Pei Hao could not let go. With some kind of unseen thoughts, Pei Hao has maintained his original posture and made a serious appearance on the surface. Several times without a trace, he adjusted his posture and wrapped the little girl in a cloak. The person in his arms is fragrant and soft. Pei Hao's mind became more and more in a trance. An unfamiliar flavor lingered in the bottom of his heart. At this moment, the things that were thought about were 100,000 miles away from what they came for. When the little girl in his arms was realized, he became more and more impatient. Du-won saw him covering her ears. Originally wanted to get angry, then realized that even if he blocked one of her ears, she could still hear the movements in the room. Just a little bit quieter. So she pretended not to hear it, and was listening carefully. Later on, she finally figured out what was going on in the room, and knew Xia Wu's secret. Du-won did not suspect Pei Hao at first, thinking that he had discovered something, and was continuing to monitor. Then, until the movement in the house was small. To the end there was no movement. Pei Hao, this guy still did not say he wanted to leave. Du-won understood at once. Pei Hao, this guy is taking the opportunity to take advantage of her. Why didn't you know before? The big villain actually has a thief's heart? Chapter 189. The world's son playing careful games again. Just when Du-won wanted to push Pei Hao away, Pei Hao, who was always keeping an eye on the person in his arms, took one step ahead of her to tighten his slender waist and move with her, exercising light power to evacuate out. What's more, he took her all the way over the high wall of the mansion. The two were alone in a secluded alley. Du-won pushed Pei Hao away with a forceful hand, her eyes containing anger. When she was about to curse, she saw that Pei Hao was pushed by her and flew out backwards, and her back also hit the wall on the side. With a muffled grunt, Pei Hao's stunning face surfaced with the color of pain. Du-won was startled. What's wrong with you? You? What do you mean? Pei Hao's peach blossom-like eyes implied a questioning intent. Me? Du-won was originally flustered and associated with his treachery, most likely deliberately selling out to try to hide it from her. However, while thinking this way one moment, the next moment saw the corner of Pei Hao's mouth, spilling a trace of blood. Obviously, he had been pushed by him, and was not lightly injured. Du-won's entire being was confused and panicked for a handful of seconds. For her own strength, Du-won knew, with cultivation, it was constantly increasing. That push just now was done in the heat of the moment, and the strength was not mastered. It should be like this, right? Du-won is not even too confident. She was a little eager to get to Pei Hao's side. How are you? Where is it uncomfortable? I will take you to find a doctor. Well, Pei Hao's whole body leaned towards Du Wan. If Du Wan didn't follow him, she might fall down. Without much time to think, she put him in a half-wrapped embrace and walked towards the side of the alleyway. Pei Hao wrapped one arm around the little girl's shoulders, almost all of his body weight leaning towards her, looking like he would fall at any time, letting her help him step by step out. Out of the alleyway didn't even see Hussein and the others. Du Wan had to help Pei Hao back to the inn. At the door, finally saw Pei family guards. Then there was a lot of panic. Said people to the guest room, and went to ask the doctor. The doctor went in to check the injuries, and Du Wan was invited out the door. Finally, it was Hussein who came out and respectfully said to Du Wan, "Sheriff Master, the World Sun asked his subordinates to send you back first." Du Wan was apprehensive. Before stepping into the inn, there was still a trace of doubt in her heart that Pei Hao was faking it. Just after entering the inn, Pei Hao almost couldn't even stand, and his face was still bleak and white. Thinking back to that doctor's grave look just now, having watched so many TV shows and written film reviews for a while, Du Wan can still tell that the doctor is really looking at the doctor. Without the slightest bit of faking, Hussein respectfully said, "The hour is late. The county princess should go back." "How is he?" "What did the doctor say?" Du Wan asked. "Master Shitzi said if you ask, let my subordinates tell you that he is a minor injury. It's not a problem. As long as he sleeps for a while, he'll be fine." Hearing this, Du Wan was even more worried about what to do. Du Wan was so aggrieved that she wanted to go squatting in a corner and draw circles. "I can stay. At least see that he is fine. I'm not hiding it from you. After we send you back, we will also bring Shitzi back to the mansion. And then we will ask the imperial doctor to come to the mansion to take a look at him. It would be inconvenient for County Lord to follow in this matter. Moreover, tonight's matter, Shirzi doesn't want to make a big deal out of it. Nor does he want outsiders to know about it. I also hope that you will keep it a secret. And even if it is the county princess's family, you will not say anything." Oh, okay. Du Wan didn't want to leave, but she also understood Hussein's meaning. It was that her forcing herself to stay would not be of any great use, and it might also delay their rescue of the Shitzi master. Then, Du Wan uneasily followed Hussein out of the inn. As she was leaving, Du Wan still could not help but gaze and listen to the movements in the room. It was too noisy here at the inn to hear too much, but she still vaguely heard the doctor talking about the prescription. Du Wan now has no more doubts. Hussein did not know where to get a carriage. With people escorted Du Wan back to the house, until the carriage gradually go away. Pei Hao, who was lying unconscious on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. Pei family guards were respectfully sending the doctor out. When he came back, the guard was still holding a prescription in his hand and respectfully inquired, "Shitzi, do you want to go grab some medicine? Grab it for you to eat?" Pei Hao's originally pale face had already returned to normal at this point. Just like a juggler. "Nope. Do the whole show. You have someone go grab the medicine and then fry it and send it to the room." The little girl had excellent hearing. It was only when she actually left that Pei Hao dared to get up. Why Pei Hao could tell that the little girl had good hearing was still because she was able to accurately find Xie Wu's location tonight. This reminded Pei Hao of the last time he accompanied the emperor to the princess mansion. The little girl had been lying in the railing of the corridor pavilion. The guard said they were waiting for him. It seems that it wasn't. The little girl was eavesdropping, I guess. What a nerve. Even dared to listen to the emperor's corner. Pei Hao thought back to his every move just now. It was seamless. Even if the little girl had been standing outside listening, she wouldn't have been able to find a break. Pei Hao recalled the situation at the mansion tonight. The little girl's hearing is so good. Even if he covered her ears, she probably still heard what Xie Wu did. Thinking of this possibility, Pei Hao's anger surged to the bottom of his beautiful peach blossom eyes. This Xie Wu. Damn! Returning to the princess residence, Du Wan went back to Yuling Yuan. Ning Qin is still waiting in the bedchamber. Anxious. "Sheriff, you can come back." "Well, you go down and rest. Don't you need a slave servant to wait for you to rest?" "No need." Du Wan gave the word, and Ning Qin obediently retreated. Sitting in front of the table, she poured herself a cup of tea and drank it absent-mindedly. She was constantly recalling that push. At that time, her brain didn't think much at all. There were a few moments of restraint, but not much. Du-Wan recalled the strength at that time, pressed her hand to the tea table, and tried to press down with about the same strength as at that time. Bang! The tea table crumbled, the place where she pressed it. Even more so. It directly broke apart. The force, really not small. It made a big commotion, scaring Ning Qin and the others who lived next door, and hurriedly climbed up. Sheriff! Sheriffkin, what happened? The 4 big maids, as well as the underlings in the courtyard, all climbed up. The guards outside were additionally startled. Several teams of personal guards hurriedly broke into Jade's spirit garden. In the silence of the night, this sound of movement traveled quite far. Du-Wan was dumbfounded this time. From before, when she touched a tea bowl and it shattered. Then she practiced for a long time and finally knew how to control the strength. But after a trip to the Protectorate Temple, she broke through again. She was even more powerful than usual. Du-Wan was convinced of Pei Hao's injury at this point. Ning Qin tapped on the door and shouted worriedly, "Sheriff Master? Sheriff Master? It's fine. It's the tea table that's broken." Du-Wan came back to her senses and walked over to bolt the door open. Ning Qin and the others hurried in and found Du-Wan well and unhurt. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. And then looking around, they found that the tea table had really crumbled. Chapter 190. Sheriff Lord injured the world's son. Ning Qin was puzzled. A good tea table. How did it suddenly crumble? The quality isn't up to snuff. I guess. It's not a big deal. You go out and tell everyone to do what they need to do. The commotion outside, Du-Wan also knew. In the middle of the night, alarming so many people, Du-Wan was a little weak. Plus, she had just snuck back from outside. If she made such a big commotion, what if she was caught in the bag? Du-Wan looked down and saw that she was still wearing Ning Qin's clothes. So she hurriedly turned to the clothing room and changed her clothes. Similarly also took the hair bun on her head, detached it and put it down. "Sister?" Du Qian's voice sounded outside the room. However, he did not barge into the room. Du-Wan hurriedly put on an outer smock and hurriedly walked out. "Why is Big Brother here? I heard that you made a big commotion here." Du Qian saw the broken tea table moved out by Ning Qin and the others, and looked at Du-Wan with a smile or not. Du-Wan's small face heated up. "I didn't control the force for a while. Cultivation refined again?" Du Qian asked tentatively. Du-Wan nodded her head. "Yes. Still not in control." After saying that, she was a bit distracted again. Du Qian is such an expert. When he sees his sister like this, he knows that something has happened. Sister has even slipped out tonight? Du-Wan's big eyes overflowed with dismay. Du Qian knocked her on the head. "Think you're hiding it well? If a big living person goes out, would no one see him? How bad must the defense of the princess's residence be?" Du-Wan lowers her head in frustration. Listless, Du Qian asked with concern. "What happened? I seem to have done something wrong. In this world, the person Du-Wan trusts the most is Chief Big Brother. When one encounters something troublesome, of course one should talk to him first." However, just as Du-Wan wanted to say it, she remembered what Husan had purposely delivered and closed her little mouth again. Du Qian waited for a while, seeing that his sister didn't even say anything. Obviously this matter, for the time being, could not be said. However, the sister did not say. Does not mean he cannot investigate. Du Qian first told his sister to go and rest, and to wait until tomorrow to talk about anything. When Du Qian left, the outside also calmed down. Du-Wan turned back to the bedroom, not in the mood to cultivate, lying on the bed and launching herself into a daze. In her mind, from time to time, Pei Hao's injured face flashed. Distracted, and Du-Wan didn't know. After Husan went back to the inn, he escorted Pei Hao onto the carriage and went straight back to the Jinguigong house. Originally, Husan thought Pei Hao was pretending. As a result, when he went back, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was also black. It should be the blood accumulated in the chest. Husan was shocked. "Shitsi. You are? No harm done. It's much more comfortable when you spit it out." Pei Hao touched his chest. The little girl's strength is really big. But after hugging the little girl for so long, it's not a loss. Pei Hao lay down on the bed and thought back to tonight's events. And the corner of his mouth even curled up. After his injury, the little girl shouldn't be able to hold on to what happened earlier. Husan only felt that Master Shitsi was crazy. obviously injured, and still looking happy? While at the inn, Mu Xian hurriedly barged in. Wasn't it just to check out Xia Wu's mansion? How could you come back injured? A small injury. It was an accident. Pei Hao was unwilling to mention it again. Mu Xian had no choice but to look at Husan instead. Husan shook his head. Don't ask me. I didn't follow. I don't know. Mu Xian. Useless thing. A night passed. Duan was close to dawn before she barely slept. When she woke up, the sun was rising outside. At this time, she did not know. Outside there is a gossip. Is Jinghua Gongfu Shi last night with a maid to share a ride? The same tour of the night market. The two of them behaved very intimately and unapologetically. Pei Shi, who was previously rumored to be not close to women, had descended to earth. There were some people who even gloated and made fun of County Princess Jiaoyang, who couldn't even keep a fiancé. During this period of time, Pei Hao often went in and out of the princess's residence, and sometimes they were seen riding the same horse. Outsiders thought how good their relationship was, but it turned out to be an illusion. There is no man in the world who doesn't cheat. And early in the morning, Du Qian's side also investigate clearly. It's just that what he investigated is not quite the same as what is rumored outside. Pei Hao took his sister out last night and went directly to the Ruyan in the night market. Later, I don't know what Pei Hao took his sister to do, and then came back from outside, helped by his sister back to the inn. Later, the doctor was invited. The person who went to investigate, asked the doctor, is said to have suffered serious internal injuries. That night people went back to the Jinghua Gongfu. Early in the morning also took the post of Jinghua Gong to ask the doctor. According to this situation, is not lightly injured. Du Qian pondered how Pei Hao was actually injured, then associating it with his sister's abnormality. Du Qian had a bizarre thought in his mind. Could this injury be related to his sister? At once, he did not dare to go further, and only let the people continue to keep an eye on it. He turns to run to Jade's spirit garden to test his sister. Where is the county princess? Du Qian inquired about an underling. That person hurriedly and respectfully replied, reporting back to the county king. The county lord just got up and is washing up. Du Qian waved his hand, signaling the man to step back. He walked to the main hall of Jade's spirit garden and waited. And Painting Yi and the others immediately served warm tea. When Duan turned out, he saw Du Qian sitting there. Big brother? Didn't sleep well last night? Du Qian surveyed her face. Duan snapped. Still not bad. Du Qian is not too happy with his sister. She dares to lie to him. If you didn't sleep well, you didn't sleep well. It's not something you can't talk about. You grown up. When it comes to things, even brother has to hide it. Duan drops her little head all of a sudden. Listless, Du Qian puts down the bowl of tea he was lifting. I heard a rumor this morning. I heard that the Duke of Jin Mansion went to call the imperial doctor early in the morning. I also heard that Pei Hao vomited blood. Very seriously. What? Duan jolted up. So serious? Sister? Du Qian's eyes flashed. You knew he was injured? Big brother. Am I in trouble? Duan's small face was on the verge of crying, not caring about the issue that she promised not to say anything. A stream of her brain blurted out that she had injured him by mistake. I really didn't think that I would injure him. At that time, it was just a push. And he flew out and hit the wall. Duan looked at her small hand and froze. Du Qian had expected that it was related to his sister, but he didn't expect that it would be his sister who directly injured him. Now even he was shocked. Then, Duan covered her mouth again. It's over. I promised not to say anything. Du Qian's eyes flashed. Who did you promise not to say? Pei Hao. He asked Husan to send a message for me not to say it. How is it exactly? You carefully tell me. To be word for word. Oh. Duan trusted Du Qian more than Pei Hao. When Du Qian asked her to speak out, Duan gave a full account of what happened last night. Chapter 191. Who is the fox of 1,000 years? Hearing the full version of the process, Du Qian's fire was now rubbing off on her. This damn kid even took the opportunity to play bad intentions. Is recognized that his sister is still small, and does not know these small tactics. Is not it? Du Qian walked out of Yuling Yuan. He suspected that after Pei Hao was recognized by his sister, he deliberately faked the injury in order to break the game. So Du Qian sent people to investigate carefully. The person who went to investigate came back to confirm that Pei Hao was indeed injured. Du Qian's expression could not help but become odd. Count him unlucky. Actually bumping into his sister's hands. Du Qian did not sympathize with him. As the same man? Who doesn't know who? It must be that the kid surnamed Pei had overdone it. Which made his sister go and push him away in anger. Not noticing the strength for a moment. Du Qian believed that the boy was really hurt. But did not believe that he would be hurt badly. At this time, Pei Hao did not know that his great-uncle had already figured out his little mind. However, Pei Hao did not need to guess. Big brother-in-law brought his little fiancée and brought a bunch of tonic to his door. Pei Hao hurriedly tidied up and dressed himself exquisitely. When he came out, the eyes of the crowd saw the reserved Shitsi master of the past again. Poised and elegant. Not at all like he was injured. Du-Wan asked in dismay. You weren't injured? Oh, didn't I let Husan tell you? I'm a small injury. No harm. Just sleep for a while. Pei Hao stood in front of Du-Wan with an outstanding temperament. No different from the usual. On the contrary, it was a bit deliberate. It was easy for people to think that he didn't want the little girl to worry. So he forced himself to act like he was fine. A different person, who was unaware of this, would definitely be touched. Mu Xian whispered with Husan. It's really not easy for the Shitsi master. Yes, it's so not easy. Husan immediately agreed. Hey, he doesn't want the county princess to worry. He vomited a huge mouthful of blood last night. The two looked like they were muttering in whispers. But Du Qian next to them heard it. Du Qian especially wanted to give the two a kick each. What kind of tricks were they playing? Thinking that he couldn't read them? Today came over a trip. He can be sure. Pei's boy is not seriously injured. Last night those words were clearly deliberately said to his sister. In order to be this morning this scene. So that his sister is more guilty. More attentive to his things. Du Qian now is not good to break down his trick. Otherwise fall into the eyes of people who do not know the inside information. There is a suspicion of shirking responsibility. The visit is almost over. Du Qian got up to say goodbye, pulling his sister, who was touched and guilty, to leave. Seeing his sister on the carriage, Du Qian did not go to ride the horse. Handed the reins to the guard next to him, and followed to the carriage. He stepped in, but saw his sister was holding a large pear and eating it with a smile. Big brother, this pear is quite sweet. Eat it? I just shunned two from Pei Hao. Sister is not sad. After finding out that he can't die, I'm not afraid anymore. Du Qian was silent. This reaction of his sister was greatly out of his expectation. Who is the fox of the Millennium Ah? Pei Hao? Heh. He, as a big brother, really worried for nothing. Du Qian took the pear handed over by his sister. Biting hard. Sister knows Pei Hao's injury. Not as heavy as he showed? No, ah. Du-Wan casually responded. Then you still acted like you were guilty. Sad and heartbroken just now. He acted quite happily. So I played along. After all, I really hurt him. This is a fact that can't be denied. I can't hurt someone's body and then hurt their heart. That is too unethical. Besides, being poked and prodded in public and causing him to lose face is no good to me. Heh. Du Qian was speechless. He thought that this dumb loss. His sister could only suffer. As a result, his sister knows what's going on in her heart. And he thinks that the kid surnamed Pei is still in the dark and stealing joy. In fact, Du Qian overestimated Du-Wan. Before coming to Jingguo Gongfu, Du-Wan really thought that Pei Hao was seriously injured. Who knows that after coming over, first saw Mu Xian, and Husan did not worry about the look. And then saw a strong pretend not injured Shitsi master. And that everywhere for her sake of the artifice look. Du-Wan still what do not understand. This moment, Du-Wan was in a relaxed state. It was exactly the good state that Du Qian saw. In the carriage's compartment, Du-Wan quickly put Pei Hao's matter behind her. Because after she gazed and listened, her eyes flickered. Big brother. Someone is following us in the dark. This one's lightness is so high that stepping on the roof tiles didn't even make a drop of noise. Then how does sister know? Du Qian gazed and listened quietly. Not finding anything. Du-Wan was confused for a split second. I just knew all. Du Qian was dumbfounded. His sister's ability is a bit counterintuitive. Even he didn't notice that someone was following him. But she did. Du Qian mulled over the matter in his mind. Who does sister think this person will be sent by? Not clear. Oh. Could it be the Su family? I'm afraid that Prime Minister Su saw through father's intentions long ago, and will not take the initiative to send a handle to us. Du Qian knew what his father wanted to do. The problem was that the opponent was an old fox this time. Du Wan was actually not surprised. Indeed. In my place? I wouldn't fall for it either. Huh? How? With our family status. We actually allow Xie Wu's family to push around. Du Wan finished nibbling the pear in her hand in a few bites. Threw away the pear core. Took out a handkerchief and wiped her hands. Her fingers still felt sticky. Not using water to wash it. It's just not clean. Du Qian lost his smile a little. With his sister, he still has to keep up with her thinking and rhythm. Du Wan throws the handkerchief to the corner. Big brother. Us being polite with the Xie mansion is suspicious in itself. But the princess house has always been upright and law-abiding. It never pressures people with its status. Everyone outside knows that. So they will be in awe, but not very scrupulous. Because as long as you don't mess with the princess house, you don't need to be afraid. A good reputation. There are indeed pros and cons. Du Wan looks at Du Qian. Big brother. I have a small suggestion. Say it and listen to it? Then before you say it, first accompany me to stroll around. Du Wan spoke meaningfully. Du Qian didn't know what his sister wanted to do for a moment. And the next thing he knew, he understood. His sister first had her stop at a ready-to-wear shop and changed into a teenager's dress code. Holding a folding fan, she waved it freely. Like a teenage boy from a rich family. Du Wan said she was wandering around. But she was really wandering around casually. Where there are many people. Where to drill. Finally. Also stopped at a tavern to listen to gossip. Listening to the gossip is still Pei Shi and the maid's rendezvous. This kind of fragrant, and have to tell the story. Du Qian gloated and laughed. If I didn't know the truth, I would have thought that Pei Hao was really dabbling with women outside. Ha. Du Wan laughed happily. Brother. Listen quickly. It's about you. What's it got to do with me? Du Qian raises his eyebrows. Chapter 192. The more the rumor spreads, the more outrageous it gets. Only to hear. That stage storyteller said in a loud voice. Rui County King is famous in the capital to protect shortcomings. Especially when it comes to his sister Jiayang County Lord of the Matter. It will be especially on the heart. As soon as I heard Pei Shitzi in the outside of the womanizing. This is not good enough. And immediately led a group of guards. Then, all of you know what happened again. What is the matter, Sir, quickly please tell. A listener urged. The storyteller. Of course it is to find the door. And beat the world sun severely. Today, I heard that the imperial doctor came to the door. It said that the world prince was not lightly injured this time. Du Wan listens and laughs. Leaning forward and backward without any image. Du Qian is about to die of speechlessness. This is really getting more and more outrageous. Hee. Rumors don't make rumors. Can we still say it's a rumor? Alright. The only one who can still listen to the gossip of their own family members, and still listen to the music is you. The heartless girl. What's in this? Du Wan's own gossip is listened to. Suddenly, Du Wan's eyebrows gently raised. That person who had been staring at her, and Du Qian actually moved. Yo. Jumped down from the roof. Pretending to be a passerby. He walked into the tavern brightly. It was a very ordinary-looking teenager with a lean body shape. When the teenager walked, he deliberately made a little noise, pretending to be similar to an ordinary person. Otherwise, a person who didn't even make a sound when he stepped on the tiles would not have footsteps when he walked on the flat ground. After entering, the teenager found an empty seat and ordered a bowl of vegetarian noodles. After the shop assistant served the noodles, he buried his head and ate, occasionally looking up at the storyteller. The teenager's disguise was very successful. If he hadn't locked onto him earlier, how could Du Wan have never thought that this person had followed him all the way? Even now, Du Qian didn't know that he had come in brightly to eat noodles. And the personal guards didn't notice anything unusual. The only one who noticed it was Du Wan alone. However, she also pretended not to know and continued to listen to the gossip. A tavern storyteller is not even all storytelling. In order to attract customers, they would occasionally scour the capital for the latest gossip to say. That storyteller suddenly changed the topic. Speaking of new things, here's another one. Related to our capital's great talent. Duke Xieqi. Wow! What is it? Sir, quickly tell. Don't be appetizing. Hurry up and say. Speak quickly. Speak quickly. The listeners were up in arms, each wanting to hear. The storyteller had to stop and look at a big gong in front of the stage. Someone meant it, and threw a handful of copper coins up. Another person threw a piece of broken silver. One after another. There were some more people who offered rewards. Du-Wan searched on her body with gusto, but ended up not feeling out any silver. Big brother, do you have silver? Yes. Du Qianmao said there, still sitting without moving. But I do not want to reward him. A dare to rumor me. I did not go to find him trouble should be secretly happy. But also want to spend my money. How can it? Adu. City folk. Life is not easy. Du-Wan said with a smile. However, she didn't reach out for silver towards Du Qian again. If you want to blame it on that storyteller's cheap mouth. It was not good to make up about anyone but her big brother's head. The reward is almost over. The storyteller stopped. Speaking of this matter, or first mentioned the south street of the city that a Qin snack shop. The owner of the shop. Qin girl. Although from an ordinary background. But the look of that beautiful as a flower. Even Xie Qijuan cannot be exempted from the common. I heard that this girl. It is by Xie 7 male son from outside to bring back to the capital. All the way to protect Wow. Ch. Say the point. The point. That's right. Get to the point. Sir. Who doesn't know about this? Everyone. Some of the guests were dissatisfied. The same old story. And still had the nerve to ask for a reward. The storyteller hurriedly changed the topic. This is not a prelude. Laying the groundwork. Alright. Everyone listen up. Ahem. If it wasn't for the fact that the World Sun didn't happen last night, this matter would certainly spread. What is it? Tell me. Du-Wan couldn't even help but urge out. The storyteller smiles mysteriously. It is said that Xie Qi brought someone back to the mansion to meet the elders. Wow. Really? It's the wrong door and the wrong household. There's no way the Marquis wife would agree to this. It's all told in the theater. Surely she has to go through a lot of trials and tribulations. A bunch of melon eaters. Chatting away. Du-Wan grabbed a handful of melon seeds and got high. Whispering to Du Qian. This listener is misleading the audience. Well, 1 point is true. 9 points rely on fabrication. Du Qian's words came out. Sure enough. The storyteller looked at the group of people with contempt. What are you all thinking? Please listen to me. It happened like this. It turns out that a noblewoman held a banquet yesterday. And that Miss Qin was also invited. Miss Qin was targeted by a group of girls. And was later pushed into the lake by someone. But fortunately was saved by Duke Xie Qi. The storyteller said with a high voice. It is said that the person was about to run out of breath. Has been unconscious. Xie Qi Gongzi had to bring the person back to the residence. When this girl wakes up, isn't it time to meet the elders? He. You all should get it. This rescuing people. Men and women hugging each other. In the house of people with big rules. This girl's innocence is gone. This issue was not new. It was Qin Yuyu being targeted. During this period of time. It wasn't once or twice that Qin Yuyu was targeted. Most of the time when she encountered trouble. It was Xie Zhang who helped resolve it. One man suddenly asked in a loud voice. This isn't right. With this girl's background? At most she will be lifted into the Marquis residence as a concubine. Adu. You guys don't know. The storyteller again wanted to whet his appetite. Almost being smashed peanuts. Only then said the key point of the day. The Marquis house's lady in charge. Is the master wants to let Xie Qi to take a concubine. But Xie Qi won't allow it. He said that he will only take wives and not concubines in his life. Therefore, Xie Qi insists on marrying this girl. I heard that an official matchmaker is already being invited. Wow. Really? This is what a great man would do. Xie Qi is a righteous man and deserves it. This move is really admirable. This was praise for Xie Qi. One sentence after another. Some people were actually sour. Especially the men who had seen Qin Yuyu's beauty. However, the surrounding people also had to admire Xie Qi. A Marquis' son. Not only did he not shirk his responsibility after saving the life of the girl, he also insisted on marrying the girl. As a matter of fact in this situation, taking the commoner girl as a concubine would be that girl climbing high. Du-Wan was surprised. This news. Is it true? She looked at Du Qian. Du Qian shook his head. I also just heard about it. 9 times out of 10. It's true. Du-Wan felt that this matter was a bit weird. There was no such plot in the book. However, now that many things have changed, there is nothing wrong with having things happen outside of the plot. It's a pity that I wasn't there to see it. The invitation post should have been sent to Jade's spirit garden. It's you who didn't see it. Is that so? It seems like I need to look at it in the future. And go out more often. The sister who was addicted to cultivation actually said that she wanted to go out more often? Could this be the charm of gossip? Chapter 193. What a big dog's guts. Duwan noticed that the teenager was about to finish his noodles. According to this teenager's caution, after eating the noodles, he would most likely pay the bill and leave. Duwan made a wink towards Du Qian. Du Qian nodded imperceptibly and raised his hand to pat his shoulder twice, as if he was patting away the dust staining his shoulder. Not long after, a small beggar ran into the tavern, came to the table of Du Qian's siblings, put down a letter, and scampered away. Du Qian opened it on the spot and looked at it. His face was grave, then handed it to Duwan to see. This news. Is it true or false? True or false? We will know after checking. Suddenly receiving the news, the siblings hurriedly left. The teenager then followed them out. The siblings came out of the tavern and went directly to the residence of the Xia family's third house. Third Master Xia was not there, but Third Lady Xia and Xia Wu were both there. Upon seeing the siblings, both of their faces changed. Earlier, when Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of the Emperor's team politely handed over a visiting post, the mother and son were able to excuse themselves by saying that someone in the family was in mourning, and it was inconvenient for them to receive a nobleman at their doorstep. At the same time, they had to hide it, not daring to let Third Master Xia know. This time, people do not hand over the post directly and forcibly to the door. The attitude is not polite. Mother and son all of a sudden have no way out. Duwan directly asked. Third Lady Xia, do you know why the sheriff master came to the door? No. Don't know? Third Lady Xia stammered. Duwan questioned. This sheriff master received news that you want to get those two maids killed? Nonsense. Injustice. No such thing. Third Lady Xia retorted excitedly. Duwan snorted coldly. Is that so? Well then, you call them out. But the two bitchin' maids are sick. I'm afraid I'll bump into your people. Xia Third Madam still wanted to push back. What a big dog's guts. Are you taking the sheriff as a fool? Duwan's small hand slapped the desktop. The tea bowls on the desktop were shaken, and the tea overflowed some. Duwan said angrily. You Xia family do not want to get better? Sheriff Master rests her anger. Third Lady Xia hurriedly knelt down. Xia Wu, who relied on himself as a scholar, and had even taken the examination for the title of Liefengrin, stiffly held himself up, and did not kneel. Du Qian looked at Xia Wu's gaze, covered with frost. Xia Wu, the mansion behind Rian. Quite interesting. Right? You enjoyed yourself last night, didn't you? If this matter spreads out, do you not want your title as a civil servant? It's normal for a lifer with a corrupt character to have his title dismissed. Right? Boom. These words were like a thunderbolt that directly struck Xia Wu. The color on Xia Wu's face was scared away by half. Without his merit, how can he still take the imperial examinations in the future? Du Qian added in a deep voice. Those two maids wouldn't be dead already. No! No! Xia Wu was so shocked that he hurriedly denied it. Third Lady Xia hurriedly said. No. Those two maids are still fine. Duwan laughed out coldly. Well? Do you still need to be afraid of us coming to your door, if you are well? You are so afraid. It can't be the case of attacking the sheriff. You also have a hand in it. Right? This questioning was a big crime. Xia Wu and Third Lady Xia were terrified, and no longer dared to hide it. Taking Duwan and Du Qian turned to a remote small courtyard in the backyard. Duwan and Du Qian walked into the dilapidated courtyard. That smelled the smell of rotting wood. This courtyard, which should not have been inhabited for a long time, now had two maids living in it. The two people are not in a good position right now. One of them is still lying on a broken wooden board with only a piece of clothing covering her body. It looks like she is very sick. After Murong Jiajiao married Xia Wu, what kind of torture she had been subjected to. Both maids knew about it. Even, they were both victims. When they were rushed to the courtyard, they all thought that they were in a bad way this time. Seeing Duwan and Du Qian, the other maid was like seeing a savior. All of a sudden, she jumped to Duwan's heel and knelt down. Sheriff Master, help! Duwan. Du Qian turned her head to look at the Xia family's mother and son. The two were glaring at the kneeling maid. Third Lady Xia was even more annoyed. Yan Ju, what nonsense are you talking about? Has the Xia house ever treated you badly? Slave girl. Slave girl. Yanju was flustered. Xia Wu wanted to go up and wanted to kick Yanju, but let the personal guard stop them. Duan said to the personal guards, "Invite Third Lady Xia and Duke Xia Fifth out of the courtyard." As ordered, a few of the personal guards came over and immediately took Xia Wu out. One on the left and one on the right. Third Lady Xia was a woman and didn't want the foreign men to touch her, and hurriedly retreated. This time, the courtyard was cleared. Murong Jijia side of the big maid. In the past, along with the master, to participate in various banquets, or had the opportunity to meet Duan. Duan asked, "Your name is Yanju, right?" Slave girl is exactly Yanju. The one who is sick is Yan Mei. Yanju knelt to the ground and kowed out, her tears falling. Just now she had the impulse to kneel in front of Duan and beg for help. But at this moment, she suddenly lost the courage to speak on. On the contrary, the bedridden Yan Mei struggled to get up, looking at Duan's sibling's eyes full of hope. Perhaps this is a person's desire for life. Yan Mei didn't ask for help like Yanju, and said weakly, "Sheriff, the slave girl wants to make a deal with you. What do you have on you that is worthy of this sheriff lord's fancy?" "There is an iron plate and a bloody book left behind by the guards of the princess's residence before they died." Duan's small face sank in a flash. Du Qian had nothing on the surface, but his heart was similarly churning with anger. In order to gain the siblings' trust, Yan Mei told the story of an incident that once happened. It was the day of Duan's last disappearance. Murong Jiaojiao had once lost her temper and left the city, wanting to go to the manor to take a break. Unintentionally saw a man in black chasing a man. They were so scared that they hid. That night, they again saw the man being chased and killed hiding in the Murong family's manor. And the man asked Murong Jiaojiu to help pass a message back to the princess's house before he died. Murong Jiaojiu agreed on the spot, and got a blood book and an iron plate. Only when the man died, Murong Jiaojiu had the body carried to the mountain and thrown away, and had the maid destroy the blood book and iron plate. When Yan Mei went to dispose of them, she secretly hid the two items. Yan Mei said weakly, "The bloody book was a piece of white cloth. It should have been torn from the lining." Upon hearing this, Du Qian's face finally changed. Duan looked at Du Qian. "Big brother?" There was a guard whose remains were found, and a large piece of his lining was torn off. At that time, father had a little bit of strangeness, and had people go to investigate. But then, he didn't find out anything. It turned out to be like this. Du Qian whispered to his sister after explaining, and did not question Yan Mei's words anymore. "Say it. What conditions do you have?" "I want to break away from the Xia family with Yanju and beg for a way to live." Yan Mei was a smart girl, and would not raise too much of a request. Du Qian then agreed. "It's fine. Where are the things?" "Outside that manor, buried under a big tree." Yan Mei said the place where the things were buried, and was not afraid that Du Qian's siblings would not fulfill their promise. Chapter 194. Originally wanted to do a play. Duan originally wanted to do a play, pretending to have found a clue, and then luring out the person behind the curtain. It was not expected that there were actually clues. This made Duan in a very excited mood, and sweat stains were emerging from her clasped palms. Du Qian let his attendant go and negotiate with the Xia family, bought the two maids, and also got the deed of sale, and returned it to Yan Mei and Yanju. If they wanted to remove their slave status, they still needed to go to the government for the relevant procedures. After leaving the Xia family, after leaving Xia's house, he asked a few people to escort Yan Mei and Yanju to another courtyard, and then asked a doctor to give Yan Mei a medical treatment. Du Qian looks at Yan Mei and the two of them. "You follow them away and go to see a doctor first. When your condition recovers, the princess house will give the two of you another sum of silver, enough to clothe and feed you for the rest of your lives." "Thank you, County King. Thank you, County Lord." Yanju was in tears, kneeling down to kowtow to the two. With that, Du Qian and Duan each changed into their horses. Immediately, they ran towards the outside of the city. Following what Yanju said, they really saw a large tree with exposed roots. After looking under the roots of the tree, they started digging. This thing, originally letting the guards do it would be fine. Duan had to come personally. "Found it. Big brother. Look." "Huh. It should be right." Du Qian went over to help. The siblings carefully dug something out. It was a ceramic altar. After opening it, Inside was grass and wood ash. If they didn't know that something was hidden inside and strangers dug it up, they might have thought it was an urn and scared the hell out of people. Du Qian directly turned the altar upside down and poured the grass ash out. Soon, a cloth bag fell out. When he lifted it up, he saw a white cloth and an iron plate wrapped in white cloth. On the front of the iron plate was the word Du. On the back was the character A. And there was also the number 49. After Du-Wan looked at it, her heart sank. Is it the Du family's guards? Yes. Still a member of the Du family. Du Qian was not in a good mood either, and turned over the bloody cloth again. The font written on it was not the script of the Great Qin state. Du-Wan, however, was shocked. Because the writing? Crack it! Traditional Chinese? Du Qian read it without any obstacles. Murong Jiaju. Damn it! She died long ago. Du-Wan scanned the content on it, and there was a strange diagram that she couldn't understand. The content states the direction the original owner escaped in, who led her to escape, and also states that the guards left the portrait of the murderer who chased him. However, it was hidden in another place, the place marked on the diagram. Du-Wan looked at the above repeatedly, fearing that she would miss any clues. This guard's approach was still very cautious. Fortunately, he did not give the portrait to Murong Jiajiu, because Murong Jiajiao couldn't read the contents of the blood book, but she could read the portrait. Such a key evidence. If you let Murong Jiajiu destroy it, forget it. It is better not to assume it. Du Qian added, I heard that you almost saved her. If I didn't save her, I wouldn't have checked the blood book. Du-Wan looked at him. Du Qian could not refute. However, he was just not in a happy mood. At that time, if Murong Jiajiu had informed the princess house in time, they wouldn't have looked in the wrong direction, and maybe his sister wouldn't have disappeared for so long. Du Qian put away the blood book and iron plate. Let's go! Go back to the mansion. This matter should be told to father as soon as possible. Don't you want to find the portrait first? Du-Wan asked suspiciously. Du Qian moves. Sister, can you read this writing? Du-Wan freezes, sheepishly touching the tip of her nose. When I saw it, it seemed like I understood it a little. Oh no! How can I tell this lie? Unexpectedly, Du Qian listened and actually accepted it as a matter of course. This time, my sister has not completely forgotten the previous events. At least she still remembers some of the family's words. Last time I went to your quiet room, I saw some of the words you practiced. Missing arms and legs. What the hell? Du-Wan was surprised to hear the family words in front. Then hearing the words with missing arms and legs at the back. Weren't they the simplified characters that she would occasionally write? Du Qian painfully touches her sister's head. I'll talk to you about this later. Let's go back to the house first. After we report the other things to father, let father arrange for someone to find them. With this amount of manpower we have, I'm afraid we won't be able to return to the city when it gets dark. It's fine. Let's go. Du Qian winked at her. Du-Wan understood. The plan continued. That little beggar delivering the letter was arranged by Du Qian's order. Then the siblings excused themselves to break into the Xia family's third room and take away the two maids. According to the original plan is to pretend to ask for clues, and then come to a move to lure the snake out of the hole. Just brother and sister did not expect. Actually really found a clue. They came out of the Xia mansion and rode directly out of the city. The trail along the way. Really don't be too conspicuous. The teenager who was following them left in a hurry after seeing them dig out something. The people that Du Qian had secretly arranged had already set their eyes on the other party. Who the master behind the teenager's curtain was, I'm sure it won't take long to find out. Prime Minister's mansion. In the courtyard of the eldest young lady, Suyu was painting in the pavilion. A maid hurried in and whispered something in her ear. Suyu's face changed. Then she threw down her brush and hurriedly ran towards the front courtyard. After walking for a while, she turned another direction. He came to a courtyard called Songling Residence. The subordinate who was guarding outside saw him. I've seen you, Mississippi, Suyu said. I have an urgent matter. I want to see my grandfather. Then, eldest miss, please wait a moment. Allow servant to go in and inform. Go quickly, Suyu urged. The servant guarding the door respectfully turned around and hurriedly headed inside. Not long after, he turned out again. The master has asked you to go in alone. HM. Suyu turned back to the maids. You guys stay here. The maids answered in turn. Suyu immediately went in. her footsteps much faster than usual. The Pine Age residence was Prime Minister Su's residence. Today's Prime Minister Su was in his regular clothes. It was a spirited, rather tasteful old man. From the contours of his features, one could tell that he was very handsome when he was young. At this time, he was sitting in front of the desk flipping through some old volumes. "Grandfather." Su Yu suppressed the eagerness in his heart and respectfully saluted. Prime Minister Su said, "Speak. What have you encountered?" Granddaughter received news that the county princess and the county king went to the third house of the Xia family and took away those two maids. So what? During this time, Do Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team also took some people away. This time is different. Su Yu faced her grandfather and still couldn't help but be afraid. County Lord and the county king left the Xia family and didn't go directly back to the house, but instead turned around and hurried out of the city with people. County Lord didn't even take a carriage and rode a horse instead. The place they went to was near one of the Murong family's manor houses, and they searched in the mountains for quite a while. What was found? The scouts saw them dig up an altar. Su Yu couldn't believe that there was really evidence. That scout who followed them had very good light skills and excellent eyesight. Not only did he see the other party digging out an altar, he also saw a white cloth with writing on it. Chapter 195. Is it to give up on her? Stupidity. Who told you to send someone to follow the county princess and the county king? Prime Minister Su slammed the desktop. Furious, Su Yu's heart jumped. She fearfully stepped forward and knelt down. Grandfather, no one ordered me. It was me who was uneasy and said people to secretly keep an eye on them. You don't think you're at fault? Do you? Yes. I don't feel wrong. Knowing the enemy and knowing yourself is a precautionary measure. If you don't send people to keep an eye on it, how will you know today that the other party has found a clue? Grandfather, the first order of business is to hurry up and arrange for people to intercept them. Don't let them return to the city with the evidence. So you really didn't feel that he was at fault, and couldn't understand his grandfather. Why he was suddenly angry. Smartass. Prime Minister Su's anger quickly subsided. It was not gone, but hidden. After being the Prime Minister for so many years, he had long since been unable to show his joy and anger. Su Yu lowered his voice and respectfully said, I still ask for grandfather's teachings. You have grown up. Grandfather cannot teach you anything. Grandfather, granddaughter. All right. All will make up their own minds. Treating my words as a whisper. Su Yu suddenly panicked, listening to grandfather's meaning. Was he trying to give up on her? Prime Minister Su still used to hold this carefully cultivated firstborn granddaughter in high regard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to take care of the aftermath for her, and had even done the stupid thing of explaining towards Do Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. He knew in his heart that explaining to Do Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team was not suspicious. What was suspicious was that when explaining, he praised his granddaughter too much. Now Prime Minister Su only hoped that Do Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team had not heard the problem. Later, Do Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team had been investigating. Su Prime Minister was on the sidelines and paying attention, slowly tasting out something. Do Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team did not find evidence. People went to investigate without any concealment, just wanting to jiang tai gong fishing, willing to be hooked. Prime Minister Su had clearly instructed her before not to trespass and pay attention. Prime Minister Su was annoyed at his eldest granddaughter's self-assertion. Go down. There is one in this matter, and there can be no more too. Otherwise, you will move to the nunnery and not return to the Prime Minister's residence. Even if you haven't caused any major problems yet this time, you will be punished by kneeling in the ancestral hall for 3 days. And you will not be allowed to eat. Think hard about what you did wrong this time. Yes. Su Yu knelt and kowtowed, silently retreating. This time, she was truly afraid, because Su Yu knew that her grandfather was truly angered. Due to Prime Minister Su's intervention, Du Wan and Du Qian deliberately returned to the capital slowly, and then returned to the princess' house. Along the way, they actually didn't encounter a bit of trouble. However, the person who followed them sent back the news that the teenager met up with one of Su Yu's side maids. Afterwards, Su Yu hurriedly went to see Prime Minister Su, and when she came out, she was punished to kneel in the ancestral hall, stepping into the princess' residence. Du Wan said helplessly, Big brother, people didn't fall for it. That old thing is shrewd. I knew it wouldn't be that easy to trick him. Du Qian said so, but at least it proved that Murong Jijia's words before her death were highly credible. However, This time, it was still not identified, where Murong Jiaoji learnt that the person who harmed her sister was Su Yu. This question, I'm afraid, will become an eternal secret with her death. Du Wan sighed. Then we still have to think of another way. I will go and talk to father first. You go back and rest. Okay. Du Wan watched Du Qian go to the main courtyard and turn around to go back to Jade's spirit garden. Ning Qin and the others are already waiting by the side, waiting for Du Wan to bathe and change her clothes, and setting up a table with food. Didn't see the food. Still don't know how hungry y'all. Du Wan took the bowls and chopsticks and ate. While eating, she also thought about Du Qian. Lucci, you go and order the big kitchen to give my big brother some dishes that he loves to eat. He also hasn't eaten yet. Okay. Sheriff Master. Drop Chest turned around and went to order. It was Ning Qin, the girl, who came over and muttered some gossip in a low voice, talking about how Yin Mei and Yin Ju had originally arranged to go to a mansion outside to recuperate. Later do extra horse harness by the side of a team new, directly ordered to pick up the princess house, but also asked the doctor to help Yin Mei do enough to pay attention to the gesture. This makes Ning Qin cannot figure out. Puzzled, Ning Qin said this matter to Du Wan. Listen. Du Wan just learn about this. Taken back to the house? Yes. What do you mean by extra horse harness by the side of a team? Ning Qin looks at Du Wan curiously. Du Wan ate her fill, put down her chopsticks, and took her handkerchief and wiped the oil on her mouth. You ask me? Who do I ask? Your master has just returned to the mansion. He hasn't yet gone to ask what's going on. Okay. Ning Qin muttered about Third Lady Xia again. Sheriff, Third Lady Xia and the others are a bit strange. Strange how? To put it another way, if they really scorned Yanju and Yan Mei, they would just get them killed directly. Why did they drive them to a shabby courtyard? Not giving them food or clothing. Not even a quilt. Won't you go ask them? They're all living in the mansion now. It's easy to ask them if you want to. I've asked? The corner of Du Wan's mouth twitched. Really asked? Ning Qin said with less conviction. They heard an old servant say that this is the usual technique of the Xia family. Want to kill people to kill their mouths, but do not have the guts. Can only repeat the same trick. Drive people to the ragged courtyard, starve to death or die of disease, and they have nothing to do with them. Saying that birth, old age, disease and death and so on are very normal. Quite clever. Du Wan was quite understandable about Third Lady Xia's brain circuit. In fact, this kind of operation is considered merciful in the Great Qin Kingdom. At least the lackeys have the ability to live for a few more days. Think about the bones found by the Murong family. That kind of death is only silent. The other side, the Sonling residence of the Prime Minister's house. Prime Minister Su recruited his secret guards, and after inquiring, he was surprised and said, "Did you really find evidence?" "Yes." The two maids almost had Third Lady Xia's mother and son forced to die, and took out this to seek refuge. Inquiring about it, the county king and the county lord found a letter of blood and an identity jade tablet from outside the city. After returning to the princess's residence, it wasn't long before the princess's residence sent another team of people to ride out of the city in a hurry, going to the mountains where the Murong family's manor was, looking like they were searching for something. Who led the team? It's Du Lu, who is beside Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team of horse harnessed by the side of a team of horse. Prime Minister Su's face was grave. He really didn't expect that stupid granddaughter to leave such a big mistake. One bad handling of this matter would involve the entire Prime Minister's house. Going and trying to make things happen would not be a small price to pay. However, if he didn't go to clean up this mess, and it was traced back to Su Yu, the subsequent trouble would be even greater. The cause of this matter was still that Su Yu had stolen her brother's seal, and mobilized the elite of the Dark Guard battalion without permission to do this. If the Su family's Dark Guards had not been mobilized in the first place, or if they hadn't killed the Du clan's guards, there would have been a hint of room for maneuver in this matter. Now there was none. Why was the princess's mansion not a good place to mess with? It was because there were two mountains behind the princess' house. One was the emperor, and the other was the Du clan. Now he hated to strangle this granddaughter, but he couldn't punish her too much. Otherwise, it would be easier to make people suspicious. Prime Minister Su finally decided. Arrange for someone to intercept. As ordered, that Dark Guard led the order to leave. Chapter 196, I'll be even prettier duh. Regarding what the Du family father and son had done, It was not told to the eldest princess and Du Wan. Male dominating, female dominating is never a false statement. Du Wan and Jade's spirit garden should eat and sleep. Woke up early in the morning only to hear about what happened yesterday. The reason is still the guards of the house. There are casualties. Du Lu led a group of people into the mountains. After finding something, they encountered an attack on their way back. Luckily, Du Qian arrived in time with his men and attacked from both sides, killing all the ambushers, and very few escaped. Afterwards, when counting, even if prepared, or inevitably casualties, this matter also alarmed the government. It was quite a big deal. Du Wan asked, "How are our casualties?" 7 dead, 8 seriously injured, and 13 lightly injured. Ning Qin carefully reported what she had inquired to Du Wan. Du Wan hastily ate something and rushed to the front yard. At this hour, Du Xian, horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side, had already gone to the yamen. Instead, Du Qian was listening to his subordinates report on the problems and dealing with some things personally. "Sister?" Du Wan just appeared and Du Qian spotted her. Du Wan looked around the circle. "Big brother, I heard that something happened." The expected situation? Du Qian did not hide anything from his sister. Last night's incident was a setup that he and Du Xian horse harnessed the side of a team to take advantage of. Du Wan said, "Did you catch the other side?" "No. A few powerful ones escaped. The rest died, and the few that were not easy to catch bit the poison and killed themselves. It's really something. More than 100 dead soldiers. All good. That old fox is afraid to be heartbroken. Isn't he not falling for it? Heh. It's not like the clues are fake this time. Then he's pretty well informed. Yes. Even our resident has his eyes and ears. Yesterday, he saw 2 of the scoundrels. Du Qian secretly had people keep an eye on them, and took the opportunity to uncover the other party." Du Wan asked who they were. Du Qian said the names of 2 people, both of whom Du Wan did not recognize. There was an underling and a personal guard. That personal guard was the one she asked from the emperor, and was someone Prime Minister Su trained a long time ago. And that underling was purely bought later. Du Qian added, "For the guards who died this time, their immediate relatives will be compensated. For those who are seriously injured, the mansion will always provide free medical treatment. And those who can no longer continue to be on duty will also make other arrangements." "Quite humane," Du Wan praised. "That's of course. Otherwise who would be loyal to you? Apart from a very few people with ambitions. What most people seek is peace and stability." The princess mansion had considered the situation thoroughly, and the favorable treatment for the guards was obvious. For guards who died while on duty, their relatives would receive 1,000 taels of silver and 10 acres of good land as compensation. And treat seriously injured personnel. The princess house will always be free to give treatment until healed. If the injured person is disabled for life, he will also solve the follow-up work according to the situation. Those who can no longer work will receive a fixed monthly payment of 201 and 10 caddies of grain, as well as 4 seasons worth of clothing. 2 sets a season. Therefore, being a guard in the princess house is still very appetizing. And generally people would not think twice about betraying the princess house. As long as there is one person who betrays, then the whole family will suffer. This time, those 2 people who betrayed, the whole family will be miserable. They were all confiscated and expelled from the princess residence. Those who betrayed were directly executed. Du Wan did not know why Du Qian was telling her these trivialities. However, she listened attentively, and inexplicably felt some emotion in her heart. In this world, human life is not worth much. Du Qian said, "Sister, rules are dead. People are alive, and desires are hard to fill. You usually have to pay a little attention. Don't be too indulgent. It's not good to raise their hearts. What does Big Brother want to say? Peihao once made a point of telling me that there is a little maid beside you who especially loves to tell you gossip, and dares to say anything dirty and smelly to you, so that I should pay attention to it, so that you won't be led astray." Du Wan stared with wide, clear eyes. This big villain has a really wide pipe. TSK. How come he doesn't live by the sea? Du Wan thought in her heart, but did not show it on her face, nodding her head obediently, indicating that she knows. The next thing is not Du Wan's turn to meddle as a little girl. "I have a backer. Lie to win." Du Wan went to the eldest princess and went back to Yuling Yuan. She happened to bump into Ning Qin, holding a stack of posts to be thrown. Du Wan beckoned towards her. Bring it to take a look at it. Yes, Sheriff. Ning Qin approached Duwan. These are all from the concierge. It's been put away for a few days. Let me see who all sent the posts. Duwan personally flipped through them. And when she saw names she wasn't familiar with, she tossed them aside. It wasn't until a post with Pei Huiyu's name on it that Duwan took a serious look. It was actually Pei Huiyin, who was holding a flower appreciation banquet at the Jinghua Gongfu, scheduled for 3 days later. Duwan just wanted to throw it aside, but then picked it up again. The Protectorate Temple had fallen out with her and actually sent her a post? Duwan's eyes rolled. Ning Qin, you have someone go and reply. Just say that 3 days later this county princess will be on time for the banquet. Okay. Slave girl will go and do it now. Ning Qin's voice carries cheer. Duwan rubbed her hands together and smiled. There's a show to watch. Duwan would respond to Pei Huiyu's invitation because she was rushing to gossip. According to the book, Pei Huiyu once held a flower viewing banquet and gave away an important medicinal plant to the Duke of Jin. Afterwards, when the Duke of Jinghua knew about it, he immediately went to the other family's house to ask for it, and the other family refused to give it back on the grounds that it was lost. The two families almost fell out. Duwan real name sympathized with the Duke of Jin. She is not sure that Pei Huiyin pit father is not this flower appreciation banquet. Intuition to go is always right. Outside, no matter how the various characters stirring the storm clouds. Jade's spirit garden. The wind and waves are calm. 3 days in a row passed. Duwan, who was obsessed with raising her force value, remembered that there was still a banquet only after being reminded by Ning Qin. Getting up, combing her makeup. Just as Ning Qin took out the rouge, Duwan stopped it. No more makeup. But going to a banquet without makeup will be made fun of. I'll do it then. Duwan quickly wiped her pink lips and dabbed a touch of red. The entire face became more and more delicate. As her cultivation improved, the little girl grew fast, like a budding flower about to bloom. And in a short while, it would blossom into its delicate beauty. Duwan didn't care much about this. But in terms of clothing, picking the best, it was very dainty colors, suitable for little girls to wear, lively and distinct. Ning Qin looks at Duwan in a burst of amazement. Sheriff Master, you look really good when you dress up. That's so. Duwan narcissistically raises her pretty chin. Isn't it prettier than before again? Yes. Yes. I've said it before. I'll be even prettier duh. Ning Qin's words of praise were stuck in her throat. Hard to say. This narcissistic fault of the Sheriff Lord. Should she be reminded to change? Chapter 197 Suddenly stunning. Duwan joyfully came together in front of the bronze mirror. Left to look at herself. Right to look at herself. A moment later. Pose this action. A moment later. She posed in that position. For a good half a long time. Duwan only stopped stinking beautiful. But one hand crossed the small waist. One hand pointing to the mirror. Said in a petulant voice. Io. Who is this little girl in the mirror? Ah. Mei duh. It is really super cute. Is this county princess has seen? The most beautiful little girl in the world law. Ho ho. Ning Qin. Don't want to look at it. Can't bear to look at it. Rather. It is Luo Ke who timely reminds. Sheriff. The hour is almost up. Alright. Send someone to the main courtyard to tell my mother that I'm going out. Duwan's approach is similar to a child going out and reporting to an adult. This is nothing. Lucci asked Chu Paint to go to the main courtyard. This time Duwan went out. She still brought Ning Qin and Liuqi with her. Just stepped out of the gate. Accidentally, she saw Du Qian riding out on his horse. Du Qian was surprised and asked, "Where is sister going so early?" To a banquet. The Autumn Flower Appreciation Banquet of the Duke of Jin Mansion. Duwan smiles and waves at her big brother. Where is big brother going? I'm going to take care of some things. Then you go and have fun. Okay duh. Big brother should be safe too. Duwan guessed that Du Qian should go to deal with the earlier matter. The evidence that Du Lu had found that day was a portrait drawn with white cloth, blood, and painted. It also marked the features on the murderer's body. What Du Qian is busy with these days is precisely to find out who this person is. Duwan can't help with the big things, but will try to do so without adding to the family's chaos. Arriving at the Duke of Jin Mansion. Outside, the carriage of the bystander was parked. As soon as the princess's carriage arrived, the bystanders made way. The carriage arrived directly in front of the Duke of Jin's mansion. When Duwan got off the carriage, The people she met all came forward to greet her, so that she wouldn't fall into trouble. The various mocking images on TV and in novels, Du-won did not encounter. Thinking about it is quite regrettable. Reality and imagination is still a big gap. In public, these noble women one word and action. All pay extra attention. Even smile have a specific standard. Not allowed to show teeth smile. Dignified atmosphere. Pleasing to the eye. Pei Huyen was no longer reluctant, but still had to step forward to greet. Behind her, there was also Mu Fangling. Mu Fangling was sort of acting as an aide to Pei Huiyu, checking for gaps. Du-won was all smiles. Didn't make things difficult for her, and followed her to the Shuiling Pavilion, where the banquet was held. But people haven't arrived at the banquet yet. While walking through half of the courtyard, she met Mu Xian. Mu Xian winked at Du-won with a sly smile and waved before she approached. Du-won's big eyes flashed and stopped, turning her head towards Pei Huyen and the others. All right, bring it here. You don't need to greet this county princess specifically. Go and get busy. Pei Huiyu smiled reluctantly. It's still necessary to send you to the banquet, lest you get lost. Then thank you, county princess, for being considerate. Mu Fangling pulls her cousin and leaves. Du-won feels that this Mu Fangling is quite eye-catching. Unlike Pei Huyen, who is twisted to the core. Mu Xian smiles and goes up. Greetings, county princess. Xian greets you. Ha. No need to be polite. What is it that you are looking for me for? Du-won asked with a smile. Mu Xian said, it is the world sun, who learnt that you are coming, and would like to invite you over to listen to the rain residents. Something? Well, there should be something important, Mu Xian said with a feigned seriousness. Du-won did not doubt it, and followed Mu Xian. Along the way, Mu Xian is quite strange. Du-won did not come to see Shitzi for 3 days, nor did she write a letter. And today she came to the door, and did not ask about Shitzi's injuries. This reaction is a bit strange. However, one can try. Sheriff, you don't care about Shitzi's injuries? That little injury. After so many days, it should have healed long ago, Du-won said carelessly. Mu Xian suddenly fell silent. Sure enough, the county princess had seen through Shitzi's tricks long ago, and suddenly wanted to give Shitzi master some wax. Mu Xian changed the topic and asked, then what has the county lord been busy with these past few days? Not busy with anything. I've been at home all the time. Du-won walked while surveying the surrounding buildings. I've heard about what happened in the princess mansion. It's very sympathetic. It's nothing. Who doesn't have some bad things? Your family Shitzi master has been ambushed several times. Last time even you almost died. My family's this is a small thing. Mu Xian suddenly shut himself up. He didn't want to talk to the little girl for the time being. Du-won looked at him with contempt. Sympathy for her family. Heh. Does her family need others to sympathize with them? Oh, a lecture. Arriving at the Hearing Rain residence, Du-won poked her head in, and looked inside first. Huh? No one there. Then she stepped in and looked around, but still didn't see any familiar figures. Mu Xian smiled nicely. Sure, Z is in the small study. Then go over and take a look. Du-won looked to Mu Xian. He didn't go to court these days? It's heard. The emperor granted the world sun permission to recuperate at home. Virtuous. Du-won suspected that Pei Hao was not very interested in being an official. Often getting an injury. Often taking leave. How many times did Pei Hao take sick leave during this period alone? Du-won stepped into the small study. She saw a noble man of the world sitting in front of a bookcase, writing furiously. The way he gazes and concentrates. He is noble and unordinary, with a clear and elegant aura that is natural, coupled with his stunning appearance on Earth. This scene, to Du-won's visual impact, is still very big, like the beauty of the open filter. Mu Xian followed behind. Seeing Pei Hao in this posture, he couldn't help but draw the corners of his mouth. There it is again! He finally understood. This was the powerful character. Previously he, Mu Xian, had underestimated his cousin. These days of moistening things silently made the little girl gradually get used to his presence. Occasionally, a sudden surprise is the most heartfelt and unforgettable. Mu Xian noticed that the little girl's big bright eyes were full of stunning colors at this time. Then, the little girl's footsteps couldn't help but lighten. And cat like a thief, she came to the side of the bookcase. When it probed forward, the tip of Pei Hao's pen gave a start, falling down the last stroke. He put the pen down and raised his eyes to quietly look at the approaching little girl. Du-won blinked. What? Is this written? 3 days. Pei-hao came up with a sentence without a clue. Du-won's brain was confused when she heard it. What for? In these 3 days? You paid no attention to me? What's wrong with that? There will be longer ones in the future. What's 3 days? Du-won's words were shocking. Pei-hao's expression was stagnant. The onlooker Mu-xian almost lost her laughter. But luckily she covered her mouth quickly. Du-won couldn't understand what Pei-hao meant. Not to mention ignoring him for 3 days. 10 days, and half a month would not be a problem. Du-won didn't say this out loud. But the look on that little face was obvious. Pei-hao was glad that his restraint was good. His gaze drifted to Mu-xian. Cool with a little warning. Too much of an eyesore. Don't get out yet. Mu-xian grew up with him, and instantly read Pei-hao's meaning. Then found an excuse to leave. When he got outside and saw Hussein, the guy was sitting on the steps again, holding his weapon and dozing off. Chapter 198, Joke I'm being cuckolded. Mu-xian kicked him. If your eyes are sleepy, roll back to your room and rest. Then you keep watch? Hussein Shushi came to God. Mu-xian didn't want to. What are you afraid of in the mansion? Seeing that he didn't agree, Hussein wasn't disappointed. Today, the eldest young lady has organized a banquet. There are quite a few people coming. If someone mistakenly breaks into the Shitsi master's courtyard, it would be troublesome. Arrange a few more people to guard the courtyard gate of the Hearing Rain residence. Mu-xian was really worried that every year at the banquet or something, there would always be some little trick of some big ladies playing the lost trick. It's nothing more than wanting to meet the world master by chance and have an amazing love affair. Mu-xian asked. What people have been invited this time? 24 or so of them. And they even gave an invitation to Ms. Su. What an unsettling one. Mu-xian said with a frown and shut up about it. The princess house and the prime minister's house had not torn their faces apart. But their relationship was also delicate. The Duke of Jin and the princess house were related by marriage. And now the Pei family was inviting the Su family's girl. What was the meaning of this? Hitting the princess house in the face? Turning back, Mu-xian saw Pei-hao walk out of the small study. Then, the little girl followed behind him with gusto. Not knowing where the two were going, one could tell that the little girl was looking forward to it. Mu-xian touched Hussein again. Want to follow? Not following. Hussein was very eagle-eyed. Mu-xian, you are a guard. How can you not follow? It's safe in the mansion. Want to use him as a gun? No way. Just now you also said that there are quite a lot of people attending the banquet. This time is different. This is also changing too fast. Hussein does not fall for it. Mu-xian is itching to follow and cannot be alone. At least there must be a companion. As long as there is a little girl's place. 9 times out of 10 there will be fun. No. There is a banquet in the mansion today. And I don't know if there will be assassins mixed in. Are you really not going? Hussein knows that the front is the key point. The assassins are just an excuse. Then follow from afar? Okay. Mu-xian was satisfied. So behind Pei-hao and Du-won, there are still a few small tails not far away. In addition to Mu-xian and Hussein, there are also Ning-chin and Lu-chi. Du-won knew it and was used to it. Pei-hao asked, why are you suddenly interested in strolling through the garden? Today's banquet. Isn't it a flower viewing? I'll go and have a look first. Du-won answered in a very unconcerned manner. Pei-hao reminded, those flowers are moved to Shuiling Pavilion. It doesn't matter. I'll just take a look. Pei-hao always felt that she wanted to make something happen. The Shuiling Pavilion of the Duke of Jin Mansion is a water pavilion, similar to the Princess Mansion's Qin Chun Pavilion, a place suitable for entertaining guests. Today's banquet will be held in the watering pavilion, and the mansion will move some precious flowers and plants over in advance for the guests to enjoy. Du-won doesn't care about those flowers. And with a twinkle in her eye, Pei Shi, is Duke Shen not in the mansion today? Father went to visit his friends yesterday. Coincidence? Then, there is a 90% chance that Miss Pei's pitiful father is today. Du-won smiles heatedly in her heart. But on her face, she doesn't show it. This strolling to the courtyard of the Duke of Jin. There are rockeries, stone bridges and pavilions, curb paths, and a small piece of ornamental Buddha bamboo, etc. A very distinctive courtyard. Du-won did not go in to the small garden next door. Duan again saw a variety of rare flowers and plants with many varieties. In the innermost part there was also a small reclaimed medicinal field full of herbs. Duan raised her eyebrows. Pei Shitsi. This is the private garden of the Duke of State. Can outsiders just go in? It's nothing. You're not an outsider, Pei Hao said frankly. Duan wanted to roll her eyes at him. What is not an outsider? That sounded weirdly awkward. However, it's not like the purpose of her visit was really to admire the flowers and plants. Duan skipped round, a bit like stepping on a spot, and left again in a huff. Moving on to other places. Pei Hao later did not bother to introduce. Let the little girl's temperament come. Slip to the waterfall pavilion is not far. Duan's footsteps lurched, eyebrows gently raised, seeing her leaning around a shadow wall, probing and secretly looking in a direction. Pei Hao immediately understood. There is a pavilion in that direction. Inside there are a few girls in fancy dress, chatting about something with great interest. Slightly far away. Pei Hao did not hear. However, Pei Hao guessed that she might hear it. Duan did hear. These who have nothing to do after eating are laughing at her. Laughing at what? Pei Hao asked softly. Did you hear their conversation? Yes. You don't look well. Are they talking about you? Yes. Chatting about me. All laughing at me. What can you let them laugh at? Pei Hao was not interested in what the other girls were chatting about, but he still wanted to know about topics that concerned little girls. Duan swept an odd glance at him. You don't want to know. No. I want to know it. Oh. They are laughing at me for being cuckolded by my fiancé. I am incapable and can't control a man. Anyway, they are overjoyed when you go and make love to another woman. Understand? Duan looked at him with a smile on her face, waiting to see his reaction. Sure enough, Pei Hao's expression was slightly stagnant. Earlier, Mu Xian had said that there was a rumor outside. Duan tried hard to hold back her laughter, and in order to hide her smile, she even hurriedly twisted her head back and pretended to continue staring at the pavilion. There were a total of 6 girls in the pavilion. 3 good-looking ones and 1 unfamiliar one. The remaining 2 were old acquaintances, being Suyu and Xia. Only Suyu kept a smile on her face the entire time, and did not speak out against Duan. Among them, the ones who spoke the most cheerfully were Xia and an unfamiliar girl wearing a pink outer robe. Duan suddenly said, Do you want me to repeat it to you? No need. Really not listening? Pei Hao stared at her, as if pondering. What does she want to do? Duan held her chest out and stood straight, with an open and honest look. Pei Hao was not too familiar with this look of hers, and said in a helpless tone, What the hell idea? Just say it. He. Just you on the road. Duan slapped Pei Hao's shoulder. When her palm was about to slap him, she thought of something and sardonically withdrew her strength. Gently touching it. Ouch. The big villain is now a fragile glass. As if worried about accidentally hurting him again. Pei Hao's heart all went up and down with this hand of hers. In a while, I'll go to the pavilion. You don't show up for now. When there is a need for you, you will come out again. When we get the benefits, we'll split it in half. Duan dropped these words and quietly approached the pavilion alone. Pei Hao stood in place, looking at the little girl as if she was a thief. Cat body, avoiding the sight of the bystanders, moved to the pavilion not far away, using the cover of the wigwam, quickly climbed up a large tree not far from the pavilion. At first, he was uncertain. When looking down it became clear. The little girl pretended that she had been in the tree early in the morning and overheard the people in the pavilion saying bad things about herself. And then logically go to pick a fight? Chapter 199. The county head is being mocked. Duan sat down on the big tree, and through the shade of the luxuriant foliage, she still listened for a short while. You don't know how arrogant she usually is. She is noble and despises people, and has always disdained to befriend us. Since she returned to the capital until now, who has she received the post handed out by her sisters? This is not the fault of the county princess. It is we who are not worthy to stay with her. Look at this banquet. I heard she was coming, but she hasn't shown her face until now? So what if the status is even higher? Pei Shitsi, that kind of character, would rather have fallen in love with a slave girl than her. Hey, actually thinking about it side by side, the county princess is quite pitiful. Not even comparable to a slave girl. Yes, quite pitiful. Ho ho. Duan picked the corner of her pretty mouth. It's quite pathetic. In the past, she liked to listen to gossip. and even listened to her own. That was because she knew that it was the original owner's gossip, not her own. Now it's different. These people say gossip really is her own, Duan said in a loud voice. Is that so? I, the county lord of the great Qin kingdom, am not as good as a slave girl in your mouths. What about you? What are you? Not even as good as a slave girl? Shocked. The girls in the pavilion were so shocked that they lost their colors. This voice. How does it sound like the sheriff's lord's? Some girls couldn't help but stand up and walk to the railing to look out. Looking everywhere, they couldn't see anyone. When raising their heads upwards, they saw a person poking through the dense foliage, revealing her smiling face. Sheriff. Sheriff Lord? That girl was so scared that her little face went white. Her feet softened, and she didn't stand still. In time, she held onto the railing next to her, so that she didn't fall. This bad-mouthing people was caught red-handed? A few other girls. Their faces were not so good, including Su Yu. Su Yu didn't say anything bad about Duan, but she couldn't get away with it even though she was sitting here, just now, listening to these people slandering Duan. Su Yu was still in a good mood. At this moment, it was the complete opposite. At the last banquet, Su Yu had seen Duan's tactics and style of dealing with the situation. Not to mention sophisticated and smooth, but also a not afraid of things. Duan snorted. What? Do not continue to say? Wasn't you talking quite happily just now? Sheriff. We are sorry. Yes. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Sorry. Sheriff. Those three good-faced girls immediately admitted their mistakes. This reaction was a bit unexpected. At least Duan was very surprised. One by one, they are all talented, judging the time and situation, able to bend and stretch. This kind of mind, if used in the right way, it is really a great deal of work to. Duan looked carefully. Who are you three? The three girls. They want to curse again, but they don't dare. At least they are considered to be explicit opponents. Asking this is very hurtful. You know, I heard that Qin Jiu recently shook hands with her and didn't fight again for a long time. Rumor has it that the county princess doesn't remember the past again. Is that true? A girl poked the girl next to her. That girl barely managed to pull off a smile. But the smile was even worse than crying. Sheriff. Sheriff. I'm from General Wei's residence, 12th in the family line. Wei Qiong. I fought with you in the schoolhouse when I was little. After saying that, Wei 12 looked at the girl next to him. That girl then whispered, I'm from the Qi mansion. Qi Sheng. The Qi family's eldest girl. I was beaten up by you in the schoolhouse when I was little. You often called me Qi Da. The other remaining girl was a bit arrogant. I'm Huishi, the eldest miss of the Yongping waiter. We've fought many times in the academy, and I've even won. Qi Da and Wei 12 are useless. That's why they are bullied by you. I am not afraid of you. Although, saying bad things about you today, it's our fault. Horizontal but not 3 seconds. Duan finally remembered why she felt that the three of them looked good. Wasn't it these three that were at the Midyuan Festival's Moonwatch Tower banquet? At that time, Duan did not ask about their names. As for the one who had fought in the academy, there was an aristocratic-style women's academy in the capital, and the children of rich and noble families would be sent to the academy at the age of 6. And the tuition fees were very expensive. The original owner went there for a few years when she was a child, and then she didn't go after the old accident. Duan came down from the tree and patted the non-existent dust on her body. Apology is not just a matter of words. The three of you just need to do one small thing, and this county princess can forget about it. Huishi pouted and asked with a reluctant face. What is it? Just write a letter of apology to this sheriff lord. What? Duan doesn't care about their black faces and says innocently like, this is not a high request. It is not high. But this is evidence. For some people, don't want to leave evidence behind. Duan recruited Ning Qin and Lucci and told them to go and arrange for a pen and ink. It was placed on top of the stone table in the pavilion. Duan said with an air of grandiosity, this sheriff master will not force things. The three of you write a letter and sign your respective names. Don't worry. As long as you no longer go against me in the future, no one will see this letter. Just write it. Think I'm afraid? She sat down on the stone pier, picked up a pen and dipped it in ink, brushing it down to write a letter of apology before signing his name. Then, Wei 12 and Cheetah signed their names one after another. Duwan asked Ning Qin to put away the letter of apology and waved her hand at the three. All right. You three can leave. The three froze. Spinning around, they said nothing and hurriedly slipped away. After slipping a little farther away, they quietly hid again and looked back to watch. She unexpectedly said, I didn't think that the county lord would really let us go. Qinjiu said that the sheriff is quite nice. Cheetah thinks about it and whispers. Wei 12 frowns. But she made us write a letter of apology. So she will have a handle to pin us down in the future. She said it's fine as long as we don't go against her. Anyway, she knew she wouldn't go against the sheriff. After a pause, she lowered her voice and said, the one who spoke the most cheerfully just now is Xiaoying. She's in deep shit. Suyu is the one who didn't say a word. How treacherous. Wei 12 tightened his brows and spoke. Cheetah agreed. Right. At this time, Duwan looked at the three girls in the pavilion. One was Suyu. One was Xiaoying. And there was an unfamiliar girl. Although she didn't know this girl. The one who could hang out with Suyu, and the others wouldn't have a bad status. The one who was chatting most happily with Xiaoying just now was her. When had he offended her? Duwan ignored Xiaoying, who was being apprehensive. Nor did she look at Suyu, who was forcing herself to be calm. She gazed at this strange girl. And who are you? That girl double-gripped her silk, tugging uneasily, pursing her lips, but hesitating to say her name. Instead, it was the nearby drop chest who spoke out. County Master. This is the first eldest granddaughter of the military department's Minister Ma Shangshu. Her maiden name is Ma Suqin. Duwan asked thoughtfully. Is the Minister of War and the Marquis of Dingbei close? Often have dealings with each other. It's a family friend. No wonder. Chapter 200 Little Girl Style Rollerblade. Duwan recalled the plot of the book. Ever since crossing over, the contents of the book seemed to be imprinted in her mind. No matter how much time had passed, it was still fresh in her mind. When she gazed back, the equivalent content would surface. The Ministry of the Army's Minister Ma Shangshu and the Marquis of Dingbei are hairy children, and the two families have always had dealings with each other. In the book, Ma Shangshu secretly supported Xie Zheng, and then because his daughter made some trouble, thus creating a grudge. Ma Shangshu had been an official for dozens of years, but he was not necessarily clean. When Xie Zheng implemented policy reforms, he and Ma Shangshu did not see eye to eye on political issues, so he did not end up well. Ma Suqin is a vicious female companion in the book, obsessed with Xie Zheng, deliberately currying favor with Xiaoying, often going in and out of the Marquis of Dingbei's residence, pestering Xie Zheng from time to time. Because of this one reason, Qin Yu was even jealous. Female matches who fight with the heroine don't end well. And in the end, Ma Suqin's reputation is ruined, and she marries far away from home. Is it any wonder that Ma Suqin would go along with Xiaoying and come along to pull a stomp on her? Duwan coldly instructs. Drop chess. Prepare pen, ink and paper for eldest Miss Ma. Sheriff Master. Be forgiving. Suyu finally stopped being silent. Today is just a small matter. Apologizing is all. Why be aggressive? Duwan laughed. Don't be in a hurry. It will be your turn in a while. I didn't speak a bad word about the county princess. What do you mean? Is that you are not all the way with them? They're all unclean, and you're the only one with a high moral character. Duwan's smile was clean, but this smile was especially harsh for those present. Xiaoying and Ma Suqin looked at Suyu with dissatisfied expressions. They were all caught. Why was she the only one who was clean? Suyu forced herself to endure the discomfort of her body to come over to the Jinguigong mansion just to meet Pei Hao openly and honestly. Otherwise, she had just been punished for kneeling for 3 days. And it was unlikely that she would go out to the banquet again. Now that she hasn't seen anyone, she encountered this kind of bad thing? Suyu's face is still calm, not being angered by Duwan. Why do you need to speak with thorns? The Su family has no intention to cross swords with the princess residence. This county princess with the princess house against indeed does not meet the interests of the prime minister's house. However, Prime Minister Su, no matter how farsighted he is, he can't help but have a terrible you. Teaching a granddaughter like you, who looks dignified and has a heart like a snake and scorpion. Do you think it's hard for Prime Minister Su? Suyu was shocked. Xiaoying and Ma Suqin, who were listening on the sidelines, both forgot their dissatisfaction now. They seemed to have learned some unbelievable secret. The county lord was not giving Suyu face like this. Was she planning to tear her face off? Sure enough. This style is very county lord Mu Xian, who had quietly come over from not far away to secretly watch, was happy to hear it. Following the county princess is not boring. Suyu smiled bitterly on her face and put on a posture of being humiliated, but having to endure the humiliation. In fact, it was she who didn't dare to open her mouth, didn't even dare to defend herself. After Du-won returned from her disappearance, this style of acting became more and more elusive. Du-won waited for a while, seeing that Suyu no longer stood up for others. She mocked, "Why don't you say anything? This county princess knew that you were being fake and kind, deliberately speaking up for others, not just wanting to use this to set off your extraordinary, so as to highlight your high moral character and icy cleanliness. On the contrary, everyone else is scum. Sheriff Lord has misunderstood. I have absolutely no such intention." Suyu had to open her mouth to deny it. Du-won snorted and stopped paying attention to her. But this look was even more unbearable. Suyu then bowed towards Du-won. "Sheriff Master. Farewell." "Farewell? Heh. Did this county princess let you go?" Du-won's laughter was cool. As soon as her words came out, Ning Qin and Lucci immediately stopped Suyu's way, because a few girls sat here earlier to speak freely. Their respective accompanying maids, naturally, were sent far away. Therefore, Suyu did not have anyone to help her for the time being. Suyu's clenched palms gradually seeped out sweat. "County Lord, if you act like this, aren't you afraid that the Prime Minister's office will take your father to task? Oh, when the time comes, I will also ask my uncle how this Prime Minister Su teaches his granddaughter, actually making up this county princess behind her back. I didn't make you up. Oh, it's other people who made up. And you're laughing on the sidelines. Rolling knife meat. As a hallowed county lord, without a bit of class. You're a hobnailers. Anyone who accidentally bumped into it would be scraped off a layer of skin." So you knew that she had undoubtedly bumped into Du-won's hands today. She was able to clear her name, but the other girls were unable to do so. 6 people sitting together, and she was the only one who was clean. This way to spread out to offend the rest of the 5 girls, not to mention, will also fall a deep-hearted image. It would be better to bear it together. So you simply picked up a pen and brushed down the letter of apology before signing her name. "Can I leave like this? I'll read it first." Du-won picked it up and read it. "I made a verbal mistake while chatting with the girls, and I set this up to apologize." "Suyu?" Du-won tore up the apology letter. "Rewrite it. Write in more detail." "What the hell?" The content of this apology wasn't even written clearly. Du-won stared at Suyu and told her to rewrite it. However, this look was equivalent to humiliation in the eyes of the bystanders. Suyu sank her face and angrily questioned, "County Princess, if you want to humiliate someone, just say it directly. Why do you have to be like this? My Prime Minister's residence is not as prominent as the Princess residence, but it is not a good bully. Wrong. This is not humiliation. It is that this county princess did not expect you, a hallowed talented girl, to even be unable to write an apology letter. To give you an example, this first sentence says chatting with all the girls. With whom you didn't write it clearly. The second sentence, making a verbal mistake. What mistake? Again, you didn't write it clearly." Du-won criticized Suyu's apology letter as worthless. "The most important thing is that it doesn't state who you are apologizing to. The whole letter is so vague and insincere. Who are you trying to fool? It's not as good as those 3 girls earlier to be frank and open, letting people look at it comfortably." Suyu was criticized by Du-won's speech, making her red in the face and ears. Du-won was not finished, and asked again in an unusual tone, "Did Prime Minister Su teach you to read the holy books and learn to be like this? Really? If we say Du-won is humiliating people bias and not quite like," because she spoke in a light tone. Very reasonable. If it was said that she was not humiliating people, yet it could make the person concerned feel unusually embarrassed. The thing Suyu had learnt all along did not have the slightest use against Du-won. It was similar to a showman meeting a soldier, unable to speak with reason. Ning Qin relayed the paper for Suyu. Du-won said, "Right. If you don't know how to write, this county princess will read it." "You write. Sheriff Lord. I won't write again." Suyu refused with great dignity. "Oh, are you still thinking that being torn off is just right? This way you not only don't have to leave behind a handle, but also finally have something to say to the outside world." Du-won's eyes were calm, calmly saying words that exasperated Su-yu. Chapter 201. Your Su family is very capable. Only to hear. Du-won continued again, facing the girls who wrote an apology. You will say to them that they are all in the same boat. They are all oppressed by me. You wrote it. But I tore it up. In the face of people outside who don't know the truth. You can again say that this matter is purely a case of this county princess using her power to oppress others. In order to humiliate you. And purposely slandering you to the outside world. After all, you really didn't start the rumor. Su-yu, Xiang and Ma Suqin. Sheriff Lord is so difficult to deal with. Even someone like Su-yu couldn't fight. The person in question, Su-yu, was shaken to the core. It was far from the calm and collected on the surface. Every word Du-won said seemed to step on her psyche. Du-won said as if she didn't care. Since you don't want to write, then you should step aside. Don't think of escaping. You won't get anywhere. Then, Du-won looked at Ma Suqin. Are you still not going to write? Right. I'll write now. Ma Suqin was different from Su-yu. She didn't want to meet her parents. So Ma Suqin painfully wrote a letter of apology, signing her own big name. Due to the previous experience of Su-yu, Ma Suqin wrote clearly. Du-won didn't make things difficult for her, waving her hand and letting her go. However, before Ma Suqin left, she looked toward Xiang, who had a very bad look on her face. For the sake of Xie Zhang's efforts to please Xiang, Ma Suqin also put up a fight. Sheriff Master, Xiaoying, let it be. She is Duke Xieqi's own younger sister. She is still young, so don't bother with her. I heard that Duke Xieqi even saved you this year's Lantern Festival. Oh, save me all. Du-won thought about this matter and looked puzzled. Xie Zhang's kindness to the original owner was repaid from the sale of the mine. Sometimes Du-won can't help but wonder. During the Lantern Festival, the original owner was almost abducted by human traffickers. Was it Xie Zhang's plan in advance? Only the princess house didn't find out the problem. To people outside, the princess mansion is now certain that it still owes Xie Zhang a favor. Du-won thought of how she came back, stirred up the matter of the mine, and backhandedly pitched Xie Zhang's manner. It's not a loss. She really doesn't lose out. Du-won calmly looked at the uneasy-looking Xiang. You want to take your brother's favor and return it? Xiang nodded haphazardly. A piece of white paper, pushed in front of Xiang. Du-won is still saying the same thing. Compared to verbal promises, this county princess prefers black and white paper. Write it down. Xiang was flustered. According to Du-won's approach, none of the previous ones felt well. Xiang had said it most cheerfully, and would definitely be worse off. This time, it was by way of Miss Pei's banquet. It was hard to go out. Today does matter if it is transmitted back home. Xiang does not dare to imagine what he will face. Ma Suqin offered to move Xiang. Therefore, Xiang hurriedly raised her pen, and paused when she was about to put pen to paper. What to write? Just write that you made a mistake, and offset it with Xie Zhang's favor. Oh, good. Xiang spoke cheerfully when she spoke ill of him behind his back. When it really came time for things to go wrong, Xiang was more of a wimp than anyone else. As the saying goes, those who are favored are emboldened. In the past, the original owner tolerated Xiang a lot because of Xie Zhang. After Du-won arrived, she was no longer a fan of Xiang. And last time, she disliked her so much that she questioned her life. Du-won told Ning Qin to put away the evidence. Alright. You guys go. Okay. Thank you, Sheriff. Ma Suqin was very witty, pulling Xiang and hurried away. Du-won was in a good mood and had a full harvest. Now, only Su-yu was left in the gazebo. Du-won raised her eyebrows and asked, Are you really not writing? Not writing. That's fine. Ning Qin arranged for someone to notify Prime Minister Su and have him come over to collect the people. When you go, make a bigger commotion. And when someone asks about it, casually mention Miss Su-yu's great achievements. Deception is too much. Su-yu was furious, clenched her fists and held back. It seemed that today's matter could not be made good. Du-won smiled and said, This county princess is bullying you. So what? So, we have no grudges or hatred. Stop. Don't say anything hypocritical. Du-won interrupted Su-yu's words with sarcasm in her eyes. There are no outsiders here, so there's no need to be hypocritical. The good deeds you did, think you can really hide them from everyone? Su-yu's body stiffened. Couldn't hide it? Was it all exposed? No. She acted very stealthily. Du-Wan was obviously condescending. Suyu was about to say something. Du-Wan came back to kill her. But you're quite ruthless. Even if you want to kill this county princess, you won't even let go of this county princess's reputation. Until now, you still send people to spy on this county princess. You are quite capable. No. It's your Su family that's quite capable. Suyu was as cold as an ice cave at this moment. Du-Wan admired the way she changed her face. Not anxious at all. Just as Ning Qin was about to walk out of the pavilion, Suyu anxiously voiced out, "Wait!" Ning Qin did not listen to her and continued walking. Suyu said anxiously, "Sheriff Master, what exactly do you want? Today's matter is not without other solutions." Du-Wan turned around and elegantly sat on a stone bench to the side. 20,000 taels. And the matter will be settled today. I can't get this amount of silver for a while. Suyu lowered her eyelids and said. Du-Wan laughed. It's all right. Just write a note. Suyu inwardly refused. Isn't Sheriff Master afraid that the reputation of extortion will be spread? What's wrong with that? I don't even care. So you needn't care even more. Du-Wan said with an indifferent face. Originally, she wanted to ask for a lion's share of the money. But then after thinking about it, it was better to say a figure that Suyu could come up with. Suyu looked at Ning Qin's figure that was about to walk away. Her heart was so anxious. Just been punished for kneeling. And today encountered something. Grandfather already had thoughts of giving up on her before. Suyu suddenly said, I promise you to break my fortune. Sensible. Drop chess. Go get Ning Qin to come back. Du-Wan ordered down. Falling Chess immediately called Ning Qin back in a loud voice. And Ning Qin retreated back. Suyu said with forbearance, There is no need to write the note. I will now have the maid go back to the house to fetch the silver check over. Okay. This sheriff arranged for someone to send your maid back to the house. Du-Wan did not give Suyu the chance to back out. Next, calling Suyu's maid over. Letting Suyu personally instruct the maid to secretly fetch the silver check over. Du-Wan then arranged for someone to personally send that maid back. Du-Wan then called for someone to reserve the tea and snacks. It was placed on the stone table. And while drinking tea, they waited. Du-Wan also let Suyu sit down, and Ning Qin personally poured tea for Suyu. Looking from afar, one would think that the two were sipping tea in a friendly manner. Pei Huin and the others hurried over and saw this image. Didn't they say that Suyu was being embarrassed by the county princess? Two people sitting together and drinking tea was also considered embarrassing? Pei Huin stepped into the pavilion with a lot of confidence. Greetings, County Lord. Pei Huiyu first greeted reluctantly. Du-Wan casually said politely, No need to be polite. Chapter 202, County Mistress Kills Without Blood. Pei Huiyu sees the situation at hand. Then sees the pavilion. And there is nothing suspicious. It really doesn't look like she is being embarrassed. Sister Yu, your face is a bit pale. Is it all right? It's fine. Thank you, Sister Yu, for caring. Suyu smiled warmly. It's just that my body is a bit unwell. I'll be fine if I sit for a while longer. That's fine. Still want to come over and shout for you to enter the banquet. Suyu's heart jumped. Sure enough. Pei Huiyu's next sentence came. Then Sister Yu rest here properly. It's quiet here, and no one is disturbing. Suyu. No. More than resting. She wanted to leave. Du-Wan snorted and laughed. This pitiful sister is still quite interesting, and doesn't know how to read people's faces at all. When Pei Huin heard Du-Wan laughing, she thought she was laughing at herself. And for a moment, her heart was on fire. Just when she wanted to lash out and thought of the previous scolding, she forced herself to hold back. However, she became even more displeased with Du-Wan. Pei Huin wanted to mock a few sentences, but the maid next to her hurriedly reminded, Miss, should we invite the county princess to the table? This reminder made her calm down a bit. Pei Huiyu held her breath and said, County Lord, you may enter the banquet. No need. There's nothing to see in some of the flowers. This county princess will stay a little longer and then leave. So go greet the others. Du-Wan waved her hand, signaling her to hurry up. Don't stay here and hinder me from catching up with Miss Su. All right. Whatever county princess says. Pei Huin said with a bit of teeth clenching. Sister Suyu said she wasn't a good one. So she really was a nuisance. Having disappeared for so long, her innocence was destroyed long ago. How could such a woman be worthy of her brother? No way. Definitely can't let her be a sister-in-law. Pei Huiying walked away with a stomach full of anger. Duwan was not affected in the slightest and looked at Su Yu with a smile on her face. Adu. Pei Huiyu is a brainless one to take advantage of. But this kind of person is no more annoying. But not annoying anywhere. Unlike some people whose brains are used in evil ways. Su Yu shut her mouth. Coming out today was a wrong decision. The sweetheart didn't see. But instead met Duwan this rolling knife meet. Jinghua Gongfu is not far from the Prime Minister's residence. The maid came back. Before and after did not spend 3/4 of an hour. This speed was faster than Duwan expected. The maid respectfully handed over the silver check to Su Yu. Su Yu put the silver ticket on the stone table. Then stood up and left without a word. His steps were hurried as he walked away. His back was inexplicably wretched. Duwan looked at the silver ticket and was happy in her heart. Yo! Sheriff. Getting rich. Mu Xian finally popped up. Duwan looked at him obliquely. How is it after watching the fun for so long? Ha ha ha. Mu Xian laughed dryly and secretly wiped a cold sweat. Sheriff knows that I'm watching from the shadows? Knew it long ago. Where is another person? Duwan looked in another direction. Sure enough. Another person came out from there. And it was Pei Hao. Pei Hao was still elegant, handsome and heavenly, and did not see the embarrassment of listening to the corner at all. Duwan counted out 10,000 taels of silver bills and handed them to Pei Hao. Here. Your share. Then thank you. County Princess. Pei Hao nonchalantly took it and collected it without counting. This wave of operation froze Mu Xian. Today's matter still has something to do with the Shitzi master? Duwan was very clear about the surrounding situation. Pei Hao was to blame for things going so smoothly today. It was Pei Hao who purposely arranged for someone to send the maid back to the Prime Minister's residence on horseback, which made it a lot faster. At the same time, Pei Hao also arranged for guards to stop some people who wanted to approach the pavilion. For example, some of the girls who came to the banquet. In the middle of the journey, Mrs. Pei seemed to have heard something and hurriedly came over. Or Pei Hao personally intervened to persuade Mrs. Pei away. So, this half of the silver. Duwan gave it quickly. And Pei Hao received it with peace of mind. Pei Hao looked at her and asked, You just let Xiang go? Hee hee. How can that be? Duwan narrowed her eyes, covering the coldness under her eyes. The person who cursed the most fiercely in the gazebo was Xiang. And now on the surface it seems that the one with the lightest punishment is also her. Would she, Duwan, be such a kind-hearted person? Immediately, Duwan instructed. Ning Qin, have someone send the note written by eldest Miss Ye to 7th Prince Ye. Remember? Hand it over to him personally. Tell him again that the princess house does not owe him anything. And neither does this county princess. Tell his family not to keep referring to themselves as my savior. Yes, county lord. Ning Qin immediately retreated to do this matter. When Mu Xian heard this, he was immediately happy and gave Duwan a thumbs up. County mistress. Awesome. Killing without blood. Pei Hao was equally surprised. Xiang writing a letter of apology would at most disgrace her a little. Now it's different. With Duwan's operation, Xiang will definitely be punished when she returns home. Much more serious than writing an apology letter. Duwan came over today. But there is still drama to watch. The banquet had already started. Maybe the girl who wanted to take away Dukshin's medicinal plant is going to make her move. Duwan handed the silver ticket to Ning Qin to put it away. Suddenly her eyebrows twitched, and she left again in a huff. Pei Hao silently follows behind again. And Duwan slips all the way to the Duke of Jin's compound. Ning Qin and Lucci wanted to follow them. But Mu Xian stopped them in the middle, saying that it was inconvenient for outsiders to enter the Duke of Jin's compound. Mu Xian managed to leave the two alone again. However, Duwan who went in found a hidden place and hid like a thief, secretly focusing on the situation in the small garden. Pei Hao followed her and stood behind her. What does County Princess want to do? Watching the theater, Duwan said casually. Pei Hao looked towards the garden. It was empty. There is no one in this place. What kind of theater is there? Soon. There will be someone soon. Duwan squinted at Pei Hao. Don't make a sound. Pei Hao was curious about her appearance and accompanied her to hide aside. Not long after, there was a girl who was walking and looking at the same time. From the way she was dressed, this girl should be someone who came over to attend the banquet today. However, right now, she was the only one. Lost in general. She was actually allowed to step into the Duke of Jin's garden just like this. The Duke of Jin's compound was always guarded by people on weekdays. But not today. These people seemed to have been helped by Lady Pei and Pei Huyen. In addition to having to greet the master, those underlings who came with the master would also have someone to greet the food and drink. But one shouldn't transfer people from father's courtyard either. That girl looked up in the garden. In the end, that gaze stopped on top of a certain potted plant with a very excited look. What was planted on that potted plant, which Duan also saw, was a superficially unusual grass, with long striped leaves, more emerald green than ordinary grass. However, compared to the pile of exotic flowers and plants in the courtyard, it was extraordinarily ordinary. That girl hated to carry that pot of grass away. The next moment, she really did carry it. As if she were a thief. She carried it directly to the outside. Chapter 203 Gossip in the Duke of Jin's mansion. Duan's eyes brightly asked, "Who is this girl? Can you recognize?" "Don't know." Pei Hao looked at the girl's back, coldness coming out from the bottom of his eyes. Is this counting on his family's head? Duan pulled him, and quietly followed the girl. The girl went to the back garden of the Duke of Jin mansion, put down the potted plants, and put them together with some blooming flowers and potted plants. Then, as if nothing had happened, she went back to the banquet at the watering pavilion. The Xueling pavilion was beautifully decorated. Hundreds of flowers bloomed and butterflies fluttered, coupled with a group of beautiful girls in the middle of it. The ring of fat and thin swallows was breathtakingly beautiful. Pei Huyen had really put her heart and soul into decorating this banquet. But she couldn't help but be brainless. Duan asked in a low voice, "That herb, is there anything similar? If there is, you'd better hurry up and get a new plant." "What are you afraid of? She can't take it with her." "Heh. I think she can take it away all." "No way." Thinking that the Jingua Gongfu is a food market, just anything can be touched and taken away. Pei Hao is very sure that this girl, even if she didn't put down the medicinal plant, will likewise not be able to take it away. Duan hooked her lips and smiled. "Let's make a bet." "Bet on what?" "Bet 10,000 taels." Duan had long been eyeing his silver. "If you win, you'll get 20,000 taels for nothing today." Pei Hao raised his eyebrows. "You want to bet that she can take it away?" "Of course. As long as you don't intervene in the middle." Duan rubbed her small hands together and smiled. "You can wait for her to take the herb out of the gate before intercepting it." Pei Hao understood what she meant. "Yes. It's a deal." High five. Duan raised the palm of her hand. Pei Hao itched to follow and raised his hand, gently high-fiving her. "Okay. A deal is a deal." Although he didn't know where she learnt that someone was eyeing his father's things today. It was almost impossible for an outsider to take away such a large potted plant from the mansion without letting anyone find out. Pei Hao was confident about this. It was just that he had forgotten that there was a pitcher in the house. The two people waited for about a quarter of an hour. They saw Pei Huiyu leading a group of girls out of the Xueling pavilion and strolling around the Jingua Gongfu's back garden. That girl was also among them, standing beside Pei Huyen and bragging about her one by one. Hearing Pei Huyen's entire being fluttering about, and also having a particularly good impression of that girl. When walking to the pot of medicinal plants, that girl feigned surprise and uttered, "Oops. Why is there a pot of grass here? It's kinda cute. I like it so much." "You like it? Then I'll give it to you." "Really? How embarrassing. What's wrong with that? Isn't it just a better-looking grass?" Pei Huyen surveyed the pot of grass, thinking that the gardener should have made a mistake and planted it randomly. "Sister Linger liking it means that it has a destiny with you." Song Linger was very happy. "Thank you, Sister Language. No need to be polite. What other flowers do you like? I'll give them to you." Sister Language is really too polite. The two people who had watched the whole thing from the shadows had different moods. Duan's small face was piled with smiles, rubbing her small hands towards Pei Hao. "Am I winning here? Count you win." What could Pei Hao say? With his sister's permission, this pot of medicinal plants could be moved out of the front door without accident. The 10,000 taels he had on him hadn't been warmed up yet, and he pulled it out and put it into Duan's hand. Duan's smile grew brighter. Pei Z is just painfully fast. Ouch. 10,000 taels. It took no effort at all to get it. Duan was in a happy mood when she saw Pei Hao looking towards Pei Huiyu's side with a black face. She gloated and comforted. "Don't feel too bad. This matter is not all your sister's fault. People are intentional. With that brain of hers, it's not surprising at all that she would be counted out." Listening to your tone, It seems like you understand Huiyu very well? Huh. Don't understand. Most of Du-Wan's understanding of Pei Huiyu came from the depictions in books. The book was briefly brought up about today's events. And Song Linger had succeeded. Now it seemed that Pei Huiyu was a pit. Not too much of a pit. That is, she was being counted on. Song Linger should have known that the medicinal plant was precious. If Pei Huiyu knew it was planted by her father, she wouldn't necessarily dare to bring it to give it away. Moving the medicinal plant to the back garden was different. An ordinary flower plant interspersed in the middle. The guests said they liked it. And Pei Huiyu opened her mouth to say she was giving it away, which was a very normal reaction. If Pei Huiyu hadn't said she was giving it away, Song Linger would have asked for it as well. No matter what. With Pei Huiyu's brain, she would have succeeded. Of course, that was without being seen by Pei Hao. Now that she was seen by Pei Hao for a whole time, Song Linger was doomed to fail. Pei Hao recruited a close friend to keep an eye on Song Linger. He took Du-Wan out of the back garden. At this time, Hu-san came and reported, "Son of the world, I've inquired about it. That girl is the second daughter of Imperial Dr. Song." Imperial Dr. Song? Pei Hao's eyes implied ill will. How did he get to know that there is spirit-melting grass in the house? Should I go and inquire? Have someone go and inquire, and then check on Dr. Song. Yes. Hu-san turned around and hurriedly left. On the contrary, when Mu Xian came over and saw Hu-san's back as he hurriedly left, his heart skipped a beat. What happened? Where did you go? Pei Hao asked rhetorically. Mu Xian raised his eyebrows. Chatted with the county princess's two maids for a while. Pei Hao, this guy is in a really good mood. Du-Wan happily waved towards Mu Xian in her heart. And when Mu Xian approached, she told the story. Your Pei family should be grateful to me. If it wasn't for me, you guys would have lost a precious plant today. Sheriff Lord is right. Mu Xian concurred. A smile appeared on Pei Hao's handsome face. It's time to be grateful to County Princess. And the thank you gift will be sent to your house later. Uh-huh. You're welcome. Du-Wan's mouth says polite. But her little demeanor is not polite at all. If you have something for free, you would be a fool not to take it. Especially these things are thank you gifts. So it's not vain to take them. Only then did Pei Hao ask a question. Wan, how did you learn about Song Linger? Du-Wan's eyes rolled and she babbled. Heard it all. Pei Hao had been following her. How could he not know when she heard it? Immediately thinking of her ability, he believed a few more points for a moment. However, he knew that if he pursued the question, the little girl wouldn't say anything. So he just didn't ask. Du-Wan also finished looking around. So she proposed to leave. Pei Hao personally escorted her out of the gate, and then went back to deal with Song Linger. At this time, Song Linger wanted to leave with the spirit-melting grass in advance. But the result was that she was intercepted by the guards before she could get to the gate, and was detained and sent to a compartment. When she saw people again, it was Dr. Song who came over with an iron-colored face. Plus a frosty Pei Hao. Not only is the Duke of Jin Mansion lively, the Marquis of Dingbei's residence is also not calm. When Xie Zhang received the note sent by Du-Wan, as well as the words that Du-Wan asked people to pass on, it can be said that Xie Zhang has never been humiliated to his face like this. Chapter 204 A Gift of Thanks from Pei Shi. He sent the people from the princess's mansion out with great aplomb and immediately had someone go and call for Xiang. Learning that the person was still in the Duke of Jin Mansion, he turned to find his father again. That night, Xiang was escorted by two grannies and forced onto a carriage to be sent out of the city, saying to the public that she was going to live temporarily in a foreign house. Almost at the same time, Pei Hao's gift of thanks arrived at Yuan. The underlings brought in a large wooden box and a beautifully crafted long wooden box. Ning Qin curiously asked, Sheriff, why did Pei Shi send something over so late at night? During the daytime, I did him a big favor. This is a thank you gift. Du-Wan said joyfully. Today is really a fruitful day. Not only got 20,000 taels of silver for nothing, but also got a gift. I wonder what was sent. Open it and take a look. Several lights were lit in the house. Ning Qin went up and opened the big box. The dozen or so cloths laid out in the box were all of great value. Ning Qin counted them as if they were her own. They are all good fabrics. There's also cloudy raw silk, veiled yarn, and cloudy damask silk. So many cloths. You can't wear them even if you make clothes. Du-Wan went up and touched all of them. They are quite beautiful. Really good stuff. Pick some to send to the main courtyard. And pick 2 more to send to my brother. Okay. County Princess. Ning Qin and Lucci immediately got busy. Going to deliver the things fell to Xu Xiang and painting. Duan took another look at the long box on the tabletop. Ning Qin moved the lamp, illuminating the box more and more clearly. Duan personally opened it and froze. Inside the box lay a gorgeous fabric quietly. The color was not the same. It was a gradient color, fading from azure on the edges to aquamarine. Such a fabric was very rare for the Great Qin Kingdom. What was most attractive was not only the color, but also the stars on the surface of the fabric, which shone under the light like a starry sky. Duan wasn't sure if the fabrics of Great Qin were similar to the ancient times of Xia, but this cloth really made her beautiful, and she couldn't help but touch it, and touch it again, loving it. Wow! This is moonlight brocade, Ning Qin exclaimed. When Ma Qi heard Ning Qin's words, she ran over at once to get a glimpse. It's really the rumored moonlight brocade, Duan asked doubtfully. Is this cloth very rare? Very rare. Very expensive. An inch of brocade is an inch of gold. Ning Qin praises it. Duan really likes it. Finally she decides. Send this cloth to the main courtyard to my mother. Sheriff. Won't you keep it? Good things naturally have to be kept close to my mother to use. Duan decided to give it to the eldest princess precisely because she liked it. Even I like this cloth. My mother will definitely like it too. Ning Qin and Lucci were both surprised, but they did as they were told. This was a piece of filial piety from the county princess. Since it was evening, the main courtyard side was also about to rest. Receiving the filial piety from her baby bump, the eldest princess smiled with curved eyebrows, and was in an exceptionally good mood. Du extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's side looked at his daughter sending things over twice in one night, both of which were rare fabrics. And then think of the son's hands have been wearing the Bodhi string. And then open his mouth to speak, the tone of voice inevitably with a bit of sour taste. Shoo Mia. Daughter is not like me as a father? The eldest princess covered her lips and snickered. Didn't my daughter send you an ink stone some time ago? Oh, I heard that it was casually taken to the treasury. Pfft. The eldest princess couldn't help but laugh. Du extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's team sorta saw it. In our daughter's heart. That brat is ranked first. You are ranked second. And I? The father. Am an add-on. What's so sour? Our daughter understands things. She knows how to honor her mother. Yes, she knows how to honor her mother. But she doesn't know how to honor her father yet. One step at a time. What's your hurry? The eldest princess glared at him. A full man doesn't know how to starve a hungry man. The eldest princess began to think in her heart about how to make a beautiful set of clothes and dresses for her daughter with that piece of fabric, so that Du extra horse harness by the side of a team could roll aside and sour away. Almost at the same time. Prime Minister's residence. Prime Minister Su's study. Su once again stepped in, and even knelt to the ground. The things that happened during the day were not hidden from Prime Minister Su after all. When he asked, Su, you told it all? At this moment, Prime Minister Su's face was gloomy. Just like that you gave away 20,000 silver? Grandfather. Granddaughter knows that I was wrong. At that time, without giving the silver, the county princess would not release the person. She even said that she would arrange for someone to go to you with drums, and drums to collect the person. And she also wanted to put the charge of rumor mongering on my granddaughter. Granddaughter didn't want grandfather to follow along and lose face, so she agreed. Prime Minister Su surprisingly did not know how to react for a moment. The county princess's style of behavior was childlike nonsense. But this kind of childlike trickery is the most effective way to deal with some noble families. The reason for this was that families, like theirs, paid the most attention to their reputation. Prime Minister Su looked at his granddaughter kneeling on the ground, his waist still straight. This granddaughter has always been good at managing her reputation. I didn't think that today she would let her good reputation get in the way. Prime Minister Su simply stopped pursuing this matter. According to what you are saying, the county princess has decided that her disappearance was related to you. Yes. Su, you wanted to speak. What else are you hiding? Tell it all. The current situation is very unfavorable for the Prime Minister's house. And Du Qian has been hunting for the real culprit. We have to quickly come up with a remedy. Or at least clear your suspicions. Grandfather. The incident at that time was not just the granddaughter's involvement. Su Yu hesitated for a long time, and finally told the story. The granddaughter was inadvertently informed that someone wanted to deal with Du Wan. and also learned of the other party's layout, and missed the secret escort. Things were not simple, and equally not complicated. Suyu was attracted to Pei Hao 2 years ago. In the way of the marriage contract on him, has only been able to unrequited love. Nay, Pei Hao and Du Wan have been betrothed since childhood. As long as Du Wan is not dead for a day, she will not have any chance at all. Sometimes the more you can't get, the deeper you will fall. When she learnt that someone had bribed a group of outlaws to discredit Du Wan, Suyu then felt that the opportunity was rare. Stole Su Che's seal, mobilized a hidden unit of Suyu's secret guards, and sent them to sneak up on Du Wan's guards. Suyu originally thought that he could kill Du Wan and have a scapegoat at the same time. As a result, there was another change in the middle, and Du Wan was saved by another group of people. Suyu lowered her head and said, I don't know who the people who saved Du Wan later were, but those people are quite strange. They saved the people and didn't send them back to the capital. The study was extremely quiet and depressing. Suddenly, Prime Minister Su violently picked up the tea bowl on the desktop and smashed it towards Suyu. Asshole! Prime Minister Su was furious. Suyu was so shocked that she did not dare to dodge, and took the smash raw. Prime Minister Su pointed at her and cursed. Such an important matter? Why didn't you mention it earlier? Suyu was confused for a moment. For a moment, she did not understand how her grandfather suddenly lost his temper. Chapter 205 The Hidden Superb. It was the first time Prime Minister Su heard about this matter. Previously, he had always thought that it was all his granddaughter's doing. If he had known that there were other people involved in this matter, he definitely would not have arranged for people to intercept it. And even lost so many people, almost losing the manpower of a Dark Guard battalion. Prime Minister Su went straight to the point. Who was the person who bribed the bandits? Huang Ren. The one from the Jinqiu Palace. Suyu whispered. Prime Minister Su's face deepened. The only way to clear the suspicion now is to put the whole thing on Huang Ren. But we have no evidence. Then go find it. And if you can't find it, then forge it. The next day, early in the morning, Du Wan woke up and numbly rolled over to get up. After having breakfast, she goes to the main courtyard to slip around again before returning to Jade's Spirit Garden. In the middle of the way, she happens to meet Du Qian, who is going out in a hurry. Recently, Du Qian has been going out early and returning late, occasionally not returning to the house. Du Qian only greeted his sister and told her to be good at home and not to get into trouble. Du Wan escorted him to the gate and watched him leap onto a steed, leading a 100-man personal guard team, leading in a dignified manner, looking at her with envy. Only her brother leading a team could bring out this kind of momentum. It wasn't that Du Wan had never led one, but she always felt that it lacked some flavor. Sheriff Master? Someone behind her greeted respectfully. Du Wan turned around and saw Du Lu. Good morning, Uncle Six. Good morning. What are you doing here? Sending my brother out the door. Sixth Uncle What is my brother going to investigate? Hunting down a murderer. Any clues about that person? There is. Only the murderer is very cunning. Several times, 3 times by him to escape. Du Wan inquired about the case of the previous attack again. Du Lu knows everything about this little master of hers. The killers who ambushed them last time didn't find out any clues from the corpses. All of them were some blackguards. Did the ones who escaped not get caught? Du Wan heard that a few escaped. Du Lu thought about it and still said, Not yet. Is it true that the people who escaped are all very good at lightness? Du Wan suddenly thought of the teenagers who followed her, and Du Qian at that time. Du Lu was surprised. Sheriff Master has heard about it from the eldest young master? Those who can escape. Would their lightness be bad? Actually was dumbfounded for a moment. In the past, he had heard from bystanders that chatting with the young master would kill the sky. At that time, Du Lu didn't quite believe it. But now he believes it. Du Wan stood for a while, finding that Du Lu still did not leave. Now Du Wan looked at him askance and guessed. Are you staring at me specifically? Not allowing me to go out? No. You have misunderstood. Du Lu smiles and denies. Subordinate is waiting for the Lord. Du Wan opened her mouth and wanted to say something again, when she saw Du Extra horse harness by the side of the Emperor's team hurriedly arriving, dressed in austere official robes. A very mature and charismatic uncle. Du Wan's eyes turned around. Father! Going to work. Going to work? The 2 words turned around in Du Extra horse harness by the Emperor's side in his head and understood it to mean going to court. Yes. My father has to rush to court. Early in the morning, What are you doing at the door? Just now Big Brother went out. I sent him? That brat. Du extra horse harness by the side of the Emperor's side was interrupted before he could finish his sour words. Du smiled and came over. Now send father off as well. Du extra horse harness by the Emperor's side tried to suppress the corner of his mouth that was about to curl up. Okay. Be good at home. Understand? Don't get into trouble. Don't cause trouble for your mother. I know. I know. How come you have the same tone as your cheap elder brother? It's really worthy of being a father and son. Du sends off her cheap father again and turns her head back. Ning Qin came to meet her and handed Du a letter with an ambiguous face. Sheriff. Pei Shitzi had someone send it to her. Strange. I was at the gate. How come I didn't encounter Pei family's letter delivery person? He took the side or back door. I guess. Ordinary people weren't qualified to walk through the main gate of the princess residence. Du took the letter and opened it on the spot to read it. When finished reading it, in a few moments, she gloated and laughed. Ning Qin was curious about the content of the letter, but did not dare to cross the line to ask. On the contrary, Du is anxious to find someone to share gossip. Said exactly the thing of Xie Ying. That letter is still quite powerful. Said that he misses his grandmother. In fact, it is an excuse. The person was sent to the outskirts of the manor, and I heard that he was not allowed to return to the house before the year. This matter. Is Pei Shitzi letter said? Yes. Du joyfully said. Pressing the root did not think that the hall of the State Duke's house of the world's son. Early in the morning specially wrote over to say gossip will be what is wrong with it. Ning Qin muttered in her heart. Just this little matter. Is Pei Shitzi very idle? Puzzling. How puzzling. The truth was that the Shitzi master was throwing his weight around. Knowing that the little girl loved to listen to gossip, and took the initiative to send a letter over to brush up on his goodwill. I don't think it's wrong for a big old man to pay attention to this gossip. Du turned the letter over again and looked around. Only Xie Ying's. How come there is no follow-up from Song Linger? Seeing Ning Qin still not knowing what happened, Du hemmed and hawed and shared the gossip with Ning Qin. Ning Qin's eyes burned brightly as she listened. Song family members are really daring. How dare they count on Jin Guigong's things? That's not true. Quite bold. Du then sighed. I guess they were blinded by something. With the identity of a deputy head of the Imperial Hospital. Trying to go up against the Duke of Jin's mansion was undoubtedly hitting a stone with an egg. Can you see that the Jingui Gongfu is in existence that even the male lead Xie Zhang is afraid of? After Du carefully thought about it, she found that there is another hidden super big brother in the book The Duke of Jin. Pei's big villain can survive to the end. This person can't be faulted. Has always been the big villain's unswerving big backer. Only, when the super big brother came back from visiting his friends, I'm afraid that he would be exasperated by his bad daughter. According to the novel's depiction, this herb was something he found with great difficulty from the deep mountains. Due to the lack of vintage, not yet able to be used as medicine. So he meticulously planted it for 7 or 8 years, keeping it for a great use, which is hard to find for 10,000 gold. This time, he almost lost it. Du ran off to practice swordplay for an hour. I have nothing to do again. When things really came up, there was a tall man to take over, and she wasn't allowed to touch it. She could only find her own fun. So the little girl went back to the post to see if there was a banquet today. Not to mention, it really let her find it. A poetry party organized by an unknown young lady. Sheriff, what are you doing here? Ning Qin was surprised. Du carried her hands behind her back. Going out. You didn't mention it before. Ning Qin felt a big headache. Du froze. No. If you go out in a hurry like this, without some security, Her Highness will not agree. Next time you go out, at least inform everyone an hour in advance. Almost forgetting the tedious steps of going out. Du recalled the limited number of times she had gone out. Apart from sneaking out with Pei Hao, every time was quite uncomplicated. Prepare quite a few things, and then bring a large group of people along. Chapter 206. A time of wind and a time of rain. The master's temporary decision to go out can be busy for the people below. Du stood aside and watched, waiting for the underlings to get busy. She lost a large part of her interest in going out. Or, go to find cheap big brother? Or, go back to the clan to see Du Yunrong? She had promised the Empress that she would visit Du Yunrong when she had time. She was in the mountains. She should not know what was going on outside. Du-won narrowed her eyes. It's better to go back to the clan than to participate in the poetry festival. Ning-chin. There is no need to prepare. I will ride back to the clan with a group of my personal guards. I will stay for just one night and return tomorrow. You guys don't need to follow me either. It's troublesome. Sheriff. This? How can it be a moment of wind and rain? Alright. You go to the main courtyard and talk about it. Dropping this sentence, Du-won turned back to her bedchamber, quickly changed into a set of simple clothes, then hung the ring-head sword to her waist, valiantly set off. In fact, just bugger off. At the gate, 100 personal guards were ready. Du-won rode her horse. Her whip pointed ahead. Go! Departure. Hey! A group of people hurriedly set off. At this time, Du-won didn't know that she had just left not a quarter of an hour ago. Pei Hao came on his horse. As a result, he didn't see anyone, but only Ning-chin and other mates packing up their things. Ning-chin was surprised. Pei Shitsi? Immediately realizing that something was wrong, Ning-chin hurriedly got up and saluted. Slave girl has met Pei Shitsi. Where is your master? Pei Hao sensed that something was wrong from the moment he stepped in. The guards outside the courtyard were very loose, or even almost non-existent. Ning-chin spoke truthfully. Pei Hao was not in a good mood to listen. It was only a quarter of an hour. A little earlier, he would have been able to see someone. Pei Hao had come over very early, and something happened in the middle of the journey. Mu Xian and Hussein, who accompanied him, also knew about it, and silently sympathized with Pei Hao. Shitsi is going to be furious. Mu Xian narrowed his eyes, hiding the gloating under his eyes. Hussein naively said, if there were no delays on the road, I wouldn't have missed it with the county princess. On the way, they came across people causing trouble. Among them was that Qin Yu again, blocking the streets. Pei Hao was in a hurry to come to Princess Mansion to see the county princess, so he ordered his men to help solve the problem. As a result, Qin Yu insisted on thanking Pei Hao in person, and said a bunch of words of gratitude in front of Pei Hao, which caused a lot of delay. Mu Xian suddenly thought of something. Hussein, I found a strange thing. What strange thing? Hussein was curious. It's that Qin Yu is a bit evil. He is always able to make things right when things go wrong twice in 3 days. From a beggar with nothing, she has come to this day, and is about to become Xieqi's fiancée. Who is Xieqi? The future son of the Marquis of Dingbei. Is proper. This girl is simply God's own daughter. Mu Xian sighed at Qin Yu's good fortune. Hussein shook his head. Not necessarily. Did I say it wrong? Mu Xian felt that he was just trying to carry on with himself. I'm saying that the position of the son of the world is not necessarily Xieqi. Marquis Dingbei's firstborn son is only Xieqi. Right? Rumor has it that Marquis Dingbei has been searching for his elder brother's missing son. Some speculate that he wants to return the title to the eldest house. Because of this rumor, it could earn Marquis Dingbei a good reputation. Mu Xian was thoughtful. Do you believe that? People have selfishness. It's true that people have selfishness. But back then, Marquis Dingbei and his elder brother had an extremely good relationship. This possibility is still very high. Let's say Xieqi is 18 this year. Marquis Dingbei still hasn't asked for him to be crowned son. After more than 10 years. Even if he passes the title to his son, no one will say anything. Hussein was somewhat convinced by that rumor. Now, Mu Xian stopped talking. People in the world weren't necessarily all about profit. There were others who valued affection extremely highly. Marquis Dingbei's reputation outside was very good. Everyone said that he was a person who valued affection and justice, and treated the people under him with fairness and strictness. Pei Hao suddenly spoke out from behind the two. What are you guys chatting about? Mu Xian's heart jumped, and she was glad that she didn't say anything bad about him. Hussein laughed nervously. Prince Mu said that girl Qin is a bit evil. Next, Hussein numbly sold Mu Xian. Mu Xian glared at Hussein. This bastard is a black-hearted one. Unexpectedly, Pei Hao actually raised his eyebrows. What God's own daughter? That woman is just unlucky. Stay away from her in the future. There's no good in meeting her. The very unlucky Qin Yu in the World Master's mouth now encountered tangled things again. Back home, the official media came to the door again. Qin Yu had already refused once. If she refused again, she might offend Marquis Dingbei. The current plot development was different from the book, so naturally Qin Yu's thoughts were somewhat different. The reason was still that she had met Pei Hao in advance. This is how women are sometimes. When they have a crush on someone, it's hard for them to get into their hearts. Moreover, Qin Yuyu is not stupid. On the contrary, she is extremely smart. From the Red Rock town to the capital, encountered trouble. Most of them are related to Xie Zhang. For example, those noble women who were looking for trouble with her were all because of Xie Zhang. Once Duan said that Xie Zhang was a broom star. The three words broomstick had always taken root in her heart. The more Xie Zhang helped her, the more trouble she was in. This is a deadly cycle that is simply unsolvable. Unless Qin Yuyu could be ruthless, put down everything she had fought for and stay away from the capital. The last time she fell into the water was also an accident. Qin Yuyu will water. She was about to swim up. Is Xie Zhang worried? Jump down first. As a result, it is not good to end up now. Qin Yuyu's heart is suffocated to death. She is only grateful to Xie Zhang. There is no love. What's more, Qin Yuyu wasn't stupid. She could also see that Xie Zhang didn't have any love for her. Because even when he was smiling, the bottom of his eyes were icy cold. And he was the same to anyone. Qin Yuyu knew that she could not control this man. Therefore, she did not want to marry him at all. Qin Miao lowered her head and was weaving an exquisite bamboo basket. Yuyu, do you really not want to agree to this marriage? A daughter-in-law of a high family. How can it be that good? Qin Yuyu had grown up quickly after coming to the capital. Of course, she would not say what was in her heart. Refusing was also thinking for others. Duke Xiechi has been helping us. He is my great benefactor. I mustn't repay him with kindness and drag down someone's future. Qin Miao silently sighed in relief. If you don't marry, don't marry. I'll go and send the official matchmaker away. Okay. I won't step in. But you have to be polite to the official matchmaker and don't offend anyone. We little people can't afford to offend anyone. Even if the other party is a matchmaker. Well, I know. I have my measure. Qin Miao went out. When he walked, his left foot would turn a bit. With Qin Yuyu's brother's identity, he dismissed the official matchmaker politely. Chapter 207, Amused by Your Misery. When the official media left, not only did they not get angry, they looked at them with a hint of goodwill in their eyes. And they didn't even know how Qin Miao did it. During this period of time, Qin Yuyu had grown. And Qin Miao had grown even faster. The young man who used to clash and rage gradually turned gloomy and silent. And every day, apart from making up something to earn a little money, the rest of his time was spent on reading and writing. There were quite a few books in his room, 90% of which were given to him by Xie Zhang. The remaining ones were bought for him by Qin Yuyu. One had to be strong through constant learning and constant endeavor. He wanted to grow into a big tree in the sky and shelter his beloved girl from the wind and rain. Early the next morning, the Du family village cottage. Du-Wan had just arrived at the clan yesterday, and first skipped around with gusto. Unluckily, she met a dozen elders, and was dragged and talked for a long time. Du-Wan is now afraid. Early this morning, went to find a small cloth bag, stuffed with a bunch of delicious, hung on the body early to sneak up the mountain. When I arrived at the ground, as expected, I saw the girls still working in the field. Du-Wan immediately slipped over, smiling cheaply, waving her small hand in greeting. Hi! All the girls. All pulling grass? Really, really hard. When the four girls saw her, they all turned their heads back, pretending not to see. But the movement of pulling grass in their hands was faster. Du-Wan grabbed a handful of melon seeds from the small cloth bag hanging on her body and started to get high. Aya? Du-Yunrong? Your white and tender face. How did it turn into a black charcoal head? Du-Yunrong jerked her head up and glared fiercely at Du-Wan, opening her mouth to speak. She closed it again in a flash. It's not worth it. Although this dead girl is a noble county princess, she is a jerk. Du-Wan's smile was brilliant. Seeing you having a bad time, I feel that even a pig has grown eyebrows. Du-Wan! Du-Yunrong shouted through gritted teeth. Du-Wan spat out the melon rind in her mouth. Yes. What are you calling me for? Don't be complacent. Du-Yunrong spoke indignantly. Du-Wan raised her chin proudly. I'm just complacent. What can you do to me? Du-Yunrong was about to cry from her anger, and angrily buried her head to work again. Du-Wan put the melon seeds back, and took out a greaseproof paper bag with a big chicken leg inside. When she took it out, Du-Wan gave it an exaggerated sniff, and slipped it in front of Du-Yunrong again. You know what? When I saw the Empress before, she dragged me to talk about how miserable you were in the mountains. Not eating well or sleeping well. And having to work and cry every day. Not to mention, I was amused by your misery for quite a while. Look at that. Is this talk? Is it human talk? Yunrong couldn't wait to smash the grass in her hand onto Du-won's face. The other three girls looked at Du-Yunrong sympathetically. Suddenly they felt that their situation wasn't that bad, because there is someone who is worse off than them. Oh, this is a comparison of happiness. However, they still secretly looked at that big chicken leg. Motherfucker. So eager to eat meat. Du-won took a cheap bite of the meat and smashed her mouth twice. The people next to her only had the chance to gulp. It's so delicious. It smells so good. Du-won nibbled on the meat while adding, I didn't want to go up the mountain. But still the Empress entrusted me to come and see you. Du-Yunrong. All of this is actually still caused by the ant? Du-won didn't expect the furious and red-faced Du-Yunrong to say anything. And continued, You're not in the capital. You don't know what's been happening recently. What is it? Du-Yunrong's attention was diverted at once. The other three girls, too, looked at Du-won. Purifying in the mountains. They were almost isolated from the world. Du-won deliberately whetted her appetite and said, Great things. One after another. After counting in her heart, quite a few things really happened. Du-won took another bite of meat. My brother has been appointed as the county king. And my father has become the minister of rights. Ouch. Murong family fell. Murong Jiaoju jumped off the cliff and killed herself. Speaking here, Du-won deliberately paused and came to Du-Yunrong's ear and whispered, There is another thing. It is that the Jinshou Palace has an additional master. What did you say? Say it again. Du-Yunrong's reaction was so great that even the vegetable seedlings on the ground were pulled up. Onlookers couldn't understand the significance of the existence of the Jinshou Palace. Could Du-Yunrong, a girl who often lived in the palace, still not know? That was a palace that only princesses could live in. Du-Yunrong asked in shock, Did you get the person back? Would that aunt still love her as a niece? Du-won is a bit surprised by her reaction. What's wrong with you? Why are you reacting so strongly? What's wrong with me? Isn't this caring about my aunt? Du-Yunrong is now focusing on the Jinshou Palace, forgetting that Du-won is her nemesis. Quickly tell me, what's going on in the Jinshou Palace? Du-won knew that she had misunderstood. It was the missing little princess that had been retrieved. This reaction is really wrong. It turns out that Du-Yunrong is worried about losing her favor so early on. Du-won thought for a moment, and with a clear conscience, she stopped teasing her. You have a shocked look on your face. But there's not a bit of rejoicing. Are you afraid that the little princess will come back and take away your position? What's the point of worrying about this? With the little princess coming back, there is definitely no place for you at the Empress. Du-Yunrong was angry again and clenched her teeth. Dead girl. The words that come out of her mouth can still be infuriating. Du-won nibbled another mouthful of meat. Don't you take it seriously? While the little princess has not yet returned. You early for their own plans. Find a good groom. Marry yourself. But also have a way back. Empress said is love you. But also just talk about it. Really love you early for you to book a good groom. Du-Yunrong face cloudy and uncertain. Instead, a girl next to her hemmed and hawed and laughed. Yunrong clan's sister. The words of the county princess are very sensible. I want you to talk too much. Du-Yunrong calmed down and asked to Du-won. My aunt's daughter? Has she really been retrieved? Nope. Du-won smiled back. Du-Yunrong was furious and happy. Then how do you say that there is a master in Jinshou Palace? Yes, there is a master. It's my other stray cousin What? The emperor has a daughter? Du-Yunrong jumped up in shock. The other three girls, too, were shocked. It had only been a month or so since they had left the capital. But such a big event had happened. Du-won had stayed in the mountains for a morning. In the middle of the day, she even hunted and roasted rabbits and pheasants with her personal guards, and took the roasted meat to the four girls in front of the circle. Managed to see them greedy eyes red look. This is contented down the mountain. It was a good, beautiful day. Du-won sang a little song while carrying half of the roasted rabbit meat down the mountain. This roast meat, to carry back to eat at noon. Unexpectedly, just down to the foot of the mountain, bumped into the matriarch, this little old man. One girl Today on the mountain? Yes. Yes. Matriarch. Why did your old man wander to the foot of the mountain? Casual walk. Chapter 208. The world's son decides to go after his wife. Do-won smiles again and says, "This high noon. The sun is so hot. Aren't you old enough to be afraid of heat stroke? Little girl. Can you talk?" The patriarch's little old man blew his mustache and glared, but suddenly smiled again. "Yo. Is this roasted rabbit meat? It smells strangely fragrant. Come, come. My old man will help you carry it." "No." The remaining word with. Before he could say it, the rabbit meat in Do-won's hand disappeared. The old man's action of grabbing the meat was particularly fast. So fast that Do-won didn't even react and couldn't help but narrow her eyes. "The little old man is not simple, nah," the old patriarch said cheerfully. "All right. I'll carry it home for you." After saying that, the person slipped away as fast as he could. Do-won did not even have time to shout, "Crap. Old shameless. Robbing something, ah." When she returned to the old mansion, she asked. Sure enough, the old patriarch said that he was helping her carry the meat home. He was carrying it home. It wasn't her home. It was his own home. Do-won wasn't really angry. She just found it quite funny. She used to think that the Do clan didn't have much of a human face. But now that she got along, it was quite interesting. She wanted to stay for one night and go back to the princess's mansion. But suddenly, she didn't really want to go back so soon. It's quite nice to be here in the green mountains and green water. Staying another night? Sheriff Master. The one who called out to Do-won was the old housekeeper who usually looks after the mansion. Do-won turned around. "What is it?" "There is a letter for you. It's from Pei-shitsi," the old housekeeper said. The man who delivered the letter was still waiting. Do-won went over to meet the person and got the letter. The Pei family's guard did not leave. "Sheriff Master, do you have a reply? My subordinate can wait a little longer." "There's no rush." "Then you wait a while." Do-won hadn't read the letter yet. Since she wanted to answer the letter, she naturally had to go to the study. Do-won opened the letter while walking towards the study. The content on it was unusual, starting with 2 polite greetings. Then it told her a big gossip that was hot in the capital. It was that the marriage between Xie Zhang and Qin Yuyu unexpectedly didn't work out, and the word had spread from the official media. It was said that the official media went to the Qin family to propose marriage, and the Qin family politely refused. The so-called Qin family is an extended family of orphans who have settled in a village on the outskirts of the city with the help of Xie Zhang. The head of the household is Qin Miao, and Qin Yuyu is the eldest sister. The meaning of that is that Qin Miao came out and said that the door is not the right household. The Qin family knows that it is not worthy of Xie Qi, and cannot bear to ruin the life-saving benefactor's future. And also said what? CS7 gentlemen kindly save people. Qin family daughter married again in the past is equivalent to the revenge, and so on. Now the tea houses and restaurants in the capital city have different opinions about this marriage. Some people say that Qin Yuyu is stupid and push out the benefits. And some people say that she understands benevolence and righteousness and knows what's right, and so on. After Do-won read the letter, she raised her eyebrows. This Qin Yuyu is quite smart. Regardless of whether she really had the intention to marry or had no intention to marry, this move was brilliant. Not only did the reputation not go bad with the rejection, but it went up. This is great. How to reply to the letter. If I had known that it was just a little bit of gossip, I would not have agreed to write back. Do-won could only write a few random sentences. Pei Shir Z. John Xing. Thank you for sharing the gossip. Please keep it up. When this county princess goes back, please get high. Bye. Signed Do-won. A letter? A done deal. It could be said that this was the most normal letter Do-won had ever written when she came here. Hastily stuffing it into an envelope, she had it handed over to the Pei family's guards. Do-won also instructed the old housekeeper not to go back tonight, and asked him to arrange for someone to send a message to the princess' house, and send some fruits picked from the manor back. Pei Hao is sitting in a tea house today drinking tea. This street is the path that the little girl must take to get home. Nia waited for half a day without seeing the little girl, but instead waited until the Pei family guards came back with a letter, opened it, and took a look. The corner of Pei Hao's mouth curled up slightly. His mood was bright. The letter written by the little girl. Finally normal. Without the previous perfunctory. This is a good phenomenon. So Pei Hao heart and happy thinking. In the future there is gossip to often tell the little girl. Not convenient to me can also write letters. Right? Pei Hao read the letter again and again. Little girl's word. There is progress. Not bad. Not bad. Just should write to him more often. Sitting opposite Musion, looking at his cousin who was smiling like a fool. He really wanted to cover his face and say he didn't know this guy. Quite a cold and serious person. How did he become like this? Musion looked at Hussein. Hussein looked at him with his eyes and nose, looking like he didn't see anything. Musion couldn't help but show her teeth at him. Hussein looked up and saw him showing his teeth, and laughed nervously as he touched the back of his head. Mr. Mu, what's the matter? Are your teeth sore? Sour. Very sour. Musion continued to show his teeth and said. Pei Hao suddenly looked up and asked. What's sour? Hussein laughed nervously. Sheetsi. Prince Mu said that his teeth are sour. Musion almost kicked over. This black-hearted goods. Always trying to trap him. Musion turned around and asked with a smile. Sheetsi. What did the county princess say? Didn't say anything. Just greeted me with a bit of concern. And said that when she comes back, she'll just treat me to something. Pei Hao elegantly picks up the tea bowl. To drink or not to drink? With a troubled look. Little girl. Just a little pestering. The rest is quite good. Musion saw Pei Hao put on a distressed face. This time really sour teeth. Showing off. Yes. Is showing off. Waited for another 2 hours. The sun was gradually moving towards the west, and was about to set over the mountains. Pei Hao's brows slightly condensed. Hussein. Have someone go to the princess' residence to inquire. Will the county princess really come back today? It's so late. How come people haven't arrived yet? I'm worried that something might have happened to her in the middle of the journey. Yes. World son. Hussein turned around and went out to command. According to this hour, the county princess should indeed have returned to the city. Now that she hadn't returned, Pei Hao was still justified in worrying. Musion said. The county princess brings quite a few personal guards each time. There won't be any problems. What you should be worried about now is yourself. What can I do? Pei Hao looked out at the street. The corner of Musion's mouth twitched. You are now excusing yourself from going to the court on the pretext of recuperation. After spending the whole day here today, it would be best for you to go to the Yamen tomorrow. Or else it will have a bad impact if it is spread to the emperor. Then I will go to the Yamen tomorrow. Pei Hao was helpless. It was inconvenient to be on duty at a time that was inconvenient. He was mulling over whether to resign from his post. About half an hour later, the henchman who went to the princess's residence to inquire came back, and said that the county princess would not return tonight for the time being. Pei Hao was not in a good mood now, and suddenly stood up. Let's go out of the city. Where to? Musion asked. Pei Hao said with an unspecified meaning. To swim in the mountains and play in the water. Take a break and get well. Going over tonight was just right. And he could accompany the little girl back tomorrow. Musion and the others had to do as they were told. As a result, Musion was just about to mount his horse when Pei Hao stopped him. Sion, you shouldn't go along. Tomorrow morning, go to the Yamen to be on duty, and keep an eye on things for me. The affairs of the Yamen will be handled solely by you for the time being. Fuck. You go to play. I work. Are you good at it? Be a person. Okay? Chapter 209, Little Heart Beating Extra Fast. Inside, Musion is 100 times refusing. Cheng Ming, if the emperor asks about you, it's not easy for me to say. Just say straight out that I went after my daughter-in-law. I believe that the emperor will not blame. Didn't the emperor say last time that the next time would not be an exception? It's different. Last time it was skipping work on duty and neglecting my duties. This time I'm recuperating. You've said everything. What else can he say? Hussein came up and grabbed the reins of Musion's horse. So the group set off, leaving Musion alone, with a lonely, desolate background. That night, in the Du clan, Duan welcomed a wave of late visitors. Duan clasped her arms to her chest and stared at Pei Hao with a taut little face. It's a big night. Did something happen? Did it make you rush here in such a hurry? Nothing. Came out to swim in the mountains and got lost. Pei Hao replied calmly. Duan ground her teeth. The reason is good and strong. Pei Hao stood as still as a mountain pine in front of him, without the slightest hint of weakness or embarrassment on his handsome face. It's as if he really came here lost in the mountains. Duan admired him. This is really a ruthless man. So ruthless that he even fooled himself. Duan greeted the old housekeeper and arranged for the Pei family guards accompanying her to eat and stay, etc. Then, she personally took Pei Hao to the guest room. But when she walked out of the guest room, Pei Hao tailed her again. She stood still and turned back. You rushed here. Aren't you tired? Don't you need to rest? Not tired. Pei Hao replied succinctly. Du-Wan let out an "oh" sound and walked forward again. But after a few steps, she immediately stopped. Why are you following me? You're not tired. But I'm going back to rest. You go your way. I'm not following you. I just want to take a walk and familiarize myself with the surroundings. Okay. 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 You feel free. Okay. I'll be casual. Pei Hao spoke very seriously. Suddenly, Du-Wan had a very bad feeling. Once again, she found out that casual was not a good word. Du-Wan was annoyed with her own accurate premonition. As expected, when Pei Hao's villain was being casual, she could not stand it. This person followed her back to the compound. Actually did not go. Said this compound is very good. He wants to see the scenery. Let her go back to her room to rest first. He casually looked into it. Du-Wan took it seriously. Let him stroll around and see for himself. Who knows that not long after she returned to her room, outside the commotion came again. Underlings in and out. In fact, the movement is not big. Are deliberately light footsteps. But cannot resist Du-Wan's excellent hearing. What happened outside? Just from these movements on the guest probably. Du-Wan rolled over and got up. Nimbly walked out of the bedroom. Only to see the partial room to the left of the master bedroom in her compound. There are underlings coming in and out to set up. Pei Hao stood outside the door with his hands behind his back. When Du-Wan walks over and probes inside, her small brows frown. You're staying here tonight? Yes. The people here are quite good. Screw you people and places. Du-Wan wanted to kick him to death. This is her compound. Avoiding suspicion. Understand? He doesn't want to avoid suspicion at all. He hates to let her get on his thief ship and can't get off for the rest of her life. Du-Wan looked Pei Hao up and down, back and forth, over and over again. Pei Hao was made uncomfortable by her and almost didn't tense up. Do you want to back out? Didn't you just say, let the Shitsi do as he pleases? Here we go again. Finding an excuse is not even fresh. Du-Wan looked at him contemptuously. Pei Hao faintly raised his eyebrows. If it works, who cares if it's fresh? As soon as Du-Wan let go, she turned around decisively. At the moment of turning around, the green silk on her shoulders rose up and drew a beautiful arc in midair. For a time, it was so elegant and free. Pei Hao drifted off, his gaze following her closely until she stepped into the room. It's so pretty. His fingertips. He couldn't help but rub them. The subordinates cleaned up properly, and Pei Hao told them all to retreat. There was clean bedding on the bed couch, and he could still smell the scent of sun exposure. So he took off his outer robe and laid down with a smile on his face. It was the right time to come. Tonight he could sleep next door to the little girl. One day, he will sleep in a room. Pei Hao thought he would not be able to sleep tonight. He did not expect to dip into the pillow and fall into a deep sleep in no time. In the middle of the night, Hu-san and the others who were guarding the outside of the compound never saw the Shitsi master come out. This compound was where the county princess lived. They didn't dare to break in and look for someone. A guard came up to Hu-san. My lord, do you want to find an acquaintance to ask around? I'll go and ask. Hu-san often went with Pei Hao to and from the princess's residence, and the guards had long been familiar with each other. He went up to inquire, and soon got the result. He learnt that Pei Shirzi had already rested and was in the compartment next to the county princess. Hu-san turned to the Pei family's guards and said, Go back to your rooms and sleep tonight. Raise your spirits. Yes, my lord. The Pei family guards dispersed. The courtyard where the sheriff lord lived was extremely heavily guarded. And Hu-san, not worrying about Shitsi's safety, decided to go back to his room to sleep as well. If he didn't raise his spirits, he wouldn't be able to cope with Shitsi's operation of thinking of one thing or another. Hearts are tired. The next day, after cultivating, he practiced sword arts for another hour. Seeing the sun rising outside, the sun next door actually did not move. What's going on? Du-Wan looked towards the door of that room. No one has come out. When I asked my subordinates, they all said that Pei Shirzi hadn't risen yet. However, Pei Shirzi ordered before he went to bed. Without his call, The subordinates are forbidden to come near the door of his room. Du-won wanted to roll her eyes. What's wrong with this? The cleanliness fetish is acting up again? County Lord. Could something have happened? A subordinate worriedly said. Du-won stood up. Let the people set up breakfast first. I'll go take a look. Carrying her skirt, Du-won strides towards Pei Hao's room. First listened and didn't hear any movement. So she raised her hand and tapped the door. Pei Shitsi? Pei Hao? No response? Du-won listened again. There is someone. Why didn't he reply to her inside? Du-won did not have the patience to wait and pushed the door open. Crossing the threshold, she stepped into the house. She first slipped to the bed to look for people. The result? There is no one on the bed. Then she turned to the back of the screen. Ah! Du-won froze. The person who shrieked was not her. It was Pei Hao, the current Shitsi master, wearing only a pair of trousers. The upper half of his body is empty, and his hand is still clutching his trousers. This picture, a little bit of a small embarrassment. Can't really talk about a good look. Du-won stayed. His eyes fell to his body. Did not remove his eyes for a moment. The body is good all. Not a white chopped chicken. You still look? Pei Hao's peach blossom eyes stared at her fixedly. Du-won turned around awkwardly. It's not my fault. Trespassing in my room and looking at me naked. It's still not your fault. Pei Hao hooked his lips and laughed silently. But his voice deliberately took on an accusatory tone. Du-won feebly defended. I tapped on the door. There was an outcry. Didn't hear? Pei Hao flew to dress properly and turned out of the screen with his hair draped. Chapter 210. Is it that you feel a loss? Bypassing Du-won, Pei Hao sat in front of the bronze mirror, his white hand picking up the sandalwood comb. Come here. Comb your hair for this Shitsi. Comb your hair? Du-won asked oddly. As she asked this, her gaze fell on top of his long hair. Dark, smooth and silky. Before crossing over, Du-won hadn't thought about these words, and it was appropriate to use them on a man's hair. No reason. Pure curiosity. She couldn't help but go forward and reach out her magic claws to touch it, and couldn't help but feel in her heart that this hair was really well kept. Straight and smooth. Flushed with this beautiful hair. Du-won didn't mind taking his comb and carefully combing it up. Pei Hao sat in front of the bronze mirror with a serious face. No one knew that his heart was thumping fast at the moment. Through the copper mirror, Pei Hao saw the little girl's reaction. The little girl liked his hair? Then, rounding up is also liking him. Right? Pei Hao couldn't help but ask. Sheriff, were you shy just now? Shy? Why should I be shy? Du-won was unsure. Pei Hao squinted his eyes to look at her, but quickly held back. When you bumped into my son's shirtless appearance, didn't you have any girl's reaction? Such as being shy? Oh! Du-won understands. And immediately bristles. What are you thinking? Thinking about farts? Du-won, have never known what shyness is since I was a child. You don't want to use this as an excuse to rely on me. It's not like a man will be missing a piece of meat if he gets a look. Pei Hao. What about innocence? His innocence. Dead girl want to be irresponsible after looking at it? Du-won doesn't know much about O'Hare. She is only responsible for finishing the combing. The rest of the steps will be done by Pei Hao himself. When Pei Hao finished tidying up, he looked back at her. She actually saw a ghostly grudge in his eyes. She got goosebumps. You've had enough. You don't really want me to be responsible for this, do you? No need to be responsible. Pei Hao stood up and rolled up his sleeves. With our unmarried relationship, letting you see it in advance is just nothing. This word. Du-won was speechless for a moment. Inexplicably angry. She couldn't help but suspect that he had done it on purpose earlier. Otherwise, why didn't he answer her when he was clearly in the house? Du-won wanted to question, but eventually held back. This is really not a good topic. The more you dwell on it, the more you can't talk about it. Du-won did not have the good sense to say, Master Shitsi, it's time to go out for breakfast. Okay. Pei Hao walked outside in satisfaction. Du-won rushed at his back as if he was venting. Kicking and kicking. Making a lot of strange movements. Suddenly, he turned around and saw it. She raised one of her feet, and that kicking action was halfway there. Du-won snapped and put down her leg, swinging her arms from side to side. Dryly laughing. If you get up early in the morning, you should move your muscles. This is good for your health. I see. Thought you wanted to kick me. Not long after, the two people sat down at the dining table. There was an extra Peihao today, and the breakfast was sumptuous. Duan chewed as slowly as she could and ate in a very showy and civilized manner. Eat without speaking. Sleep without speaking. As long as she eats slowly, she doesn't need to talk to him. Until she was full and put down the chopsticks. Peihao finished the last bite in his bowl and followed by putting down his bowl and chopsticks. Then he picked up the wet towel that the subordinate placed aside to wipe his hands. Duan inquired. Pei Shitsi, your next itinerary. No. No what? It's that there's no trip next. Duan suspected that he wanted to rely on himself. But she had no evidence. For the current villain, she felt fascinated. Next, whatever Peihao wanted to do, Duan was at his disposal. Duan went out again, firstly examining the environment of the village and found that there was quite a lot of good land. Piece by piece, in the past, she thought of collecting a batch of supplies and food to help the princess's house survive the chaos. Now the idea is still the same. But some details need to be changed. One person's ability was limited. When the time came, she would talk to Du Qian, and then let Du Qian talk to the old patriarch. In this world, clans had a lot of influence. When it really came to a chaotic world, the princess house could not do it alone. The Du family's father and son were the first line of the Du clan. And even more so, they shouldered the entire clan. Duan slipped around the village and fortress, and then rode a horse and led a transfer to a manor. Peihao followed the whole time without saying much. It was not until he stepped into the old manor and saw a peach forest that Peihao finally spoke out. Sheriff, this is the manor that was exchanged from the Xie family? Not bad. Duan decided yesterday to come today. Peihao looked around. You didn't even care about this manor when you got it? The house is very old. It's time to refurbish it. Otherwise it will kill someone if it crumbles. Strange. Didn't my mother arrange for a steward? Duan looked around. Surprisingly, she didn't see anyone in the manor. Walking further inside, she did see sporadic old people and small children. The children were all yellow and skinny, and the old people had old and troubled faces, with patches all over their clothes. When she was in Qian County, Duan had seen the poverty of the common people. But back in the capital, she has not seen this kind of picture for a long time. A different emotion floats to the heart. Those who have not experienced it will not know the hardship. Seeing a nobleman enter the manor, a few people were terrified, and the old man even pulled a small child along and knelt down. Duan walks over. Elderly man, do you know where all the people in the manor have gone? Back to your honor. Duh, everyone went to work in the fields. I remember that the princess house gives the subordinates good treatment. Why do you all still look like you don't have enough to eat? Duan directly inquired. Now in her mind, she started to brainstorm a picture of how the head of the manor bullied and oppressed people, etc. Is it that the head of the manor bullied you guys? That old man was shocked. Noble, stewardship is very good. Very well? You guys don't look like you're doing well. No. It's good now. Much better than before. A few old men were afraid that your excellency would chastise the new stewardship, so they hastened to speak in a chorus. Their grandfathers had all lived off rented fields. And in the past, when they rented this manor's fields, they had always been exploited and squeezed by the previous head of the manor. And every year, people would die of exhaustion and starvation. Until 3 months ago, the steward of the princess's residence took over the manor. The days have only improved, and also gave them food, so that they do not starve to death. But the clever woman cannot cook without rice. Before the last head of the manor left, he also searched the manor once. Peihao listened and frowned. I didn't know it would be like this when I changed the manor at that time. Duan turned back and looked at him wistfully. You were punked by the Xie family. Did you feel that you lost money? Being taken advantage of? Yes. To say yes even if it's not. Peihao looked straight at her and said. Duan stepped forward and patted his shoulder, comforting him. It's nothing to be pitched. Next time you pitched back. Peihao squinted at the small hand that landed on his shoulder, his heart feeling strange. Chapter 211. Then who is the other party going to pit against? Duan didn't notice his change. Pei Shirzi. The people in this world are not doing well. What do you think? Peihao pondered for a moment before saying. That's something the emperor should be concerned about. I, as a subject, can just do my part. The little girl really dares to ask anything. Duan was surprised. Do you really think so? As a court official, should not be the world for himself? Taking the world for myself is also the emperor's business. Everything is the emperor's business. Do you want you courtiers to eat farts? Duan only thought this in her heart. The affairs of the world. She couldn't care less. But the affairs of her own manor. She can manage. Duan continued to walk in. When she reached the fields, she saw some people working hard. There was a middle-aged man, carrying a hoe, walking between the fields, and commanding some people to work from time to time. When he saw Duan and the others, he hurriedly threw down his hoe and came over in fear, kneeling and saluting. Duan saw him in a short fight. His legs and feet were stained with mud, looking like a loyal and honest person. The hands on the ground are rough. Should be irregular work. Duan now dispelled the idea that he is a banker who oppresses people. You are the stone steward. Right. Good. Hard work. The output of the manor this year. It will be used to improve the life of the group. Try to let everyone have enough to eat and wear, and then repair the house. Some that can't be lived in can be pushed down and rebuilt. Thank you, Sheriff Lord. Stewardship was thrilled and kowtowed repeatedly. With Duan's status, having such a few words was enough for Stewardship to show off for the rest of his life. When he said it in the future, he would be the one who had been praised by the county mistress. Could he not be happy? Duan didn't stay long. The little girl in Pei Hao's eyes started walking aimlessly. A moment to look here. A moment to look there. As she walked, she went out of the manor and went to the mountain spring. Next to the mountain spring was the peach forest. Duan's eyes flashed. This manor is a bit broken, but the scenery is very nice. Take a look at this clear mountain spring water, yo. A sip is definitely sweet. Pei Hao smiled as he watched her jump up and down. The little girl must have a purpose for coming here. However, he couldn't see through her purpose. What exactly was she going to do? The most interesting thing was that the little girl thought she was well hidden and was still unaware of her suspicious behavior. Duan slipped into the peach grove, turned round inside, and came out again. The peaches had been picked, leaving a few scattered ones on the treetops. Before Pei Hao thought the little girl was going to leave, she walked inside again. Slower this time, as if she was measuring something. He had been patiently following the little girl's footsteps, one step at a time, until she suddenly stopped and stared at a peach tree in front of her, retreated to the same spot again, continuing to measure, then stopping again in front of that peach tree, repeatedly so, back and forth 5 times. Pei Hao's guess was not wrong. Duan was indeed measuring the distance with her feet. According to the description in the book, there are 7 trees in the peach tree, each with the same distance. Next to the one right in the middle, the entrance to the underground treasure trove could be found. Duan did all these things without avoiding Pei Hao. In her heart, she was sure that even if he found her behavior suspicious, he would not be able to guess her purpose, let alone guess that there was a treasure under the tree. Just as Duan thought, Pei Hao indeed did not guess her intention. Go back. Duan walked out of the peach forest. Pei Hao smiled and followed. If he were in the past, he would have thought that he was crazy to silently follow a little girl for a whole day. Even, he felt in a good mood. Didn't stay in the manor for long. Duan directly went back to the city. Pei Hao followed again. After sending Duan back to the princess's mansion, he then transferred to the Imperial City Department office. Duan first went back to Yuling Yuan to change his set of clothes, and then transferred to the main courtyard to see the princess. This hour is still early. Do extra horse harness by the side of a team has not yet Yamen asked. Learned that Du Qian yesterday to now have not returned to the house. Has been in pursuit of the murderer. Duan asked the princess. Mother, will Big Brother be in danger? Things like catching someone doesn't necessarily mean that Big Brother has to go personally. It's good that you're worried about Big Brother, but there are some things that he needs to accomplish on his own, without experiencing difficulties and dangers. How can he grow up? That's not what you said to me then. You're a girl to be pampered. Boys have to be resistant to beatings and falls. Otherwise, how can you hold up a piece of sky in the future? How can you shield your family from the wind and rain? For the first time, Duan had a drop of happiness that she was a girl. Being a man is so tiring. No, it's really dangerous. Real name sympathy for cheap Big Brother for a bit. Going back to Jade's spirit garden. Duan again grasped the cultivation. Practicing every day. The 9 movements can barely complete 8 movements together. Only the last one is left. Duan, who is specializing in cultivation, doesn't know that on the side of the Imperial City Department Yamen, Pei Hao is holding a letter of denunciation. Frowning. Xian. What do you think is on here? Is it true or false? Are you going to investigate this matter yourself? Or are you going to talk to Du Shangshu? The Du Shangshu in Mu Xian's mouth was none other than Du's son-in-law. When working at the Yamen, colleagues addressed each other by their official positions. It was only after leaving the Yamen that they would respectfully call out Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team. Pei Hao thought about it, and asked someone to go and inform Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team. The government office of the Imperial City Department was not far from the government office of the 6 ministries. When Mu Xian saw Pei Hao's operation, he thought that he was a big-hearted person. As a future son-in-law, shouldn't he go to see his father-in-law in person? Surprisingly, he just sent someone to pass down the message. Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of the Emperor's team came quite fast. Cheng Ming, I heard that you have something about Wan looking for me. Right. We received an informer's letter. We don't know how credible it is, and wanted to ask for your opinion. Pei Hao whirled around and picked up a letter, and showed it to Du's son-in-law. The content of the letter was not complicated. It was to inform the group of bandits, who had attacked Du of the location where they were hiding. Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team examined the letter carefully. Envelope is very ordinary. Paper is very ordinary. To the street can be bought casually. Only this ink. Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team sniffed. It's fragrant ink. There is a faint pine fragrance. Not something ordinary people can afford to use. Indeed, Pei Hao is the one who found this and didn't trespass. Father-in-law, do you think this will be a trap? Then who is the other party going to trap? Du Extra Horse Harnessed by the Emperor's side asked rhetorically. Pei Hao was stopped by the question, and then thoughtfully said, the other party threw the letter to me. Could it be to trap me? What are you thinking about? Du Extra Horse Harnessed by the side of a team put the letter down. Borrowing Wan's matter to harm him. Look at how beautiful he is. Du Extra Horse Harnessed by the side of the Emperor's side said bluntly. Let the government's people take the lead. And then arrange for your own people to follow behind to pick up the pieces. This way, even if there is a trap, you can't harm your own people. Understand? Understood. Or father-in-law is great. Don't shout father-in-law. You and Wan aren't married yet. Isn't it sooner or later? Du Extra Horse Harnessed by the side of the Emperor's team looked at him with a critical gaze. Chapter 212 Du Qian returns from injury. Du Extra Horse Harnessed by the side of a team gazed at him for a long time before he said in a calm tone. Cheng Ming, you and I will speak from the heart today. I am very satisfied with you as a son-in-law. I didn't stop you from seeing Wan because I hoped that before you two get married, you can cultivate a different kind of affection. And I hope that you can protect her more in the future. Pei Hao wanted to say something, causing Du's son-in-law to raise his hand to stop him. Listen to what I have to say first. Du Extra Horse Harnessed by the side of a team added. Husband and wife life with feelings is different. I can see that you have a heart for Wan. But even if you have a heart, it is only one-sided. Wan is still young and not yet enlightened. As the saying goes, things are unpredictable. Who dares to guarantee that the man who enlightens her in the future will definitely be you? Pei Hao's heart tightened. These words were a warning and a reminder. If he wasn't capable of making Wan fall in love, or if Wan fell in love with someone else midway, then withdrawing from the marriage was a sure thing. Pei family is not good at withdrawing from marriage. It doesn't mean that the princess house can't. Pei Hao knows in his heart that if the princess or Du Extra Horse Harnessed by the side of a team intervenes, 90% of this marriage can still be withdrawn. The Emperor will not refute their face for this matter. At this moment, Pei Hao for the first time had a sense of crisis. The little girl 14. Turn over the year on 15 and maturity. What the two people talked about, Du Wan did not know. The current Du Wan was concentrating on her cultivation. A night passed again. Only a day apart. The capital is again out of gossip. I heard that Xie Wu fell while riding a horse and broke a leg. Who would have noticed Xie Wu in the capital in the past? But it was not because of Murong Jijiao's death that he came into everyone's sight. Xie Wu yelled that someone was trying to harm him. Instead, some people speculated whether it could be the Murong family's hand. Since Murong Jiaoji was buried, the Murong family has not gone to the Xie family's third house to find fault. After all, people's good daughter, married Xie Wu, died within a few days. Revenge back really nothing. Because of this inexplicable reason, the Murong family's previous rotten reputation is actually a drop better. Du Wan took a handkerchief and wiped her sword. Did the Murong family really move? Don't know. That's how it's rumored outside. How true it is. She is not capable of checking it out as a little maid. Do you want the county to have people check it out? Du-Wan throws her handkerchief aside. What to check? This matter has nothing to do with this county princess. Let's take it as gossip and listen to it. At this moment, Du-Wan didn't even think that this matter really has something to do with her. Because the person who did it was not Morong family. It was Pei Hao who secretly let people do it. The reason for delaying the action for some days is that he doesn't want people to associate it with the princess's residence, thus causing trouble for the princess's residence. Of course, Pei Hao only wanted to give Xie Wu a lesson, not really want his life. Who let Xie Wu do such a dirty thing? Actually let the little girl hear it. The Shitzi master will not reflect on the fact that this matter has his own fault. What was wrong was only someone else. And that was Xie Wu. Suddenly, Lucci hurriedly came in. Sheriff Master. The Sheriff King has returned to the residence. Huh? Du-Wan jolts to her feet. Just returned to the residence? Dropchest nods. To the second gate. Du-Wan grips her sword and heads out. It has been 3 days. She said with her mouth that she is not worried. But in her heart, she is still thinking about it. She hurriedly arrived in front of Du Qian's courtyard. She bumped into Du Qian letting people carry him back. With some injuries on his body. His spirit is still good. Big brother. Du-Wan shouted hurriedly. Du Qian sniffed and looked towards her. Smiled faintly. Sister. Du-Wan walks to him in a few big steps. Worriedly asking. You're injured? A superficial wound. It will be fine if I nurse it. Who are you fooling? A superficial wound needs to be carried back to the house. Big brother is tired and doesn't want to go. Du-Wan doesn't believe it. And looking at his black eyes, he believes it a little bit again. It's just that now is not the time to dwell on this issue. She orders people to continue to carefully carry Du Qian back to his bedroom. And then have people go and ask the imperial doctor. She also asked people to wait for Du Qian to freshen up and change into clean clothes and so on. My big brother loves cleanliness. And the bedding has been changed. Also have the kitchen prepare some food. Something light and conducive to wound recovery. And Du-Wan's mouth came down with a flurry of orders. The subordinates are busy breaking their legs. It was Du Qian who watched all this with a smile on his face. He still remembers that when his sister first returned to the house, she didn't know anything. Now she knows how to take care of people. Quite good. After a bout of military chaos, Du-Wan sat down in front of the bed and looked at Du Qian worriedly. Du Qian snickered and asked, What is sister worrying about? Big brother, this is really a superficial wound. I know. You said so? Du-Wan lost her temper. Big brother doesn't need to care about me. You rest first. After being out for so many days, you must be tired. Not tired. I slept before coming back. Who are you kidding? Look at the dark circles under your eyes on your face. It looks like you've been punched twice and blackened. Can you talk? Du Qian wanted to raise his hand to touch his sister's head, but ended up involving the wound. The pain caused cold sweat to break out on his forehead. Du-Wan was anxious. Don't move. Don't move. I still want to touch my sister's head. Du Qian's tone was slightly downcast. For you to touch? For you to touch? Touch it. Du-Wan put her own little head into Du Qian's hand. So sweet that she couldn't help it. Du Qian couldn't hold back his smile for a moment. He was really happy. His sister really cared about him. And his own injury this time was scaring her. Du Qian wants to say something and change the topic. Why doesn't sister ask if big brother has caught the real culprit? Wanted you to rest first. Wait until you are rested. Thank you, sister. What are you polite for? We are family. Du Qian was still about to say something when someone from outside hurriedly walked in. It was the eldest princess. Qianer. She was so anxious that her eyes were red. And following her, there was also an old eunuch. Du-Wan automatically and consciously stepped aside, making way for the position in front of the bed. The eldest princess inquired a few words with concern. The old eunuch doctor came forward to take her pulse, and then to check the wound. At this time, it was not suitable for an unmarried girl to be present. Du-Wan was invited out of the bedroom. But it was the eldest princess, who was still inside. The Du-Wan who came out was holding the ring-head sword in her arms. Her small face was very grave. Du extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's side has rushed back from the yamen, with his son returning and calling for the imperial doctor. It was impossible for him not to know. When he came over, he saw Du-Wan standing in front of the door, still holding the sword. His little face was particularly grave. His heart could not help but thump. Wan. Is your big brother seriously injured? Serious, ah. People are lying back. Is it not serious? Du-Wan asked back with a dark little face. Du extra horse harness by the side of the Emperor's team's heart sank downwards, and looked at Du Lu. Du Lu froze. According to the subordinates, who came back to report, the eldest young master is suffering from superficial injuries. Du extra horse harness by the side of a team. Du-Wan. She jerked her head back to look at the door of the room. Then back to look at Du Lu, asking suspiciously, Uncle Du Lu, my elder brother really has a superficial wound? But I looked at him quite miserably. Chapter 213 The Illusion of Being Deceived. Du Six respectfully said, It will be fine if he recuperates. He didn't suffer any internal injuries. Du-Wan was still not quite convinced. Du Lu explains again. It's mainly because I didn't eat or sleep well for a few days. It was quite hard. While Du-Wan was relieved, she instantly did not want to speak. There was an illusion of being deceived. Ma duh. Cheap big brother is really scary. It's not that serious. Why do you need someone to carry it back? Could it be that he's really tired? Not long after, the Imperial doctor came out with a medicine box. Du-Wan carefully asked once. Du Qian's injuries are indeed not serious. Are all traumatic. After waiting for a while, Du Qian fell asleep. Du-Wan followed Du extra horse harness by the side of a team like a little tail. Du Xian's side harness by the Emperor's side wanted to go and deal with some follow-up matters. The people who accompanied Du Qian still suffered casualties. Luckily, the target had been caught and was being held in a small room, tied up on top of a bench. He was unconscious and had several sword wounds on his body, which had been hastily bandaged. It was likely that he had been injured by Du Qian during the fight. The man was around 30 years old. Square face, thick lips, single eyelid. Below the left earlobe, there was a black mole the size of a grain of rice. There was also a crescent-shaped scar on the back of his right hand, between his index finger and thumb. This person's appearance resembled the portrait of the murderer left by the Du family's guards before they died. And the features on his body were even more identical. There was more than a 90% chance that the real murderer was actually caught. Du Lu stepped forward and took hold of this person's pulse. Master, this person's cultivation has been nullified. Old Six, wake him up and interrogate. Du's son-in-law commanded. Du Lu threw a slap onto the man's face. The sharp pain made the man wake up. Next was Du Lu's personal interrogation. The means of this interrogation made Du-Wan's heart clench, and sweat stains seeped out of the palm of the hand holding the ring-headed sword. The image was a bit gory, causing a drop of discomfort. TSK. How cruel. The bones of the limbs were crushed, little by little. In the end, that person said to confess. I said that it was the stepdaughter of Huang Dezai in Ping'an City, who paid me to do it. Who is the one who contacted you? Du Lu asked again. The man said, It's that stepdaughter's Nani Ge. Is there any evidence? No. Liar. Du-Wan directly jumped out to scold. If Wang Ren is capable of hiring you guys, do you still need to spend a huge amount of money to hire Yin Sek's help? The man's eyelids fluttered. This reasoning, it was quite obvious. Even a little girl didn't believe in it, let alone Du Xiongzhen. Du Lu interrogated again and again, and the man bit the bullet that it was Huang Ren who instructed him. Du-Wan spoke out again. Father, this man is going to sell out for the person behind the curtain to the end. I think the other party must be holding something on him, or someone he cares about. I suspect the latter. Either his parents, his siblings, or his wife and children. Snap! With the sword in her hand, Du-Wan slapped her palm. The sound was like a slap on a human heart. Du-Wan's voice coolly said, Whichever it is, find them all and finish them off. Suddenly, the man raised his head and stared viciously at Du-Wan. Du-Wan did not bring fear to this kind of gaze from others. Yo, I got it right. I guess it's most likely the third one. That he has a wife and children. The man pursed his lips and did not say anything. But again, he was obviously guessed. Du-Wan snorted. When you die, I'm sure they will all die. Nonsense. Are you betting that the princess house can't find them? But you forget that it is not necessarily us who will kill them. Because as long as the princess mansion lets loose to find them, the master behind you will not allow them to exist in this world anymore if he knows about it. Du-Wan spoke in a ghostly voice that was infectious. The man finally changed his face drastically. Du Xiongma raised his eyebrows imperceptibly. Baby daughter is awesome, yo. Du-Wan said in a gentle manner. Tell us. Maybe you can even avenge your wife and son. You? The man was about to open his mouth when he abruptly spat out a mouthful of black blood before collapsing. Du-Lu went forward to check. Dead. Poisoned to death. So it was already calculated. Du-Extra horse harnessed by the Emperor's side left the rest of the matter to Du-Lu to handle. Du-Wan followed her cheap father out. Seeing that he didn't kick her out, she followed him to the main courtyard again. Du-Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team said with a smile. How did Wanlan guess that it was the wife and son? Oh, I tricked him. It's a pity that he died too quickly. Du-Wan was thinking of the means of controlling the secret guards in the book. One is poison. The other is holding the lives of the other party's relatives. The premise of being able to be picked as a Dark Guard is that they are all orphans without fathers or mothers. If the Dark Guards had any relatives, more than 90% of them were wives and children. As secret guards, they would not marry and have children. But they couldn't help that those in power would occasionally reward them with a wife for meritorious service. Du Xiongma praised. Haha. My family Wanwan is really great. Not really. Only a drop of awesomedah. Hee. Du-Wan was praised in her heart. Du-Extra horse harnessed by the side of the Emperor's team saw this and laughed again. As expected, she was still a child. And she revealed her original form after being praised. Then Du-Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team told the matter of someone handing a letter to the Imperial City Department yesterday. Cheng Ming personally led people to catch the bandits. And almost all of them fell into the net. Du-Wan heard this and her smile converged. Have they been tried? Tried? They gave up a woman. After investigation, that woman is Huang Ren's nanny Ge. Ge happened to die of an emergency on the third day of your disappearance. That's impossible to investigate. No. There is news that Ge didn't die. Du-Wan was momentarily shocked by this news. Du-Extra horse harnessed by the Emperor's side added, people have been sent to catch Ge. It will probably take 3 to 5 days. Huang Ren this is being pushed out by the Su family as a scapegoat. This plotting and scheming of others is really well played. So, she can only be a mongrel in this life. Du-Wan suddenly said, Father, should I just go into the palace and ask Huang Ren? Divine Dr. Lu said that Huang Ren's condition is serious and needs to recuperate. Du Xianjing didn't want to lose a lot of weight for a small cause. If Huang Ren died because of him, the princess house would be in trouble. There's no rush. Let's wait until we catch Ge. Alright. Then I'll go see Big Brother. Du-Wan is still obedient and dismisses the idea of going to the palace. He's not awake yet. Don't go wake him up. Don't worry. Daughter knows. Dropping this, Du-Wan ran away in a huff. Not happy to listen to Du Xianjin's nagging anymore. That night, Marquis Dingbei's mansion. The Xia family father and son often stayed in the secret room. Regarding the recent events, Xie Zhang only felt tired. A good plan had repeatedly gone wrong during this period of time. Either there was a sudden change, or he was implicated, and could not find a target to retaliate against after suffering heavy losses. So he could only hold it in. It's as if God is playing a joke on him. Sometimes Xie Zhang can't help but suspect that someone is secretly targeting him. However, after repeated investigations, it was really just an accident. One accident after another. It's hard not to be impatient. Chapter 214, Worrying about what comes around. Marquis Dingbei said, Zhang, what do you think about the matter of the Prime Minister's residence and the Princess' residence? Prime Minister Su wants to push the charges onto Huang Ren. And he has already done so. The killing intent under Xie Zhang's eyes flickered slightly at the mention of Huang Ren. He did not trust Huang Ren. This woman had spoiled his big event. And what happened at the Moonwatch Tower had all become a thorn in his heart now. The circulation of large quantities of money and silver within the Moonwatch Tower. Huang Ren was able to spy on a corner of it even if she didn't know all of it. She didn't need to say anything more. As long as she said that he was the master behind the Moonwatch House. It was enough to make the Marquis of Determination of the North copy the family and exterminate the family. Only a dead man could keep a secret. Xie Zhang had not yet set out to kill Huang Ren. There was no chance for a while. And secondly, he wanted to do something with her death. Xie Zhang said, regardless of how the princess house investigates. In the end, the spearhead will point to Huang Ren. What is the princess house going to do now? Going to arraign Huang Ren? Du-Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team won't do that. But there's an 80% chance that the princess will go to the palace to question her. Xie Zhang had been paying attention to Du-Wan behind her back. The more attention he paid, the stranger he felt. And the more he couldn't help but continue to pay attention. The princess house, if all the evidence found out points to Huangrun. Du extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's team would handle it cautiously. Du one should not. The young girl's temperament is soft and stubborn. Perhaps that kind of bone-unique strong style. Even she did not notice. Xie Zhang noticed. On this matter, Du extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's side might temporarily endure. However, she won't. Just as Xie Zhang had guessed. A few days later, Gu was caught and brought back to the capital. Back to the capital. Was locked up in the prison. Gu. Do not need to interrogate the people tortured. Asked what to answer. Including told half a year ago. Huangrun let her go to buy a group of outlaws. To intercept the matter of Du Wan. The person interrogated this time is Pei Hao. Gu confessed to Huangrun. Then Pei Hao looked at the dossier. Your eldest grandson. Disappeared before we found him? Yes. He went to a relative's house. Ji's hands hidden in her sleeves were shaking slightly when she said this. Pei Hao then took out a portrait. Recognize this person? Gu looked up for a few moments and shook her head. Don't recognize it. What about this one? Pei Hao took out another portrait. Gu shook her head again. Don't recognize it. What about this one? Pei Hao took out the portrait of the murderer of Du's guards. And without knowing intentionally or unintentionally, when he picked up the portrait, he used his finger to cover the small black mole under the portrait's left ear. Gu swept a glance and shook her head again. When Pei Hao revealed the black mole seemingly unintentionally, Ji's statement changed again. Ah. Just now I misread it. I recognize this person. Oh. Tell me how you recognize him. My lady previously bought a group of bandits. Worried about accidents. And spent a large price to buy him. He went to kill the county princess side guards. How much did you spend? 50,000 taels of silver. It was actually the number of silver that the murderer uttered. Pei Hao could be sure. This was collusion. He slowly put the dossier down and suddenly asked. Has your eldest grandson been captured? No. Gu denied in panic. In Pei Hao's eyes, it was a desire to cover up. Under further questioning, Gu refused to admit it, insisting that what she had told was the truth. Next to Mu Xian looked at the whole process. What do you think the prison is? Here, even the hardest of bones will become soft. He hadn't even uttered the sentence of being served with great punishment. Gu fainted in fear. Mu Xian was speechless for a moment. Having someone bring cool water, he splashed the person to wake up. When she saw Mu Xian, Gu fainted again. Mu Xian said awkwardly. Gutsy like this? How dare you learn to commit perjury? Call the doctor over to give her a look. Don't let her die. After Pei Hao left the prison, he went to meet Du extra horse harness by the side of a team and told him about the situation. Compared to looking for Du extra horse harness by the side of a team, Pei Hao was more interested in looking for the little girl. He hadn't seen the little girl for a few days, and he heard that she had been accompanying Du Qian to recuperate from his injuries, and was so well behaved. It would be better if the person she accompanied was not Du Qian, but him. Thinking about his last injury, the little girl cannot hear for 3 days. It is really the same person with a different life. Pei Hao suddenly thought. Xian. Big brother Du was injured. I haven't visited him yet. Right? Yes. Should I prepare a gift? You go and prepare one. I'll go over there when I get off the court. The same day. About an hour later, Du Wan in the princess's mansion received the latest news. It just so happened that the siblings were having lunch. Du Wan saw the result and expected it. This Su family wants to take Huangrun to get off the hook. Yes. It seems to be very successful now. As long as we find Ji's eldest grandson, it will be fine. Du Wan mulled over the development of this case. Prime Minister Su was using this trick now, and it was hard to catch him in the open. Du Qian laughed helplessly. It can't be found. As long as it exists in this world, there is a possibility that it will be found. I'm afraid of not being in this world anymore. Du Qian didn't want his sister to be exposed to the dark side of the world. But he couldn't let her understand nothing. In order to prevent us from finding someone, the most usual practice is to destroy the body. As long as the handle does not exist in this world, there is no threat. Du Wan doubted. Then, they are not afraid of Gu biting back? But what if the person dies after delivering a confession? Du Qian was thinking of sending extra manpower to protect Gu. It's true that what you worry about comes to you. The siblings then received news that Gu in the prison was dead. The one who killed her was the medicine boy beside that doctor. After the medicine boy killed the man, He had already taken poison and committed suicide. This change of events caught many people off guard. For example, Pei Hao had to temporarily stop looking for the little girl. Prime Minister Su had been an official for dozens of years, and had considered every aspect of things, blocking them from investigating. Du Qian helplessly said, "We lost the lead in this matter, and have been very passive from the beginning. Now we really have no choice. I'll go to the palace." Du Wan stood up at once. Du Qian pulled her back. "What are you going to the palace for?" "Go and ask Huang Ren." "Just asking. She can't die. Last time we both failed to make her angry." "Heh. Okay. You go. What's the result?" "Wait for me to come back and tell you." Du Wan said she would go. There was no need to pick a time. Dryly and neatly, she took the people, rode her horse and set off. The people guarding in front of the palace stopped her. Du Wan took out the county lord's seal. The official seal granted in the Great Qin state represents the identity of an individual. With this seal of hers, it was not difficult to enter the palace. Sure enough, the guards let her through. However, they could only let her enter the palace alone. She could not ride a horse or wear a weapon, and the guards accompanying her had to stay outside the palace gates to wait. Du Wan complied one by one. She took off her sword and gave the reins to the guards. Du Wan directly strides into the palace, and walks towards Jinqiu Palace without expression. Chapter 215. The Xie family wants to calculate the county princess. The princess house has always been in the spotlight, and the fact that Du Wan entered the palace was quickly received by some people, such as Xie Zhang's father and son. Marquis Dingbei was immediately happy. Good. This is a good opportunity. Yes, the time has come. Xie Zhang had always wanted to kill Huang Ren, and wanted to make an issue out of her death. Planting Huang Ren's death on the head of the princess house would best suit the Xie family's interests. However, she has not been able to find an opportunity to do so. The eldest princess did visit Huang Ren last time, but she brought the emperor along with her, making it impossible for the Xie family to make a move even if they wanted to. This time, Du Wan went over alone, still because of the issue of personal grudges. If something happened to Huang Ren, who else could it be if not her? Xie Zhang quickly had someone deliver a message into the palace, not only to noble consort Xie, but also to divine Dr. Lu. No one knew that this divine Dr. Lu was a member of the Xie family. Xie Zhang is asking divine Dr. Lu to find the right opportunity to strike and definitely push Huang Ren's death onto Du Wan. Du Wan walks towards Jinqiu Palace, not yet knowing that there is a game waiting for her in front of her. Jinqiu Palace is quietly changing. Some people were transferred to busy work for various reasons. Some were added back. There was also divine Dr. Lu who came over with his medicine box to check Huang Ren's pulse. In a short period of time, some people seemed to have rehearsed countless times. Everything was ready for the east wind, only missing Du Wan's arrival. Du Wan stood at the entrance of the Fairview Palace. She saw a guard in front of the gate. The guards did not stop her, and let her step into the threshold. Unexpectedly, Du Wan stepped into the threshold and shrank back. Coming to the palace, I almost forgot that I haven't visited the emperor's uncle yet. The person staring in the dark had thought that she had come in. As a result, she shrunk her feet back again, turned around and left in another direction. That person had to hurriedly go back to report to divine Dr. Lu. Divine Doctor, the county princess did not set foot in Jinqiu Palace. Didn't she say she was coming towards here? She suddenly turned around and headed towards Jinghe Palace. Is it possible that she sensed something? Divine Dr. Lu couldn't help but be suspicious. The man shook his head. No. She didn't even come in. And no one made contact with her in the middle. Divine Dr. Lu waved his hand and told the man to go down and choose to keep an eye on the gate. If Du Wan came over, then inform him in time. By this time, he had already set things up properly. As long as Du Wan came in, she would definitely enter the trap they had set up. On the other side, noble consort Xie likewise received the news. People didn't go in? No. Who did she contact along the way? Checked. No. What luck then? Noble consort Xie could only attribute this above Du Wan's luck. Otherwise, how could a person who was clearly walking with gusto and well on their way change their mind at the doorstep? Pei Hao, who was also in a hurry to get here, was inexplicably relieved to learn that the little girl did not enter Jinqiu Palace. He received a rumor that some of the palace staff in Jinqiu Palace had suddenly moved, even though he didn't receive any definite unfavorable news. Pei Hao vaguely sensed that something was wrong, and was afraid that something would happen to the little girl. and Du-Wan, who made the miss, is striding towards Jinghe Hall. Du-Wan actually does not know whether the Emperor is in the Jinghe Palace. In the past this hour, he will usually rest in the Jinghe Palace. But it didn't matter if he wasn't there. He could inquire with the palace people in front of the hall. As it turns out, Du-Wan's luck was indeed quite good. The Emperor was at the Hall of Massive Harmony, and when he heard Du-Wan coming over, he let her enter the hall without hesitation. Just when the Emperor wanted to say something, he saw the little girl who wilted and walked in. The appearance of the little girl. A look is aggrieved. Come to find adults. The Emperor froze. Wan, who bullied you? Du-Wan stepped forward, put on her spirits, and saluted in a moderate manner. When the salute was finished, she wilted all of a sudden again. Uncle, since I was a child, I haven't done anything bad. Right? Seeing her come over, her first words were words of doubt. The Emperor could not help but laugh. The Emperor patiently asked, what have you encountered? Come over and tell Uncle. Can I really say it? Say it. Then I'll say it. Oh. Du-Wan opened her mouth to speak. Her eyes swept over the eunuchs and palace maidens in the hall and closed her mouth again. The Emperor of course saw her eyes, and couldn't help but command the eunuchs next to him to back out. Now, there were only the two of them in the hall. Du-Wan listened carefully. It cannot be said that there is no one in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. There are still some people hidden around. Du-Wan knows that these people should be protecting the Emperor's safety. Du-Wan came close to the Emperor. His eyes were very close. This thing is really no need to hide. From the Protectorate Temple want to save Murong Jiaojiu, and then learnt that his last disappearance and Su Yu related to start. She blah 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 said the things, but did not deliberately hide anything. Du-Wan is not a fool. Can be the Emperor will not be simple. With her a little girl cannot play. Think cover-up behavior. But let her words lost the credibility. Therefore, she whispered, just as the Emperor is an elder, put this matter all out. When the Emperor heard this, the bottom of his eyes flashed with a different color. How did one think of entering the palace? I was originally accompanying my big brother, but suddenly received news that important witnesses were dead. I then wanted to come into the palace to ask my cousin. And when I hurriedly walked to the Jinxiu Palace, I remembered that I hadn't come to pay my respects to you yet. So no, I came to you first. The little girl spoke with a petulant straightforwardness. Her eyes were clean and honest. The Emperor knew that she was not lying. At this hour, two extra horse harnessed by the side of the Emperor's team should have not yet left the office. Du-Wan was torn and said, Uncle, what do you think I should do? Those people want to put all the charges on cousin. The charges can be pinned on her, but also because she herself is unclean. The Emperor did not speak in favor of Wang Ren. The Emperor knew quite a bit about the mistakes this daughter had made. The Emperor added, Wang went to the palace just to ask her. Du-Wan nodded. I wanted to ask and see if I could find new clues. But I know she is not in good health, and I am worried that it will irritate her. I will accompany you. Really? Du-Wan's big eyes suddenly lit up. The entire small face brightened up in an instant, glowing with energy. Seeing this, the Emperor smiled and said, Go now. Good wow. Du-Wan jumped up happily, almost indistinguishable from all the little girls. The only difference was probably more lively, and the fact that she wasn't afraid of him. The Emperor set his car to go to the Jinxiu Palace. Not long after, the news reached noble consort Xia's ears. Dr. Liu, who has been keeping an eye on Du-Wan's movements, also quickly received the news. At the end of the day, Dr. Liu could only hold back one sentence. This is really lucky. It seems that today's plan can only be cancelled for the time being. With the Emperor present and then planting evidence on Du-Wan, the effect will be greatly reduced. Seeing Wang Ren again, Du-Wan felt a little different. Wang Ren's pale face was made up, and also dotted with vermilion lips. Leaning on the couch, extremely beautiful. Du-Wan didn't know if she had heard that she was coming and went to put on makeup, or if she had always been like this. Chapter 216 Su Yu's motive for murder. Wang Ren sees her coming over and reveals a faint smile. Very gentle. With the Emperor, Wang Ren's smile faded instead. Perhaps, now that she didn't hate Du-Wan and the others, but loathe the culprit. The Emperor? The Emperor was used to Wang Ren's attitude, merely sitting to the side, waiting for the palace staff to serve tea and so on, quietly watching the two girls talk, seemingly not interjecting. For two people's strange attitude, Du-Wan Hart has a guess. Do not dare to show it. Wang Ren looked at Du-Wan and said softly, You're here. Sit. Cousin knew I would come? Duwan stood not far away and pulled a chair to sit down. I heard that you were coming and left again halfway through. Ha. 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 Duwan laughed dryly and looked at the Emperor. The Emperor's face was calm. Seeing her look at himself, ask whatever you want to ask. There is no need to be concerned about me. Thank you, Uncle Emperor. Duwan smiled and thanked him. Duwan now faced Wang Ren. She didn't have so many scruples. Something happened recently. I wanted to come and talk to cousin. What matter? Something related to me? Right. In 3 words. Duwan succinctly stated the matter. Speaking again of Ji's death. Duwan said. Ji's death? You don't need to be hurt. She's the same as that murderer. She's putting a charge on your head. What makes you believe that I didn't do it? Blame it on the person behind the scenes who underestimated your financial power. A killer who is more powerful than Yin actually only gave 50,000 silver. How is that possible? You have to know that, cousin. Your offer was 200,000 gold. Duwan's words just fell. Next to the Emperor's side was choking on his tea. On the contrary, Wang Ren's face changed a bit. But no one noticed her. Duwan stood up quickly and smoothed the Emperor's back. Uncle. Uncle! Are you all right? No. I'm fine. Cough. The Emperor coughed again for a while before slowing down. It couldn't be helped. He didn't hold back just now. The Emperor looked at Duwan with amusement and anger. This girl didn't say this when she was in the Hall of Correct and Harmony. She said that these killers were more powerful than Yin's sect and could still hurt her big brother. And that if Wang Ren knew such powerful killers, there was no need to spend a lot of money to hire Yin's sect. But all of these things were relying on her personal speculations, with no real evidence. Unlike what Duwan thought, the Emperor was more biased towards evidence to say something. This daughter was a snake charmer. The Emperor knew it in his heart. But who made her his bloodline? The Emperor didn't mind keeping her. Any more than that was gone. Sitting for a while longer. Wang Ren had been sitting there without speaking. Duwan did not rush her. But she had nothing to do. The Emperor could not possibly wait with her. Just as Duwan did not want to wait and wanted to stand up to say goodbye. Wang Ren's voice spoke softly and softly. Nurse loves her eldest grandson the most. It's not strange for someone to use him to threaten her and make her frame me. Duwan said. She said that the eldest grandson went to relatives? All sold themselves as slaves from childhood. What is a relative? Wang Ren's voice was flat and cold. Duwan shook her head. This is not important. People are dead. It's useless to dwell on this. Wang Ren looked at Duwan. I know what you want to ask. The matter of that day was the mantis catching the cicada and the yellow bird. However, there is still a hunter hidden behind the yellow bird. I'm not sure who exactly. I just vaguely guessed that apart from the Su family, there is another force. The bandits were paid by me. The whole thing I just made a start. The rest? Duwan couldn't ask for any substantial clues and was quite regretful. So she voiced her farewell. The Emperor similarly stood up. Seeing the backs of the two leaving one after the other, Wang Ren suddenly said, Wait! County Lord. At this time no one noticed her address to Duwan. It was County Lord. Not cousin. Duwan did not dwell on this and turned around to ask suspiciously. What is it? I do know a little secret about Suyu. Wang Ren originally did not want to say. Suyu counted on her head. She can't bring this secret into the coffin. Suyu has her eyes on Pei Shitsi of Jingua Gongfu. Your fiancé. Duwan. What a wow dog. Suyu's motive for killing. It can't be this. In the original story, after the death of the original owner, Suyu still failed to rise to the top. And the entire Prime Minister's residence was also found by Xie Shang to be a reason to copy the family into exile. And the end was not good. I left the Jinsho Palace. Duwan and the Emperor said goodbye. Turned towards the palace gate. There is a palace maid guarding the road. When she sees her she rushes forward and salutes. Slave girl has met the county princess. My maiden wants to see you. Who is your maiden? It's your highness. Oh! Duwan bypassed the palace maid and continued to walk forward. The palace maid froze on the spot. Is this going or not? Soon the palace maid discovers that the direction Duwan is walking in is still the palace gate. Duwan snorted coldly in her heart, not wanting to give this face to noble consort Xie. This time in the palace, Duwan did not go to ask the empress for peace. If she went to see noble consort Xie with the palace maid now and crossed over to the empress, what would it look like if it reached the empress's ears? Maybe the empress would also misunderstand the princess house, and want to side with noble consort Xie. Du-Wan hurriedly rushed to the palace gate. Unexpectedly, she saw Pei Hao guarding outside. Du-Wan thought of Huang Ren's words, and suddenly didn't like him very much. The original owner had an accident, and didn't expect it to be related to the villain. Heh! Although she knows it's unreasonable to lose her temper at him, she can't help but to take her anger. Wan. Pei Hao strides forward with a gentle smile. Du-Wan lifted her chin, snorted condescendingly, and tossed her hair to ignore him. Walking around him again, she walked to her horse, first taking her sword and wearing it around her waist before taking the reins and stomping on the saddle to sharply roll onto the horse. Then, without a word, he walked away. Pei Hao was puzzled. Why did the little girl suddenly turn her back on him? What happened in the palace? However, Pei Hao asked Hussein to bring his steed. He rode behind Du-Wan and escorted the princess back to her residence. Du-Wan hurriedly returned to the princess's residence, threw the horse's reins to a bystander, and ran to see Du Qian in a hurry. Big brother, your sister is back from the palace. Before the person arrives, the voice arrives first. When Du Qian heard this crisp little voice, he was in a happy mood. At this time, he was reclining on a recliner, flipping through a book while eating fruit. Du-Wan ran over and first poured himself a cup of tea. After drinking it in one gulp, finally relieved. Big brother, Huang Ren admitted that the bandits were done by her, saying that she only made a start about my disappearance. Other than that, she didn't admit it. It was expected. Du Qian is not surprised by this answer. Du-Wan's small face suddenly surfaced with anger again. But big brother, do you know why Suyu wanted to kill me? Huang Ren told me. Said what? She said that Suyu had a crush on Pei Hao, and that's why she wanted to finish off me. The little wretch. Cough. Du Qian was eating something and almost choked. He hurriedly swallowed what was in his mouth. Chapter 217, Will the little girl take the anger away? On the contrary, it is Pei Hao who followed over, and was instantly confused when he heard this. The little girl will not be angry with him because of this. Right? Then how wrong he is. Pei Hao calmly pretended he didn't hear it, and casually went forward to pour a bowl of tea for Du Qian. After Du Qian drank the tea, he slowly slowed down. Pei Shitzi, I didn't expect that my sister would still be affected by you. Big brother Du, I only just learned about this matter. Pei Hao couldn't even pretend he didn't hear this time. Du Qian looked at Pei Hao critically. I did hear before that Suyu often goes in and out of the Jinggui Gongfu. Suyu has a good friendship with Huiyu. She goes to the Duke of Jin Mansion to see Huiyu as well. Pei Hao did not realize this before. It was only at this time when he thought back that he realized something was wrong. For example, how many times did Suyu almost bump into him in the mansion? At that time, he had avoided it several times in advance to avoid suspicion. Pei Shizhi, the cause was you anyway. You can't deny it. Du-Wan was secretly wondering if she could use this matter to withdraw from the marriage. It seems a bit forced. This reason won't work. After all, it's just Suyu unilaterally. Pei Hao quietly moved to Du-Wan's side. Wan, I am not familiar with Suyu. It's not good if you're familiar with it. Du-Wan glared angrily at him with both eyes. When Pei Hao saw this, he immediately laughed. That's true. Not familiar at all. Not even a little bit more than us. Who is familiar with you? How not familiar? I've slept in your room. I've even laid in your bed and covered your bedding. Have you forgotten? This Xian can testify. You can't deny it. Du-Wan stared wide-eyed, trying to retort, noticing that this is a bit familiar. It seems to be something she has said before. Du Qian took the fruit and smashed it towards Pei Hao's earthly stunning face. Pei Chengming, do you have any face? If you dare to bully my sister again, I'll skin you. Pei Hao reacted extremely quickly and grabbed the fruit. He looked down at the fragrant pear in his hand, took out a handkerchief and wiped it a few times, put it in his mouth and nibbled on it. Want a face? What do you need face for when your fiancé is almost gone? Pei Hao had been thinking about Du extra horse harness by the side of a team's side. And then suddenly, he was held responsible for Suyu's affair, which inevitably made him think too much. He is worried that the little girl's heart will fall apart, and even more worried that she will use the issue to make a withdrawal. The three people came together. The siblings did not speak. Pei Hao lowers his head and slowly nibbles on a fragrant pear. After a long time, the world son finally finished nibbling the scented pear in his hand and thought of a countermeasure in his heart. I have a method that can teach the Su family a lesson. What method? Only then did Du-won look at him squarely. Didn't the princess entrust me to investigate the Su family's secret guards last time? The time when the guards of the princess's residence were attacked outside the city. I took the opportunity to find out about a stronghold of the Su family that trains dead soldiers. Pei-hao now just wanted to say something to divert the little girl's attention. Du-won marveled at the big villain's luck. The princess' house went to investigate and found nothing. Du-chien sniffs with interest. Can you prove that it's the Su family's? One of Prime Minister Su's close friends has been there before. Pei-hao said another not-so-small piece of news. Du-chien said, this can't be used as evidence unless it can be caught on the spot. You can keep an eye on it first, and wait for the people to go before rounding up. Pei-hao made a timely suggestion. Du-chien thought about it and nodded. This is feasible. The strongholds of major families that cultivate their dead soldiers usually do not leave behind anything that represents the identity of the main family. And the officials cannot find out the main family even if they dig up the ground. Unless the person in charge of the stronghold was caught and gave up the master behind it. Pei-hao had found out some days earlier and had never revealed it. The reason for this was that even if that stronghold was smashed, the Prime Minister's office would not be implicated. The three people began to think about how to catch a scene. The plan is not very useful even if it is well thought out. The premise is to see when Prime Minister Su's close friends will go over again. Pei-hao logically stayed for dinner. Or purposely sat next to Du-won. With the characteristic reserve and elegance of a son of a family. He did the small task of arranging the dishes for the little girl. A simple meal. Ate Du-chien's eyelids jumping. But there was nothing wrong with Pei-hao's approach. So he couldn't find a good excuse to pick a fight. On the other side, the Xie family father and son outside the palace received the news. Marquis Dingbei was slightly regretful. Such a good opportunity did not succeed. On the contrary, it was Xie Zhang who looked puzzled, suddenly understanding his cousin's mood a little. Cousin once said that the little county princess was exceptionally lucky. Zhang would believe this? Marquis Dingbei had also heard of this. And at the time, he smiled and didn't take it seriously. Xie Zhang wanted to shake his head. Wanted to say that he didn't believe this. But his own plans had been thwarted in succession. And it seemed to have started with the county princess returning to the capital? Could it be that the one behind the scenes who wanted to mess with him was the county princess? There was also the words that she had specifically asked someone to pass on, which in retrospect seemed just a little bit intriguing. She said that the princess house didn't know him. And she didn't know him either. Was this statement really just an attempt to set aside the favors of the Lantern Festival? Could it be that she knew his secret all along? Impossible. Xie Zhang refused to believe this. There were layouts that he hadn't even told his father about. And it was impossible for her, a little girl, to know about them. Besides, if she really knew his secret, there was no way she wouldn't have told the eldest princess and Du Xiongma. Until now there was no abnormality in the two people. No investigation into the Xie family. And no difference on the emperor's side. Xie Zhang consoled himself and pressed down this horrible thought. Father, I want to go to the Protectorate Temple for a while. Xie Zhang decided to go out and calm down for a few days after being silent. Recently, some of my heart has been unsettled. And I want to go and calm down for a while. If this continued, he was afraid that he would impulsively make decision-making mistakes. Marquis Dingbei didn't stop, but thought of another matter. You left the capital. Then Qin Yu's matter. There's no rush in her matter. Xie Zhang had known the identity of Qin Yu. Wanted to maximize the benefits. Tied this card to his side. Did not expect the other side will refuse. Perhaps. His Xie family vomited more than 10 years of planning. Sacrifices countless. Waiting for the situation at hand. At the critical moment, Qin Yu refused to enter the game. She does not want to marry. He cannot force to marry. Forcing her to marry will achieve the goal, but will not maximize the benefits. Xie Zhang thought of the news he had received earlier. According to what the eyes reported, Qin Yu seems to have unusual feelings for Pei-hao. Son, you actually lost to Pei-hao? Marquis Dingbei said, as he looked at his son, who was immortal in appearance. Xie Zhang said helplessly, It's just a woman. Don't underestimate women. Son understands. Ever since he learnt that Qin Yu might have her eyes on Pei-hao. Xie Zhang had another idea. Qin Yu is ambitious. Right now, she doesn't dare to do anything due to her status. But what if her status changes? You want to use her to stir up trouble? Does father think it's feasible? She has a personal grudge against the county lord in Red Rock County. as long as she can stir up trouble between the county princess and Pei Hao. No matter if she succeeds or fails, it will be beneficial to us. Chapter 218. There's a big show in front of the Protectorate Temple. Xie Zhang could foresee two directions, both of which would be beneficial to the Xie family. Successful. The relationship between the Princess House and the Jin Guogong House breaks down. Failure. Qin Yuyu's reputation will be tarnished. Then he will step forward in time to appease her. As long as she is given enough benefits and support, she will come to the side of the Xie family and become the sharpest knife in his hand. Let her kill whoever she wants. Marquis Dingbei deliberated for a long time, feeling more and more that this was not a bad move. After Xie Zhang exited the secret room, he returned to his own place of residence and immediately ordered his personal long follower to pack up his daily necessities and prepare to go to the Protectorate Temple for a short stay. Besides, Du Wan, when she made a trip to the palace, she had no idea that she would avoid a big conspiracy by mistake. At that time, Du Wan did not find anything. Just a thought. Before stepping into the Fairview Palace, she suddenly thought of the Emperor and wanted to go to him to sell a wave of misery. As Princess Mother once taught, the child who can cry is sugar to eat. The Emperor listened to her grievances and personally accompanied her on a trip to the Brocade Palace. This was to eliminate the possibility that something happened to Huang Ren would rely on her. The little girl didn't think of the key to this. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of the Emperor's team came back and heard about it. To his daughter's move. Praised. Or my daughter is smart. Much better than her big brother. Don't let your son know this. The eldest princess snickered. It's better to know. Let him reflect on it. What the family thought. Du Wan did not think much about it. There was a scout who sent the latest news. Prime Minister Su had a close associate who left the city today and was said to have taken leave to go home to visit his family. Pei Hao didn't receive exact information, guessing that it was because of the heavy casualties of the Su family's dead soldiers last time and the need to send someone to deal with the aftermath. Now the little girl has something to do. Follow Pei Hao to step on the spot. This stronghold, coincidentally, is not too far from the Protectorate Temple. However, there are many dark sentries near the stronghold, and Pei family's scouts may be discovered if they get a little bit closer. After such a long time, nothing useful had been detected. When he learnt that Prime Minister Su had a close friend who had left the capital, Pei Hao wanted to go and investigate in person. When the little girl learned about it, she was excited and said she wanted to follow. I don't know what Pei Hao thought, but he agreed. Du Qian then proposed to go to the Protectorate Temple to recuperate, but also to keep an eye on his own sister, but was detained by Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team. According to the Emperor's son-in-law, how many eyes are staring at you in the capital now? What are you going to do in the Protectorate Temple? Drawing suspicion? Father, letting my sister be alone with that Pei family brat. I don't feel at ease. Okay. Worry so much. Or worry about what you're going to do in the future. You're 18 years old, and you don't have eyes for any girl? I do not want to get married for the time being. Then you have to find a target first. You weren't in a hurry even when you were 18. I was looking at your mother. The matriarch told me not to be in a hurry, to wait until I've learned something, and said that getting married too early is not conducive to cultivation. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a teen wanted to curse. That dead old man taught his child badly all. No matter how much Du Qian struggled, he was finally suppressed by Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team in a strong manner. Du Qian deeply suspected that his father conspired with Pei Hao, but he had no evidence. At this time, Du Wan didn't even know Du Qian's resentment. She changed a teenager's dress, thought she was very low profile, and went to find Pei Hao in a hurry. Pei Hao threw the affairs of the government office to Mu Xian and peacefully took the little girl to swim in the mountains. Yes, in Du Wan's opinion they were going to do business. In Pei Hao's heart this is to take the little girl to play. Or alone two people, mood not too beautiful. He automatically ignored the presence of the two guards. The two people rode their horses and came to the foot of the mountain of the Protectorate Temple. There is a bustle happening again. It was said that two carriages had collided. Du Wan had just dismounted from her horse when she heard the big commotion in front of her. Yo? Old acquaintances, nah. Du Wan threw the reins to her attendant's personal guard. Pei Hao followed her gaze and saw Qin Yuyu at the center of the accident. Every time I see her, there's always trouble. Ha ha. Du Wan laughed joyfully and nodded with effort. As long as there is a female lead there will be no shortage of drama. This time Qin Yuyu was slightly in a mess. It was the carriage she was in that momentarily lost control and crashed into a noblewoman's carriage in front of her. The other party wanted to detain her. Qin Yuyu will not be a sitting duck. With 3 inches of tongue. In a vulnerable position. Hard to let the people on the sidelines. Most of the people on her side. The girl was hit by the reverse became a bully. Du-won pulled Pei Hao aside to watch. Du-won rubbed her small hands together and smiled brightly. Here. Melon seeds. Pei Hao stuffed her with a handful of sunflower melon seeds. Du-won happily took it. No wonder I feel like I'm missing something. So it's it. This is a must-have snack for watching the gossip. Ouch. Getting high on melon seeds while watching the theater. It's really one of life's great pleasures. Pei Hao raised his eyebrows. Sure enough. The little girl said in her last letter that she would treat him to melon seeds. But she turned her head and forgot about it. Heh. Treats her said so thoughtlessly. It's really worthy of her. The little girl was stoned on melon seeds while looking happily at it. TSK. I thought it was someone who was fighting with Qin Yuyu. So it's her. You know that girl? Pei Hao then asked. Du-won twisted her head and looked at him. Don't you remember? The girl who said something bad about me in the gazebo last time. The girl who wrote the first letter of apology. Her surname is Hua. Playing with her. There is also a Chi-da and Wei 12. Oh. The eldest miss of the Yongbing Marquis house. Pei Hao remembered the identity of this unlucky girl. Du-won nodded her head repeatedly. Well, she is just a little arrogant. And a little short-tempered. Being bumped off and having people turn black and white upside down. She is about to be furious. She swings her horse whip and is about to fling it at Qin Yuyu. Qin Yuyu should be able to avoid. Somehow did not dodge. Hard to take a whip. Du-won is about to exclaim. I'm counting on my fingers. A big show is coming. Upon hearing this, Pei Hao smothered a soft laugh. Yeah. It's coming. You're not going to help her. Not going to save the hero? Pei Hao always felt that the little girl looked at her eyes strangely. I am not a hero. And I will not save the beauty. Accompany you to get high and watch the theater. Is it not good? Good. The corners of Du-won's small mouth curled up. I don't know what she's happy about. But anyway, she's just happy to hear it. On which she sighed. Her eyes are red. When did she ever receive this kind of aggression? She raises her horse whip and wants to hit someone. Bastard. Bumping into this lady. Not only do you not apologize, you also turn black and white upside down. Who gave you the guts? It's not. Qin Yuyu was very feeble-like in her defense. Just now, she caught a glimpse of Pei Shitzi in the crowd. And thinking that the other party had stepped in to help a few times before, her heart couldn't help but feel a little more extravagant. So Qin Yuyu didn't bow her head and give in, keeping her back straight. A headstrong and weak great beauty did indeed make many people in the room feel sorry for her. But this did not include certain people. Chapter 219 Xie specially came to apologize. Du-won was surprised to see that Qin Yuyu did not escape and took a few lashes hard. Where is the hero? It was late in appearing. Du-won strokes her small chin. This play is not right off. No one stepped in to help her. One's patience is limited. It's annoying to help all the time. Pei Hao suddenly comes close to her and whispers. I saw Xie. He hasn't stepped in to help her today. Is it because she refused the marriage and Xie doesn't want to care about her? Huh? He's here? Du-won's eyes glowed as she looked around. Following Pei Hao's gaze. She really did see the lifted curtains of a carriage not far away. And the half of the face that was revealed was really Xie Zhang. Du-won felt that the annual drama was coming. She almost forgot. The Protectorate Temple in the book is a high drama place. Du-won recalled that there was a similar plot in the book. And she really found it. It was said that when the female lead Qin Yuyu was in the capital, she encountered things that were very sad. And her male counterpart suggested that she go to the Protectorate Temple to take a break. Qin Yuyu agreed. But when she arrived at the mountain gate, the carriage went out of control and crashed into the nobleman's vehicle. The heroine was weak and helpless when the male lead once again heroically saved her. This time, the heroine is injured and the male lead takes good care of her. Escalating the relationship? Du-won quietly looks in Xie Zhang's direction. This plot is not quite right. According to the book's description, Qin Yuyu only received one whip. And now that she's been whipped 5 or 6 times, Xie Zhang is still standing by and doing nothing. Without the slightest intention of getting off the carriage? Du-won sympathized. Sympathy for Qin Yuyu a drop. Sympathy for Hua Shi this girl more points. because she was hated by the female lead for her death this time. When the female lead gains power and recovers her identity, she will be the first one to take revenge. Oh, so this arrogant girl is still a little cannon fodder that doesn't even deserve a name in the book? Do-won, while getting high on melon seeds and acting as a melon eater, quickly discovered the problem. Qin Yuyu's gaze for help actually looked towards their side? No, it was looking towards Pei Hao. Do-won looked at Pei Hao in surprise. She's looking at you. Asking for help? You're looking at it wrong. Pei Hao calmly peeled melon seeds for her. I don't even know her. How could she ask me for help? Do-won blinked her big eyes again and looked at the fallen Qin Yuyu. Again and again. She is sure that she is really looking at Pei Hao. Do-won touched Pei Hao with her elbow. Hurry! Go and save her. The chance for a hero to save a beauty is rare. We can't let Xie off the hook. I've always been a man of honor. Pei Hao looked towards the carriage not far away. Then he made a wink to Hu Sen next to him, who understood and rushed to the spectators in front of that carriage and shouted, Get out of the way! Get out of the way! They're all blocking the path of Marquis Dingbei's seventh son Xie. The Pei family guards were very perceptive and immediately followed with a loud shout. Make way, make way! Duke Xie's seventh son is here! Wow! The seventh Prince Xie is here! He's coming! Someone really looked back and unsurprisingly saw Xie Zhang's carriage. Xie Zhang didn't want to pay any attention inside the carriage, wanting to make Qin Yuyu understand how hard it would be without him to protect her. He was not expecting to be shouted at. At this time, it would be impossible for Xie Zhang not to show up. Xie Zhang lifted the curtain and stooped down to step out of the carriage in full view of everyone. The stranger is like jade. The gentleman is unrivaled in the world. The people of the capital used these two lines to describe Xie Zhang, and it was not an exaggeration at all. Therefore, the moment Xie Zhang appeared, he instantly stole most of the people's stunning gazes. Xie Zhang obscurely swept towards Pei Hao's side. Think he doesn't know? The one who forced him to show up was none other than Pei Hao. At this time, Xie Zhang unintentionally glanced at the teenager next to Pei Hao, who was blocked by Pei Hao for most of his body. But he still saw through it at a glance. That was County Princess Jiao Yang? The two of them even traveled to the Protectorate Temple together? Are their feelings already this good? An unfamiliar taste surged in Xie Zhang's heart. An indescribable sourness. He didn't know what it represented. But anyway, he was just uncomfortable in his heart. When Huishi heard that Duke Xie had arrived, she stopped hitting. But she wasn't vain at all and turned around with a petulant grunt and walked away. When a noblewoman wanted to leave, no ordinary people dared to come forward and stop her. Thus, when Xie Zhang approached, the injured Qin Yuyu was left in place. Xie Zhang had his attendant go and bring over a cloak and personally draped it over Qin Yuyu. However, he did not pick up Qin Yuyu and leave as he did in the book. Instead, he claimed that in order to avoid suspicion, he spent money to ask the woman next to him to help Qin Yuyu into the Protectorate Temple to heal her wounds. The scene in the book where the male lead punches the delicate noblewoman in the face for the sake of the female lead naturally didn't happen, because Huishi went first. Du-won finished the play and ran out of melon seeds. Pei Hao silently put the melon seeds kernels into her palm again. Eat it. Wow. You peeled them? Du-won stuffed it into her mouth and chewed a few times. It's so fragrant and addictive. It's because you're addicted to watching the theater. Still, you know my son best. Pei Hao smiled indulgently. However, Xie Zhang, who should have left with Qin Yuyu, was actually walking towards them. When Xie Zhang came over, he first saluted Du-won. Greetings, County Princess. No need to be polite. I'm out in disguise to have fun and don't want to be known. Du-won spoke with a big grin, saying words that a 3-year-old child wouldn't believe. Anyone who was familiar with it could tell her identity at a glance. Xie Zhang smiled gently and greeted Pei Hao again. Pei Hao nodded in response. He knew that Xie Zhang came over for the little girl, just as Pei Hao guessed. Xie Zhang bowed deeply to Du-won and said apologetically, Sheriff, my sister offended you last time. I am here to make amends to you on her behalf. In the future, if you have any use for me, please feel free to ask. Du-won was stunned. This wave of operation by the male master made her wary. The first thought was on herself. What is there in her that is worthy of his scheming? Du-won smiled falsely and said, Lord Xie is polite. Then she walked around Xie Zhang and walked away. Walked away. Just walked away. Pei Hao raised his eyebrows unexpectedly when he passed by Xie Zhang. He raised his big hand and patted Xie Zhang's shoulder. Xie Qi. A gentleman stands in the world with a clear conscience. What Pei Shixi said is very true. Xie Zhang responded frankly. Pei Hao smiled. The implication unclear. He followed Du Wan's and accompanied her up the mountain. Xie Zhang lowered his eyes for a long time before slowly lifting them up and looking at the two people who were walking up the mountain. When one lives in the world, one does not seek to be blameless, but seeks to be blameless. Today he originally wanted to come out to take a break. I didn't expect to run into. What an accident. Du Wan went up the mountain in a hurry. When he passed the bell tower, he even walked around it. Upstairs hangs a copper bell, nearly 3 meters high. The shape is ancient and simple. The clock body is carved with a variety of auspicious animal patterns. A look is a long history of things. Hate to pull home collection. In front of the bell tower guarded monks. Prohibited visitors to go up. Du Wan would like to go up to knock, but there is no opportunity. The last time I came, this clock rang. Oh, quite good. I don't know if it will ring today. Buzz. The big bell in the bell tower suddenly rang. Chapter 220 Warning from the Sheriff Lord. Du Wan was startled and jumped behind Pei Hao, then quietly poked out half of her little head to look at the big bronze bell on the bell tower. Not only Du Wan was scared, Pei Hao was equally taken aback, including the two monks guarding the bell tower. The two monks naturally heard Du Wan's words just now, and couldn't help but look at this young man with red lips and white teeth. Who is it? Said it was the last time over the bell rang? Last time the bell rang. Outsiders may not know the reason. The monks in the temple but know the inside story. It is said that the bell will ring because of the proud Sun Princess. The presiding officer also sent a special word. In the future. But all the princess to come to be sure to serve as the guest of honor. Can please to please a little bit. Anyway. Cannot be offended. Who is offended? Who will go to the water dungeon to face the wall to contemplate? A monk respectfully stepped forward. Both palms united. Junior monk has seen County Lord Jiao Yang. Another monk came to realization and hurriedly followed to salute. Only then did Du Wan stand out from behind Pei Hao, and also straightened her small chest, as if the person who was scared just now was not her. No need to be polite. No need to be polite. Are you two guarding the bell tower? Yes. Sheriff. I'm coming out in micro dress now. You guys can just call me Duke Du. Duke Du is truly a man of honor. The two monks were very good at flattering the little girl, and praised her 2 more times. Yes. He is the most outstanding young gentleman we've ever seen in terms of style. Sure enough. The little girl smiled with a smile on her face as she listened. Have a vision. Have a vision. Does the county princess want to go up to the bell tower for a stroll? Can I go up? No one else can. You can. Really? The little girl was pleasantly surprised. With the two monks watching her, she slipped up the bell tower in a flash. Pei Hao wanted to follow her up, but was blocked by the monks. Sorry. Pei Shixi. Only the county princess is qualified to go up. Normally even the monks and others can't go up. Pei Hao looked at the two people suspiciously, finding that these two people really didn't follow them up. Only Du Wan went up alone and slipped around, and touched a few big bells. Then very divinely carrying her small hands, she walked down with the pace of a big old man. Pei Hao's heart, which was originally quite worried, inexplicably wanted to laugh again when she messed up like this. Du Wan stood under the bell tower and lamented, "This big bell is nice. Looking at it, I especially want it. It's a pity that the Protectorate Temple won't give it to me." When the two monks heard this, they immediately shut up. Won't give it. Definitely won't give it. Du Wan waved goodbye to the two monks and took Pei Hao to stroll around the temple. In fact, she was familiarizing herself with the terrain. After walking round, and then familiarizing herself with the way, she went to Du's exclusive private courtyard. Pei Hao suddenly laughed and said, "Do you know that many families want to have an exclusive courtyard in the Protectorate Temple? They can pay for the construction. But the Protectorate Temple has not agreed to the pressure. The only exception in the entire Great Qin Kingdom is the Du clan. This was a special treatment that even the emperors of all dynasties did not have." The last sentence? Pei Hao did not say. Du Wan was surprised. Is the Du clan so bullish? Bull? Pei Hao was confused for a moment, not understanding. However, relying on guessing means awesome. Right? This time out in a hurry. They did not bring underlings, accompanied by their own guards. Not long after arriving at the other courtyard, Duan found that someone was secretly staring at the courtyard. Duan told Pei Hao. Who is it? It should be Xie. Pei Hao pondered and said. Duan raised her eyebrows. Why is he staring at us? Pei Hao looked deeply at her. If what you mentioned to me at the time is true, then it wouldn't be strange for him to have people staring at us, watching our every move. Duan understood. Doesn't it smell good when well water doesn't offend river water? Why would Xie think twice about messing with her? Duan looked at the people watching outside and thunderously recruited her personal guards to catch them, determining that those two people were really sent by Xie. Duan's reaction was out of Pei Hao's expectation. Duan ordered the two men to be tied up and said directly to Xie courtyard in the Protectorate Temple. The guards didn't say anything, left the men behind and left. Xie expression was dark and obscure. The hand holding the folding fan showed veins. Pei Hao stood behind Duan. Sheriff, what can be the meaning of this move? A warning. Duan looked at the dim sky and spoke. So that he won't treat everyone else as a fool. As if he is the smartest in the world. Pei Hao laughed softly and wordlessly. Xie had kicked the iron plate this time. The little girl was very clear about Xie ambition. But she pretended to be deaf and dumb. She was pretending to be deaf and dumb. She had the meaning of hanging up her head when something was not important. However, this time, Xie took the initiative to step on the little girl's bottom line. Then it is different. She is afraid that she will give Xie a lesson or two. Pei Hao associated it with that second Lady Xie's manner. He didn't know exactly how, but he knew that Xie must have suffered a loss. After the two ate dinner, they pretended to rest early. When the sky darkened, Pei Hao took Duan and quietly performed lightweight skills to avoid bystanders and left the Protectorate Temple. They were going to check the stronghold of Su family's dead soldiers. In the middle of the journey, Duan was taken flying by Pei Hao and was so excited that she silently resolved in her heart that she must learn lightness on this trip back. It's really too cool. Must learn. Why did you specialize in sword practice before? How stupid. He came near a manor. This manor was very remote, and there was only a small path to follow. Just as they were about to continue on, Duan suddenly pulled him back and pointed to the top of a large tree in the distance and said wordlessly, There's someone in that tree. It should be a hidden stake. Any unknowing person approaching would likely be discovered. Duan listened for a moment, then came to his ear and whispered, He hasn't found us yet. So we can go around and sneak towards the inside again. Okay. You show the way. Pei Hao trusted her ability. Compared to her own abilities, the little girl was simply called gifted. No matter how many hidden stakes she encountered along the way, no matter how hidden they were, she was able to find them. With Duan as his helper, Pei Hao was like a tiger with wings, smoothly understanding the nearby terrain to a great extent. This look was very favorable for the next time he sent people over to encircle the area. Close to the manor, Pei Hao and Duan hid on top of a big tree. The people stood on a high place and looked ahead. The starry lights within the manor were vaguely visible, and the barking of dogs could be heard from time to time. Pei Hao whispered, This manor has raised a lot of dogs. We can't get any closer. I know. Duan's big eyes looked ahead intently. The two were sitting on a tree, very close to each other. Pei Hao only needed to raise his hand to hold the little girl in his arms. But this could only be thought about. Without a proper excuse, he didn't have the guts to do it. He only dared to quietly use his own sleeve to cover the little girl's clothes that had fallen onto the tree trunk. When he saw the clothes of the two of them overlapping together, Pei Hao's heart was pounding as if he had succeeded in being a thief. A moment later, Pei Hao cursed himself for being unproductive. Hug all hugged. Kiss all, accidents count. How can you still be nervous? Chapter 221. Another time to be a thief in the middle of the night. Duan by her side was gazing and listening to the movement in the distance, unaware of Pei Hao's small movements. After a long time, Duan looked ahead. Her small face was puzzled. Didn't I say that a lot of people died last time? The manor should have been cold. However, it wasn't. Inside, apart from adults, I also heard a lot of small children moving around. Pei Hao leaned in close to her ear and asked in a very small voice, Do you know how many children there are? Not sure. At least 100. I heard a child crying, and a child being beaten, and a child talking. There are some children who seem to have just arrived at the manor for a few days. Then these children may be newly trained dead soldiers. Pei Hao's eyes were a little fluttering when he said this. At this time, he only felt that all around him was filled with her scent, fragrant and sweet, but able to penetrate into the soul as if, so that he could not move away a little. He liked this time too much. Only then did he dare to approach her with impunity without her resisting. Duan focused on Zhuangzi, not realizing in the slightest that something was wrong. Not to mention the current situation. It was natural to come closer if you wanted to talk. After a long time, Duan figured it out. These children would most likely be trained as dead soldiers. Just as Pei Hao said, powerful nobles cultivate dead soldiers. Not for charity. Usually, they would adopt the law of the jungle, eliminating the best and the worst and surviving in due course. If there were no accidents, more than 80% of the children in the Zhuangzi would die young during the training. Duan sympathized with these children in her heart. But it was only sympathy. She can't help much at this time. It's better to wait for Pei Hao to bring people to surround this place. The officials will arrange for them themselves. Duan pointed to the highest small 3-story building again. The person in charge of this manor is probably there. How do you know? There is someone chatting there, saying that this new batch of children's tendons and bones are not good. So let's find a way to send another batch over. Duan didn't pay attention to that side at first, so what she heard was incomplete. But she heard the sentence very clearly. Pei Hao's eyes revealed a look of surprise. It wasn't the results of the accidental investigation. It was marveling at her ability. After marveling, his heart was actually sweet. The little girl did not cover up in front of him. This is not afraid of the secret being known by him. Does it mean that the little girl trusts him? Duan continued to listen intently, and suddenly felt a wave of vertigo. Pei Hao was the first to notice that something was wrong. Wan. A little dizzy. Duan pinched her brow. Could it be that I've been listening for too long tonight? It was quite long. From the time they came out, she had been using her abilities. Pei Hao silently counted the time in his heart. Less than an hour. If this kind of ability didn't have a limit, it would be truly terrifying. This situation now seemed quite normal. I'll rest for a while first. Try again later. Resting is fine. Trying is not necessary. When you're rested, we'll go back. Going back just like this? Coming here and not finding out anything was always a bit of a letdown. Unfortunately, when they reached the outside of the manor, the two stopped here and couldn't dive in. Duan knew that his lightness was excellent. Are you sure you can sneak in without being discovered? It's difficult, Pei Hao observed. There was nothing Duan could do. That's true. This manor has too many dogs. There are more dogs than people. This manor's word to the outside world is a dog farm. And sells dog meat? Not bad. Heh! Quite fitting. Hanging sheep's head to sell dog meat. Duan couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Pei Hao wordlessly curled the corners of his mouth. If not for the wrong occasion, he would have laughed out loud. After waiting for a while longer, Duan was not dizzy anymore. Pei Hao proposed to go back, and Duan did not want to continue feeding the mosquitoes here. Just as the two were about to leave, Duan suddenly paused and looked towards a small courtyard at the edge of the manor. Her eyes brightening up. Pei Hao has been paying attention to her, and of course noticed her change, and couldn't help but approach her ear and ask in a low voice, "Did you find something?" Duan nodded her head repeatedly. Pei Hao did not speak, but did not pull away when he came closer to her. Duan said softly, "I heard a man call out to the eldest young master just now." Eldest young master? Pei Hao's eyes flashed with essence. The little ripples at his heart were gone all of a sudden when he encountered business. Pei Hao said thoughtfully, "The only person in the Prime Minister's residence who is qualified to be called the Grand Young Master is Su Che. I didn't expect him to be in the manor. So it seems that this manor isn't too simple." Right. I wanted to keep an eye on the small shrimp, but I didn't expect to meet a big fish." Duan got excited. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, she was afraid that she would be dancing around. No wonder I heard that man's voice was particularly good just now. And there was also a drop of familiarity. So it's him. It's really him. Pei Hao's handsome face darkened. What was said? What is it? The little girl has only seen Su Che once. Actually still can't forget him. Even the voice said familiar? Pei Hao was depressed. It was dark. The little girl was happy. She didn't even notice the change in his face, let alone care about his thoughts. Duan was very appreciative of Su Che's face value. But she wasn't a face dog that would be soft on her enemy's brother. The current her couldn't wait to immediately send people over to surround and catch Su Che in the act. This was a bigger blow to the Prime Minister's house than catching a crony. Because if they caught a close friend, it was possible that they would directly kill themselves, leaving them with a basket of water. However, if Su Che was caught, there would be no such scruples. If Su Che was caught, he would not kill himself. And if he died, he would not be able to clear the relationship between Prime Minister Su and this place. This was the opportunity to be able to whack the Prime Minister's residence to death in one go. So, Du-won was excited. And Pei Hao's focus was more peculiar. You're that happy to have found him? Of course. Aren't you happy? Du-won replied excitedly. I'm happy, my arse. What is Su Che? Pei Hao thought he was no worse than Su Che. After Du-won's excitement, she finally noticed Pei Hao's abnormality. What are you doing? I found a big fish. And you're not even happy? His voice is just average. Average? No, the recognizability is still quite high. Du-won commented on the matter. Su Che's voice was very Su. And in modern times, he could definitely make a name for himself with his voice. The two people talked about nothing. But what they thought in their hearts was the opposite of what they wanted. Pei Hao's heart became even more depressed. Du-won ignored him, and continued to listen to Su Che talking to a man. From the content of the other person's conversation, their identities were determined. This man who was talking to Su Che was coming over to take over Su Che's affairs. And this man was the target person they were looking for on this trip. That close associate of Prime Minister Su Che, called Su-yi. The two men chatted about a few things. For example, Prime Minister Su pushed the charges onto Huang Ren. Ji's perjury was a part of the plan. And that dead soldier was also a pawn that was pushed out. Etc. Chapter 222. Little girl overslept. Wanting to listen further, Du-won suddenly had a headache and almost fell off the tree. It was Pei Hao who fished her out in time and clasped her into his arms. Wan stopped listening. He wrapped one big hand around her waist and pressed the back of her head with his other big hand. Pressing her little head, she pressed it tightly towards his chest. A different little girl encountering this matter might have blushed. However, Du-won's head was still dizzy, and her heart did not even stir up a little bit of water. Not to mention the strange feelings. After slowing down, Du-won quickly told Pei Hao about the matter. Time is running out. You quickly go back to deploy manpower over here. Otherwise this big fish is going to slip away tomorrow morning. You? The look Pei Hao gave the little girl was amazing. Didn't you like that Su Che? How come when it comes to catching people, there is no mercy? Du-won wondered about his reaction. What are you staring at? Pei Hao thought about it. Then let's go first. No. You go. What about you? I'll stay here and keep an eye on it. No. Why not? With me here, Su Che will not be able to fly. Du-won was worried that there would be a change if he left. So it was safer to stay here to monitor the matter. Don't be so slow. Hurry up and do your job. Do you think I will leave you alone here? Don't worry. I'm safe. Du-won is very confident about this. Self-protection ability. Pei Hao knew that what she was doing was right. But even if it was right, she couldn't agree to it. However, the little girl was very stubborn. No way. If Big Brother Du finds out, he'll beat me to death. The scruples were appropriate, and the reason was sufficient. Du-won's eyes turned wryly. How about not telling my brother? If we don't tell, he won't know. Pei Hao seemed to have found the little girl's soft underbelly. The eldest princess will also be worried. And Du extra horse harness by the side of a team will be too. What if the emperor knows about it? He might also blame me. Du-won was convinced. But she still wanted to play hard to get. Pei Hao made a fierce move. It's not me who's dawdling now. It's you who's delaying. This is me. Du-won had no choice but to leave with him. Back at the Protectorate Temple, Pei Hao immediately had someone take the Tongcheng token and return to the city to deploy manpower. Du-won didn't want to pay attention to Pei Hao. Sulked and went back to her room. Pei Hao knew that she was angry. And if an outsider came to propose, he would immediately be in favor of it. Leaving her alone is not possible. What if something happens? Du-won lay on the bed like a small salted fish. She does not want to be a salted fish. She wants to work hard to get ahead. But time is not waiting for me all. Hey, let's sleep. Du-won didn't realize that when she woke up from a sleep, the sky was already bright outside. Crap. She quickly rolled over and got up. Really, missed it? Pei Hao acted privately, and didn't come over to shout at her. Quickly dressed. Duwan was about to step out of the threshold with one foot and then retracted, her wide eyes surveying the things in the room. The line of sight finally landed on a small incense burner. Walked over to check, but only saw a layer of ash. When she went up to it, she could smell the fragrance. Duwan seriously suspected that Pei Hao had moved a little last night to make her sleep like a pig. This bit of gray is the proof. Before she went to sleep, there was no spice ordered. Stepping out of the room, Duwan recruited someone to inquire. The personal guards directly told Duwan, reporting to Sheriff. Pei Shitzi left last night, saying that he went on an errand. So that you, Sheriff, can rest assured that you will wait for news here. F***CK? I really want to curse my mother. Duwan almost exploded. Bastard. This is leaving her behind? Duwan was not in a good mood. She did not want to stay in the courtyard and went out for a stroll. The guards reminded her. Sheriff, you haven't eaten breakfast yet. I don't want to eat, Duwan huffed and said. This gas is full of gas. Very much wanting to be angry. But the object is not right. Duwan would not vent her anger on innocent people. She could only suffocate herself. Unconsciously walking to a side hall. Saw some monks and incense burners. Went over to look inside the hall. And found that the bodhisattva was enshrined in the temple. Was different from the one she had previously offered incense to. When Duwan came over, one of the monks in front of the hall rushed forward. The monk was about to salute. But Duwan stopped him. I'll just take a walk. You get busy. Good. The monk went back. Duwan was surprised that the monks of the Protectorate Temple were particularly enthusiastic about her. Wherever she went, as long as she met a monk, they would come up to greet her. At first, Duwan didn't pay attention to it, thinking that the monks of the Protectorate Temple are well trained and hospitable. Later, as she walked around, she noticed the problem. One of the monks greeted her, and did not look away when passing by. Another monk greeted her, bypassing the incense behind him without looking away. Another one came over to greet her, turning a blind eye to the bystanders. Duwan's depressed mood was diverted for a drop. Again, she came to the main hall where she went to incense before. Duwan accidentally found the main hall closed. After slipping around the doorway, she was about to leave. Sheriff Master, you are here. Please come in. The main door of the main hall opened with a creak, and the voice that spoke came from exactly inside. Duwan straightened her back and leaned over to peer inside, and saw that sitting in a prominent position in the hall was that old monk Yuan Tong presiding over the fools. Below are some old monks. Young monks or none. Duwan thought for a moment and smiled as she waved her hand in greeting. Good day, Master Yuan Tong. Good day to all the masters. Ha. Come in quickly. Afraid I'll eat you? No. At least your old man has given me a gift. Duwan lifted her steps and stepped into the threshold. Walking to the middle of the hall, an old monk brought half a basin of clear water. There were a few pomelo leaves floating on it. Duwan didn't know what it was for at first, but later asked and realized that it was for her to purify her hands. After purifying her hands and wiping them clean, another monk sent the lit incense to Duwan with both hands. Now she didn't have to ask to know the meaning. Let her incense. Duwan took the incense, approached the incense burner, and inserted it neatly. Then stepped back a few steps. Put her palms together, stood and bent down to worship 3 times without kneeling. Yuan Tong smiled at her and waved. Duwan walked to Yuan Tong and sat down on the empty futon in front of him. Master, why is this hall closed today? This hall is only open to incomers on the 1st and 15th days of the year. Huh. That's strange. Strange what? Would a bodhisattva still dislike a lot of incense? Duwan looked up with a big grin at the statue on the temple. The last time she saw it, her heart was shaken. Seeing it again, Master Yuantong smiled and asked, Little devotee, what do you think when you see the golden body of the immortal father? 2 words. Domineering. Duwan gave a thumbs up at the statue. Doing this action was subconsciously done by her, without thinking if it would be inappropriate. This action was disrespectful even if it was a compliment. Grandmaster Yuantong could sort of see that the little girl was open and collected. Less in all. Last time, she was being pressed by the eldest princess, and she was still able to pretend to be well behaved. Now that there were no elders, even the incense was much more perfunctory. If it were someone else, she would have been thrown out of the Great Hall. Chapter 223 Protectorate Temple's Cultivation Ground. Master Yuan Tong kindly said, The big bell in the bell tower today Rang again. Well, that big bell is good. It looks like it likes me. Do-won smiled sincerely. Does the county princess like it? Love it. It's a pity that I can't give it to you. I didn't ask you for it. Do-won forced her respect. If it was really given to her, she would definitely fart around and ask someone to move it. The two of them, Yuan Tong and Do-won, chatted, both talking about the East and the West. After a small half-hour of bullshit, Do-won drank a bellyful of tea before she came out of the main hall. The first thing Do-won did when she came out was to go and find a toilet. Drinking too much water, about to be unable to hold it in. After searching for a while like a headless fly, she did not find the thatched room. She had to ask her guards not to follow her, and she ran into the forest by herself, hiding in a hidden place to solve the problem. When Do-won came out again, the whole person was relieved. Ancient clothes are nice to wear, but it is quite inconvenient to go to the outhouse. Just as Do-won wanted to go out, suddenly, she saw a familiar back standing in front of her. Xie? Huh? Intuition that something is up. Do-won quickly hid and gazed and began to listen to the wall. Xie was currently talking to one of his attendants. Going to drum up a human trafficker's den overnight? The excuse found is not bad. There's only one dog breeding manor in that direction. My lord, what other instructions are there? This matter is not simple. Probe further. As you wish. The attendant hurriedly left. Xie looked around and walked towards the stone path in the forest not far away. Do-won quietly poked her head out from behind a tree and saw Xie gradually walking away. From the dialogue just now, it could be seen that Xie had received a message from Pei Hao's side. According to the description in the book, Xie had an intelligence organization of his own. This intelligence organization would not just spend money. It would also make money. Oftentimes, he would secretly find some rich and noble families and sell some much-needed information at high prices, from which he would earn a large amount of operating funds. Do-won personally admired his brain, but she didn't like his style of behavior. A person who can even sell himself for power is quite scary. Do-won wanted to go out of the forest to find her personal guards. She met the big drama again. Xie Zhang's peach blossom luck has always been strong. A lady of the house staged a chance encounter. The woman, whom Do-won knows, is Ma Suqin, the daughter of the Minister of War. Ma Suqin had a look of lust and Xie was politely detached. Duke Xie, what happened to Sister Ying? The post I sent her never returned. I haven't seen her in days. I miss her strangely. Ma Suqin used Xie Ying as an excuse to strike up a conversation, her voice carrying a bit of the characteristic pout of a daughter. Xie warmly said, Miss Ma doesn't know. My sister misses her grandmother, and has gone to stay with her grandmother temporarily, and won't return until next year. That's still several months away. Well, I want to write to Sister Ying. Can you help me send a letter over? Ma Suqin's face was shy. When Do-won heard this, she silently nodded her head. This pickup tactic is still quite clever. Unexpectedly, Xie refused. Sorry, Miss Ma. In the next words, Xie didn't have the chance to say anything. The reason being that Qin Yu had arrived. A person who was injured yesterday, today came out to sneak around. Do-won does not quite understand this operation. I guess it is the plot needs it. Stumbling, pulling a little bit also came. Yes, this is the plot of the book again. One of the Shura of the Protectorate Temple. Next is the female lead pale, softly and weakly to thank the male lead. The hero politely asked the heroine to go back to her room early to rest. The woman is shy when she is paired with the man, and scowls when she faces him. Of course, the above descriptions are all based on Do-won's subjective imagination. Xie is quite good, sandwiched between the two women, swimming with ease. Do-won, who was high on watching the show, forgot about the personal guards outside the forest. After some time, the head of the personal guards was afraid that something had happened, and the two of them came in to look for someone. As a result, he saw his own county princess lying behind a large tree, peeping, his little face happy, watching with great interest. The captain of the personal guards was speechless. He had heard that the county princess loved to listen to gossip, but he didn't know that she also had a hobby of peeping. This matter absolutely cannot be spread. So, he looked at the two people next to him warningly. The two people hurriedly promised that they wouldn't say anything. County Lord, the head of the personal guards, came over. Do-won's body stiffened slightly, looked back and found that it was one of her own people. Inexplicably relieved, Why did you find it? Sheriff Lord came in for a long time. Everyone is uneasy. It's fine. It's fine. There's no need to worry in the Protectorate Temple. Subordinate knows. The captain of the personal guard says he knows. Still guarding the county princess. Letting another person go and inform the others. Duwan couldn't look away now. With the commotion here, Xiezhong and the others might notice. Duwan withdrew with her people. This theater. It's only halfway through looking at it. What's there to see? Heh. I counted on my fingers. The next is the main event. Duwan sighed. According to the description in the novel. The next thing is that the female lead will be walking. Suddenly so weak that she almost falls. It is the male lead who reaches out in time to help. Learns that she is not feeling well. Is heartbroken. And goes back to the Zen room with his arms around him. The female match saw it and went crazy with jealousy. Duwan said to walk away. After walking a short distance, she paused again. This time it really developed according to the book. However, Qin Yu's injuries were more serious than depicted in the book. And she directly fainted. Xiezhong now did not avoid suspicion. Picked her up and hurried back to the room. And also the first time to let the attendants go to ask the doctor. Didn't see it with her own eyes. But she heard it. Duwan sat down on a clean stone. Legs straight. 2 ankles and wrists in a piece. Wiggle. Wiggle. A little cute. Duwan asked towards the head of the personal guards. Zhuang Song. Do you have melon seeds? This. The captain of the personal guard. Zhuang Song. Wiped his cold sweat. No. No all. Duwan was a little disappointed. You can't get high on melon seeds while reading gossip. Missing a bit of soul. Oh. Duwan was angry with Pei Hao just now. But now she misses him a little bit. He has a good eye. And he can always stuff some melon seeds to her at the right time. Next to a personal guard to curry favor and said, County Master. Subordinate no goods he have. Yo. It's him. Go get it. I won't take advantage of him for nothing. When I get back to the house, I'll let him go to the big steward to collect the reward silver. Subordinate thanked County Lord for Guzi. The man hurriedly goes on his errand. Duwan looks at Zhuang Song's loyal and honest face. See. Your subordinates are all more resourceful than you. The responsibility of my subordinates is to protect the safety of the county princess. I know. I'm not blaming you. She, Duwan, was not that kind of petty person. That personal guard came back very quickly, holding a small packet of sunflower melon seeds. Duwan took it and got high while paying attention to the gossip on Xiezhang's side. Before has been rarely go out. Rarely use this ability. Still do not know there is a limit. Today is the right opportunity to study it. Chapter 224 Little Girl takes the initiative. In order to listen to the theater close by, Duwan also walked in the direction of Qin Yu's Zen room. When she walked to a nearby octagonal pavilion and felt that the location was good, she decided not to walk and sat down before ordering her personal guards to get some food. Zhuang Song saw that she was finally willing to eat breakfast and couldn't wait. When Duwan finished the melon seeds in her hand, the food box was delivered. At this time, after Qin Yu passed out, Xiezhong kept watch. This in turn made Ma Suqin hate to get Qin Yu. Duwan real name sympathized with Ma Suqin. It's not good to be a vicious female match. Alas, sooner or later, Ma Shangshu's family is going to be cool yo. Zhuang Song pretended not to hear. Duwan picks up a bun and eats it. Huh? How come it tastes like meat? Sheriff, you are eating a meat bun. Zhuang Song reminded. Duwan's chewing action gave a start. There are still meat buns for sale in the temple? This was bought at the bottom of the mountain. Duwan did not think of this for a moment, and opened her mouth again to say something, but suddenly paused. It was Xiezhang's side that had a situation. There was a believer who hurried over to report. The man respectfully said, Your Excellency, what Pei Shi is leading a siege against is a stronghold that cultivates dead soldiers. Our people saw Pei Shi chasing a group of people, and amongst them, there is a person who looks very much like Su Che. At the appropriate opportunity, help Su Che out. Yes. That one hurriedly left. Duwan's curved eyebrows raised when she heard this secret. Xiezhong was going to be a shit stirrer. Preparing to spoil her good deed? Not bad. It was her thing. The person Pei Hao was helping right now was her. Prime Minister Su wanted to push Su Yu's charges onto Huang Ren and clear Su Yu's name. How could she allow it? The original owner would not be happy if she knew in her grave. Duwan picked up another meat bun from the stone table and let her personal guard share the rest. All of you follow me. Let's go do something big. Zhuang Song and the others immediately complied. As subordinates, they can only follow orders, and have no right to interfere with their master's decisions. Duan quietly followed Xie Zhang's inner circle. Su Che was able to break away from the Imperial City Department's encirclement, and it was likely that Pei Hao had some kind of accident on his side. Duan walked quickly while grunting. Not letting me go. Humph. If she had her help, she might have captured the person long ago, and still let him escape? Arriving at the foot of the mountain, waiting for the personal guards to bring the horse, Duan mounted the horse without saying a word, raised her hand and waved the whip, and left. Zhuang Song and the others hurriedly mounted their horses and followed. When Duan followed someone, she did not need to follow too closely. As long as she locks onto the other person's scent, she won't lose them for a mile or so. Zhuang Song was puzzled by the county lord's move, and hurriedly came to a deserted area. Duan suddenly dismounted her horse, and then led them through a small patch of bushes, signaling for them all to stay hidden. 100 personal guards, concealed very quickly. Zhuang Song followed Duan, and followed her line of sight. That is, he saw a fight ahead. One chasing, one fleeing. The group of people who fled were masked and unidentified, but the ones who caught up were the officials and soldiers of the Imperial City Department. Duan looked at the young man on horseback, fleeing at the forefront. Could it be that this person was Su Che? She looked at it again and again for a while, pondering. The temperament is not like oh. This one is most likely a decoy. Duan picked up an egg-sized stone on the ground and weighed it in her palm before aiming at the target and throwing it towards the distance. The distance was far, and the stone was thrown. Zhuang Song and the others felt that the county princess was fooling around and couldn't possibly have thrown anything. But soon they felt their faces hurt. The stone directly hit the steed the man was riding, only to see the horse suffer pain and let out a long neigh, throwing the man off his horse. The man had martial arts in his body and flipped in the air before landing, and was not injured. Duan asked. Zhuang Song. Does Su Che know martial arts? No. He is a scholar. Zhuang Song came from the Forbidden Guards, and had naturally seen Su Che. Duan was now certain. That person has such high martial arts skills. It's not Su Che. Zhuang Song was amazed at the Sheriff Lord's operation. This time, it was a favor to the Imperial City Department officials and soldiers. However, those masked men who were surrounded were obviously fighting for their lives. And the officials and soldiers of the Imperial City Department who were chasing after them were in turn somewhat outmatched. And it looked like casualties were about to occur. Duan said towards the personal guards behind her. Let half of them go down to help. Yes. 5 squads stepped forward and hurriedly went down. Duan instead took Zhuang Song and the other 50 personal guards and ran in another direction. She ran through the jungle so fast, without blushing or panting, that even Zhuang Song and the others could barely keep up. Encountered again. Hee hee. Duan had come to another fight scene. Pei Hao was holding a long sword, full of killing aura. But he was also in control of the whole situation, and was commanding the officials and soldiers of the Imperial City Department to encircle a dozen or so dead soldiers. At this rate, Pei Hao and the others will win sooner or later. Duan hid in the shadows, and did not show her face. Zhuang Song was puzzled and asked, Sheriff Master, are we going up? Why go up? If Pei Hao sees me, in all likelihood, he won't allow me to go anywhere, and will keep me by his side. So that's no fun. Duan was so arrogant in her heart. Don't take her to play? She doesn't want to play with him. Duan turned around and left again, going to find Su Che. Earlier, when she encountered that wave of people, Duan stopped for a while, thus losing sight of the Xie family's scouts. Duan guessed that it might have been the distance that had drawn them apart, and they could not sense each other. Retreating, Duan continued to search in this mountain forest. After half an hour, Su Che was not found, but the Xie clan's scout was found. Duan's heart was happy, and she hurriedly followed him quietly. Zhuang Song was now pleased and convinced of the county lord's skills. He was even more obedient to her words, until Duan led them through a forest. Duan suddenly quickened her pace. Finally, on a road at the bottom of the slope, they saw Su Che letting someone pick up the carriage. That carriage driver was none other than the Xie family's scout. Heh! Want to snatch someone from her hands? Eat Fardaw. Duan picked up another stone and smashed the horse. Don't underestimate ordinary stones in other people's hands. This stone may not have much lethality, but in Du-Wan's hands, it's a different story. Who made her strong? Du-Wan smashed it in a fit of rage. It was absolutely extraordinary. As she held the stone and threw it out, a faint layer of white aura suddenly floated in her palm. Very faint and faint. Since it was broad daylight, it was more and more difficult to detect. Hiss! The horse that was driving was smashed. Adult horses that ate pain were dangerous when they went mad. So below, there was a flurry of soldiers and horses. That scout of the Xia clan made an immediate decision and cut the ropes pulling the carriage, which prevented the danger of overturning the carriage. Even so, the people in the carriage still fell lightly. By the time the two people were safe, Du-Wan had already surrounded them with her personal guards. That scout of the Xia family's heart thumped for a moment. But soon he pretended to be an ordinary carriage driver, kneeling to the side in fear and trepidation. Du-Wan sized him up amusingly. Didn't bother to poke through his disguise, because there was no evidence. Zhuang Tsung went to pull the curtain off the car, and the inside of the carriage was exposed. Chapter 225. Someone poisoned the medicine. Inside, there was a young man holding onto the carriage wall with one hand. Not in good condition. It was Su Che himself. The last time Du-Wan had seen him, it was truly a worldly look. Now, he felt that he was equally good-looking, but did not have the same sense of astonishment that he had when he first saw him. It was probably because he was really in a sorry state at this moment. He had also bumped his head, and blood was flowing down half of his face. County Lord? Su Che covered the wound on his forehead with a handkerchief. Du-Wan found that he was still quite awake. Well, finally caught you. What is the meaning of this? County Lord? Mr. Su came out for a trek. I didn't expect to get lost, and it was not easy to come across a carriage willing to take me for a ride. You are? Su Che skimmed off the suspicion in 3 or 2 sentences. Du-Wan's heart has a bit of a bad premonition. It's all because of that Pei Hao guy, letting him escape from the encirclement. Now this situation. Is it still considered catching the scene? Mumda. Du-Wan deliberately cold face. Ordered Humph. What is the defense? Catch up. How the truth is will be known when we slip round the prison. Yes. Su Che did not expect Du-Wan to be unreasonable. People are not concerned about evidence at all. For the first time, Su Che looked Du-Wan squarely in the eye. This little girl who had almost plunged the Su family into ruin. His feelings were complicated. After reading sage books for more than 10 years, he hoped that one day, he would be able to show his ambition. It is due to the Sister S1 thought, resulting in today's situation. The Prime Minister's office can't admit guilt, and can only think of ways to cover it up. The more so the deeper the trap. Now even he himself is going to be trapped. Du-Wan asked people to catch Su Che and the car driver, and then asked people to inform Pei Hao. Pei Hao rode his horse very fast, and came to Du-Wan in a stern manner, clearly carrying anger on his body when he came over. But as soon as he saw her, his anger was gone. Du-Wan waved her hand at him, and pinched up her small voice, and said sarcastically, Hey yo! Pei Shirzi, you can't. You almost let this big fish slip away. Pei Hao almost lost his footing as he dismounted. The officers and soldiers beside him, who heard this, were all shaken in spirit. Huh? Can't the Shitsi master make it? He. Everyone intentionally or unintentionally looked towards Pei Hao's lower body. Pei Hao swept his cold eyes. Are they all idle? Turning to Du-Wan, he explained. There is also an underground passage in the manor, which we didn't realize at first. Luckily, I also set up eyes outside. The reason why the pursuit was so troublesome was that there was a change of heart. There was also a mole in the middle, deliberately letting Su Che go. These things were in plain sight. Pei Hao could not bring them up. Now that the person has been captured, it is still possible. Su Che would rather see Pei Hao than the unreasonable Du-Wan. Pei Hao didn't make things difficult for him, and called for someone to bandage Su Che's wound. Du-Wan was puzzled. Why are you so polite to him? Before he is convicted, this person is a man of honor, with the name of scholar. Pei Hao did not wonder that Du-Wan would ask this. She was just a little girl, not someone in the official world, and did not know the rules of this. Du-Wan hemmed and hawed. I caught the person. That's quite impressive. Pei Hao was not stingy with his praise. Sure enough, seeing the little girl's eyes light up. It's good that you admit it. I told you. You can't do it without me. I thought that Pei Hao would be annoyed. But I didn't think that after hearing this, not only did he not get angry, instead he followed her words and said sincerely, Yes. I can't do it without you. I can only do it with you. Du-Wan did not think deeply, and directly nodded her small head with a smile. Feeling that he was very uptight, she quickly noticed that the atmosphere around her was not right. Why is everyone's expression so strange? What was this group of big old men thinking? Du-Wan even saw someone giving a thumbs up to Pei Hao. Was this caused by Pei Hao's words just now? Du-Wan pondered over the meaning of the words just now. Suddenly, she understood, and her little face seemed to turn red. Ma duh! People are driving? Du-Wan glared at Pei Hao in shame and anger. Pei Hao! This county princess is not finished with you. What's wrong? Pei Hao looked back with an innocent face. You wait for me. Humph. Du-Wan hurriedly left with a group of personal guards. The corner of Pei Hao's mouth curled up slightly as he looked at the little girl who had left in a cloud of dust. Little fellow. Always saying that this Shitsi can't do it. Who doesn't have a little temper? But thinking that the little girl seems to be annoyed again. Pei Hao is a bit worried again. Hopefully, this time it will not be difficult to coax her. Things on Pei Hao's side are going smoothly. Du-Wan went back to the Protectorate Temple, grumbled and went to find the old monk Yuan Tong. In the old monk there rubbed a good meal of fasting. Only then satisfied to go back to the courtyard. Before going back, there was an intention to listen to the situation of Xie Zhang and Qin Yuyu. Not hearing anything, he did not continue. After practicing swordplay for a while in the courtyard, he found Zhuang Tsong and asked about lightness. Zhuang Tsong wasn't too good at lightness of being, but there was someone among the guards who was good at it. So Du-Wan called her over and taught her a bit, even explaining and demonstrating at the same time. Du-Wan might really have a talent for learning martial arts. Under the half-understanding, she followed the gourd to draw the dipper, and was able to practice in a decent manner. After only 1 hour, Du-Wan was able to climb over walls and up trees with ease. The onlookers were shocked. Zhuang Tsong couldn't help but say in astonishment, Sheriff Master is truly a wonder in martial arts practice. I've heard that I haven't been in contact with martial arts for long. Another personal guard picked up the conversation. Zhuang Tsong said seriously, Don't reveal this matter. Don't worry. We won't say anything about our masters. This is best. The personal guards had followed Du-Wan for such a long time, and they still had a good understanding of Du-Wan's daily routine. It was hard to imagine that a young girl learning martial arts for a few months would outperform their diligent study and training for 10 years. Against the norm. There must be a big secret. There is indeed a reason for this one. And it's all thanks to the legacy of the Jade Tablet. Practicing that set of movements, the quality of Du-Wan's body improved extremely fast. As the saying goes, 10,000 feet high. As long as the foundation is solid, you can learn anything with ease. Du-Wan was very happy. To celebrate, she decided to go out over the wall to spy on the male and female masters. It was also thanks to Xie Zhang that she was able to easily catch Su Che today. It didn't occur to her that she had just gone over and crashed into another big drama. In Qin Yuyu's Zen room, Ma Suqin angrily said, I didn't do this matter. You guys don't want to spit blood. Who else could it be if not you? Only you touched Miss Qin's medicine. A girl righteously accused Ma Suqin. That girl scolded again. Don't even think about sophistry. If it's a big deal, let's report it to the officials and let them investigate. Ahem. It's fine. Sister Zhou. Let's forget about it. Luckily, I only drank a sip. It's not a big deal. Cough cough. I'm just a commoner. I can't fight. You're the one who's kind. No. This matter I'm going to tell Duke Xieqi. I must let him help you seek justice. Saying this, that girl flew out. Most likely to find Xie Zhang. Du-Wan now understood. Happy! Someone has poisoned Qin Yuyu's medicine. Chapter 226. It's tough in the middle of the night. Qin Yuyu only took a sip of the medicine before she noticed the problem. Ma Suqin became a suspect. She was said to be the only one who had been near the medicine. And the person who spoke for Qin Yuyu was none other than Zhou Quix. I don't know if it was pulled by the plot, but Zhou Quix still knew Qin Yuyu, and became a good girlfriend. Du-Wan's attention turned back to Xie Zhang's side. Zhou Quix went out angrily, and when she arrived at Xie Zhang's side, she was shy and told Xie Zhang what happened. Mr. Xie, you have to be the judge for Fish. It's all because of that Ma girl. She is bullying people. I even said I would send her to the government. But Fishy is too kind, saying she's fine and doesn't need to go. Is that so? It was Miss Qin who said that there was no need to send her to the government office. Yes. Zhou Quix looked up at Xie Zhang, giving away the infatuation under her eyes. Xie Zhang stood up and bowed towards Zhou Quix like a modest gentleman. Thank you, Miss Zhou, for coming over and telling me. If you hadn't come over, Mr. Xie would still be in the dark. Zhou Quix hurriedly waved her hand. Don't you say that. It's a lift for me. Miss Zhou is a kind person. Xie Zhang's praise made Zhou Quix excited. Befriending Qin Yuyu was indeed the right thing to do. Otherwise, where would she get the chance to get close to her beloved? Xie Zhang immediately went out and hurried to Qin Yuyu's meditation room. He looked like his beloved girl was in trouble, and he had to rush over. At least, Du-Wan, who saw it from afar, had this illusion. Du-Wan secretly rubbed her small hands. Is this the main event coming? Ouch. No melon seeds. Pity. Xie Zhang went to Qin Yuyu's meditation room. The first thing he was concerned about was Qin Yuyu's body, making sure that nothing had happened to her. Before asking about the poisoning, the maid who made the decoction knelt to the side and said that she had been keeping an eye on the medicine, and that the only person who had touched it was Ma Suqin. Ma Suqin saw Xie Zhang's cold face and saw that she didn't believe her. And all of a sudden, she was so aggrieved that she cried. I really didn't poison it. Zhou Quix questioned. It wasn't you. Then why did you purposely go to see the medicine? I am just concerned. Oh, who doesn't know that bit of your mind? Xie Zhang of course didn't report it to the authorities in the end, and only ordered Ma Suqin to be sent back to the Shangshu mansion, staying behind to comfort Qin Yuyu for a few moments. Xie Zhang left. Du-Wan was not surprised by this development. It was impossible for Xie Zhang to really dispose of Ma Suqin. The reason was still that Ma Suqin's father was the Minister of War. What a scum! Hooking up a group of girls to fight for jealousy. But he himself is not touching a single leaf. The next moment, Du-Wan silently retracted her disdain just now. He's not a scum. He's a heartthrob. The reason is that Xie Zhang recruited a female secret guard. It was arranged by him to secretly protect Qin Yuyu all the time. Xie Zhang asked. What happened to the drugging? Master, the drug was given by Miss Qin herself. The female dark guard knelt down on one knee and reported what she saw one by one. This truth was no surprise to Xie Zhang. On the contrary, it was Du-Wan who was surprised to no end. Qin Yuyu had also put up a fight to frame Ma Suqin. However, this kind of Qin Yuyu is more in line with the characterization in the book. A woman who can be ruthless to herself. Xie Zhang is also quite interesting. Did not poke Qin Yuyu's trick. Go back to his own Zen room. Do what he should continue to do. However, soon after, Xie Zhang received the news that Su Che had been captured, and had taken one of his inner circle with him. Xie Zhang was instantly furious. At once, he dropped the tea bowl in his hand. Just as quickly, his anger calmed down again and personally cleaned the meditation room. He picked up another volume of Buddhist scriptures and flipped through it. Around a quarter of an hour or so, Xie Zhang seemed to have calmed down and passed a few messages out one after another, presumably to make amends for the Carter. People were using writing this time. Du-Wan did not know the exact content. After staying for a while, Du-Wan went back to the courtyard with satisfaction. When she stepped into the courtyard, she unexpectedly saw Pei Hao. He was wearing an official robe and hat. Don't say. The person is quite spirited. But also damn eye-catching. This is the modern equivalent of a man in uniform. As long as it is not too crippled. It looks handsome. However, the little girl did not give him a good face. Yo. A busy man came. What is this here for? I'm simple here. Nothing good. You can't blame me for not greeting you well. This eccentric, falling in Pei Hao's eyes is particularly interesting. Pei Hao smiled faintly. I came to pick you up and go back together. No need. I'm fine here. Du-Wan also wanted to go back, but she opened her mouth to sing against him. Pei Hao took a few big steps forward and stood in front of her like a pine. So tall, leaning close. For the short person, as if with a senile malice. The little girl had to make an effort to raise her head in order to look directly into his eyes. What are you doing leaning so close? Does it make you look taller? Pei Hao raised his white hand and pressed it to her head. Wan, don't be angry. It's my fault this time. But going out in the middle of the night is hard. And there's also a certain amount of danger. In that case, you're still good for me. Of course. Bullshit. You drugged me and thought I didn't know? Bullshit. I didn't drug you. Then the incense burner in my room. I'm just afraid that you can't sleep well. So I lit a little bit of tranquilizing incense for you. Or I went to ask Master Yuan Tong to ask for it specially, in order to prove his innocence and harmlessness. Pei Hao decisively pulled out the Yuan Tong presidency. Du-Wan blinked. Tranquilizing incense? Yes. Master Yuan Tong's special tranquilizing incense. A good thing that money can't buy. Du-Wan was out of breath. Could it be that tranquilizing incense isn't medicine? However, she didn't pull on the drug thing anymore. Looking at it again would make her look petty. Du-Wan walked around him and went inside. Pei Hao followed in her footsteps. When she couldn't see it, the corner of his beautiful lips, the arc was slightly raised. Little girl, this is not angry anymore. Right. Quite good. Du-Wan asked, you left those things behind and came to the Protectorate Temple? Not afraid of an accident in the middle of the journey? What is there to be afraid of? Robbing people. Aren't you afraid? I've already spread the word about catching Su Che in advance. It's fine if Prime Minister Su doesn't rob people. If he goes to rob people. Heh. Pei Hao laughed shallowly. His laugh slightly cool. Du-Wan now understood. If you don't rob people, you can still say that you are not afraid of the shadow. If you make a scene of robbing someone, it is the equivalent of admitting guilt. Du-Wan glanced at him. This guy probably couldn't wait for the Prime Minister's office to rob someone, so he could use the issue to give play to it. Thinking that Su Che almost escaped, Du-Wan did not want to see him again. We caught Su Che outside. He said that he was out of the city and got lost, but did not admit that he escaped from the manor. What gave him this excuse was precisely your unfavorable errand. It was my carelessness. Humph. I asked you to bring me along, but you refused to do so. Yo. Is this arrogance on? So cute. Chapter 227, How to Press Su Yu to Death. The two people sat down, and Pei Hao chatted about going to catch people. It was brought up that there was a mole among them, and that someone had deliberately spared Su Che and the others. Du-Wan raised her eyebrows and asked, how is the Imperial City Department like a sieve? It's impossible for a government office to be completely clean. Pei Hao could not admit it. He doesn't want to lose face? Under Pei Hao's management, the Imperial City Division could not be said to be an iron bucket, but it was still considered good, compared to other Yamen's messy power penetration. The Imperial City Division is clean. As for some forces to insert eyes, and whatnot, want to completely erase clean, Pei Hao also have the heart to not be able to do so. 90% of the officers and soldiers of the Imperial City Department come from the Forbidden Guard Battalion, and another 10% come in through the martial arts examination, and all they take is the salary issued by the government. For example, if the Prime Minister's office wants to arrange 1 or 2 people among them, it is still very easy. Du-Wan did not dwell on the issue of the Imperial City Department. What she wanted most now was how to press Su Yu to death. Du-Wan thought back to this matter. Her heart was slightly touched. Pei Hao, if what Su Yu did comes out in the open, what will happen to the Prime Minister's office? My initial thought was purely that I wanted justice. I didn't think about bringing down Prime Minister Su. According to the laws of the state of China, it was a crime that was less than family. And under the laws of the Great Qin state, there were quite a few offenses that would plague the entire family, or even the entire clan. Murdering the emperor's niece, murdering the eldest princess's own daughter. Even if Prime Minister Su was in a high official position, he was not at the point where he could only cover the sky with his hands. Once this matter is exposed, the Prime Minister's office will definitely be questioned. At that time, pulling out the carrot and bringing out the mud. I'm afraid it will be another bloody storm. Pei Hao's eyes flickered. You don't want so many people to die? Someone don't want to. This is no longer a question of whether you want to or not. What do you mean? Du-Wan vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Pei Hao's expression became inscrutable for a moment. The Imperial City Department is involved. What does it represent? Haven't you thought about it? Du-Wan's small face was confused. Pei Hao sighed slightly in his heart. This little fool really thought that everyone was busy for her. Really too simple. In the future without his protection, what to do? Pei Hao felt the burden on his shoulders heavier. His waist straightened. Wan. The emperor has always wanted to rectify the dynasty. However, for so many years even a splash did not splash up. Do you know where the reason lies? It is that the ministers in the court are constantly obstructing it for their own interests. Prime Minister Su is the head of the 100 officials. Do you think he will be clean? Du-Wan suddenly had a drop of understanding. No. the twists and turns of the dynasty. She did not understand. But there was one thing she understood. The emperor's uncle wanted to clean up Prime Minister Su, and would not let go of this opportunity. Things have developed to the point where it is no longer her problem alone. Du-Wan looked towards Pei Hao. It is she who is too naive. This guy is the emperor's beloved one. Du-Wan asked suspiciously. You don't let me participate in the siege. Is it because you don't want me to get too deeply involved? No. You are already involved. I just don't want you to work too hard. Pei Hao really feels that it is dangerous. That's why he doesn't want her to participate. With the emperor at the top. Are you still afraid of suffering? Du-Wan looked at him obliquely. Her small face full of suspicion. Pei Hao raises his hand and knocks on her head. Dare to doubt this, son. Don't you want to live? What if I doubt you? Du-Wan boarded up her small face and looked at him obliquely. There's really no end to it. Actually dare to knock her head? Should he chop off this paw and feed it to the dog? Pei Hao suddenly felt a chill in his body. Especially the little girl stared at his hand sorrowfully. Du-Wan said coldly. Who gave you the dog's guts to knock my head? Big brother Du often knocks. Pei Hao's defense was feeble. That is my own brother. You count for nothing. I'm still your fiancé. Much more important than him. What is he? Pei Hao was almost suppressed by the little girl. Immediately straightened his back and stiffened his attitude. Can't hold back. Even if the other party is her own brother. So what? Pei Hao's heart was sour. More sour than eating a jar of vinegar. Du-Wan stood up, dawdled to the door, and fiercely glared back at Pei Hao. You eat farts. Still want to compare with my big brother? Humph. One finger of my big brother is more important than you. Pei Hao. It can't be compared. Du Qian can't compare to him. In the future, the little girl will sleep under the same blanket with him. Can Du Qian do it? Can Du Qian do it? But Pei Hao was puzzled in his heart. Why did the little girl suddenly lose her temper when she was fine? Pei Hao originally thought that the previous driving incident had passed. He didn't realize that the little girl was even more vindictive than him. After coming out from the other house, and learning that she had to go back soon, Du-Wan directly slipped to Master Yuantong's place, and brightly extorted 10 tranquilizing incense. However, the kind little girl also took the initiative to keep a silver ticket of 1,000 taels as the purchased tranquilizing incense. Yuantong looked at the 1,000 taels and cried and laughed. Before Du-Wan went back, she also went to Qin Yuyu's side to take a look. Seeing no gossip, she went back with Pei Hao. Returning to the princess residence, Du-Wan received a warm welcome. Just stepped in and saw Ning Qin and others, bitterly guarding the door waiting for her. Then someone went to inform the princess. Came up and was hugged by the princess. Teary-eyed. And then, fortunately, Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team went to the yamen without him. But saw Du Qian. Cheap big brother came up to be a meal of concern. This makes Du-Wan seriously doubt whether she has been there for a long time. Could it be that she had a mental problem, and made it seem like it was only a day or two after going for a long time? What is sister thinking about? This out of her mind? Du Qian came forward to ask with concern. Du-Wan stroked her pretty chin. I'm thinking, about how long have I been going out? 1 year? 2 years? Du Qian first froze, then stifled a laugh. The Rapunzel's reaction was similar to Du Qian's. Du-Wan was out of breath. Can you blame me for this? It's all because of you guys. As if I didn't go out for a day or two, but left for a year and a half. Uh-huh. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at this matter. Only Du-Wan, the rightful owner, didn't find it funny at all. I brought a gift for father and mother and big brother this time back. Oh. It was extorted from the old monk Yuantong. No. It was bought, and it cost me a full 1,000 taels of silver. It's really expensive. Bought what? 10 tranquilizing incense. One costs 100 taels. Du-Wan really thinks it's expensive. A thin and long incense. It won't burn for long. She didn't notice Du Qian's and the princess's strange eyes. Du Qian takes a deep breath and confirms. Sister, did you really buy 10 ancient incense? Yes. I wanted to buy more. But I searched his meditation room and only found 10 sticks. Du-Wan had wanted to buy more back. But it turned out that Yuantong said there were only 10 sticks in stock. The so-called room search really didn't take much. In Yuantong's room, apart from a batch of Buddhist scriptures and various books, things were clear at a glance. Du-Wan just slipped round and flipped through it a little, and knew whether there was any or not. Chapter 228 A Gift from Wan Wan to You. Du Qian immediately warned the subordinates around him. The matter of the ancient incense. Whoever dares to spread a word, the whole family will be caned to death. The underlings present swore that they would not say anything. Then Du Qian let all the subordinates retreat. There were only 3 mothers left in the room. Duan wondered about Du Qian's solemnity, but she still took out the 10 ancient incense that she had brought back, which was a very slender box with 10 incenses casually placed on it. Du Qian inspected it and was very excited. With a little coquettishness, he came over to his sister. How many sticks does sister intend to give to big brother? 2? Duan stretched out 2 fingers. Du Qian's smile was swinging. Then thank you, sister. Sister is so good to me. Rarely did the eldest princess follow suit. Wan. What about mother? Also 2 Duan had already thought of something before she returned to the mansion. Send father 2 more. The remaining 4. I will keep 2. And send the remaining 2 to the palace for the emperor's uncle. This is really divided. The eldest princess smiled. Wan has a heart. Your uncle will be very happy. Duan smiled, revealing her small white teeth. Very innocent and harmless. From Pei Hao's words, she heard that this tranquilizing incense is a good thing, and it is natural to share it with her family. The family divided the incense. 2 extra horse harness by the side of a team let the eldest princess take. In addition, the emperor's share also let the eldest princess to take. Duan did not plan to enter the palace for the time being. Letting the eldest princess arrange the matter of sending the incense to the emperor was the most appropriate. After leaving the main courtyard, Duan handed her share of the incense to Du Qian. Du Qian froze. Does sister not want it? No need. I sleep well. I can't use it. Then it may be possible in the future as well. Later need to go back to buy it. The old monk is very good to talk. Du Qian heard his sister's glib words. His mood was complicated. Sister, do you know the preciousness of the ancient incense? Duan senses his solemnity. Is it precious? Very precious. Someone once offered 100,000 taels to try to beg for a small half of it. So, sister, if you let people know that the princess's residence has 10 ancient incense, many people will die of jealousy. Duan is very surprised. Does he have a side effect besides tranquilizing the gods? Master Yuan Tong didn't say, only that it can tranquilize the mind. But those who have truly used the tranquilizing incense know that it is more than just tranquilizing the mind. For example, for people like me who cultivate, burning the tranquilizing incense will make cultivation twice as easy with half the effort. Really? Duan stared at the ancient incense, her little wolf eyes burning brightly. Du Qian smiled and returned the 2 sticks to her. Whether it's true or not, my sister will be able to try it out. No need. Big brother, take it and use it. Duan did not take it back. I cultivate fast enough. Big brother needs it more than I do. Du Qian went silent, feeling connoted too. Is there? However, he had to admit that his sister was right. So he peacefully put away the incense. With these 4 incense as an aid, his cultivation could definitely be taken to the next level. Duan thought of the other 6 incense. Big brother, father didn't cultivate, did he? The qualification is not. That incense is left for him. Don't hit father's idea. Father will hit you. Du Qian is a bit exaggerated, but it is not far from this. There is something you may not know. Last time you disappeared, not only was mother sick, father also suffered from insomnia. You came back. Father's situation is only slightly better. This tranquilizing incense came just in time. Insomnia was very difficult to treat. The Imperial Hospital had all been at their wits' end. Master Yuan Tong's tranquilizing incense could cure insomnia, as long as a small amount was lit each time for 10 days and half a month. Insomnia could be cured without medicine. Therefore, the incense is very precious and hard to find. It was a pity that Master Yuan Tong only sold 3 sticks a year, pricing each stick at 1,000 taels, and any more would not be available. This time, getting 10 sticks at once was simply a heavenly blessing. Duan was stunned. Why didn't you tell me before? You are not a doctor. Saying it is just one more person to worry about. I'm sorry. Silly. This thing you are not wrong. Duan's heart is a bit blocked and sour. However, her goodwill towards the old monk now rubbed off on her, deciding that in the future, she would no longer say that he was an old fool, waiting for the next time to go to the Protectorate Temple, then make up for the silver he lost. Back in the mansion, Duan was still concerned about the progress of Su Che's incident. The next thing, It really wasn't her turn to worry as a girl. The thing that is pulling the strings with Prime Minister Su's family is the matter of the officials in charge of the case. The emperor personally visited the Yamen to express his concern over this matter, causing many officials to throw in the towel and not dare to give Su Che in jail too much preferential treatment. At this time, the emperor in the imperial study in the palace was holding the box that Do Extra horse harness by the side of a team had secretly handed over. The emperor asked, "What is this?" "A gift from Wan to you." Do Extra horse harness by the side of a team showed a little jealousy in his eyes at the right time. The emperor hadn't felt anything, but suddenly became interested. "What did Wan send?" "I'll open it and take a look." And so open a look, snapped, and closed. After slowing down, the emperor opened it again excitedly. "Is this real?" "False." "How about the emperor rewarding them to the micromanager? The microcosmic minister is in need of them." "You're dreaming." The emperor's serious expression is gone, excitedly holding the box and laughing. "Uh-huh. It's still Wan who is the best to me." "You don't have one, do you?" "That's my daughter." "Does the emperor think it's possible?" Do Extra horse harness by the side of a team asked back very calmly. The emperor got in his way as soon as he saw him like this. This man had abducted his imperial sister with this dead look. "How many did you get?" Do Extra horse harness by the side of a team stretched out 2 fingers. The emperor understood at once. The emperor was still in a good mood when he learned that he had as many as Do Extra horse harness by the side of a team. "That's quite a few. Where did Wan get them from?" "The Protectorate Temple bought it. It cost 1,000 taels." The emperor's eyelids jumped. "With Master Yuan Tong?" "Exactly." "Uh-huh." The emperor gloated and laughed. "That old bald donkey also has his day. Don't think that just because he is the emperor, he can do whatever he wants. In fact, a lot of the time, one cannot help it. There are still many powerful people in this world. For example, a group of old bald donkeys from the Protectorate Temple. The emperor could still have some face in front of him, because people were avoiding the world and didn't want to interfere in the mundane affairs of the world. But this face can only buy 1 ancient incense a year. The emperor put the box away personally. "Brother-in-law, last time Wan went to the Protectorate Temple and got a Bodhi string, which was given to Chiener. This time, she came back and got the tranquilizing incense again. In the future, you let Wan make more trips. The old bald donkey has a lot of good things." Du Xianma's eyelids were jumping as soon as he heard this voice of brother-in-law. It didn't occur to me that the emperor would still have a day to reveal his true nature when he reached middle age. However, this suggestion seems good. As soon as the emperor saw that Do Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team was moved, he encouraged again. "Yuan Tong still has some pills hidden that are good for toning up the body. When will I have Wan go and ask for some to come back and give it to Imperial Sister to eat?" With Imperial Sister's share, he didn't believe that there was none for him. Do Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. This offer, it is hard to refuse. Chapter 229. The World Sun's mind is detected. The Prime Minister's residence would not sit back and wait for death. Su Che was locked up for 3 days. Outside the Imperial City Department's Yamen, a group of petitioning scholars had gathered, demanding that the officials release Su Che, claiming that the Yamen was not doing its job properly, and smearing the Imperial City Department for haphazardly catching people and implicating innocents. As a scholar, how could he be related to human traffickers, and so on? The Imperial City Department was charged with abuse of power. Strangely enough, no one dared to name Pei Hao after these people. There are some smart people who can quickly understand that the people behind the scenes don't want to involve the Jingui Gongfu. They just want to make a fuss to make Su Che come out. They don't really want to make a big fuss. Pei Hao specially asked Du Wan to come out to watch the fun, saying that there is gossip to watch on this side of the court. Du Wan really wasn't angry with him anymore, and followed him out, with a small cloth bag, filled with snacks. "Don't think that I won't be angry with you if you bring me out to look at gossip," Du Wan said with her hands behind her back, head up and chest out, standing in front of Pei Hao. Pei Hao's apprehensive heart suddenly put down, smiled and said, "Yes, these are 2 different things. When we finish reading the gossip, then feel free to be angry. Well, count on you to be sensible." Du Wan was happy and pulled out a packet of fried sunflower seeds from the small cloth bag, mixing into the crowd of onlookers. She watched the play while getting high on melon seeds. Pei Hao, in disguise, pulled over the little girl's hand. "Don't look here. I found a good spot. It's a high position. Clear view and clean. Where? Du-Wan's eyes lit up. There was such a place. Naturally, she had to go over with him. Pei Hao led Du-Wan into a back door. Turned around, and turned to a room on the first floor. Opened the window. Really saw not far downstairs a bunch of schoolchildren in front of the government office to make trouble. Suddenly, Du-Wan lowered her head, looking at the two people. A large and a small, tightly holding hands together. Scalp a little numb. Pei Hao noticed, but did not want to let go. Noticing that the little girl wanted to secretly break free, he couldn't help but grip it tighter and tighter. Du-Wan now realized that he was doing it on purpose. She really wanted to yuck him in the face. Do you think this princess hand is that easy to hold? Du-Wan's eyes turned wryly, pretending to look out of the window at the rowdy students. The palm of her hand slowly began to tighten. The strength of little by little increase. Not all at once hard. Is afraid to grip his hand bone broken. Pei Hao was initially happy that the little girl shook him back. Slowly realized that something was wrong. She is not responding. Is she taking revenge on him? His hand? About to be crushed. This time, he tried to pull it out. But she didn't let go. Pei Hao enjoys the taste of pain and pleasure, taking the opportunity to show a look that he can't stand it. Half of his body is tilted onto Du-Wan's body. The warm breath he exhales. All of it swoops into her ear, ambiguously whispering, "Sheriff, you lighten up, oh. This Sheetsy can't stand it anymore." Eh? This voice? Especially that trailing voice. Teasing to the extreme. Du-Wan all of a sudden. Her entire body bounced away. Naturally, she let go of his hand. Pei Hao was unsteady and almost fell, but quickly steadied himself again. However, the world prince stood still and looked at her with a cloudy smile. It was clearly an awkward scene. Hardening his composure and turning it into an illusion? Du-Wan knew he had this ability. Convinced, Pei Hao couldn't help but be composed. He didn't need to look down to know that his hand must be red. The little girl's hands were merciless. After such a thing happened, Du-Wan always had a little bit of unnaturalness when she stayed here anymore. Du-Wan is not ignorant of love. In the past, she used to read books and pick romance novels to read. She hadn't been paying attention to Pei Hao's small gestures because she had never thought towards the aspect of love. She didn't think that the villain in the book would fall for her, and that the two together were just mutually beneficial. Now she wasn't sure anymore. Especially at this time. His pair of seductive peach blossom eyes are looking at her fixedly. This made her very nervous. Just when Du-Wan wanted to run away, Pei Hao abruptly laughed. His laughter was indolent. "Wan, your cheeks are red. Wouldn't it be that you've moved against this Sheetsy?" "Bah!" Du-Wan was furious this time. "It's you who has a big face. Is it my face that's big? Or am I just annoyed by what I said? I am blushing with anger." Du-Wan forced her defense. But the more she explains, the more it feels like she's trying to cover her tracks. Pei Hao acted as if he didn't see her nervousness. Approached her as if he was half joking. And very buddy-like put his arm on her shoulder. "Alright. Just teasing you. Still don't see the gossip." "You don't see, I still want to see it." Before Du-Wan could react, she was brought to the window by him. This time, she was attracted by the bottom again. How do you still have time to watch the theater when you are blocked by people at the yamen? These people are doing useless things. Pei Hao still wrapped his arm around her shoulders, not wanting to let go. This siege is for the purpose of catching human traffickers. Right now, the people are still locked up in the Imperial City Department. But the case has long since been forwarded to the Beijing Zhaofu. After all, the investigation of the case is not under the control of the Imperial City Department. Then these people are still surrounding the Imperial City Division Yamen, trying to force me to release them. Really naive. Pei Hao suddenly came to her ear and whispered, "The Emperor has taken action. The Su family can't get any better this time. Isn't the Emperor just an empty shelf?" Pei Hao froze for a moment. When Du-Wan said this, she realized that something was wrong and hurriedly covered her small mouth. "I didn't say anything. You didn't hear it. Okay?" Pei Hao finally came back to his senses. "It's just the two of us here. Don't worry." Du-Wan gazed and listened quietly for a few moments. Indeed, there are only the two of them. And only then did she feel relieved. Pei Hao couldn't suppress the curiosity in his heart, pretending to be mysterious and asked in a low voice, "How could one have that idea? Isn't it? I've heard that Uncle's power has long been hollowed out by the courtiers. And some people even say that he's a dim king? What Du-won said was exactly what was depicted in the book. Pei Hao marveled at the young girl's boldness. Don't say these words again in the future. Do you understand? If someone hears it, do you still want to live? What are you afraid of? There are no outsiders here, Du-won said casually. Pei Hao was happy. It's good that there are no outsiders. If it's not an outsider, it's an insider, Pei Hao thought happily. But his mouth whispered. There are still 3 catty nails in a broken boat. Wan. Don't underestimate the emperor. The 200,000 guards in the capital are under the emperor's control. Not to mention the forces that the emperor has secretly cultivated. It's not easy to say that the mountains outside are high and the emperor is far away. But the capital is firmly in the emperor's hands. Is that so? Du-won suspected that her memory was wrong. The book mainly depicts Qin Yu and Xie Zheng. The important supporting characters will have a little more ink. Like the emperor, such a small role. The description is truly not much. Du-won's perception of the emperor is still very good. It's just that the emperor in the book is an antagonist. And it doesn't end well. Chapter 230. The world sun is all gloomy. Is there any hidden plot? Du-won couldn't figure it out. So she didn't think about it. And got high on melon seeds and watched the show. Prime Minister Su comes from a family of scholars and has many disciples. Su Che is the new scholar. And there are many students who admire him. Some people say that he is suffering from injustice. Without much encouragement, some hot-headed students will come, Du-won magically said. They cursed. But they didn't curse you. Pei Hao's beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. Probably afraid of being beaten up. Huh? There is gossip. Not bad. Will be beaten up by me. Oh. You're still going to beat up people? What's wrong with that? The prestige that this son of the world used to break into can be scary nowadays. Bragging right. Du-won looked at him obliquely, indicating that she didn't quite believe it. Pei Hao smiled happily and unconsciously hugged the little girl a little closer again. As long as there was more contact and more time together, he didn't believe that the little girl wouldn't open up. Du-won was just thinking about things and soon realized again that he was leaning too close, silently pulling away. Not long after he came closer again, pretending as if nothing had happened. But as long as she was paying attention, she still noticed his deliberate intention. Now, what was there not to understand? It wasn't like she was really stupid and sweet. Now that she recalled the old him, it was really suspicious. Du-won now hated to shake herself. People's hearts were so obvious, but she hadn't been able to spot it. Now, she didn't even want to watch the play, pushing Pei Hao away some and pulling away a distance. Looking up and down at Pei Hao, who was pretending to be calm. Those big clean eyes in the past. At this time, they looked extraordinarily different. As if they were able to see through people's hearts. Pei Hao was inexplicably nervous when he encountered this look in her eyes. In this room, it is exceptionally quiet. The hustle and bustle outside does not affect this place in the slightest. Du-won suddenly asked. You like me? Pei Hao opened his mouth to say something. And when he came across her serious eyes without a hint of shyness, his heart couldn't help but sink. This was not the expression of liking someone. Pei Hao came from an honorable background and was quite sought after by the world. From a young age, he was a proud and self-respecting person. During this period of time, for the sake of the little girl, he repeatedly changed himself and did many things that even he himself found unbelievable. Even so, still failed to truly enter the heart of the little girl. A little girl's heart can be very soft and sometimes very hard. The tip of Pei Hao's heart suddenly ached slightly and fleetingly. So fast that he couldn't even savor the taste of that pain. Like it or not. I don't know. But you are my fiancé. Taking care of you is part of the job. Heh. Remember in Red Rock County? You disliked me. Dislikes now too. Pei Hao said with a frosty face. Du-won was inexplicably relieved. Then curious. Dislike me for what? I dislike everything. Pei Hao stood in a posture like a pine. Elegant and graceful. When he stood like this, he inexplicably made people feel far away and hard to get close to. He was like a snow lotus blooming on the top of a high mountain, which one could look up to, but could not touch. A smile finally appeared on Du-won's face. Disliking is disliking. As long as it's not liking. Why? Pei Hao's heart tightened again. Because liking me is fruitless. Du-won looked at Pei Hao at this time, like looking at a bad thing. In the past, everyone was cooperating, and she felt that it didn't matter how they got along. Now that she knew his mind, How could she still make him feel at ease as before? Crossing over to this world, Du-won had no intention of getting married. Who knew that one day she would cross back? Pei-hao wanted to cover it up, and Du-won didn't poke holes in it. Next, Du-won paid attention to the farce in front of the yamen. There is a eunuch in front of the temple. Said the emperor has an oracle. Su's scholar's stay in jail is to prove his innocence. Let a group of students do not make trouble, and then let the students hurriedly disperse. Continue to make trouble with those who dismiss the title. The family of the 3 generations of the ban on the imperial exams. All of a sudden, the scholars subsided. That passionate like being poured pots of cold water. Some students even if they want to die in front of the government office. But also rested in mind. 3 generations of the family is not allowed to imperial examination. This punishment is too heavy. It's nothing if they die. It's a sinner if they involve the family. Du-won silently prays for the emperor. This move is really powerful. When she returned to the princess's mansion, Du-won realized that this idea was actually proposed by Du's son-in-law. She looked at Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team with starry eyes again. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team rarely saw his daughter's adoring little eyes. A little fluttering. Wan. I heard that you went out again today. Yesta. Went to the front of the yamen to watch the school children causing trouble. With Pei-hao? Yes. Du-won was deflated at the thought of Pei-hao. What a good free labor. Gone just like this. She, Du-won, was not so scummy that she didn't want to be with others while still supporting others to work. Du extra horse harnessed by the emperor's side asked. How does Wan feel about Pei Shi? The person is still good. Quite righteous. Du-won was truthful. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team had seen Pei-hao once before he went home. The boy was all gloomy. But there was no joy after going out with his sweetheart. Did you have a fight with him today? Du-won shook her head not too sure. No. He even sent me back to the house. Du extra horse harnessed by the emperor's side stroked his daughter's head. Now it seemed that it was the Pei family's boy who had suffered a defeat at his daughter's expense. Next, Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team didn't mention Pei-hao again and talked about the Su family case. Let's not do anything more in this case. Just wait for the results. No longer looking for evidence? The forbidden guards went and searched that manor. It's already enough. Du Xian horse harnessed by the side of a team reminded. Du Qian instantly said, Father, what has been found out? Du-won was equally concerned. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team didn't want the siblings to go through the trouble again. The people who searched today dug out a pit near the manor house. And there are many children's bones inside. All of which were gnawed on by something. Also, not catching Su Che on the spot is nothing. But Pei-hao caught Sui. And even if Sui killed himself on the spot, someone still recognized his identity. These are enough to make Prime Minister Su anxious. The two understood. It was Du-won who thought of the dogs in the manor. Father, those people wouldn't be feeding the corpses to the dogs. Right? It should be. Du-won is glad that she doesn't eat dog meat. Otherwise, she would have vomited to death. Du-won did not expect the Su family's practice to be so disgusting. Returning to Jade's spirit garden, Du-won thought of a question. The hero in this book had evidence of Prime Minister Su's crimes, and only took it out later in order to pull Prime Minister Su down. The book describes that Xie Zhan was far-sighted, and had intentionally collected evidence of the crimes of court officials ever since he established his intelligence network. And now, Xie Zhang's side likely has evidence of the Prime Minister's crimes? Du-won thought of that male lead's intelligence network. It was possible to go and buy it over. Just spend some silver. Early the next morning, with 20,000 silver tickets in her arms, Du-won disguised herself as a boy and went out over the wall. These silver tickets are still pitched from Su-yu. Chapter 231 The little girl secretly strikes. The reason for not bringing too many people with her was because she didn't want to attract attention. However, when she went over the wall, she was still noticed by Zhuang Song. Du-won had to instruct them to follow secretly, and not to show themselves. Coming to an old street, there were still some small shops and taverns here. More than 90% of the people walking on the street were poor people. Du-won was high on melon seeds as she skipped along the street. Zhuang Song did not know what the county princess wanted to do, and could only follow silently. Until Du-won walked into the pawn shop on the street. There was only one person old man guarding the pawn shop. It was the shopkeeper, and also the shop assistant. Du-won said nothing. Only 3 copper plates, pressed to the desktop, and then arranged into a triangle. The old man, who was originally drowsy, suddenly burst into light under his eyes. The old man said, "What news do you want?" "Evidence about the Prime Minister's house's crimes." The old man secretly sized up Duan. His heart shocked. He had never seen the Sheriff Lord herself, but had seen a portrait about her. Opening his mouth to say that you have come to the wrong place. "Sheriff Master." His eyes fell to the 3 copper plates lying on the tabletop. This unique code word is only used by familiar customers, so he closed his mouth again. Duan smiled and looked at the old man. Very calm. This pawn shop location and the code word are from the book. It is impossible to be fake. In the past, when she was a salted fish, she was a newcomer to the world, and being cautious was the most appropriate thing to do. The only thing that revealed her abnormality was revealing to Pei Hao that Xia Zhang wanted to rebel. However, this was not the same as in the past. Her ability has increased, and her boldness has followed oh so boldly. Du Xiongma did not allow them to get involved. Duan did not intend to get involved. She just came to buy some news. Duan laughed and asked, "What? Don't you claim to know everything?" Customer, wait a moment. The old man threw down this sentence and turned to the backyard. He recruited an accomplice to contact his superiors. Duan was in the outer hall and clearly heard the old man say, "Quickly go and inform the master that Jiaoyang County is going to come and buy the evidence of Prime Minister Su's crimes. Ask if you want to do this business. What is the pricing?" Not long after, the old man came out. "I can't give you an answer now. Tomorrow at this hour. You can come over again." "Okay." Duan left very simply. The old man was slightly surprised. Duan could leave so quickly, naturally on a whim, staring at the person who went to convey the message. After that person left the small pawn shop, he headed in a direction, locking onto the other person's aura. Duan maintained a distance of within a mile, following without any pressure. In the eyes of outsiders, she was just wandering around, strolling wherever she went. That person did not walk for long and entered a small courtyard at the end of the alley. A few moments later, a carrier pigeon flew out of the courtyard. Duan was speechless, followed in vain. No great use. So, Duan turned around and walked away, passing by a small stall selling brine meat, smelling very fragrant. Duan saw that the other party's business was good and couldn't help but go up. "I want a brine pig's foot." "Okay." The boss quickly fishes up a pig's foot and buys it with greaseproof paper. 28 win. Wait a moment. Duan took out her purse and took out the smallest piece of silver. When the boss came back with a bunch of coins, Duan silently, even if it is money, stained with greasy, not very want. So Duan recruited the dark Zhuang Song. Zhuang Song stood out, and was about to speak out when he saw Duan pointed to a pile of copper plates on the table. "Reward for you." "Oh, this can buy a few more brine pig's feet. If you want to eat them, thank you master for the reward." Zhuang Song nimbly put the copper plates into her purse. "This meaning? Is it that you don't want to eat pig's feet?" Duan didn't care too much. Opened the oil bag in her hand and wanted to nibble on the meat. "Master, wait." Zhuang Song snatched the pig's trotters out of Duan's hands. He recruited a personal guard. Zhuang Song gave the pig's trotters to that personal guard for inspection, and also cut out a small piece and tried it out. Only after making sure there was no problem did he re-give it to Duan. Duan's entire being was dumbfounded, but knowing that they were duty-bound didn't stop them. And when she took back the pig's hoof, she even mischievously raised the meat in her hand. "Now you can eat it." "Can," Zhuang Song said respectfully. Duan signaled for them to step back, and only then did she take a small bite, and found that the taste was quite good. No wonder business was so good. Regarding Zhuang Song's wave of operations, the stall owner was so shocked that he almost knelt down. The stall owner guessed that this young boy dressed as a boy was probably a nobleman. Duan looked at the boss's nervous expression. "It's fine. It's fine. You continue your business. I'm just passing by to buy some food. Your family's stuff tastes good. Thank you, noble person." The stall owner was about to kneel down after saying that. Duan stopped it. "Stand still. All right. I'm leaving." Not giving the boss a chance to speak, Duan did not want to raise a fuss and turned to leave. After coming to the capital and being in a dangerous situation, Duan had never strolled around as leisurely as today. "Shitsi, is that the county princess?" Mu Xian uttered in surprise. Pei Hao indifferently turns to look in the direction Mu Xian pointed. With just one glance, he locks onto Du-won, standing on the first floor watching her walk while nibbling on pig's trotters, her small face full of contentment. Don't bother her. Let her continue shopping. The current her won't be happy to be disturbed. Mu Xian glanced at Pei Hao in surprise. Since yesterday, he had noticed Pei Hao's abnormality. In the past, Mu Xian would have asked Pei Hao if something had happened. Only when he saw the look on Pei Hao's face. Mu Xian didn't dare to speak. Something must have happened that he didn't know about. Du-won walked outside the wall of the princess's residence, and went in over the wall again. Her feet just landed on the ground. Before she could stand still. Sister, Du Qian's voice, which was gnashing his teeth, suddenly rang out. Du-won's heart thumped. Big brother? When did you learn to climb over the wall? Learn from idleness and boredom at the Protectorate Temple. Huh? Du-won is a little bit regretful. Should buy more brine pig's feet back. Let big brother taste fresh. Brother, I didn't go out to do anything this time. Just went for a stroll. Don't believe you can ask Zhuang Song them. Du-won pointed to the wall behind her. When Zhuang Song and the others on the other side of the courtyard wall heard this, they were all of a sudden not in a hurry to climb over the wall. They all looked towards Zhuang Song. Zhuang Song was not in a hurry and took out his money bag, counting the reward money from the county princess. A heavy purse. Uninformed people thought how much silver, in fact, is full of copper. Du-won waited for a while, not waiting for the personal guards, who went over the wall. Du Qian's face grew darker and darker. Sister still learned to lie? No. Go with big brother to the martial arts training hall. Du-won hung her head and followed. As she walked away, she also glanced back at the courtyard wall suspiciously. A personal guard said, Brother Song, aren't you afraid that the Sheriff Lord will be angry? The Sheriff Lord is not a petty person. Zhuang Song's hand that was counting the coins paused. Besides, the County Lord's safety is guaranteed when she returns to the mansion. And it's time for us to change shifts. Upon hearing this, the group of personal guards smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Chapter 232 Master Shitzi is going to be jealous. Zhuang Song laughed. Go! Today, the county princess rewarded more than 300 won. Go fetch some wine and come back. Enough for us to have a few small drinks. Go! Wow! Thank you, Brother Kong. You can't drink on duty. But a few small drinks won't be a problem when you're on shift. The next time, Du-won fought Du Qian in the martial arts training hall for a full 2 hours. At first Du-won was able to fight with Du Qian. Gradually she fell behind. Her combat experience was that of a novice. And she was completely abused by Du Qian's blood. After being abused, Du-won fell to the ground and didn't want to get up. Big brother, you wait for me. When a few more months pass, let's see if I don't abuse you back. Huh? By then, I will tell you that your big brother is still your big brother, Du Qian said smugly. Du-won rolled her eyes. Wait for me. Ha. Du Qian laughed happily. Du-won said goodbye to her big brother. Dragging all her fatigue, she went back to Jade's spirit garden. Without turning to the bathroom, Du-won was first doing a set of movements. 9 in total. The first 8 movements were done smoothly. Only the 9th movement, there was a hint of stagnation. However, the 9 movements were practiced. And after lying numb and aching for a quarter of an hour, she gradually slowed down and looked radiant. Du-won rolled over and got up, found a set of clean clothes, and turned to the bathroom. After taking a bath, she collapsed on the bed and fell asleep. Xie Zhan of the Protectorate Temple received the news passed over by his subordinates. He didn't know where Du-won had learned about the secret of the pawnshop, which left him in a state of disbelief. This business Xie Zhan decided to take it after thinking about it for a while. However, he also had other plans. In the past, he didn't like to go out in front of people, and didn't want to be scorned for his sharpness. After the layout was sabotaged several times, the plan had to be changed. The situation no longer allowed him to just stand behind the curtain. Xie Zhan ordered to sell the information about Su Fu No. 2's dossier, asking for 20,000 silver, because he knew that the little girl had previously pitted Su Yu for this amount. Any more, and he was afraid that she would not be able to part with it. I'm going back to the capital. Pull out the dossier on Su Fu No. 1 and send it to my study. The evidence from this dossier was more convincing than the one to be sold to Du-won. Early the next morning, Du-won, again dressed as a servant boy, went out over the wall. Zhuang Song, who had just been on duty, had a brain ache again. Why does the princess always have to go out when he is on duty? Zhuang Song had to bring people to follow in a hurry. This time, Duan went directly to the pawnshop. The old man was dozing off and woke up in a flash when he saw Duan coming over. "You're here." Then the old man turned around and took out a cloth bag from the bouquet rack. "The thing you want is inside. As for the price." He stretched out 2 fingers towards Duan. Duan's big eyes flashed, took out 2 taels of silver, and put it on the counter. Going for the cloth bag. The old man didn't let go. "Don't tease the little one. It's 20,000 silver. Robbing money all." Duan boarded her small face, fixedly looking at the old man. The old man does not budge and does not accept a bargain. Duan could only take out the 20,000 silver bill she was carrying in her arms, and took the cloth bag, immediately opened it to look at it. And when she had seen it, "This is the only charge? It's not small. Prime Minister subordinates oppressing the people and causing a murder case. What does it have to do with Prime Minister Su? But you said at the time that you wanted evidence of the Prime Minister's house's crimes." Duan wanted to smash the dossier into the old man's face. The old man is as steady as an old dog and is not afraid of her anger. "You can patiently look down again. You will understand when you are done. This item is enough to make the Prime Minister's house notorious." Duan was patient and continued to look down. The more she read, the more angry she became. What is this all about? The subordinates are so arrogant that they can kill people. The Prime Minister's residence is not a housekeeper's bad character. It's a bunch of them. These people usually do very hidden, but still by Xie Zhang this organization to dig out. The lives that were killed were in the hundreds. Duan looked deeply at the old man. This evidence of guilt was not the one depicted in the book. Turning around, he walked out of the pawnshop. Duan was not in the mood for shopping this time and wanted to go back. After walking for a while, she found that there was a bustle in front of her. Some officials and soldiers from the Imperial City Department came. Duan stood next to the masses, listening to people chatting about gossip. It was someone fighting in that shop. Almost a fatal case. In the middle of riding a tall steed. All the official authority of the prince. Especially conspicuous. If it wasn't for the fact that the official authority on him was so strong that people overlooked his appearance. I'm afraid that there wouldn't be fewer unmarried women who smashed their handkerchiefs in public. Zhuang Song saw that the county princess was too close to the crowd and unknowingly came to her side. When Duan saw him, she threw the cloth bag in her hand to him. "Take it. This is worth 20,000 taels of silver. If you lose it, you'll be sold." Hearing this, Zhuang Song's hand holding the cloth bag froze. "Is it so valuable?" He weighed it. "It's a bit light." "What is it?" Duan hummed lightly. Yesterday this guy pitched her a fit and thought she didn't know? But seeing as he did his best, she just didn't bother with him. The entrance of the shop had been stopped by the officials and soldiers of the Imperial City Department. Duan stood on the periphery, like a group of melon eaters, all just looking lonely, just when she wanted to go around and leave. "Sheriff." What a coincidence. A clear man's voice. Extremely nice. Duan turned around to look. "It's you?" Xie Zhang in a moon-white robe, holding a jade fan in his hand, standing amongst the people. His temperament is excellent. Even more so, he stands out from the crowd. His brows and eyes are gentle, gazing at her with a light smile, approaching step by step. It is reasonable to say that seeing such a beautiful man, a normal young girl would be stunned. Duan was not a normal one. On the contrary, the vigilance in her heart rubbed upwards. Xie Zhang walked to the distance of half a zhang and stopped. It was not that he wanted to stop, but he had to. Next to him, Zhuang Song's right hand was already pressing on the hilt of his sword. Xie Zhang was about to salute Duan, but Duan raised her hand to stop him. "No need to be polite. Can't you see that I'm in disguise?" "I'm sorry then. I shouted the wrong thing just now." Xie Zhang sincerely apologized. "Why don't I treat you to something at the tea house to show my sincerity?" "No need. I don't want to eat right now." Duan refused out loud without even thinking about it. Xie Zhang showed a look of regret. While the two were talking over here, not far away was Pei Hao riding on the back of a horse. From the time the little girl appeared, he appeared to be focusing on the case. But in fact, he had been keeping an eye on her movements, and did not anticipate that Xie Zhang, the shady guy, was also here, and still had the nerve to talk to the little girl. Pei Hao's grip on the horse's reins tightened, and he stiffly held on without going over. Mu Xian noticed the situation over there. Son, aren't you going over there? I observed that Xie must have specially dressed up today. Everything is fine. Even his smile is like a spring breeze. He must be trying to hook up with a little girl. Last time the county princess said it. She doesn't owe him anything. Pei Hao said, as if he was steady as a mountain. Mu Xian raised her eyebrows, obviously wanting to go over, stiffly holding back, saying that it was a disagreement. He again put on a posture of trusting the county princess. Why in the world is this? Chapter 233. My people, I deliver myself. What happened on this street today was a small sesame seed-like matter that didn't require Pei Hao's personal intervention. But he still rushed over. Clearly received news from the county princess. Mu Xian tried. Should I go over and say hello to the county princess? As you wish. Pei Hao said, as if he didn't care. Mu Xian smiled and walked over, successfully standing between Xie Zhang and Du Wan. He greeted the two respectively. County Lord long time no see. Oh. Hey. It's Duke Xie. I've heard a lot about you. Xie Zhang smiled openly. Lord Mu is polite. Next. Mu Xian kept talking to Xie Zhang. Du Wan was still quite happy that she didn't have to deal with Xie Zhang on her own. Du Wan said, You guys chat. I'm going back. Saying that, she turned around and was about to leave. Xie Zhang followed a few steps behind. I'll send County Princess back? There's no need. I'm surrounded by my personal guards. While Du Wan walked towards the front, Xie Zhang followed behind her. Very insistent. Not too far. Not too close. Following all the time. Those who did not understand the situation looked at it and thought that it was two people meeting to go shopping together. The vigilance in Du Wan's heart raised another level. Is it really necessary to flip out with him? Flipping out with the male lead at this time was not a wise decision. Ta-da. The sound of horses' hooves came from behind, only to see Pei Hao riding his horse to Du Wan's side. Wan, I'll send you back to the mansion. Du Wan turned around and before she could speak, Pei Hao bent down on his horse, reached out and grabbed her arm, pulling her onto the horse in one go and sitting in front of him. To be honest, she wanted to refuse. However, Pei Hao didn't give her a chance to refuse and politely said to Xie Zhang, Xie, my fiancé will be sent by me. I don't need you to bother. Giving Xie Zhang a warning glance, Pei Hao led Du Wan away. Du Wan was dumbfounded. When the horse had traveled some distance, she even looked back and saw Xie Zhang behind her still standing at the same spot looking at them. And when she found out that she had turned back, she even waved her hand at her with a smile on her face. Pei Hao broke her head back with his big hand, his cold voice revealing a sour taste. What are you looking at? Are you so reluctant to give up? Who can't bear to let go? I am looking at what he wants to do. What else could he be doing? Hitting on girls. What? Du Wan froze, then thought of something. Her phoenix eyes narrowed and smiled. You're right. This old street is usually not to mention the sons of the powerful and noble. Even the rich sons of the rich families have not seen a few to come. Today is strange. Not only did Xie Zhang come, you also came. I am on official business. Pei Hao forced his respect. Du Wan hemmed and hawed. Yes. I believe you are on official business. Then? Official business. Shitzi master. Where are you taking me now? Won't it delay official business? It's pretty much taken care of. Xian can take care of the rest. Du Wan rolls her eyes. Saying it like that? Thinking she's stupid? As soon as Pei Hao saw her like this, he knew that in all likelihood he had been seen through by the little girl. Even if he knew that she didn't mean that to Xie Zhang, he still didn't want her to have contact with Xie Zhang. Call him autocratic or overbearing. His fiancée is not for others to covet. The horse traveled even slower, but it still reached its destination. Approaching the princess's mansion, Du Wan insisted that Pei Hao drop her off in the alley next to her. Pei Hao said oddly, Did you sneak out? Nonsense. Du Wan dismounted numbly. Just look at me dressed like this. Just as she was about to walk into the entrance of the alley, she abruptly stopped again, backtracked her feet, and slipped in front of Pei Hao again. Pei Hao stood beside his steed, waiting to see what she was going to do. Du Wan looked around and whispered, I have a copy of the Prime Minister's evidence. Do you want it? Pei Hao was surprised. Where did you get it? Paid for it. Du Wan whispered. I thought it would be best to give it to you. You are trying to save your father-in-law some trouble. Don't say it when you see it. Understand? Understand? Du Wan beckoned Zhuang Song. Give that cloth bag to Pei Z. Yes, Sheriff. Zhuang Song removed the cloth bag tied around his waist and handed it to Pei Hao with both hands. Pei Hao took it and opened it for inspection. At a glance his face changed slightly. Wan, where did this come from? Didn't I tell you? Bought it, yo. Spent how much money? This number. Duan stretched out two green fingers like jade. 20,000. The money that was used to pit Su Yu was again pitched by the person who sold the information. Duan thought of Xie Zhang. It must have been the pawnshop's people who informed Xie Zhang. So she met him by chance. She had already thought of this problem. She could not guess what Xie Zhang's purpose was. However, Duan was not afraid of it. Duan said goodbye to Pei Hao, drilled into the alley, and climbed over the wall into the princess's residence in a couple of moves. Outside of the Zhuang Song and other people appeared. Thought for a moment to follow the wall over. One after another with the dumpling-like. When Pei Hao saw this picture, he swept away the depression in his heart and inexplicably wanted to laugh. The little girl also went over the wall to play yesterday? Just as Pei Hao thought. Without the threat of Huangren, Duan was letting herself go. When she landed on the ground over the wall, she was still vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Huh? There is no cheap big brother? Could it be that she came back early today and he hasn't found her out of the house? Returning to Jade's spirit garden, Duan sees Ning Qin packing things in her bedroom. Duan asked, Ning Qin, do you know what my big brother is doing? The clan sent someone over this morning to take the county king back. Ning Qin only learnt the news half an hour ago. At that time Duan was out. It said that he should be allowed to recuperate in the clan and still be able to study at the same time. The county king also left a message for you, saying that if you are bored in the mansion, go to the clan to find him. Duan was a bit impressed. However, before she learned about the follow-up of the Su family, she didn't quite want to leave the capital. The next day, the capital was bustling with activity. The Imperial City Department officials and soldiers surrounded the Prime Minister's residence, arrested a bunch of managers, as well as the Prime Minister's name of the shopkeeper and the head of the manor and so on. A total of more than 20 people arrested. Yesterday, Duan purchased information to play a role. It is said that the emperor was furious at the morning court and scolded Prime Minister Su, saying that he could not even rule the family. How can he rule the country? And ordered him to return to his home to think about it behind closed doors. The crime of a group of evil slaves, all under the prison, confiscated family property. This confiscation of family property is quite interesting. Only the Prime Minister's residence of the subordinates, all rich, especially the Prime Minister's housekeeper, seized more than 200,000 family wealth. Pei Hao went to raid the house and did not cover it up. Therefore the rumor that the dogs in front of the Prime Minister's door were all fat with oil spread through the streets of the capital. As the old man who sold the news to Duan said, these charges can't kill Prime Minister Su, but it is enough to ruin the Su family's reputation for 100 years. And to say that it is infamous is not an exaggeration. After Duan heard this, her heart was secretly happy. She deliberately changed into the clothes of a boy again, put on the hat of a houseboy, and went to the Four Seasons building on Rongchong Street to listen to the gossip. Chapter 234. The Prime Minister's mansion is notorious. In order to hear more, Duan didn't go to the box. So she sat in the lobby and listened to the storyteller and the actresses singing small songs. Now the storyteller is talking about the matter of the evil slaves of the Prime Minister's mansion. In 10 years, pitting hundreds of people's lives, the master of the Prime Minister's residence should not know about it either. If it wasn't for the backing of the Prime Minister's mansion, would those evil slaves dare to harm people's lives? Especially that big housekeeper. There are 18 murders in his hands alone. This I heard. Among them, there was also a family of more than 10 people that were murdered in one night. The family's wealth was appropriated by that big housekeeper. Heartless. Even the child that was just born was not spared. Duan peeled peanuts and ate them, listening to the gossip while eating. Zhuang Song sat at the table behind her with a few of his personal guards, and similarly ordered a few small snacks and a pot of tea. Duan suddenly said, have you all heard about what happened to Scholar Su last time? This I have heard. The day before yesterday, there were still scholars surrounding the Imperial City Department's yamen, saying that they wanted to ask for his life. The emperor said he would stay in jail to prove his innocence. Do people believe he is innocent? Duan followed and interjected. Before the incident with the evil slaves, I did believe it. Now, no. It's nothing to raise one or two evil slaves who bully others. But the family that raises a bunch of them, can they still be a good one? There was a sudden silence all around. Someone slapped their thighs. Nyongli. This is really the truth. Scholar Su was caught. What was the offense? A person raised his voice to inquire. Another person said in a loud voice, I know about this. It's related to human traffickers. I've heard that there's a dog breeding manor in the suburbs that holds many small children. After the Imperial City Department's men rounded up the place, they caught all the people, and even caught Scholar Su on the spot. Scum! That's not right. I heard it wasn't caught on the spot. It was caught nearby. What was he doing in that neighborhood for good reason? Shuang Tsung looked at his own master with a speechless face as he fanned the flames on the side. The hall of the county lord to do this kind of disgraceful thing. She's still too happy. Duan sat for another small, half an hour before she was satisfied and grabbed a handful of fried peanuts, eating them while walking out of the tea house. In front of the main door of the tea house, she almost bumped into someone. A refined and elegant gentleman. He was wearing a snow-white robe, with a wrapped jade belt wrapped around his lean waist. County Lord? The gentleman spoke out of his mouth. Duan was surprised. You know me? I have met the County Lord. The grassman had the honor of meeting the County Lord once. Huh? Duan tried to recall. Still did not remember who he was. It may have been too long. Can't remember who you are? That male gentleman lowered his eyes and smiled lightly. Herberist Xiao Qingzhu. Oh! Duan came to a realization. So it's you. You come here. She pointed to the Four Seasons building behind her. Xiao Qingzhu said in a warm voice. The shopkeeper of the Four Seasons building has invited our theater troupe to perform at the building in 3 days. The grasshopper came over because there are some things that we need to talk to the shopkeeper about. Oh! When the time comes, this county princess will definitely support the show, Duan said politely. After the two of them exchanged a few polite words, Xiao Qingzhu stepped aside. Duan walked away with alacrity and even glanced back at him, not expecting to look quite good after removing the thick makeup. If the person was in modern times, it was exactly her type. After walking a short distance, she stood still again and looked back. The tea house entrance had long since lost Xiao Qingzhu's figure, and should have gone inside. Shuang Tsung's eyelids jumped. The county princess wouldn't be like those great ladies in the capital who still learnt to hold up the theater. Right? This is not a good habit. Duan abruptly turned back, fixedly looking at Shuang Tsung. Thinking about what? Not thinking about anything? Shuang Tsung immediately said back. Duan raised her eyebrows. Off the cuff. You can lie. Awesome, yo. Much more awesome than I ever was. This was not like words of praise at all. Shuang Tsung was a bit weak, preferring to lie than to tell the truth. It wasn't like Duan really wanted to go after what he was thinking. She was thinking about Xiao Qingzhu's origin, which Pei Hao seemed to have mentioned to her, and was still quite worthy of sympathy from onlookers. At this time, Pei Hao was in the Imperial City Department's prison. Su Che changed into his prison uniform and sat in front of an old table. On the tabletop was a pot of wine and a few small dishes. There was also a wine cup in front of Su Che, which was filled with wine. Su Che said, A severed head meal? You're overthinking it. Pei Hao and Su Che did not have much of a friendship, but he did not have any ill feelings towards Su Che either. As the same son or daughter with a good background, Su Che was considered clean amongst his peers. Your Su family has had another troublesome incident, and has staked out 100 lives. Su Che abruptly looked up at him. What do you mean by that? Pei Hao spoke of the matter of the Prime Minister's house as evil slaves. Your grandfather, that is, Prime Minister Su, was barred from his home by the Emperor, and is contemplating behind closed doors. The Su family should be grateful that those incriminating evidence didn't implicate the Su family's master. But this reputation is bad. 100 years of reputation is all gone. What did you come here for today? To get Su Yu to admit to plotting against the county princess, so that the truth will come out. Impossible. Su Che knew that their family absolutely could not admit to this one. Even if he admits to abducting and selling children and conniving slaves to commit murder, he won't admit to murdering county princess. Pei Shi, you should know the magnitude of this better than anyone else. Admitting to abducting and selling children and committing murder, the Prime Minister's office would be defeated. While admitting to murdering the county princess, the entire clan would die. Pei Hao is naturally aware of the key, but the evidence for the murder of the county princess has been wiped clean by the Su family. Are you so sure that the matter of the manor won't come to light? What does the matter of the manor have to do with the Su family? Are you thinking that Sui is dead? Dead without evidence? Pei Hao's eyes were waveless as he looked at Su Che. Those who have entered the Imperial City Department do not need evidence of guilt to be convicted. Are you trying to disregard the law and discipline? It's much kinder than your Su family feeding corpses to dogs. Su Che stood up violently and said excitedly. Impossible. Don't you know? The corpses found by the forbidden guards all have traces of gnawing. If this matter is announced to the world, will your Su family still have a chance to live? Pei Hao's eyes were filled with mockery. This kind of practice by the Su family had violated the wrath of the people and was disgraceful to the world. Su Che stumbled down in shock. His face wooden. The previous person in charge of the stronghold had already been killed by Du Lu when he intercepted Du Lu and the others last time. And Su Che, as the master, would not have needed to personally go over there if there weren't too many deaths and injuries in the stronghold. In the past, he really didn't know that the person in charge had done such a bad thing. Pei Hao scrutinized Su Che, not missing the change in his complexion. A small test could tell that Su Che was not aware of this. The content of today's conversation could not be used as evidence unless Su Che wrote a testimony and signed it. From this, it could also be seen that trying to get the Su family to confess on their own was almost impossible. Chapter 235. Su family finally copped a confession. Pei Hao sat for a while longer before getting up to take his leave. The Su family wouldn't do anything like feeding corpses to dogs. But they couldn't help the greed of their underlings, who cooked human flesh and fed it to dogs in order to save some dog food. Some of the miscellaneous people in the manor had already been recruited. It's a pity that none of those people know who the master behind the manor is. Therefore, it is impossible to convict the Su family. There is not enough evidence. Just walked out of the prison. Mu Xian hurriedly came. Son, the emperor has a secret decree. Go. Pei Hao went back to his office. He met the waiting eunuch. The eunuch did not read it out. Directly gave the secret decree to Pei Hao and retreated. Pei Hao immediately opened it and read it over. His face was grave. Xian, is there any abnormality in the palace today? To say that there is something unusual. Marquis Debei brought Xie Qi to the palace to meet the saint. It didn't take long for the rumor to spread that Xie Qi has taken up the post of military Longsheng. The post of Minister of War was a 5th-rank official position. It was very rare for Xie Zhang to be able to receive a real vacancy right after he left the palace. Pei Hao said. Wasn't it not long after Xie's father and son came out that the emperor issued a decree? Right. Oh. Mu Xian pondered. This decree is related to them? It should be. Taking credit for an official position. Pei Hao is not unfamiliar with Xie Zhang's operation. There have been people who have done this before. Go deploy the manpower. Leave in a quarter of an hour. As you command. Mu Xian corrected his attitude and started to do his business. Half an hour later. Duwan had not yet returned to the princess mansion when she received a shocking news. The officials and soldiers of the Imperial City Department had surrounded the Prime Minister's mansion. Prime Minister Su's family will all be sent to the heavenly prison, as well as a number of subordinates have also been imprisoned. The Imperial City Department is familiar with the raid, and soon carried out boxes and boxes of valuable things from the Prime Minister's residence. And Mu Xian personally took the lead in counting them into the inventory. The officials and soldiers who copied the house would secretly get some favors. For example, if they saw gold, silver and silver checks and hid a little, nothing would go wrong. But things that might be registered in the register, people will not touch. Duwan hurried to the front of the Prime Minister's residence along with the people watching. Zhuang Tsong is again a headache. This day's strolling down. Wherever there is gossip, the sheriff will run to where. The natives were unable to understand that Duwan, who came from the era of the entertainment explosion, had a lack of daily entertainment programs. The only thing that could be of some interest was all kinds of gossip. Standing outside the door and looking, did not see anything. Outside the gates were all guarded by officials and soldiers from the Imperial City Department. There is a box of soldiers and officials to lift things out. Loaded with a car and a car. A car full of the first will be transported back to the Imperial City Division, but also to count again. Will be reported to the Emperor, and then decide where these things go. At this time, Husan hurriedly came out from inside. After sweeping around outside, he spotted Duwan, and Husan walked towards her with a clear goal in mind. Husan whispered, Sheriff Master, the World Prince invites you in. When really? Can I go in? You can. Alright then. Du-Wan was happy, and grinned a silent smile. So bumblingly. She followed inside. Zhuang Song followed Du-Wan with 6 of his personal guards. The rest of the personal guards could only stay outside. It was already good enough to bring a few people in. Any more would easily lead to misunderstandings. Du-Wan followed Husan inside. It didn't take long to see Pei Hao sitting at the first place in the main hall of the front yard, next to the tea table. There is still hot tea. Du-Wan didn't greet Pei Hao at the first time. She slipped to Mu Xian's side and saw that he was busy. The things that came out of the copy family. Really quite a lot. I'm afraid that it can't be finished in a moment. Pei Hao's eyelids jumped. Can't you be more peaceful? Your son, County Princess, is quite good. I didn't say she's not good. Pei Hao pressed his temples. A bit of a headache. How is Prime Minister Su's side? He said he wants to meet you, Husan said in a low voice. Pei Hao looked at the little girl jumping up and down outside the courtyard and asked with a faraway gaze. Husan, do you think the son should go see him? It's possible. Prime Minister Su has something in his hand, Husan said naively. Pei Hao was silent for a little while. You stay and watch the County Princess a little. Yes. Husan really went to Du-Wan's side to watch. Doing his duty. Pei Hao went alone to the room where Prime Minister Su was being held. And outside the door were officials and soldiers from the Imperial City Department. He stepped into the room without being stopped in any way. Prime Minister Su was now very disheveled. The whole person had the illusion of being on the verge of dying. You're here, Prime Minister Su. What is it that you are looking for the Shitsi? Pei Hao went straight to the point. Prime Minister Su raised his head and fixed his eyes on him. It's been more than 10 years since the turn of the year. I even held you when you were born. At that time, I never thought that one day you would bring soldiers over to raid my Prime Minister's residence. Sorry. Duty calls. I always knew you were smart. Pei Hao listened silently and did not speak. Without saying anything else, Prime Minister Su lowered his head and unbuckled his belt, tearing the outer cloth with force and taking out a roll of animal skin paper from inside, followed by a white jade seal, handing it to Pei Hao. That old hand? Handing it to him. Stopped for a long time. When Pei Hao didn't take it, he kept the posture of handing something over. Prime Minister Su said. A nautical chart. A private fleet. Only the seal, not the person. Pei Hao still didn't pick it up. What are your demands? Preserve Che's life for me. Prime Minister Su looked at Pei Hao with a plea in his eyes. His hands are clean. They have not been stained with human life. The room was quiet. So quiet that a pin falling to the ground could be heard. Pei Hao still did not follow. Prime Minister Su added. Chair will not retaliate against the princess house. Who dares to guarantee this? For families like ours, cutting off the roots is the right thing to do. The Prime Minister's house falling has nothing to do with the princess house. The fault for the grudge between the two families also lies with us. We understand this matter very well. Prime Minister Su is old and refined. The Imperial City Department suddenly came to copy the family, and the Emperor can't get out of the relationship. It is likely that the Emperor got any incriminating evidence. And this incriminating evidence won't be handed over by the Princess Mansion. Princess House, if there is evidence early to the Emperor, will not wait until now? Prime Minister Su asked again. Cheng Ming, who was summoned before the Emperor's decree. Marquis Dingbei, father and son. Pei Hao did not hide it for Xie Zheng's father and son. Prime Minister Su understood. Consistent with the news he had received. I will leave a desperate letter. You can show it to Chair when he is safe. The letter will state that the defeat of the Su family has nothing to do with the Princess House. Okay. You are quite sober. Pei Hao took the things in Prime Minister Su's hands and put them into his arms. He did not suspect that the things would be fake. Otherwise the deal would not have been struck. Prime Minister Su saw him accept it and breathed a deep sigh of relief. I still have some windfalls that exist outside. Do you want them? Don't. You can write it in a letter and give it to your eldest grandson. Thank you. This thank you from Prime Minister Su was genuine. When people were in trouble, it was very rare to have someone willing to help them, even if it was for the sake of benefits. Because Pei Hao went to do this. Again, he had to take a big risk. Chapter 236 Benefits to be divided in half. Pei Hao had someone prepare pen and ink. Prime Minister Su first wrote an absolute letter. It was to Su Che. Then he wrote another letter that was addressed to the Emperor. Another letter was written to confess his guilt. After thinking about it, Prime Minister Su wrote 2 more lists and handed them to Pei Hao. Pei Hao took the two lists and looked at them, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. One was a list of seafarers, and the other was a list of officials, who were complicit in his embezzlement of the Northwestern military pay more than 10 years ago. He folded it up, and put it away properly. Your elder, take care of yourself. I'll take my leave. Prime Minister Su only nodded without replying, his expression calm. Pei Hao knew what Prime Minister Su wanted to do when he stepped outside the room. Right outside, an official soldier came to report that there was a little trouble on the county princess's side. Pei Hao didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly went over. When he went, he saw Su Yu kneeling in front of Du-Wan, one hand pulling the hem of Du-Wan's coat, crying in a seemingly pitiful manner, and humbly pleading something to Du-Wan under his breath. Sheriff, it is I who have wronged you. I beg you to spare the Su family. As long as you can spare the Su family, I will give you my life. As long as you promise, I'll do anything. Su Yu was talking with one mouth. Du-Wan looked at her with a bad face and tried to pull back her hem. Su Yu again grabbed it and wouldn't let go any harder, and the hem was going to break. She only has this set of boys' clothes. If she broke it, she would have to ask Ning Qin to make it again. Just usually high and mighty, the capital's first talented girl. Dog-like kneeling in front of her, crying and begging for forgiveness. Really fucking painful. The original owner's death. This woman cannot be credited. Du-Wan grabbed Su Yu's hand and broke her fingers little by little. Let go. If you break this princess's clothes, I'll kill you. This woman's life is not as important as one of her clothes. Su Yu froze in tears. Du-Wan saw her face. Even when she cried, it was still very pretty. It wasn't a handful of snot and tears. It was a bit out of character. When a person really cries, would they only shed tears and not have a runny nose? Du-Wan sized up Su Yu strangely. Before she had time to say anything, she only saw Su Yu being kicked away by the person who hurriedly came and rolled on the ground, along with the hem of Du-Wan's coat, which she tore off a corner. Du-Wan glared angrily at the visitor, seeing Pei Hao looking at Su Yu with a frosty face. Her expression could not help but be stunned. How is it, you all? How are you? Are you hurt? When Pei Hao looked back at Du-Wan, his handsome face was like ice and snow melting, and the bottom of his peach blossom eyes overflowed with a slight warmth and concern. Du-Wan opened her mouth to curse, but held it back. No. No. I came over to take a look. And ended up being pestered by her. Pei Hao looked down to see that a piece of her hem had been torn off. Recruiting a Pei family guard, he fetched his own cloak and personally draped it over Du-Wan and patiently tied it. Du-Wan didn't stop. It was just a bit hard for her brain to think. In the past, if she hadn't understood his feelings, she probably would have enjoyed it with peace of mind. Now it feels different, with only a little bit of embarrassment in it. Pei Hao could see her unnaturalness. However, he saw through it without pointing it out. It's good that people are embarrassed. It's better than a sincere heart fed to a dog in the past. Su Yu, who was lying on the ground, looked at Pei Hao with a face full of shock. Just now, he looked at her with eyes full of killing intent, but turned around and treated another person gently. She is not willing. Really unwilling. Why? She is so good. Is she still not better than Du-Wan, who is nothing except her birth? She had paid so much for him, and made so many mistakes for him. Even for her to involve the entire Prime Minister's house. Su Yu regretted so much that the remorse was like thousands of ants, gnawing at her soul. Suddenly, she held a sharp hairpin and stabbed at Du-Wan. To die. She would take Du-Wan with her, to make him regret for the rest of his life. Only a blade light swept by. There was another heavy sound. Pei Hao and Du-Wan reacted and both looked at the commotion and saw Zhuang Song holding a blood-dripping saber. A severed arm lying on the ground. That arm still holding a hairpin. Su Yu, who was kicked off, falling on the ground and spitting blood, looking at Du-Wan and Pei Hao with eyes full of indignation. Zhuang Song took his sword back into its sheath. County Master. Just now this person wanted to do you harm. Oh! Go back to the mansion to collect 100 taels of reward money from the big housekeeper. Du-Wan spoke familiarly. When they encountered those who needed a reward, they were told to go to the big housekeeper. Pei Hao said to the guarding officers and soldiers, take her down. Find a doctor to stop the bleeding. A woman dressed as a noblewoman kneeling next to her trembled and pounced on Su Yu. Opened her mouth to say something, but in the end said nothing and just hugged Su Yu. Du-Wan originally had anger in her heart. After seeing that woman, she suppressed her anger again. The Su family will not have a good life in the future. There is no need to throw stones on the well. Du-Wan asked Pei Hao to leave. Pei Hao sent her out of the gate and prepared a carriage for her. Du-Wan just entered the carriage. Before she sat down, she suddenly saw Pei Hao drilling in. The carriage was slightly narrow, and it was even smaller when a big man was stuffed into it. Pei Hao sat beside Du-Wan and said softly in a serious manner, "I have something I want to talk to you about. I will come to you tonight. These things you bring back to the mansion first." He took out some things from his body. A piece of animal skin paper, a seal, and a letter and a list. Du-Wan took it and scanned it. "What is this?" "A nautical chart and a private fleet." Pei Hao leaned close to her ear and spoke in a voice only she could hear. Prime Minister Su gave it. "What conditions?" Du-Wan hit the nail on the head. Pei Hao's eyes flashed with a different color. "The little girl is so smart. Keeping Su-Che alive. You promised?" Du-Wan stared wide-eyed. "No. I didn't promise anything. Anyway, he's going to die. It's better to cheapen others than to cheapen us. So I took it casually." Pei Hao's voice was lowered and his face was serious and upright. But the words he said were bitchin'. Du-Wan looked at him magically. True to form, this wave of operation was tawdry. "However," he said, "we instead of I? Does it mean that this benefit will be shared in half with her?" Du-Wan wanted to say something else, but Pei Hao violently covered her mouth. Pei Hao came close to her ear again. "If you have anything to say, let's talk about it tonight." When he said this, he also pointed outside. "Meaning that there were ears outside?" Du-Wan nodded solemnly, not knowing in the slightest that she had been set up again. Pei Hao had gone to great lengths just to make another entrance. It was a pity that Du-Wan did not see through it, and thought that this matter was important enough to be discussed in detail at night. Pei Hao went out of the carriage again, and instructed Zhuang Song to safely send the county princess back to her house. The person who temporarily acted as the coachman was none other than Zhuang Song. Back to the princess residence. Du-Wan first went back to Yuling Yuan and hid the things Pei Hao gave. Then she went to the main courtyard and met the eldest princess, who was embroidering flowers and making clothes. Chapter 237. Don't you have any heartache? What the eldest princess was making was a very beautiful dress. The material used was the moonlight brocade. Du-Wan is surprised. "Mother, you can still make clothes?" The eldest princess looked at her daughter with a smile. Instead, it was the sister next to her who said, "Sheriff, your highness is very good at women's honor." "Awesome, oh." Du-Wan came over to watch the princess embroider. "Mother, I just came back from the Prime Minister's residence. I saw that the Prime Minister's mansion was copied. How are the feelings?" "Quite complicated. Can't say." Du-Wan really couldn't say what her state of mind was. She only had a grudge against Su-Yu. The other people in the Su family who did not have a grudge against her did not even cross paths. For example, Su-Yu's mother looked at a soft and gentle woman, slightly similar to the temperament of the princess. Having fallen on hard times, this noblewoman's fate would not be good. "I'm afraid," Du-Wan asked. "Mother, if the Su family is caught, what will happen to the Su family's women?" "According to the law, after the officials have investigated, if they are innocent, the mother's family will then intervene and get them to reconcile with their husbands, and they will be able to avoid prison." "What about the children?" "Children under the age of 10 can be taken away, but they have to change their surnames." "What about those over 10? The eldest princess's embroidery movement gave a start. "Wan, do you know what offense the Su family is guilty of? It's the charge of embezzling the Northwest Army's pay more than 10 years ago. If convicted, none of the male members of the Su family above the age of 10 will escape beheading." This is the first time Du-Wan has heard of this. It was the very same charge that Xie Zhang pulled down Prime Minister Su in the book. Could it be that Xie Zhang made a move? Du-Wan asks again. "Mother, how do you know about Prime Minister Su's crime? Hasn't it not spread yet?" "There are sources," the eldest princess replied vaguely. Du-Wan surveyed the princess mother meaningfully. Had she been deceived in the past? The soft and weak princess mother is not simple either. On that day, there was another gossip spreading. It said that Prime Minister Su had killed himself, and the Prime Minister's wife had gone with her husband. Pei Hao brought the Su family's group of masters back to the prison and hurried into the palace. The Prime Minister's house was reported to the Emperor one by one, and then the confession of Prime Minister Su and the list of accomplices, including the letter written by Prime Minister Su to the Emperor, which was sealed with rice paste and not opened. Pei Hao would not tell the emperor. He already knew the content of the letter. Throughout the letter, Prime Minister Su was playing the emotional card. And the words were sincere and genuine. Pei Hao asked him to give Su Che the private wealth he had hidden outside. Prime Minister Su told the emperor about the wealth instead, using it to exchange for the lives of his family, hoping that the emperor would be mindful of his old feelings and leave a drop of blood to the Su family, so that after 100 years, he could still have a descendant to burn incense in front of the grave. And so on. Prime Minister Su was worthy of being an old fox and understood the emperor's mind very well. When the emperor heard that he had killed himself, and then saw this letter, his attitude softened a bit. Chengming, what do you think I should do about this? The world is the emperor's. If you say how, then how? Pei Hao patted the horse's arse without a trace. The emperor smiled. Really, according to what I mean, all of them should be killed. Last time, because of your assassination, a case of corruption was involved. I killed a group of officials. And this time, I killed another group. Are about to kill all the officials in the capital. Quite interesting. Can't kill them all. After killing a batch, there's another batch. Haha. The emperor laughed sarcastically. Not bad. Can't kill them all. When Pei Hao walked out of the council hall again, he started deploying officials again. And there was also a portion of the forbidden guards that were also temporarily at the mercy of the mobilization. This started a pattern of catching people everywhere in the city. And people were on edge. Especially the powerful nobles in the capital were worried that the next moment, the officials and soldiers would break into their own houses. It was at this time that everyone realized that the case of the Prime Minister's residence was not simple. There were numerous officials involved. These officials were more than Xie Zhang expected. Xie Zhang's heart continued to sink as he collected news from the outside world one by one. There was a portion of the officials that were on the same side as the Xie family. This time, Xie Zhang was trying to bring down the Prime Minister's office, and had not thought of involving them. The weird feeling of being out of control in the bottom of Xie Zhang's heart came back. And in the underworld, it was as if he had offended some kind of god. And his bad luck always followed him, and would not leave him alone. Xie Zhang breathed out deeply. This time, the decision-making was more than worth it. Besides, do extra horse harness by the side of a team, and the princess had likewise received the news. Do extra horse harness by the side of a team instructed. Tell Wanwan not to go out for the time being. It will be chaotic outside for a few days. The eldest princess said helplessly. Can you keep her locked up? It's all learned to scale the walls. Why don't we send her back to the clan? There's Chiener to watch over her, and she won't be able to make a mess. Do extra horse harness by the side of a team thought about this matter. This baby bump in the family loves to listen to gossip. He is afraid that if she wanders around and encounters any bloody scenes, she will be scared. The eldest princess nodded after thinking about it. Then it would be good to send it back to the clan tomorrow. Then you go and arrange it. The precious lump in the couple's mouth. At this moment, they were pondering over the things Pei Hao had given them. What attracted Du-Wan the most was the nautical chart. A map of a sea area with 3 routes marked. Du-Wan recalled back to Earth, and did not see any similar sea area. This was not the world she was familiar with after all. Pei Hao didn't show up in the first half of the night. Du-Wan thought of the energy of catching people everywhere outside. So she just didn't wait for him, and went to sleep first. Late at night, while sleeping in a daze, she found someone in the house. Du-Wan woke up violently. A grip on the ring-headed sword in front of the bed. Rolled over and sat up. Who? It's me. Pei Hao voiced out quietly. I'm so tired that I'm about to die. You're sleeping soundly. You're dying of exhaustion. It's none of my business. Little heartless. I'm your fiancé. Don't you have any heartache? Don't try to hit on me. I'm still young. I won't fall for it. I'll be 15 in a year. I can get married. I'm not small anymore. Get lost. This county princess will never marry before she turns 18. Du-Wan put her long sword down and spoke firmly. It was dark at night, and the lamps in the bedroom were slightly dimmed. So Du-Wan did not see Pei Hao's face darken all of a sudden. No marriage before 18? Then wouldn't he still have to wait 3 or 4 years? In the past, he might not care. But now, he doesn't want to wait even a year. Not to mention a few years. However, he was also clear that even if he said he wanted to discuss the marriage next year, the princess's house would not agree to it. And he could only wait for the little girl to change her mind at a later date. Xian once said, the girl's age is still young. Her mind is still uncertain. Pei Hao comforted himself for a while, before suppressing his irritability. Du-Wan went down to the ground barefoot, walked to the lamp, and picked up a little bit of the wick. The light in the room was a little brighter. Pei Hao sat diagonally on the chair, his eyes sweeping over her jade feet if at all. White and tender. The 10 toes are round and small. Even the pink toenails are so lovely that people can't take their eyes off them. Du-Wan turned around to face him, arms hugging her chest. Say something quickly. Nothing big. Just say whether Su Che should be saved? Pei Hao took what Prime Minister Su had. In fact, Prime Minister Su was also gambling. Chapter 238 The World Master's heart is the most poisonous. Prime Minister Su was gambling on Pei Hao's character, and that he would keep his word. In fact, once Prime Minister Su died, no one would know if Pei Hao did not keep his promise. Du-Wan looked at him askance. That's your business. You're not worried about his family's enmity with your family? Oh, you're afraid that he will take revenge on our family? Du-Wan now understands. Pei Hao nodded. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. You're thinking too much. Since you have an agreement with Prime Minister Su, you could have saved him first. And what he does after he gets out of danger is none of your business. If he doesn't know what's good for him, just cover his death again. It's not a big deal. Du-Wan was still very clear about some of the tenets of cutting off the roots. However, she had her own principles of dealing with the world. She would not make the first move to do something that would cut off the roots before the other person had provoked her. Du-Wan didn't want to become this type of person. And when she met this type of person, she wouldn't go deeper. Instead, she would stay away from them. Because who knows if she will become the object of the other party's decapitation in the future? Everything has a cause, and only then will there be a result. Making a clear distinction between grudges and enmities was her code of conduct. Du-Wan was not afraid of Su Che, let alone worrying that he would retaliate. Pei Hao's eyes brightened slightly. Wan is right. First save his life. It's fine if he's peaceful. But if he's not, then he can be killed. Even the little girl had this kind of confidence. How could he lose to her? It was just a man in distress. Du-Wan was surprised. Pei Shi, how could you want to save Su Che? Didn't you know about a deal with Prime Minister Su? Lying ghost. Alright. It's actually because I think that he has the talent to rule the country. And his character has been good all these years. So it's a strange pity that he died. Such a talented person should bow and die for the great Qin kingdom. Besides, as long as he walks out of the prison alive, it's Xie Zhang who should be worried, not the princess residence. Didn't you say that Xie Zhang is very ambitious? It would be good to find someone to keep an eye on him. It was hard for Du-Wan to keep up with his thinking. She knew that the intelligence of the villain in the book was on par with the male lead. So how could he not have some calculations? This is taking benefits and trying to give people a hard time. Oh, she was too naive. Du-Wan said. You can just take this benefit. Why are you telling me? This matter still needs you to step in. What do you mean? Your words are better than mine. You go and talk to the emperor. Pei Hao said a whole lot of things in front of Du-Wan, which boiled down to letting her go and talk to the emperor. But this interceding should be tactful. Not to go begging for mercy with a big grin, but to think of a way to let Su family members go to redeem their sins and sell their lives for the emperor, and so on. Pei Hao's voice is not in a hurry and added, the emperor likes the county princess very much. You have to spread your favor and say that you don't want them to die too painfully. You have to let them live well first, and so on. You are so poisonous. The most poisonous is Pei Shi this heart. Du-Wan felt deeply about this. No. You are misunderstanding this. Pei Hao was depressed. Wasn't he teaching her to act? How did it become him being the most poisonous? Du-Wan didn't feel like she had wronged him. Two birds with one stone. Heh. Other people are fighting to the death, and he is benefiting from the fight. Can he still do it cleanly? Even she, the little cannon fodder, is going down. Huh? True to the style of the villain in the book. Du-Wan now finally believes what Cheap Big Brother said in the beginning. This one is not a good one. Sinister as hell. However, she feels very okay with this arrangement of his. Again, when the big villain eats porridge, she can also follow and have a bite of soup. Isn't it? So Du-Wan nodded. Deal? I will enter the palace tomorrow. Pei Hao snapped out of his depression and turned to smile again. A very swinging smile. He and she had secrets now. Shared secrets. As long as the two of them have more and more secrets, and become more and more deeply involved until no one can be separated anymore. Then they will be tied together for the rest of their lives. At this time, Duwan did not know that she had unknowingly fallen into the pit. The two people chatted for another half a quarter of an hour. Peihao was urged again and again by Uncle Du Lu outside the door, and had to leave reluctantly. Duwan turned around and lay back on the bed to sleep again. Unexpectedly, when she woke up the next day, before she could propose a trip to the palace, Yin Mama from the eldest princess's side came over to notify her that the eldest princess had asked people to pack up her things and let her go back to her clan to live for a while. Duwan was dumbfounded. This can't be done. She hasn't even entered the palace yet. Ning Qin and the others got busy, preparing to pack their things. Duwan pretended to skulk around, and when she strolled to the courtyard wall, she scaled the wall and left the princess mansion in 3 or 2 moves. Xuang Tsong and the others followed. County Princess, you are going back to the clan today. Got it. You go and bring a horse over. I want to use it, Duwan directly ordered. Xuang Tsong went and complied. Duwan mounted her horse and went straight to the palace. With the identity of the county princess, she entered the palace again as she did last time. At this hour, the morning court was not yet over. Duwan first went to the imperial study. The emperor will usually go to the imperial study to read the documents after the court. When the eunuch in the imperial study saw Duwan, he respectfully invited her to sit in the side hall, knowing that she is a favored one. He also has the good sense to make tea and go to the imperial catering room to bring over a few small snacks. Duwan wiggled her feet while eating the snacks. In the morning, I came out in a hurry. I haven't eaten anything yet. It's just right. After a while, the emperor came down from the court and was surprised to hear the chief eunuch report in a low voice that Princess Joyful Sun had come. Surprise, and then some happy, followed by several ministers. Is wondering what the emperor heard. The emperor then said, "You guys go to the deliberation hall first. I will go over in a while." Several ministers respectfully answered. When the emperor left, he deliberately glanced at Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team. Finding nothing unusual about Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team, the emperor guessed that the little girl had run into the palace privately. When he went over to the side hall, he indeed saw his well-behaved niece, who was carrying a disc of dim sum and eating it happily. Wan Wan, didn't you have breakfast before entering the palace? The emperor stepped in with his hands behind his back in a serious manner, but with a smile in the corner of his eyes. Duwan hurriedly swallows the dim sum in her mouth, and while putting the plate down, she wipes her mouth with the back of her hand, respectfully going up to the emperor to salute him and greet him, before slightly tooting her little mouth and saying, "Nope. My parents want to send me back to the clan. I will run into the palace first to find Uncle." "How come they want to send you back to the clan? Did they make some kind of mistake? How could it be? I'm so well behaved." Then why? It's probably because the capital has been in chaos lately. Duwan stroked her chin and guessed. The emperor heard this and thought it made sense. Then why did you run to the palace? I miss my uncle, so I came to see him. I snuck out of the palace over the wall this time, and I have to rush back in a while, or I'll be in trouble if my mother catches me. When Duwan said this, her eyes were still spinning. A look is something. The emperor is still thinking about the ministers waiting in the council hall. It's not good to stay for too long. What's the matter with you, girl? Hurry up and say it. Chapter 239 County Princess and Emperor Deal. Duwan looks at the emperor with an adoring face. Uncle, you are really great. You can tell that I have something to ask you. I came here because I have a personal matter that I would like to ask for your help. The emperor nodded her little head and scolded with a smile. All right. Quickly say, what is it? I want to ask you for 2 people, and I also want them to sign a deed of sale. What people? Su Yu and Su Chase. The emperor's smile converged and quickly returned to normal. Does Wan Wan know what offense the Su family has committed? Isn't it the crime of Su Yu trying to kill me? Duwan innocently opens her eyes wide and speaks. I heard that their family is going to be copied and killed. That's why I hurriedly came over to find Uncle's help. Su Yu caused me to disappear for so long. Humph. Directly beheading her is too cheap. I want her to live. Only by living can I slowly atone for my sins. Duwan's little eyes should not be too evil. But when she did it, she brought a few points of petulant and cute. The emperor felt amused at once. Then why do you still want Su Che? If all her family members are dead, the torture will be meaningless. Maybe she will even seek death. When I hold her loved ones in my hands, She will beg for her life and death. In fact, I still want Suyu's mother. But I heard my mother say that according to the law, her mother is allowed to go home in peace. Then why don't you want her father? Yeah. Can I have this one? Du-won was surprised. If it can be wanted, it is also possible. I've thought about how to torture them. The emperor cried and laughed when he saw this. He did not suspect that the princess mansion had any unknown secrets. The princess mansion and the prime minister's mansion had previously been in a messy affair that had even involved human lives. A feud that was fundamentally impossible to reconcile. Du-won's request at this time. The emperor felt that she was a child at heart. If this matter was raised by Pei Hao, it would be different. The emperor would inevitably think too much, and would even suspect that the Duke of Jin and the prime minister's house are privately related. The emperor's attention to Du-won exceeded her own expectations. Promise is promised. The emperor also attached a small request. Wan. There is no lunch for nothing. If you want someone, take Master Yuan Tong's Qi Nourishing Pill in exchange. What? What Qi Nourishing Pill? After the emperor's explanation, Du-won realized what he meant. It was that old monk Yuan Tong had a pill called the Qi Nourishing Pill. I heard that eating it is very good for the body, and eating it often can prolong life. But unfortunately, the old monk doesn't sell it. Du-won didn't expect Yuan Tong's stuff to be so attractive that the emperor was attracted to it. The emperor tentatively asked, Wan, didn't your father mention it to you? Father is too busy. I haven't seen anyone from morning to night. Du-won complained in a small voice, blaming the emperor's uncle for arranging so many things for her father to do. The emperor was out of temper now. Du-won patted her chest and assured, Don't worry, uncle. I will find Master Yuan Tong to buy the Qi Nourishing Pill. Yes. Buy as many as you can and temper your mother's body. Her body has always been weak. Cough. Uncle's health is also not good lately. But uncle is not greedy. Just 1 or 2 pills will be fine. Where are you uncomfortable? Have you had the imperial doctor look at it? Du-won's heart is wanting to roll her eyes. But on the surface, she still puts on an appearance of being very worried about the emperor. When I arrive at the clan, I will find another time to go to the Protectorate Temple. Last time I took away the ancient incense. I still owe the old monk money. I'll go over this time just to make up for it. Right. Make it up. Don't let him suffer a loss, so that he can buy it next time. Du-won didn't dawdle in the palace for long. The emperor gave her a stack of silver bills and a 200-year-old ginseng. She was told to buy the Qi Nourishing Pill, and if she couldn't buy it, she could exchange it for the ginseng. Du-won received it with peace of mind, and patted her chest to ensure that she would complete the task. Stepping out of the door of the side hall, the little girl turned back again. Uncle, don't tell my father that I came to the palace. Oh. The emperor lost his smile when he heard this. Okay. Don't say it. Want to cover up. How is it possible not to know? Du-won is now satisfied to hear this, and quickly slips out of the palace. In front of the palace gate, Xuang-tsung brought the horse. Du-won rolled onto the horse, and was about to leave, when she accidentally saw Pei Hao and the others on horseback not far away. After thinking for a while, Du-won rode over and said with a smile, I'm going back to my clan today. I'll leave later, and then I'll go along to do something for the emperor's uncle. Done? Pei Hao asked with a raised eyebrow. Du-won smiled. It's done. The meaning of it. Only they understood themselves. Pei Hao added, Shall I send you back? No need. I snuck out this time. Won't you send me back and make everyone know? Du-won didn't want him to send her back, so she rode her horse and ran away without a word of greeting. Xuang-tsung and others followed. Pei Hao had stopped thinking about sending her off, but when he thought of the little girl going back to her clan, he would not be able to see her for some time, and a slight reluctance rose within him. My lord, the county princess has gone far away. Mu Xian snickered. Pei Hao gave him a sidelong glance. Have you finished today's work? Ugh. Not mentioning it was fine. Mentioning it gave Mu Xian a headache. He didn't sleep last night. Can't he sleep tonight as well? Mu Xian came close to Pei Hao and lowered his voice and asked, You said that list. Is it true or false? This is not important. The important thing is that the emperor believes it. Pei Hao's last sentence was the key point. The prime minister's list of corrupt officials was completely written to the emperor's heart, in order to leave his children and grandchildren with a chance of survival. Prime Minister Su had also gone to great lengths to please the emperor. Mu Xian recalled Prime Minister Su's death, and was also saddened. Prime Minister Su came from a family of scholars. A true scholar with a wealth of learning. But in this world, since he has been out of the civil service, it is hard to want to be a Yangchun Beiju, a legacy, and cleanly ascend to a high position. It can be said that Prime Minister Su's corruption and ink is not an exceptional case, but a very common official phenomenon, not to mention Prime Minister Su. In fact, they themselves are not necessarily clean. Princess Mansion. The subordinates are ready, and the carriage is ready outside the gate. Duan climbed over the wall and entered, just stepping into the Jade Spirit Garden. She bumped into Ning Qin, who was anxiously searching for someone. Sheriff Master, where have you been? The slave girl has been searching for you for a long time. I just took a casual walk around the residence. Duan casually perfunctory, afraid that Ning Qin will ask again. So she changed the topic and said, Is it time to leave? Yes. It's been prepared long ago. Just waiting for you. County Princess. Alright. Then I'll go and meet my mother. Duan went to meet the eldest princess once. The eldest princess had prepared quite a few more gifts, saying that they were sent to the elders of the clan. Duan didn't ride a horse this time, and went back in a luxurious carriage. When the group arrived at the stone bridge in front of the village entrance, they thought they would encounter Du Qian like last time. As a result, no. Chapter 240 You Defeated Girl. Duan wanted to use her ability to find Du Qian. Then remembering that she had promised Du Qian that she could not use this ability on her loved ones at will, she thought about it and let it go. Returning to the old manor, everything was as usual. Seeing the old housekeeper, Duan asked, Where is my elder brother? Back to County Lord. The County King is closed. Yeah? Closed? Duan is a little surprised. Did that say when he will come out? The County King did not say. Oh! Learning why Du Qian did not go to pick himself up, Duan did not ask any more questions. Going back to her own courtyard, she rested for an hour. Duan then led a group of subordinates, carrying boxes of gifts, and began to send gifts from house to house. Finally, it was the turn of the aunt's house. For this fetish of Aunt Du's, Duan had a bit of a headache, but did not despise it. Arriving at her aunt's house, Duan received a warm welcome. Duan hurriedly put down the things, polite a few words, and find an excuse to slip away. Fear of slipping slower and being called back. Duan also used the light power. The beautiful name is to exercise. Flying all the way back to the old mansion, Ning Qin and the other subordinates went from shock to a face of adoration, and then a gradual numbness. Ning Qin. Drop the chess pieces. Sheriff Master. The slave girl is here. What are your orders? Ning Qin and Drop Chess hurriedly ran over. Panting, Duan leaps down from a tree. Go back, and this county master wants to barbecue. You guys asked the old housekeeper to prepare. Barbecue? Lucci was puzzled. Roasted pheasant and roasted rabbit? Duan then remembered that the barbecue that people here were familiar with was all very primitive. The meat she had barbecued twice before in the mountains was considered original and ahead of its time. You guys listen to me to make the arrangements. So while walking towards the house, she ordered her subordinates to prepare something. Back at the mansion, Ning Qin and the others approached the old housekeeper and prepared all the ingredients and seasonings that Duan needed. It was set up in an octagonal pavilion in the back garden. Great Qin had charcoal, which was very expensive, and was usually used by the rich and noble families to keep warm in the winter. Currently no one had taken charcoal to roast meat. Ning Qin hurried over. Sheriff, I didn't find any iron blocks or wire mesh. It will take a day or two to get it even if I go to build it now. It doesn't matter. Skewer the meat. A long bamboo skewer will do. Duan put the charcoal into a stone basin and lit it. Then using long bamboo sticks, skewer the thinly sliced pork. Set it up to the rim of the stone basin at both ends. Turn it over and grill it from time to time. And when it's almost cooked, then drunk on the sauces, and then you can start eating. As long as food was involved, human ingenuity was infinite. Ning Qin and the others were handy, and learnt quickly. Duan was enjoying her meal, and came back with another bunch of roasted shiitake mushrooms. Just about to bring it to her mouth. Suddenly the roasted shiitake mushroom in her hand disappeared. Duan turned around fiercely, and saw the old matriarch. The old matriarch took a bite of the mushroom, while glaring at Duan. Why is the little girl glaring at me? What's wrong with me? An elder, eating some of your mushrooms? Duan rolled her eyes. Patriarch, if you want to eat something, there's still a lot here. There's no need to snatch it from me. You don't understand. The old matriarch is proud to raise his eyebrows. The things that are snatched from me are more flavorful to eat. Du-Wan. Is the Du clan full of abnormal people? Du-Wan did not care, letting Ning-Chin and the girls continue to bake. Next, Du-Wan really want to be angry. Pick up a string. The old patriarch will grab a string, but also grab addicted to it, until the condensing Chin handed Du-Wan another string. The old patriarch is going to grab it again. Du-Wan suddenly poof sound. Spit seems to be sprayed up. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings went silent. Du-Wan proudly raised her chin and clasped her hands on her chest. Grab-ah. You old man, grab-ah. Why don't you grab? Little girl, are you dirty like this? The old matriarch's action of grabbing food was hard stopped. This string is reserved for you to eat. Du-Wan is not going to eat it. Even if it was her own saliva, she wouldn't eat it, letting Ning-Chin throw away the skewer. Du-Wan now comes to grill it herself. Matriarch, you're not speaking of martial virtues. There has to be a degree in grabbing food, doesn't it? My old man is not yet full. The old matriarch was still staring at the kebabs in her hands. Truth be told, the little girl's handiwork was better than Ning-Chin and the others. Next, the old matriarch was much more peaceful, not going to grab food from the tiger's mouth, while eating several skewers of meat. The old matriarch touched her stomach. Girl, I heard that you were sent back to the clan when the capital was in chaos. Your old man is quite well informed. Du-Wan praised without going out of her way. The old matriarch added, of course. I also heard that you went to the Protectorate Temple twice, and the big bell in the bell tower rang twice. It's quite strange. It's not like you haven't been to the Protectorate Temple before. How come the big bell rang when you came back from the fall? Maybe it's because I'm too cute looking? Even that bell is particularly fond of me? The cheek is as thick as your father's when he was a child. Cheap father would cry when he heard the compliment. Right? The old patriarch then adds, I also heard that you got 10-inching incense. Du-Wan. The things your old man has heard are too much. She remembers that this matter Du-Chien sealed her mouth, and the old matriarch actually still knows about it. Du-Wan had yet to answer. The old matriarch sighed exaggeratedly. Ugh. I'm an old bone. I don't sleep well. Du-Wan wanted to say that the acting was substandard and too pompous. However, she understood what he meant. Nope. It's all divided up. I didn't even keep one for myself. Unexpectedly, the old patriarch reacted greatly and jumped up at once. You loser girl. Who did you give it all to? How come you didn't keep a single one? Who else can I give it to? Of course it is given to a random person. I know Chiener has it there. The old patriarch tried. Du-Wan blinks her big innocent eyes. My big brother is in seclusion. You old man, don't go to disturb him. What if he is disturbed and goes off the deep end? I didn't say I'm going to ask him for it. I just want to ask. Does your father have it? Father suffers from insomnia. I can't believe you old man hasn't heard of it. The old patriarch's expression turned. Your mother? Du-Wan's eyes took on a small drop of contempt. Yo, is your old man shameless? You dare to think about the things of other people's little daughter-in-laws? Old patriarch. Little girl, this mouth. A little poisonous, oh. Du-Wanchio raised her eyebrows. The rest were sent to the palace. To the emperor. Hearing this, the old matriarch shut herself up. Soon the old matriarch returned to normal and smiled. When will that girl go to the Protectorate Temple again? As soon as she settles down. Can we still get the tranquilizing incense? Master Yuan Tong said that I bought out his stock last time. There may not be any left now. Du-Wan coped with a flurry of words from the patriarch. As a result, the old patriarch, like the emperor, asked about the qi-nourishing pill again. This time, Du-Wan was convinced that the qi-nourishing pill was good stuff. Du-Wan was silent. Patriarch, you are highly respected. Wouldn't it be better to go and buy it from Master Yuan Tong? I'm a little girl's. I don't have that much face. Right?